The young Su Yu, despite having the extraordinary opportunity of reincarnation, chose to forego the luxuries of the real world for a mysterious game. On July 22nd, 2033, Deep Blue Star is on the brink of an unprecedented civilization transformation. A mysterious game called Divine Realm is about to launch, stirring global excitement. The most astonishing feature of this game is that in-game abilities can synchronize with reality. Even the major nations and capital forces on Deep Blue Star couldn't sit. Still, they started acquiring gaming guilds and recruiting top players to prepare for the upcoming extraordinary era. At this highly anticipated moment, in a luxurious yet understated villa in Donghai City, a handsome young man was staring at his computer screen with a slight smile. He is Su Yu, a reborn individual from the future. In his past life, he had spent decades scheming to obtain a forbidden item known as the Heart of Reincarnation. In a catastrophic civilization war, Deep Blue Star civilization was defeated, and Su Yu decisively used the Heart of Reincarnation to relive his life before the advent of the Divine Realm. The Heart of Reincarnation is a one-time use item, disappearing forever once used. Su Yu knew that if he could awaken a god-level talent like in his previous life, combined with his future memories and battle-hardened skills, the heights he could reach this time would be unimaginable. In reality, he inherited billions of assets from his parents, living a life free from worries. Therefore, Su Yu decided to devote all his energy to the Divine Realm, determined to make waves in this world. At this moment, the time on the computer screen showed July 22nd, 2033, 11:59 a.m. Only 1 minute left until the Divine Realm's launch. Su Yu, feeling excited but maintaining a calm demeanor, picked up the Divine Realm crystal and turned to his bedroom. He lay on the bed in a comfortable position and silently recited the login command. Instantly, the crystal emitted a soft, golden glow, enveloping Su Yu's body. Player identity verified. Based on your real-world coordinates, you will be assigned to the Light Empire faction in the Holy Dragon world. The system prompt sounded, and Su Yu's vision went black, only to find himself in a magnificent temple moments later. In the center of the hall stood numerous statues, humans, demons, and even beautiful elves. Ding, congratulations on obtaining one talent draw. Would you like to use it? Yes. Su Yu agreed decisively. He thought, no matter how poor the talent, the memories in his mind are the most valuable treasure. Unexpectedly, fate had a surprise in store for him. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a supreme-level talent. Sky-Piercing Arrow Path. Su Yu's eyes narrowed suddenly, his calm state completely shattered. What the heck? A supreme-level talent? He was utterly shocked. In the Divine Realm, the recognized quality rankings are common: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Epic, Legendary, Mythical, Godly, and Supreme. Su Yu had thought the Heart of Reincarnation was the only supreme item, never imagining he would awaken a talent comparable to it in this life. Whoa, this is a straight-up jackpot. Su Yu took a deep breath, calming his excitement, and eagerly checked the talent's effects. Sky-Piercing Arrow Path Supreme. When killing monsters with arrows, you can plunder their attributes or skills. If it's a skill, it transforms into a passive skill that aligns with your class. Even Su Yu couldn't help but gasp. If I plundered 10,000 attack-boosting passive skills, wouldn't I be able to kill gods with a single arrow? This talent is insanely powerful. As Su Yu marveled, the system prompt sounded again. He decisively chose the archer class to avoid wasting his past life's combat skills. More importantly, this talent required archery to activate. After selecting his class, Su Yu opened his character information panel and found his attributes identical to his previous life. He took a quick glance, closed the panel, and directly entered the game. Welcome to Kelyuakun, a village located in the northeast of the Guangming Empire. It's one of the beginner villages for players from the Dragon Kingdom. As the system notification faded, the player Yongya opened his eyes and found himself at the familiar spawn point. The surroundings perfectly matched the geographical location of the real world. Suddenly, lights flickered, and figures began to appear. In no time, the respawn plaza of the beginner village was crowded with players, who excitedly looked around, marveling at this virtual world that felt just like reality. The global player base flocked in as soon as the servers opened, highlighting the immense allure of extraordinary power. Players enthusiastically discussed the talents they had drawn, while some couldn't stop praising the appearance of the NPC lady. They chatted away, with some admiring the pristine staff in her hand, while others joked that their friends were just using it as an excuse to admire her figure. At this moment, Su Yu quietly left the bustling crowd and walked down the street alone. He noticed 2 squads of level 20 elite militia patrolling to maintain order in the beginner village. Suddenly, a system notification sounded, assigning him a beginner quest. Visit an NPC and earn 50 experience points and 10 silver coins upon completion. Seeing the quest reward, A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Yu's eyes. He knew that in this game, which had no official recharge channels, the value of coins was extraordinary. Players could only exchange coins through third-party channels in the real world. And in the early stages of the game, due to the low drop rate of items, the exchange rate of coins to real currency was as high as 1:300. Although this ratio would normalize later, in the early game, the value of coins was astronomical. So you calculated silently. Obtaining certain hidden quests often required spending a substantial amount of money. However, purchasing coins from third parties could expose his real identity, leading to unnecessary trouble. After much consideration, he decided to earn coins from within the game. At this moment, he happened to know a method to easily obtain 500 coins. With his mind made up, Su Yu began to act. He visited 5 key NPCs in the beginner village, completing the beginner quests effortlessly. Besides the basic rewards, he also received 5 small health potions and 5 mana potions. After completing the quests, Su Yu arrived at the shop's entrance. The shop owner greeted him with a warm smile, enthusiastically introducing the products. However, Su Yu knew that this seemingly kind owner was actually a cunning character who had scammed many players. It was said that later, a level 20 player returned specifically to the beginner village to kill him out of revenge. Su Yu looked directly at the shop owner and said calmly, "Boss, I'd like to borrow some money from you." The shop owner's face darkened instantly, and he coldly refused. "Sorry, I don't lend money." Su Yu remained unperturbed and continued, "Don't be so quick to refuse. Can you at least hear my terms? I can sign a contract with you, promising to repay tenfold in 10 days. In this world, contracts were protected by the gods, i.e., the system. Violators would have their accounts deleted and would be barred from re-entering the game for a month. The shop owner scrutinized Su Yu suspiciously and asked incredulously, "Are you serious?" Su Yu's lips curved into a slight smile as he firmly replied, "I'm not joking." A glint of greed flashed in the shop owner's eyes as he chuckled. "How much do you want to borrow, kid? Let me be clear, the most I can lend is 1,000 coins. With the contract as a guarantee, the shop owner wasn't worried about Su Yu defaulting. To him, Su Yu was just a lamb to be slaughtered. Little did he know, in Su Yu's eyes, the real lamb was the shop owner himself. Without hesitation, Su Yu replied, "Then I'll borrow 1,000 coins." The shop owner agreed readily, a sly grin spreading across his face as he imagined receiving 11,000 coins in 10 days. After signing the contract, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 1,000 coins. According to the contract, please return 11,000 coins to Pickle within the agreed time. Nearby players, witnessing the scene, began to mock. "Are you crazy? Borrowing money with a tenfold interest? That's suicide. Buddy, take my advice. Borrowing money is a deep pit you can't climb out of. At the current exchange rate, 10,000 coins are worth at least 2.5 million. I bet you'll be bankrupt in 10 days. Ignoring the skepticism, Su Yu laughed inwardly. Repay the money? That was out of the question. He knew that tomorrow, not only would he not have to repay, but he could also turn the tables and fleece the shop owner. Next, Su Yu checked his equipment. Besides the beginner's 4-piece set provided by the system, he also had 100 arrows. He realized this gear was far from sufficient, so he began browsing the shop's items. Small health potion common. Consumes to restore 10 HP per second for 5 seconds. Effect does not stack. Price: 10 silver coins. Small mana potion common. Consumes to restore 10 MP per second for 5 seconds. Effect does not stack. Price: 10 silver coins. Bundle of common arrows. Arrows made with iron heads and wooden shafts. Quantity: 100. The Iron Cage Scroll Black Iron Effect, priced at 10 silver coins each, can summon a sturdy iron cage to lock down a certain area for up to 10 minutes. Su Yu, holding 1,000 gold coins, decided to indulge himself. He quickly purchased 200 health potions, 50 mana potions, 50 bundles of arrows, and 4 iron cage scrolls, spending a total of 190 gold coins. These items were essential for him, especially the iron cage scrolls, which would be crucial in his upcoming quest. Su Yu bid farewell to the smiling shopkeeper and turned to leave. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the village chief's house. Since players were still unfamiliar with the map, there wasn't much of a queue, just a few dozen people. It was soon Su Yu's turn. Eternal Night, welcome to Koro Village. I am Chief Lawrence. The village chief greeted him in a formal tone. Hello, Chief, Su Yu responded politely. The chief nodded slightly and continued. Since you're here, I have an important task for you. Please go ahead, Su Yu listened attentively. The number of undead in the western forest has become too great. They're threatening the safety of the villagers. I hope you can help the village eliminate the undead, the chief earnestly requested. He'll take care of it, Su Yu solemnly promised. A system notification immediately sounded. Ding. Congratulations on accepting the main quest. Eliminate the undead. Quest objective. Kill 200 skeletons and bring their soul crystals to the village chief. Quest rewards. 300 experience points, 10 silver coins, and 1 black iron equipment. Suyu was secretly delighted. The quest rewards were indeed generous. In the divine realm, the drop rate for equipment was extremely low. In the early stages of the game, obtaining a piece of black iron equipment usually required killing hundreds of monsters. This quest, however, offered black iron equipment as a basic reward and opportunity no player would want to miss. More importantly, this quest had an even greater hidden opportunity. If he could kill 200 elite skeletons and bring their soul crystals to the chief, the quality of the rewarded equipment would be upgraded to gold. The first piece of gold equipment in the game would be invaluable, worth at least tens of millions in real-world currency, possibly even more. In his previous life, this hidden aspect of the quest was discovered by the elite strategy team of the Canopy Guild. The lucky player who completed it became a key member of the guild. Suyu was determined to obtain the gold equipment this time around. Of course, with his current attributes, defeating elite skeletons was nearly impossible. Therefore, his next plan was to level up by continuously killing monsters while using his talents to enhance his attributes and skills, striving to boost his strength. Suyu was eagerly looking forward to the effects of his supreme level talent. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Suyu headed straight out of the village, ready to embark on his adventure. Suyu quickly crossed the street and reached his destination. The plains outside the village were swarming with players, many of whom had rushed over to hunt monsters without even picking up quests. Suyu found an open area with fewer people and scanned the surroundings. In his sight, a dozen robust wild boars appeared. A system notification popped up. Wild boar normal level, level 1, HP 310, attack 20, skills, charge. Although they were only level 1 monsters and their stats were similar to those of the players, their numbers were overwhelming. Attacking would inevitably provoke several boars at once. For ordinary players, it was challenging to solo multiple monsters without a team. However, Suyu had honed his combat skills through extensive experience in his past life, making it easy for him to take down 10 wild boars alone. He decided to kill a few wild boars to test the effects of his sky-piercing arrow technique. Taking out his beginner's longbow, Suyu aimed at the eye of a wild boar on the edge and swiftly released his arrow. Power shot! Whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air and struck the wild boar's eye with precision, causing blood to splatter. Combat notification. Your skill hit the wild boar's weak spot, dealing 1.5x damage. The attack reduced the wild boar's HP by 18. Suyu's attack immediately drew the aggro of several wild boars. They charged at him, their tusks gleaming menacingly. However, Suyu was prepared. He began to retreat. As an archer with low health, maintaining distance from enemies was crucial, and kiting was a necessary tactic. After all, staying alive was key to dealing damage. Whoosh, whoosh, Suyu shot arrows while retreating, each one hitting the weakened wild boar's vulnerable spots. Soon, the wild boar fell, slightly hindering the charge of the remaining boars. System notification. You have killed a level 1 wild boar, gaining 2 experience points. Experience bar. 72,200 including 20 exploration points. Congratulations, you have looted the charge skill. Talent effect triggered. Suyu was delighted by his luck, looting a skill on his first kill. But with the wild boars still in pursuit, he didn't have time to check the passive effect and continued attacking. Several system notifications followed. Congratulations, you have looted 1 point of constitution. Congratulations, you have looted 1 point of constitution. In less than a minute, Suyu killed 5 wild boars, far more efficiently than a typical player team. He looted 1 passive skill, 3 points of constitution, and 1 point of strength, a significant haul. Suyu quickly collected his loot, 1 silver coin and a white common ring. If not for the increased drop rate for killing the first monster, he might have gotten nothing. As for the wild boar hides, he deemed them not worth the time, since 10 hides could only be exchanged for 1 silver coin. Next, Suyu opened his skill panel to check the newly looted skill. Charge passive 1100. Effect. After shooting an arrow, increase movement speed by 5 points for 1 second. 3 seconds cooldown. An increase of 5 movement speed was quite significant. Suyu's agility already provided 12 points of movement speed, so this passive skill added almost half. The faster the speed, the easier it was to kite enemies. Noticing the number 1100 after the skill, Suyu wondered if the passive could stack up to 100 layers. With this thought, his eyes lit up, and he decided to kill a few more monsters to verify his guess. Suyu put on the level 1 white ring, which added 1 strength, raising his attack to 26 points. He headed to another area with a cluster of monsters and began a new round of hunting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down on the wild boar herd. Roar! Instantly, dozens of wild boars roared in anger and charged at Suyu. The commotion quickly drew the attention of nearby players. Pulling aggro on dozens of monsters at once? He's gonna get trampled to death by those boars. Tisk TSK. Does he think he's Ip Man, taking on 10 at once? Suyu ignored the chatter. Despite the large number of monsters, he was confident. After all, the wild boars couldn't outrun him. With a confident smile, Suyu used his speed and range advantage to kite the wild boar herd. System notifications kept popping up. Congratulations, you have looted 1 point of constitution. Congratulations, you have looted the charge skill. Suyu's hypothesis was confirmed. The passive skill could indeed stack layers. His movement speed increased rapidly, and he soon killed all 38 wild boars. He also discovered a hidden rule of his talent. After looting 10 points of constitution and strength, it stopped looting attributes and switched to looting the charge skill. As a result, the passive skill's layers quickly rose to 23, increasing his movement speed by 115 points with each arrow shot. Nearby players were astonished to see Suyu wipe out the wild boars. Holy crap, he's a pro. Yeah, but it's just because of his overpowered talent. If I had his talent, I could solo 40 wild boars too. Are you blind? Didn't you see how he hit every weak spot while moving at high speed? His archery skills are better than a world champion's. At that moment, a team of players with the prefix Bloodstained in their IDs passed by. The Bloodstained Guild was ranked 25th in the Longwood Guild rankings. Recently, they had received investment from top capital forces, and in Suyu's memory, they once broke into the top 10 in Longwood, showing considerable strength. However, their reputation was poor due to their domineering and ruthless behavior. A warrior named Bloodstained Han and the team laughed heartily. Brother Yongye, your archery skills are impressive. Are you interested in joining our Bloodstained Guild's raid team? On behalf of the guild, I invite you to be the raid team leader with an annual salary of 10 million. A mere 10 million was nothing to Suyu. In the real world, he had inherited billions from his parents. Moreover, Suyu had a history of conflict with the Bloodstained Guild in his past life, making them adversaries. Sorry, I won't be joining your guild, Suyu replied curtly and turned to leave. Who does this guy think he is? Just a fragile archer. Does he really think he's invincible? No matter how strong he is, he can only bully small monsters. Without a tank's protection, I'd like to see him take on higher-level monsters, grumbled a mage named Bloodstained Foam. Enough, Bloodstained Han, the vice president, said sternly. He's just a lone player, not worth our attention. Focus on leveling up. If we can achieve the first level 10 player milestone, it'll greatly boost our guild's reputation and come with substantial rewards. You're right, Vice President, the team members agreed, laughing. They drove away the nearby solo players and took over the area with the densest monster spawns without hesitation. Thanks to the passive boost from his 23 layers of charge, Suyu felt confident enough to challenge higher-level monsters. Without hesitation, he headed towards the western forest, where 23-level monsters resided. Soon, a wild wolf entered Suyu's sight. This level 3 creature had 750 health points, 63 attack power, and a skill called Bite. As one of the common beasts in the plains, wild wolves were known for their vicious nature and pack mentality, often attacking anything in their sight. Compared to wild boars, wolves had significantly higher attributes and faster speed. Given that the highest player level was currently only level 1, no one dared to provoke these wolves. This left Suyu with a spacious area to farm monsters. Suddenly, a howl shattered the plain's tranquility. Sensing human presence, the wolf pack turned to look at Suyu, their eyes gleaming with cold cruelty. Undeterred, Suyu quickly drew his longbow. Power shot. Normal attack. He fired a flurry of arrows in rapid succession. Each arrow traveled dozens of meters, precisely piercing the wolves' heads through their eyes. The wolves howled in pain, damage numbers continuously appearing above their heads as their health plummeted. Thanks to his innate talent boost, Suyu's strength was a formidable 22 points. His normal attacks dealt 44 damage, and with the 1.5x weak point attack bonus, each shot was devastating. Despite the wolves' speed, they couldn't catch the nimble Suyu. In less than 20 seconds, one wolf fell to his arrows. A system notification promptly sounded. Ding! You have killed a level 3 wild wolf, gaining 6 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have plundered 2 agility points. Level 3 monsters offered substantial experience. Suyu's experience points had reached 162, meaning he only needed to kill 7 more wolves to level up a task that would take him just a few minutes. Sure enough, not long after, the system prompted again. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2, gaining 1 to all attributes, 1 free attribute point. Without hesitation, Suyu allocated his free attribute point to strength. During this battle, he had already plundered 16 agility points, so he wasn't lacking in that area. The only downside was that he hadn't yet acquired the wolf's skill. Suyu opened his character panel to review his attributes. ID. Eternal Knight. Class, Apprentice Archer. Level, 2. Health, 440. Mana, 240. Attributes, Strength 24, Constitution 22, Agility 29, Spirit 12. Attack Speed, 2.04s. Attack, 48. Physical Defense, 22. Magic Defense, 11. With a significant boost in attributes, Suyu's attack speed, movement speed, and attack range had all been greatly enhanced. Except for his spirit value, his other attributes far surpassed those of players at the same level. If he could encounter more powerful monsters, the potential of his Sky-Plundering Arrow talent would further increase, making Suyu even more formidable. Closing the panel, Suyu refocused on the battle. His hand speed was astonishing, and arrows rained down on the wolf pack, producing a series of damage numbers. One wolf after another fell to his arrows. Finally, the long-awaited system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 2 strength points. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered the bite skill. So you quickly check the newly acquired passive skill. Bite passive 120. Effect. Every third arrow shot causes 5 points of bleed damage to the enemy, lasting for 3 seconds. This was a decent damage-dealing passive. Given Suyu's attack speed, he could trigger the bleed effect twice every 3 seconds. When fully stacked, the accumulated bleed damage would reach 300 points, a considerable amount. Feeling elated, Suyu continued battling the wild wolves. After several dozen minutes, the system prompted again. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 3, gaining 1 to all attributes, 1 free attribute point. During this period, Suyu had plundered a total of 20 strength points, 30 agility points, and 20 levels of the bite passive. At this point, he could no longer gain additional benefits from the wild wolves and lost interest in them. Suyu took stock of his gains. 13 silver coins and 2 whiteboard warrior equipment pieces. According to the in-game market, even whiteboard equipment could fetch a high price of several dozen gold coins. This confirmed the saying, scarcity drives value. With the low drop rate of equipment in Divine Realm, prices naturally remained high. Furthermore, various guilds were competing to achieve the first level 10 player milestone, driving up equipment prices. I've reached level 3. Coupled with the damage from the bite passive, I'm strong enough to undertake the village chief's quest, Suyu thought to himself. He decided to sell the whiteboard equipment first before heading to the western forest. However, on his way, Suyu encountered a group of level 1 wild boars and stopped in his tracks. While killing level 1 monsters no longer yielded experience points, his charge passive had not yet reached the maximum of 100 layers. As someone with mild OCD, Suyu felt uneasy. He decisively halted and drew his longbow to start fighting. A few minutes later, the passive skill finally maxed out. Suyu looked at the skill panel with satisfaction, seeing 2 fully stacked passives. Charge passive 100,100. Effect. After shooting an arrow, increase movement speed by 500 points for 1 second. 3-second cooldown. Bite passive 2020. Effect. Every third arrow shot causes 100 points of bleed damage to the enemy, lasting for 3 seconds. Suyu was quite pleased. He started walking towards the village entrance, where many game traders were gathered to buy silver coins and equipment. Just then, a system announcement suddenly echoed in the ears of nearby players. Ding! Koro Village announcement. Players have been excessively killing the wild boar king's offspring, inciting its rage. The boss is about to appear. Suyu was stunned, a question flashing through his mind. Is the wild boar king boss appearing this soon? According to his memory, the wild boar king should show up on the Koro village plains in half an hour. He muttered to himself, could my actions have altered history? Looking up towards the center of the plains, a thunderous roar resounded all around. Roar! A massive black wild boar, towering 5 meters high, materialized in the middle of the plains. Its fur stood on end like steel spikes, exuding a menacing and intimidating aura. Suyu immediately used his player's built-in scanning ability. Wild Boar King Bronze Lord. Level 3. HP. 96,00096,000. Attack. 480. Skills. Iron Skin. Increases defense by 20. HP by 20. Frenzied Charge. Charges at high speed towards the enemy, dealing massive physical damage. Roar. Stuns nearby enemies for 3 seconds with a powerful roar. No wonder it's a bronze level boss, Suyu marveled. Nearly 100,000 HP and 480 attack power. A single hit could easily kill an ordinary player. However, instead of being terrified by such a formidable boss, the surrounding players were excited. After all, a boss meant rare equipment and items. Suyu recalled how, in real-life games, countless disputes had erupted among players over bosses, even leading to real-life physical altercations. Voices of discussion rose around him. This boss is so huge and dark. I love it. While people are free to have their own preferences, there are some lines that shouldn't be crossed. It seems no player from any country has gotten the first kill on this boss yet. This is our chance, Dragon Nation. This boss kill belongs to our Sky Blade Guild. Screw you. Whoever gets the boss kill, it's theirs. Players' eyes burned with eagerness as they stared at the wild boar king, ready to pounce. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode at any moment. Brothers, let's go. Take down the boss. Charge! The leader of a ragtag group shouted, his voice cutting through the noisy crowd. His teammates followed closely behind, charging towards the wild boar king. The novice players were fearless, treating death as merely a waste of time. With someone leading the charge, the scattered players on the plains joined in, launching a fierce attack. Meanwhile, members of several guilds from the Koro Nubi village were gathering. They didn't rush into the battlefield blindly, but chose to observe from a distance. Everyone, stay put, commanded Shui Ranhan sternly. Let the solo players wear down the wild boar king's health. When the moment is right, we'll move in for the first kill. His team nodded silently. Shui Ranhan continued to give orders. Fengzi, when we go for the boss, use your talent to suppress its attack and defense by 20. With me here, the first kill is ours for sure. Shui Ranfeng chuckled. But if it drops mage gear, can I use it? Sure, Shui Ranhan replied with a smile. Rare gear always goes to the pioneering team members first. Don't worry about that. As they plotted, Suyu was also observing the guild players' actions. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He thought to himself, I must secure the first boss kill. Suyu knew that the first boss kill was linked to a world announcement reward, which included precious essence of life. To synchronize game's strength with reality, essence of life was indispensable. Usually, special dungeons that drop essence of life wouldn't open until mid-game. Early on, such rewards could only be obtained through rare world announcements. By now, a large number of solo players had already reached the Wild Boar King, bombarding it with various skills. However, most attacks couldn't even penetrate the boss's defense. Only a few players with powerful talents managed to inflict minor damage, insignificant compared to the boss's nearly 100,000 health points. After a wave of fierce attacks, the Wild Boar King had only lost a few thousand health points. The scene was chaotic, and players started to complain to each other. Damn it, who cast that fireball? It hit me instead of the boss. With such a big target, how could you miss? Put down your staff and go back to farming. Please stop pushing. If you keep this up, even a guy like me will get pregnant from the crowding. Female players were scared and retreated. Some players with ill intentions tried to take advantage, but were promptly struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, sending them back to the respawn point. The Wild Boar King roared, unleashing a massive shockwave that stunned all players within a few dozen meters for 3 seconds. Taking this opportunity, the Wild Boar King launched a berserk charge. The ground shook as it ran, and players hit by it disappeared in flashes of white light. High damage numbers kept popping up, clearing the area around the boss. However, players quickly filled the gaps and resumed their attacks on the boss. As time passed, the Wild Boar King's health bar slowly decreased. Half an hour later, the Wild Boar King's health dropped below 3,000. Guilds like Shui Ran, Tian Dao, Wang Yi, and Qin Yun began to stir. Many players were still stuck at the village respawn point, unable to reach the scene in time. Get ready to move! Shui Ranfeng shouted, unable to contain his excitement. At this critical moment, 3 arrows suddenly shot towards the Wild Boar King's eyes from the right. Su used 2 passive skills activated simultaneously, boosting his movement speed by 500 points. He instantly became the highest damage dealer, successfully drawing the boss's aggro. The Wild Boar King roared and charged at Suyu. Suyu retreated while shooting, leading the boss towards an empty area on the right. Players were momentarily stunned, but soon realized what was happening and chased after him furiously. Damn it, that guy is stealing our boss. Catch up and kill him. Thousands of players followed, turning the scene into a bizarre chase where one person kited the boss, and the boss kited thousands of players. With a 1-second speed boost from his passive skill, Suyu barely maintained his distance from the Wild Boar King. Arrows flew backward like kite strings, continuously whittling down the boss's health. The bleeding effect from every third arrow added an extra 100 damage on average per shot. The Wild Boar King's health quickly reached its limit. Finally, Suyu unleashed a powerful shot, ending the Wild Boar King's life. The massive body collapsed, and a notification echoed in the ears of players worldwide. Ding, world announcement. Congratulations to player Eternal Knight for being the first to kill a boss, receiving rewards, 100 gold coins, 1,000 reputation, 1 essence of life, and 1 silver chest. The announcement repeated 6 times, causing a stir among players worldwide. Foreign players were furious, accusing Longwool players of cheating. In contrast, Longwool players were ecstatic. Members of the Shui Ran Guild were in a foul mood, especially Shui Ran Han, who was nearly spitting blood with rage. They had waited so long, only for a solo player to snatch the first kill. Let's go, Shui Ran Han said coldly. We may have missed the first kill, but we must get the boss's loot. Meanwhile, as the Wild Boar King fell, so you receive system notifications. Ding! You have killed a level 3 Wild Boar King, earning 720 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 4, gaining 1 to all attributes and 1 free attribute point. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the rare steel skin skill. The battle was over, and the Wild Boar King's body dropped a plethora of rewards. So you quickly picked up the loot. 140 silver coins, a black Iron Warrior skill book, a black Iron Warrior equipment, and a bronze longbow. The rest were some common items and materials. Su Yu's gaze was fixed on the longbow, scrutinizing every detail. The beast bone longbow had bronze parts that gleamed coldly, and its attributes were enticing. Weapon power 10, agility 3, and critical rate 3. The equipment requirement was level 3 archer. What attracted him the most was the 3 critical rate bonus. Although the number seemed small, every advantage in the game was crucial. Without hesitation, Su Yu equipped the new weapon, feeling his power surge to 58 points. However, the most exciting part was the newly acquired plunder skill. As the system notification sounded, Steel Skin passive 11 effect activated, permanently increasing health by 1,000 points. When attacked, block 200 points of damage first. Su Yu felt fortunate. With his 200-point damage block, most players wouldn't be able to harm him at all. As he reveled in his newfound abilities, the system kept chiming. Ding! You have received 3.58 million private messages. Su Yu skimmed through a few, finding mostly greetings from ordinary players, some invitations from major guild leaders, and requests to buy his boss equipment. Uninterested, Su Yu set his messages to reject strangers. Just as he was about to check the world announcement rewards, a group from the Bloodstained Guild surrounded him menacingly. Su Yu smirked playfully at the guild leader, Shui Ran Han, and said, Guild leader Shui, what do you want by bringing so many people here? Shui Ran Han squinted his eyes and spoke coldly. Yongye, sell all the equipment dropped by the Wild Boar King boss to me. Name your price. Sorry, I'm not selling. Su Yu refused without hesitation. Shui Ran Han frowned, calculating his next move. Reaching level 10 first, gaining guild fame, and with substantial capital injection, Bloodstained Guild could even aim for the world's top guild spot. To achieve this, he needed these bronze equipment, especially since the guild's backers had promised substantial rewards. With greed flashing in his eyes, Shui Ran Han said coldly, Brother, think carefully. Bloodstained Guild may not rank high, but we have tens of thousands of members nationwide. Our strength is not to be underestimated. His words were laced with threats. Fully aware of the Bloodstained Guild's nature, Su Yu laughed. So you want to rob me? Just do it then. Stop pretending. He raised his longbow and taunted. Show me what you've got. Unbelievable. Shui Ran Han, embarrassed by the exposure, shouted. Fengzi. Weakening curse. Shui Ran Feng immediately cast his talent on Su Yu, and the battle prompt appeared. You are cursed, reducing defense and attack by 80 for 1 minute. Nice talent, but today, it's you guys who will die, Su Yu said nonchalantly. Even with 0 attack, he still had the passive bleed damage to rely on. Ah, Shui Ran Feng sneered. With my curse, your attack is down to a few points. How will you kill me? Besides, I have dozens of teammates. What will you use to kill me? Impatient, Shui Ran Han interrupted. Fengzi, stop talking and attack. He's just a fragile archer, close in and finish him. He led the charge, swinging his long sword with a basic warrior, skill-heavy slash. However, as the sword blade whistled towards him, Su Yu remained motionless, a calm smile on his lips. Bang! Ding! You have been attacked by the Bloodstained team. Counterattack does not increase crime value. The sword hit Su Yu, but only a pitiful damage number appeared. What? Shui Ran Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite having weakened Yongye's defense by 80, his attack couldn't break through. He could deal double-digit damage to the Wild Boar King. Yet Yongye's defense was higher than the boss's. Seizing the moment, Su Yu fired 3 arrows at Shui Ran Han's face. The 3rd arrow triggered the bleed effect, and Shui Ran Han's health bar instantly dropped to 0. Ding, you have killed player Shui Ran Han. Shui Ran Han's sudden fall stunned the other members. Damn, he killed Han. Kill him, and avenge the vice leader. Shui Ran Feng led the team in a fierce attack. Spells, arrows, and summons surged towards Su Yu, but the damage numbers were all 0. Why is his defense so high? Is my talent fake? Shui Ran Feng shouted in disbelief. Archers were supposed to be fragile, but Su Yu was an exception. Meanwhile, Su Yu continued to calmly draw his bow and shoot. Bayu, bayu, bayu. The arrows hit their marks, claiming a life every few seconds. After several rounds of futile attacks, the Bloodstained members broke down and fled. Although Su Yu couldn't chase them all, he still managed to kill over 20 members. Spectating players cheered. Well done. I've always hated Bloodstained. They monopolize grinding spots in every game, bullying many players, including me. Yongye is the best. Now, I recorded the whole thing. I'll post it on the Divine Realm forum. Watch out for Bloodstain's legal threats. Amidst the players' chatter, Suyu walked towards Koro village. On the way, he opened a silver chest, revealing 2 rewards. You have obtained 500 gold coins. You have obtained Hunter's Gloves Silver, another piece of equipment, and its silver quality. Suyu examined the attributes. Hunter's Gloves Silver. Part: Hands. Power 10, Agility 8, Defense 5. Feature: Critical Rate 5. Equipment requirement: Level 4 Archer. This was another top-tier silver equipment. If sold, it could fetch at least 10,000 gold, worth millions in Dragon Country currency. Suyu happily equipped the Hunter's Gloves, feeling his critical rate rise to 8, and his attributes significantly improved. He checked his latest attribute panel with satisfaction. ID: Yongye. Level 4. Health: 1,480. Mana: 280. Attributes: Power 68, Constitution 24, Agility 56, Spirit 14. Attack speed: 2.99s. Suyu was very pleased with his current strength. This power was enough to challenge the skeleton monsters in the forest. Suyu's gaze fell on the final reward. Undoubtedly the most significant gain of this event, the life essence. This special item, once used, can transfer 5 of the enhanced attributes from the game to the real body, up to a maximum of 20 pieces. In other words, by consuming 20 life essences, Suyu could achieve 100 of his in-game attributes in reality. As the first life essence in the Divine Realm, its auction value could easily reach billions, if not tens of billions. However, in reality, money was not an issue for Suyu, so he chose to use the life essence immediately without hesitation. Just then, several teams started approaching his location. Suyu glanced over and recognized them as other guilds from Keluizhen village: Qinyun, Yu-Ing, and Kuang-Feng. Before the Divine Realm descended, Qinyun and Kuang-Feng ranked 12th and 19th respectively on the Dragon Nation's guild leaderboard. Yu-Ing Guild, on the other hand, was a medium-sized guild composed of lifestyle players and had not made it to the leaderboard. Suyu remembered that while other factions were recruiting top-tier players, Yu-Ing Guild took a different route. They received investment from Yuehai Group and integrated dozens of lifestyle player guilds, attracting a large number of top-tier lifestyle players. In the future, Yu-Ing became the wealthiest guild globally, establishing close partnerships with other guilds. The original leader of Qinyun Guild, Qinyun Tianshang, greeted warmly, "Brother Yongyi, your strength has truly opened my eyes." Suyu calmly asked, "What brings you here?" Qinyun Tianshang smiled and said, "I saw that after you killed the wild boar, the items that dropped included not just the bronze longbow in your hand, but also some black iron quality items, right? If you don't need them, would you sell them to me?" This big guild leader spoke with a polite and respectful tone, quite unlike the commanding demeanor of Shui Ranhan, making him immediately likable. Suyu nodded, sure. He had planned to sell the black iron equipment and skill books anyway, and big guilds usually offered higher prices than game merchants. Highest bidder wins. You 3 can start bidding. At that moment, Yu-Ing, she suddenly shouted, "Wait!" All eyes turned to the beautiful leader of Yu-Ing Guild. She smiled and explained, "I'm not interested in the equipment. My target is the materials from the Wild Boar King, as well as any blueprints or potion recipes." Suyu shook his head. "No blueprints, but I do have a potion recipe." He took out the Wild Boar King's corpse and the strength potion recipe. Yu-Ing Shi's eyes lit up upon seeing the recipe's effects. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Mr. Yongyi, our guild's current gold reserves are insufficient. Could we pay in cash instead?" "I only accept gold," Suyu replied nonchalantly. Seeing Yu-Ing Shi's conflicted expression, Suyu couldn't help but smile. "President Shi, how about I give you a suggestion? Instead of gold, why not pay me a share of the potion sales? A potion that temporarily boosts strength will definitely be a hot seller in the early stages of the game." Yu-Ing Shi was clearly intrigued by this proposal, but she still said, "I'll need to discuss this with the higher-ups and get back to you." "All right," Suyu nodded, then turned to the other two and took out 2 items, a double strike skill book and a black iron savage beast armor. After examining the attributes of the skill book and equipment, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of black iron equipment, its attributes are several times better than whiteboard equipment. Both guild leaders almost simultaneously shouted, "I want that warrior armor." Qinyun Tianshang immediately bid 5,000 silver coins. A rich second-generation player named Du Zhuishan Feng interrupted, 10,000 silver coins, the armor is mine." The 2 guild leaders ignored him. Kuang Feng Guild's leader, Kuang Feng Wanzhong, quickly followed with 15,000 silver coins. Qinyun Tianshang questioned, "Brother Wanzhong, your guild doesn't even have top-tier warrior players. Why are you getting involved?" Kuang Feng Wanzhong chuckled. I know that, but if you don't pay a bit more today, you won't be taking this first black iron armor. You're ruthless, Kinyin Tianshang said helplessly. Then without hesitation, raised his bid, 20,000 silver coins. In the previous life, the market price for mainstream black iron equipment was at most 5,000 silver coins. If it weren't for the fact that the Savage Beast armor was the first black iron equipment, they would never have bid so high. The bidding grew more intense, and in the end, Kinyin Tianshang secured the Savage Beast armor for 200,000 silver coins, while the skill book was bought by Kuang Feng for 150,000 silver coins. The total of 350,000 silver coins equaled 3,500 gold coins, nearly $1 million in cash. After the transaction, the two guilds added Su Yu as a friend before leaving the village entrance. At this point, Yu Yingxi had finished her discussion with the higher-ups. She solemnly said, "We agree to your proposal and can offer you a 15 share of the sales." Su Yu raised 3 fingers. "I want 30. Yu Yingxi was about to speak when Su Yu interrupted. "This 30 share isn't for nothing. I can tell you the locations of materials needed to make strength potions throughout the entire Bright Empire region." After being reborn through the heart of reincarnation, Su Yu's memories had become exceptionally vivid, and he remembered everything clearly. Yu Yingxi, upon hearing this, carefully said, "If what you say is true, I can agree to this share on behalf of the guild. We can sign a system contract," Su Yu replied. "Deal." Yu Yingxi agreed to the transaction. After signing the contract, she spent another 50,000 silver coins to purchase the Wild Boar King's corpse and materials. Just as she was about to leave, she turned back and tentatively asked, "Mr. Yongyi, since you know the locations of materials for the strength potion, do you also know about other materials?" In her mind, Su Yu might have obtained a map or something similar from an NPC, detailing the distribution of materials in the Bright Empire. "I know most of them," Su Yu admitted frankly, "but if Yu Ying wants this information, you'll have to pay extra." "No problem." Yu Yingxi smiled. "I hope we can maintain this partnership." The two parted ways, laying the groundwork for future cooperation. The deal concluded, Su Yu headed straight to the dark forest in the west. This ancient battlefield is littered with the remains of countless warriors, and its unique environment has given rise to numerous dark undead. Even the Church of Light had to station a squad of light knights to guard the area. However, due to the forest's vast expanse and the limited manpower of the knights, Koro village often suffers from undead attacks. The village chief issued a quest to eliminate the undead, hinting at deeper implications. As the name suggests, the Dark Forest is not only a nightmare for novice players, but also pivotal to the main storyline. However, until players reach level 10, all of this remains a mystery. Half an hour later, Su Yu arrived at the western part of Koro village, where the Dark Forest lay. The sound of cracking bones echoed around him as skeleton soldiers emerged from the ground, their rusty weapons glinting coldly in the sunlight. They surrounded Su Yu like a tide, seemingly intent on swallowing this uninvited guest whole. Su Yu looked at these ordinary skeleton soldiers with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Killing them and collecting soul crystals would complete the village chief's quest, but the reward was merely a piece of black iron equipment. However, hunting elite skeletons would yield a precious piece of golden equipment. In the early stages of the game, until players reach level 15, there were fewer than 10 pieces of golden equipment in the entire realm, highlighting their rarity. With time on his side, Su Yu devised a plan. He decided to use these skeleton soldiers to grind his attributes and skills in preparation for upcoming challenges. Without hesitation, he took out his bone longbow and activated his mighty shot skill. The bowstring tightened abruptly, releasing a powerful shot that whistled through the air, dealing 14 damage to a skeleton. Su Yu's movement speed surged by 500 points, allowing him to effortlessly outpace the sluggish skeletons. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Su Yu's arrows rained down like a storm, taking out a skeleton every 3 to 4 seconds. A critical hit would make the process even faster. Ding! You have killed a level 5 skeleton soldier, gaining 10 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 2 points of spirit. Ding! Congratulations! You have plundered the heavy slash skill. After killing over a dozen skeletons, Su Yu finally plundered a skill. He took a moment to examine it, and found it to be a passive skill called Heavy Slash. Though it could only be triggered once per battle, its max damage was a staggering 5,000 points, making it a terrifying burst attack. Thinking of this, Su Yu aimed his bow at a weakened skeleton and easily killed it. The passive skill icon turned gray, entering a 20-second cooldown. 10 minutes later, the system notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 5, gaining 1 to all attributes and 1 free attribute point. Su Yu's body flashed with golden light, instantly restoring his status. His experience bar now showed 666-1750, having gained 30 points of spirit and 100 stacks of the heavy slash passive from the skeletons. Although more skeletons continued to emerge from the ground, Suyu had lost interest. It's about time to move on, Suyu murmured to himself as he opened the map and headed towards a familiar coordinate. Before long, Suyu arrived at a 3-meter-wide pit. The sound of cracking bones emanated from within as it sensed his presence. A large skeleton, wielding a long sword and clad in tattered armor, crawled out. Skeleton Warrior Elite, Level 5, HP 440-04400, Attack 138, Skills. Heavy Slash, Undead Body. Suyu quickly scanned the monster's stats and thought, despite being the same level, this skeleton warrior could easily overpower those ordinary skeletons. Finally, it's here. Suyu's lips curled into a smile as he pulled out a pre-prepared iron cage scroll. He tore it open without hesitation, and a bright silver light emerged, forming a giant iron cage over the pit. This terrain, combined with the iron cage, was the perfect spot for farming monsters. The creatures had no way to escape and were at his mercy. The skeleton warrior furiously swung its long sword at the cage, but it remained unscathed. After all, it was a black iron-level skill, and a mere level 5 elite monster stood no chance of breaking it. Suyu immediately shot an arrow, triggering the passive effect. The damage was astonishing. Ding! You have killed a level 5 skeleton warrior, gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered the undead body skill rare. Suyu checked the new skill. Undead body passive 11, effect. Immunity to fear, stun, and other mental debuffs, 5 to all attributes. Elite monsters indeed. The rewards far surpass those of ordinary creatures. Suyu glanced back at the few remaining skeleton warriors in the cage, his eyes gleaming with greed. These are all experience and attribute points. Leave none alive. Suyu then unleashed a relentless slaughter. His arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, and the skeleton warriors could only take the hits without fighting back. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 3 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations, you have plundered 1 point of constitution. 200 skeletons were merely a warm-up for Suyu. In less than an hour, he had met the quest requirements. After this round of combat, Suyu had reached level 6, amassing 30 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, and 10 points of spirit. The equipment and items dropped by the monsters all fell into the pit. With no more skeletons spawning, Suyu could safely collect his rewards. The pit was only a few meters deep, and he jumped down effortlessly. Silver coins, equipment, and materials were scattered everywhere, while the skeleton's bones had been refreshed away. Suyu began picking up the items. Ding! You have obtained 200 soul crystals elite. Please submit the quest to the village chief as soon as possible, the system prompted. Suyu ignored the prompt and focused on inspecting his loot. The drop rate for elite monsters was significantly higher than for ordinary ones. The 200 skeleton warriors had dropped 4 heavy slash skill books. Unfortunately, they weren't very valuable since heavy slash was a basic skill for warriors that everyone had. These whiteboard skill books were only useful as fodder when synthesizing higher-level skill books to increase the success rate. Additionally, there were 12 pieces of level 5 whiteboard equipment which were worth some money. Satisfied, Suyu put away his spoils and prepared to return to the village. However, just then an unexpected change occurred. A large amount of black mist suddenly surged from the pit, and the ground lit up with gray light, vaguely forming a special circular pattern. Is this a magic array? Suyu was still pondering the array's purpose when a force materialized out of nowhere. Swish! Suyu vanished from the pit in an instant. In a pitch-black cavern, a sudden flash of light appeared, and Suyu's figure materialized out of thin air. In an instant, numerous pale blue crystals embedded in the surrounding stone walls lit up, their soft glow dispelling the darkness of the cave. Suyu looked around and realized he was in a teleportation array. The cavern was quite spacious, covering several hundred square meters. Apart from himself, it was eerily silent with no signs of life. Suyu quickly checked his map and found that his coordinates hadn't changed. He was still in the monster cave. A bold guess surfaced in his mind. Am I underground? Just as he was pondering, the air suddenly vibrated violently, and the runes on the ground lit up. In a flash, a skeletal figure wielding a bone bow appeared about 100 meters away. The system immediately provided detailed information. Skeleton Hunter Keyed, Bronze Lord. Level 6. HP. 150,000,150,000. Attack. 800. Skills. Hunter's Instinct. Has a chance to predict the enemy's next move. Dark Arrow Rain. Condenses dark power into arrows, causing massive damage to nearby enemies. Nightfall. Summons a dark fog, blinding nearby enemies for 3 seconds. Description. In life, he was a renowned archer of the Light Empire. To save his cursed daughter, he willingly sacrificed his soul and became a servant of the necromancer Noah. Suyu was taken aback. He hadn't expected to encounter a boss. The system immediately issued an announcement. Ding, Kolo Village announcement. A player has discovered a boss in the Dark Forest. All players are requested to go and defeat the boss. Suyu ignored the announcement, knowing that other players would never find this hidden location. He was more concerned about the mention of Necromancer Noah. Wasn't that the final boss of the main storyline quest in Kolo Village? Suyu scrutinized the skeleton hunter, recalling an interview from his past life. At the time, a player from the Remnant Cloud Guild had revealed the hidden method to complete the village chief's quest and the monster spawning points. However, that player claimed not to have encountered a teleportation array after killing 200 skeleton warriors. Was he hiding something, or did he really not encounter the boss? The skeleton hunter gave Suyu no time to think. Its hollow eye sockets flickered with a ghostly blue flame, and a hoarse, icy voice echoed from its mouth. Intruders will be killed without mercy. Before the words had fully left its mouth, it had already raised its bone bow, and an arrow formed from dark elements came whistling towards him. Suyu reacted swiftly, immediately activating his passive acceleration and narrowly dodging the lethal strike. The arrow grazed past him, crashing into the stone wall behind and blasting out a large crater. Power shot! Suyu refused to back down, quickly turning and unleashing his skill while retreating to create distance. With the combined effects of heavy strike passive and power shot, his arrow flew towards the boss like lightning. Although the skeleton hunter seemed to sense Suyu's actions, its bodily reactions couldn't keep up with its thoughts. With a resounding boom, the boss's health plummeted. In the ensuing battle, Suyu relied on decades of honed combat instincts and skills to predict the boss's attack positions through its subtle movements, engaging in a thrilling duel. His maneuvers were fluid and precise, each attack hitting its mark, while the boss's strikes barely missed. Suyu's basic attacks dealt a steady 87 damage, with a DPS reaching 261. Additionally, the passive bleeding effect caused an extra 100 damage per second. However, facing this high-damage boss, a single mistake could be fatal. So you had to stay fully focused, maintaining the perfect attack rhythm. As time passed, Suyu gradually whittled down the boss's health, thanks to its formidable regeneration. It took him over 10 minutes to reduce its HP to 50. At that moment, the skeleton hunter suddenly roared, "Accept the judgment of darkness." It fired an arrow that split into hundreds of dark arrows, covering a vast area. Its skill, Dark Arrow Rain. This time, Suyu had nowhere to hide. After taking 3 consecutive hits, his health plummeted to 440, 1820, leaving him in a precarious situation. If not for the 200 damage block provided by his iron skin, this move alone would have killed him. Without a complete set of level 5 iron gear, an average player couldn't solo a bronze boss. Suyu relied entirely on his incredible skills to make up for the huge attribute gap. Any slight mistake would mean certain death. If other players saw Suyu soloing a bronze boss, they would be astounded by his godlike maneuvers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows whizzed through the air as Suyu tirelessly shot for over half an hour. The health of the skeleton hunter, Kaide, finally dropped below 5,000, entering the kill zone. Suyu immediately ceased his attack and began running in circles. After 20 seconds, he successfully exited combat mode, allowing his heavy slash passive skill to refresh. He quickly turned, drew his bow to full tension, and fired a direct shot. The system notification chimed. Ding! You have slain level 6 skeleton hunter Kaide, gaining 1680 experience points. Another message followed. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the ultra-rare skill, Hunter's Instinct. Kaide collapsed with a resentful murmur. I am not satisfied. The blue soul fire in its eye sockets gradually faded and finally extinguished. The boss's skeleton crumbled, scattering colorful loot all over the ground. Suyu exhaled deeply, the intense battle having left him physically and mentally exhausted. After a brief rest, he stood up to collect the spoils. Unfortunately, the boss's weapon didn't drop. Instead, he found a bronze ring. Bone ring. Type: bronze. Slot: finger. Attributes: strength 12, defense 4. Special feature: attack speed 5. Equip requirement: level 5 archer. So you put the decent ring on his right hand, already wearing a plain ring on his left. His strength attribute immediately increased to 118 points. As for the hunter's instinct skill he looted, being a passive skill for archers, its effect remained unchanged. Hunter's Instinct Passive 11. Effect: grants a chance to predict an enemy's next move. The higher the spirit, the higher the chance. For Suyu, already skilled in reading enemy movements, this passive skill was undoubtedly a game changer. Closing the attribute panel, Suyu began contemplating how to leave the cave. He didn't want to resort to suicide and respawn in the newbie village, especially since some special areas in the divine realm caused players to respawn where they died. At that moment, a raspy voice suddenly spoke from behind him. Young man, you are quite impressive. So you spun around to see a black throne materialize out of thin air. Several mithril chains, twisted like ancient dragons, bound an old man with a hideous face to the throne, rendering him immobile. Necromancer knows? Suyu exclaimed in shock. He never expected to encounter this final boss before the main storyline had even begun. In a past life, the main storyline of Kilo Village opened up, and the quest instance became available to players. Noisi broke free from his seal, transformed into a lich, and led an army of undead to attack the camp of the Light Knights. Kilo Village was in grave danger, but Suyu, with his god-level talent, turned the tide and personally killed the lich Noisi. At this moment, standing before Noisi, a bold idea surged in Suyu's mind. Could he kill him in advance? He focused his detection ability. Undead Archmage Noisi. Level. Status, sealed. Suyu shook his head and abandoned the thought. Even sealed, Noisi's power far surpassed his lich form, and Suyu doubted he could even scratch him. Looking around, a teleportation array caught his eye. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally leave this eerie cave. Just then, Noisi, imprisoned on his throne, suddenly spoke, a creepy smile on his lips. Haha, I never thought that after hundreds of years, someone would still remember my name. Young man, as the first person to complete the trial within 2 hours, I am willing to give you an opportunity. If you shatter the core of the magic array in the tunnel behind you, I will bestow upon you unparalleled power. Suyu suddenly understood why he had entered the cave time. In his past life, the player from the Remnant Cloud Guild was not as strong as him and needed several hours, even with a team, to kill 200 elite monsters, thus failing to activate the array. Of course, Suyu would never trust Noisi. This undead archmage had slaughtered hundreds of human cities centuries ago, attempting to summon an undead army to destroy the world. Believing him would be a death wish. Suyu quickly pondered. Was there a way to gain benefits from Noisi without releasing him? With this thought, he looked up at Noisi, rubbing his hands, greed flashing in his eyes. What can you grant me? The performance was flawless. With decades of experience in the realm of gods from his past life, Suyu had honed his acting skills to an Oscar-winning level. In those days, players had developed a systematic way of talking to NPCs to get rewards. Noisi, seeing Suyu's actions, showed a hint of contempt in his smile. As a cunning old fox with hundreds of years of experience, he knew that greedy humans like Suyu had no bottom line and were the easiest to manipulate. I can grant you all of Kai's legacy, Noisi said, smiling. Kai was the skeleton hunter outside, known as a legendary marksman in life. Great, I agree. Suyu feigned excitement and eagerly walked towards the tunnel. 10 minutes later, a wave of heat hit him. Before him was a wide river of lava, with the core of the magic array absorbing energy to maintain the sealing array's operation in the center of the bubbling lava. Suyu calculated silently. With the boost from heavy/passive, my attack strength should be sufficient to reduce the core's durability. After a moment of thought, he had a plan. He then turned and went back to the tunnel where Noisi's throne was. Young man, why have you returned? Noisi asked, feigning kindness. Did you encounter a problem? Yes. Suyu nodded, pretending to be frustrated. My strength is too weak to shake the core of the array. What? Noisi's smile vanished, his voice rising sharply. Realizing his outburst, he coughed to cover it up. Young man, I witnessed you defeating Kaid. Your strength should be enough. Suyu awkwardly explained. At that time, I was under the effect of a legendary spell cast by my teammate, which greatly enhanced my strength, allowing me to defeat Kaid. Now, the spell's effect has worn off. Hearing this, Noisi almost spat blood in anger. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Unfortunately, restricted by the sealing array, he couldn't probe Suyu's true state. After a long while, Noisi calmed down and said, Young man, I will lend you a weapon. He moved his fingers, and a ring flashed with light. Thud! A longbow, shimmering with silver light, fell to the ground. So, the old guy has a space ring, Suyu thought. Too bad such items are soul-bound and can't be taken. With a sigh, he picked up the equipment. Demon Hunter Bow. Quality silver. Slot. Weapon. Strength 15, Constitution 5, Agility 9. Trait. 10 damage to demonic creatures. Requirement. Level 5 Archer. This is some great gear. Suyu quickly equipped the Demon Hunter Bow, planning to sell his original level 3 bronze quality Beast Bone longbow later. Alright, I'll give it another try. Suyu quickly turned and left. This time, Suyu went through the motions once again. He approached the magma river, then promptly turned back the way he came. Inside the throne cave, Noah saw Suyu's figure reappear, his face filled with frustration. Why are you back again? he practically shouted. Su Yu feigned an embarrassed smile and held up his fingers, leaving a tiny gap between them. I still lack just a smidge of power, he said with a forced sigh. Noah's nearly exploded in anger. Though his powers were sealed, he was still a legendary necromancer, and his dignity as a strong being could not be insulted. More importantly, he needed Su Yu to free him, so he couldn't afford to anger him. Suppressing his rage, Noah's gritted his teeth and said, I have no more magical equipment suitable for you, but I do have a golden skill book. This time, don't let me down. Su Yu's eyes lit up. A golden skill book? This old man was a treasure trove. He quickly promised, rest assured, for the legacy of Kaid, I will give it my all. Suspicion flickered in Noah's eyes. Su Yu knew he had to stop now. After all, constantly deceiving an elderly necromancer was starting to wear on his conscience. With this thought, a slight smile appeared on Su Yu's lips. Noah's handed over the golden skill book, a glint of malice in his eyes. He vowed silently that once he was free, he would make this young man suffer. Su Yu took the skill book and unexpectedly strode toward the teleportation array on the left. Noah's was stunned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Young man, are you sure you're going the right way? He couldn't help but ask. Of course, I am. Su Yu replied with a smile. Archmage Noah's, thank you for your gift. I'll be leaving now, and as for you, just stay here in peace. You're deceiving me? Human, you have no honor. Noah's roared in fury. Su Yu chuckled, talking about honor with someone who wants to destroy the world and serves the god of death. Do you think I'm stupid? Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for not playing fair. Noah's face contorted with rage. Human, you wait. I will kill you. I will kill you. Kill me? Let's see you do that once you're free. Su Yu laughed lightly and stepped onto the array. Goodbyes. He waved, and the array activated, enveloping him in a soft glow as he vanished. Damn you! Noah's roar echoed through the dim cave. Suddenly, endless gray mist coalesced into a shadowy figure standing before the throne. Have you considered my offer? The shadow asked. Noah's raised his head, revealing a ghastly face, and screamed, Get me out of here, no matter the cost. I will tear him apart. Deal. The shadow extended a skeletal hand, placing it on Noah's head. Amidst his agonized screams, Noah's transformed into a black cocoon on the throne, emitting dense black energy, pulsing rhythmically like a heart. The shadow inhaled the black energy with delight and grinned. An ancient soul filled with extreme hatred tastes even better. Perhaps I should thank that young human. In the dark forest, numerous players from Kalu village were searching for the boss mentioned in the announcement. Near the skeleton warrior spawn point, several teams passed by. A mage named Song Jie from one of the teams complained, Damn, my legs are about to give out, and we haven't even seen the boss's shadow. This system is ridiculous. If they want us to kill a boss, they should at least give us a precise location. The team leader, Kwang Sha, said, Let's find a spot to grind and level up. Continuing like this is a waste of time. Just as the others nodded in agreement, a strange noise caught their attention. What was that? Song Jie turned around quickly, only to see Su climbing out of a hole. Brother, what were you doing in there? Song Jie was startled. The rest of the team turned to look, their eyes soon drawn to the gleaming silver hunting bow in Su Yu's hand. A silver weapon? Their eyes were filled with shock, quickly turning to greed. Song Jie quickly spoke in the team channel. Look at the weapon in his hand. It's silver quality. That must be worth millions. He's alone, and he must have gotten it from a wild chest. Guys, should we take it? The team members discussed eagerly. In the realm of Xinyu, there was a rule. Killing a player would make them drop their most valuable item and 10 of their money. All right. Kwang Sha made a decision through gritted teeth. We'll split the money among the 10 of us. After getting unanimous agreement from his teammates, Song Jie fixed a cold, malevolent gaze on Su Yu. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he slowly spoke. Brother, be smart and hand over that silver bow. Otherwise, we'll send you back to the respawn point for free. Before Song Jie could finish speaking, an arrow whistled through the air with lightning speed, piercing his chest. His health bar instantly hit 0, and his voice was abruptly cut off. A system notification immediately sounded in his teammates' ears. Ding, player Eternal Knight has killed your teammate Song Jie. No penalty incurred for the counterattack. Everyone's faces turned pale, looking worse than if they were crying. One teammate couldn't help but exclaim, What the heck? Over 5,000 damage? What kind of godly damage is this? Is he hacking? Another archer mumbled in shock. As a fellow archer, my highest damage is just over 200. It's only a fraction of his. The nearby onlookers widened their eyes, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. At that moment, Su Yu stepped forward sneering, If you're going to rob someone, just do it. Spare me the nonsense. Song Sha forced a weak smile and stammered, Brother, we really didn't plan to rob you. It was all his idea. Su Yu coldly retorted, Do you think I believe you? Before he finished speaking, he had already drawn his hunter's bow to full tension, releasing a rain of arrows that precisely took down the remaining 9. They didn't even have a chance to escape before collapsing to the ground. After dealing with this group, Suyu turned his gaze to the surrounding onlookers and asked indifferently, "What? Do you want to try your luck too?" The crowd snapped out of their daze and hurriedly shook their heads. "No, no. Big boss, we won't bother you." With that, they quickly disappeared from sight, as if they had never been there. Suyu then began collecting the loot. 6 basic pieces of equipment, 3 basic skill books, and 1 item. He thought to himself, they're slightly better than the Bloodstained Guild members. Recalling how he only got a pile of silver coins from killing Bloodstained Guild players on the plains, Suyu couldn't help but lament the early game scarcity. These ordinary items were useless to Suyu. He decided to sell them all once he returned to the village. Next, Suyu took out the golden skill book he had obtained from Nuasi. Clapping his hands together, the skill book dissolved into light and merged into his body. The system notification sounded immediately. Ding, congratulations on learning the skill. Thunderstrike Gold. Thunderstrike Gold level. LV1 upgrade experience. 01600. Effect. Channels thunderous power into an arrow, paralyzing enemies for 2 seconds and dealing 300 strength x3 spirit x4 lightning damage. Cooldown. 9 seconds. Mana cost. 200. Looking at this golden skill, so you had only one thought. Powerful. Not only did it deal explosive damage, but it also had a 2-second stun effect, making it incredibly useful for both PvP and soloing bosses. More importantly, in the realm of the gods, learning the first golden skill activates the skill leaderboard and grants system rewards. The first piece of golden equipment has the same treatment. Sure enough, the system announcement followed. Ding! A crisp system notification echoed throughout the divine realm, followed by an earth-shattering world announcement. Congratulations to player Yongye for becoming the first player to obtain a golden skill. Rewards: 500 gold coins, 2,000 reputation points, 1 life essence, and 1 medium skill experience token. The announcement played 6 times in a row, leaving everyone stunned by the generous rewards. For a moment, players worldwide were left in a state of disbelief. As they regained their senses, players flooded the chat channels with frenzied messages. Debates erupted. That Yongye from the Dragon Kingdom again. Can we mute his announcements? What's the big deal about a golden skill? High talent is what really matters. The president of the Angel Guild, Lafit, has a mythical talent. I bet the Lighthouse Nation will dominate the divine realm. Dragon Kingdom players quickly retaliated against the foreign players' taunts. Are you kidding me? Your so-called Angel Guild has been crushed by the Kyushu Guild for 2 years now. Yongye has been on the announcements twice in a row. Who says he doesn't have mythical talent? I declare Yongye as my eternal idol. Both sides engaged in a fierce war of words across various channels, commonly known as a flame war. However, at the center of the storm, Suyu remained indifferent to the outside commotion. His focus was entirely on the system rewards. Without hesitation, Suyu consumed the life essence, feeling a warm current surge through his body. His attribute synchronization rate increased to 10, making his real-world physical strength even more formidable. Next, he used the medium skill experience token, gaining a whopping 100,000 experience points. These points could only be used to upgrade skills, not to level up the player. Ordinary skills weren't worth upgrading. Only golden skills deserve the investment. Suyu decisively chose to upgrade Thundershot. Ding! You consumed 1,600 points to upgrade Thundershot to LV2. Ding! You consumed 3,200 points to upgrade Thundershot to LV3. Ding! You consumed 52,800 points to upgrade Thundershot to LV4. In one go, he upgraded the skill to level 4, spending a total of 57,600 experience points. The upgraded Thundershot's effect was astonishing. Thundershot Golden Level, LV4, condenses into an arrow with the power of thunder, paralyzing enemies for 2 seconds and dealing 1,200 strength x 3.3 spirit x 4.3 lightning damage. Cooldown, 8.4 seconds. Cost, 350 mana. As a golden quality skill, each level brought significant improvements. At LV4, Thundershot's damage more than doubled, reaching a staggering 1,871 points. This arrow could instantly kill a player of the same level wearing a full set of black iron equipment. With a heavy slash passive, the damage could only be described as terrifying. Satisfied with today's gains, Suyu was even more pleased knowing that he would receive a piece of golden quality professional equipment upon completing the quest. Imagining the expressions of players worldwide upon hearing the third announcement, Suyu couldn't help but smile. It was getting late, so Suyu decided to turn in the quest and log off for some rest. He quickened his pace back to Koro Village. Despite reaching level 6 and moving several times faster, it still took him over half an hour to return to the village elder's house. I definitely need to get a mount for travel, Suyu thought to himself. Without a teleportation array, traveling is such a waste of time. The village elder greeted Suyu with a smile. Yonya, you've finally returned. Have you completed the task I entrusted to you? Suyu nodded and took out 200 elite soul crystals from his backpack. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness. These are all skeleton warrior soul crystals. Yonya, did you destroy an entire undead lair? Something like that, Suyu replied vaguely. The elder praised. Your strength is beyond my expectations. Then, with a serious expression, he continued, Yonya, I have a difficult task that requires your help. If you accept, I am willing to offer a piece of golden equipment as a reward. The elder looked at Suyu intently, afraid he might refuse. A system notification immediately followed. Ding, you have triggered the village elder's hidden quest. Do you accept? Note, accepting will enhance the rewards for the undead extermination quest. Happy to help, Suyu smiled. It's my duty to contribute to the village. Hearing this, the elder's admiration for Suyu grew even more. Another system notification sounded. Ding, the village elder's favorability towards you has increased by 30 points, current favorability, 70 points. In the divine realm, reaching 80 favorability points with an NPC allowed players to obtain treasures or hidden quests from them. For example, the village elder of Koro village had many valuable items. Completing this hidden quest would enable Suyu to purchase rare goods from him. As Suyu accepted the task, the elder retrieved a glowing golden piece of leather armor from inside the house. Suyu's eyes lit up. He was in need of defensive gear. The elder solemnly said, This is a treasure bestowed upon me by the Empire. Now, I entrust it to you. System notifications followed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the main quest. Exterminate the undead. Rewards: 1,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, 1 piece of professional golden equipment. Congratulations on reaching level 7. Rewards: 1 to all attributes, 1 free attribute point. Suyu accepted the leather armor without immediately checking its attributes and asked, Elder, can you tell me more about the task? Of course, the elder nodded with a serious expression. Yesterday, during a patrol, the village militia discovered a large number of undead in the Black Crow Mountains. We suspect a large undead lair has emerged there. The Light Knight Order is guarding the Dark Forest and has no extra manpower. So, we hope you can help the village explore the mountains. Leave it to me, Suyu agreed. A system notification sounded again. Ding, you have accepted the main quest. Explore the Black Crow Mountains. This quest's appearance signaled the impending opening of Koro Village's first dungeon, filling Suyu with anticipation. He then took out the rewarded golden leather armor to check its attributes. Imperial Glory Leather Armor Golden. Slot. Upper Body. Health 400. Defense 20. Constitution 20. Trait. Health Regen 5.2. Equipment requirement. Level 5 Archer. True to its golden quality, the armor's attributes were outstanding. The trait was also perfect for Suyu. Without hesitation, he equipped the new armor, instantly feeling a significant boost in health, defense, and sustainability. At that moment, the Divine Realms equipment leaderboard was officially activated. Suyu had donned his first piece of golden quality equipment. A system notification rang out, echoing across the entire game world. Big congratulations to player Eternal Knight for becoming the first to obtain a piece of golden equipment. Rewards: 1,000 gold coins, 3,000 reputation points, 1 life essence, and 1 golden chest. This was the third world announcement in just half a day, leaving all players in shock. The forums erupted instantly. Guys, there's got to be a cheat. This is too crazy. Who is Eternal Knight? A veteran's alternate account or a new big shot? Mad respect. Aim to get on the announcement 10 times a day and make those foreigners jealous. Sigh, the pros have golden gear while I'm still stuck with newbie stuff. Killing monsters all day and not even a white item dropped. At that moment, a player proudly showed off his black iron sword. But in the next second, the sword vanished into thin air. A system notification followed. Player third hand has used the steal skill on you. The player was dumbfounded, then let out a blood-curdling scream. Third hand, damn you. My sword. Meanwhile, in a tavern in Koro village, Suyu returned to his room and consumed his third life essence, increasing his attribute synchronization to 15. He eagerly opened the golden chest, and amidst the shining gold light, he received 2,000 gold coins and a rare blink skill book. Nice! Suyu nodded in satisfaction and immediately learned the critical movement skill. He then opened his character panel to check his stats carefully. ID: Eternal Knight. Level: 7. Health: 1940 mana, 1240. Attributes: Strength 126, Constitution 47, Agility 70, Spirit 62. Attack speed 3.15s. Today's progress is perfect. Suyu logged off with satisfaction. Back in his villa in the real world, so you felt a significant boost in his physical strength. He headed to his private gym to test it out and found that his strength had nearly tripled compared to the previous day. If I keep grinding in the divine realm for another 10 days or so, I might have the physique of a minor superhero, Suyu thought excitedly, but also reminded himself to stay low-key in the real world. That evening, while enjoying a delicious dinner, Suyu browsed the divine realm forums. In just half a day, the number of online users had surpassed 3 billion, and discussions about Eternal Night were trending. Suyu could only shake his head in resignation and turned his attention to information about the world's top 10 guilds. These factions were now under the control of various national governments and were worth keeping an eye on. A chilling wind rose 3 meters high, and the Divine Realm Forum was abuzz. Major guilds were fiercely debating the upcoming raid's first clear, with posts garnering millions of views. The world's first clear will definitely belong to Takamagara Guild from Sakura Nation, blessed by the 8 million gods, declared Zaidiyu with unwavering confidence. Bloodlight retorted, Long Nation has the great Evernight. Those little brats should just wash up and go to bed. Angel Guild has already announced a live broadcast of the raid first clear tomorrow. You backward countries can only look up to the Lighthouse Nation. Ducaris arrogantly responded. So you quickly scanned through these trending posts, frowning slightly. Except for Kuruo Village, the progress in other novice villages was the same as in his previous life. According to the original timeline, the Kyushu Guild would achieve the global raid first clear at 6 a.m. on the third day. However, Suyu's rebirth had changed everything. He calculated silently. Tomorrow, I'll first complete the merchant-related tasks and finish the contract as quickly as possible. Then, I'll explore the Black Crow Mountain Range to secure the first raid clear. Finally, I'll tackle the hidden quest in Koruo Village. Suyu clearly remembered that the hunter in Koruo Village had a hidden quest, the reward of which was crucial for the archer class's advancement. He had obtained this reward in his previous life, and getting the advanced class would bring a significant power boost. With his plan set, Suyu logged off the forum, did a quick workout, took a shower, and went to bed early to recharge for tomorrow's challenges. Meanwhile, in the Angel Guild headquarters in the Lighthouse Nation, Guild leader Boudreaux's face was dark with anger. Suyu's 3 consecutive appearances on the world announcement had led to a torrent of abuse from domestic players directed at the Angel Guild, especially at Boudreaux himself. Gritting his teeth, Boudreaux snarled, Damn Evernight. I swear, once I find out his real identity, I'll make his life a living hell. He turned to his assistant Carl and ordered sharply, Contact the spies embedded in the Long Nation guilds. Find out Evernight's identity at all costs. Also, initiate assassination operations against well-known Long Nation players both in-game and in real life. The Lighthouse Nation will not allow Long Nation to rise again. If necessary, inform the high-ups in Sakura Nation and Stick Nation to get them involved in the hunting plan. Yes, sir. Carl replied promptly, getting to work immediately. At the same time, Long Nation's officials, having learned of the Lighthouse Nation's plot through secret channels, quickly mobilized both in the game and in the real world. The situation in the Divine Realm became increasingly turbulent, with hidden threats lurking everywhere. The next morning, Yusu woke up early and ordered breakfast through an online delivery service. Despite the upheaval in the world due to the appearance of the Divine Realm, many people still maintained their daytime work routines. This was because regular players were limited to 12 hours of gameplay per day unless they used rare life essence to extend their playtime. The Divine Realm offered a special night mode, allowing players to enter the game while they slept. The system provided a deep sleep mode, making the game experience equivalent to real sleep, thus avoiding mental fatigue. Although you could have chosen this option, he decided to act during the day to seize more opportunities. He knew that once his synchronization rate reached 100, he could enter the Divine Realm at any time, freeing himself from the system's restrictions. While eating, you browsed the forums. The seamless connection between the Divine Realm and the real-world internet had prompted the world's top 10 guilds to live-stream their dungeon explorations and first clear attempts. You merely smiled at this. After all, the Divine Realm had only been live for less than a day, and the total number of bronze equipment pieces among global guilds was under 100, with not a single piece of silver equipment. How could they possibly clear any dungeons? According to Yu's memories from his previous life, around noon, the 9 Provinces Guild from the Dragon Kingdom would be the first to unlock the Newbie Village dungeon, followed closely by the Olympus Guild from Western Europe and the Angels Guild from the Lighthouse Nation, with only a minute separating their attempts. After breakfast, you logged back into the Divine Realm, returning to the inn in Koro Village. He had booked the room for 3 days and set it as his respawn point to avoid being ambushed. He then quickly headed to the shop. Welcome back, Mr. Evernight. What can I get for you today? The merchant greeted him with a wide smile. The 11,000 gold coins you owed were safeguarded by a system contract, ensuring the merchant's friendly attitude. You returned a mysterious smile, thinking, just wait a bit longer. You won't be smiling then. The malice in his eyes sent a shiver down the merchant's spine. I need an iron-quality backpack and 150 bundles of arrows, you said. That'll be 150 gold coins, the merchant replied with a grin. After the transaction, you headed towards the eastern village entrance, hearing the merchant's cheerful farewell behind him. The merchant watched you leave, his eyes gleaming with greed, hoping for more customers like this big spender. A few minutes later, you arrived at the eastern village entrance, just in time to see a battered caravan emerging from the Kuru forest. The people and their horses were covered in wounds, and the central carriage was in shambles, nearly beyond repair. The merchant's caravan has finally arrived, you thought with excitement. In the divine realm, major churches held annual celebrations to worship their gods. The Church of Light, the state religion of the Light Empire, was no exception. This time, the merchant had volunteered to send a caravan to deliver the essential item for the celebration, the stone of Lido Koro village. Unfortunately, the caravan was attacked by a wild boss in the Kuru forest, and the Stone of Light was lost. If the merchant couldn't deliver the item to the village church on time, the consequences would be dire. I must find that boss quickly. You resolved. The Kuru forest was a level 10 map with few players around since most were only at levels 5 to 6. Only a handful with experience-boosting talents could keep up with Yu's level. As you entered the forest, he soon encountered his first set of monsters, two hulking black bears glaring at him. Sturdy black bear, iron level. HP 650-06500. Attack 360. Skills Heavy Claw Roar. These level 10 iron creatures had stats far superior to regular monsters. Both black bears roared simultaneously, gaining a 5-second strength buff, and charged at you, their claws whistling through the air. Thunder Shot. You used his new skill for the first time. Mana coalesced into a golden energy arrow in his hand, which shot out with a thunderous roar. The arrow pierced through one bear's skull, evaporating its blood with high heat, and the electric current paralyzed it. System notification. You have killed a level 10 black bear, gaining 72 experience points. System notification. Congratulations, you have plundered 4 points of constitution. The combination of his golden skill and passive heavy strike allowed you to instantly kill a level 10 black bear with astonishing power. The other bear, enraged by the death of its companion, became even more ferocious. But just as its claws were about to reach you, he activated his blink skill. With a flash of light, you appeared 10 meters behind the bear and unleashed a volley of rapid shots. Arrows rained down, hitting the bear's head and draining 13 of its HP in a second. The bear roared and turned to charge at you, but its bulky body made it easy for you to kite, and it soon fell to his arrows. System notification. Congratulations, you have plundered 4 points of constitution. You quickly gathered the loot and usable arrows, continuing his hunt. Each black bear became a stepping stone for him to accumulate experience and attributes. System notification. Congratulations, you have plundered 4 points of constitution. System notification. Congratulations, you have plundered 2 points of strength. System notification. Congratulations, you have plundered the Roar skill rare. After killing over a dozen black bears, you finally acquired a new passive skill. Roar passive 120. Effect. Entering combat increases strength by 5 points and defense by 5 points. The original 5-second Roar effect had been converted into a passive skill with no time limit, which was a pleasant surprise. Closing the panel, you re-engaged in battle. He felt he was getting closer to the area where the wild boss roamed. An hour later, the system notifications rang out one after another. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the rare skill. Roar. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the rare skill. Heavy Claw. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 8, gaining 1 to all attributes and 1 free attribute point. Suyu felt the surge of power within him, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. The rich experience from defeating higher-level monsters had propelled him to level 8 in one go, instantly restoring his health and mana to full. He realized that he was only 2 levels away from reaching level 10, and becoming the first player to achieve this milestone seemed within his grasp. If I can secure all 4 world announcements, that would be quite interesting, Suyu mused to himself, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. He meticulously counted his loot. The recent battles had granted him 60 points in constitution, 20 points in strength, and 2 fully maxed passive skills. Roar passive 2020 effect. Entering combat increases strength by 100 points and defense by 100 points. Heavy Claw passive 2020 effect. Each arrow reduces the enemy's defense by 20 points, up to a maximum of 200 points. These 2 passive skills significantly boosted Suyu's combat power. The 100-point strength increase nearly doubled his attack, and the 200-point defense reduction effectively enhanced his damage output. Surveying his surroundings, Suyu noticed he had ventured deep into the heart of the cruel forest. The air was thick with a heavy, chilling aura that heightened his vigilance. This boss won't be easy, Suyu thought to himself. Recalling his past life, he remembered that a hidden opportunity on a merchant had also been discovered by the Zonyun Guild strategy team. Suyu couldn't help but admire the talent within Zonyun Guild, though it was unfortunate that they would disband in the future due to various reasons, with members joining other Dragon Nation guilds and significantly boosting their allies' strength. Shaking his head, Suyu focused on the task at hand. He only knew that there was a silver-ranked Bear King boss here, with little other information. Determined, he moved forward, and in the next moment, a thunderous beast roar echoed through the sky. Roar! A massive white figure, like a small mountain, appeared in his sight, a gigantic white bear. As it moved, the ground and trees were instantly covered in a layer of pale frost, and the air temperature plummeted by several degrees. Suyu quickly used the system's detection skill on it. Frost Bear King, Silver Lord. Level 10. Health 500 Attack 2800. Skills. Frost Flame. Summons frosty flames that freeze nearby enemies. Ice Armor. Summons ice to form armor, absorbing significant damage. Heavy Claw. Swings claws to tear enemies apart. Ice Pillar Strike. Gathers ice pillars in hand to hurl at enemies. Description. The dominant beast of Cruel Forest. A young bear king with the bloodline of a frost dragon. No wonder dragons are so notorious. Even a female bear isn't safe, so you internally mocked. No wonder this Bear King's stats are higher than a typical silver boss. It has dragon blood. At that moment, the system announcement arrived as expected. Ding! Koro Village announcement. A boss has been discovered in the Cruel Forest. All players are advised to proceed immediately to defeat the boss. Suyu was confident that even if other players received the message, he could defeat the Bear King boss before they arrived. The Bear King's stats are overwhelming. Using kiting tactics to beat it is impossible. I must use the terrain to my advantage and slowly wear it down. I have plenty of time, Suyu thought, scanning the ancient trees around him and forming a plan. He picked up his Demon Hunter bow and fired 3 consecutive arrows, hitting the Bear King's chest precisely. The first arrow, enhanced by the Heavy Claw passive, dealt thousands of damage, while the other regular attacks couldn't penetrate its defense. Suyu remained calm, not the least bit anxious. The Bear King roared furiously and charged at him, swinging a massive paw. Suyu quickly ducked behind a tree, and with a boom, the ancient tree was snapped in half. Suyu sidestepped, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the falling tree. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Suyu's arrows flew continuously, and after 7 or 8 shots, he had reduced the boss's defense by 200 points. His attacks finally started to penetrate, albeit with only double-digit damage. However, he remained patient, knowing that persistence would eventually pay off. In the ensuing battle, Suyu kept moving, using the ancient trees to block attacks. He knew his health was only 3,160 points, and without teammates to tank damage, he could only survive 1 hit. A second hit would be fatal. This battle was like dancing on a knife's edge, filled with lethal allure. Suyu put on an impressive display of skill, gradually chipping away at the Bear King's health. Occasionally, his 5 critical hit rate would trigger, with a single shot dealing as much damage as 12 normal arrows. He refrained from using his Thunder Strike skill lightly, aware that in the realm of the gods, bosses would gain a 5 resistance to similar control effects with each use. Save the best for the crucial moment, Suyu reminded himself, carefully timing his Thunder Strike and Blink abilities. After more than 10 minutes, the boss's health had dropped to 80. The Bear King's rage had reached its peak, and it roared skyward, unleashing a torrent of mana. Pale flames floated in the air, plummeting towards Suyu's position. Swish! Suyu instantly used Blink, teleporting behind the boss. As long as he avoided the boss's skills, he could dodge its regular attacks using the terrain. Taking advantage of the Bear King's momentary confusion, he unleashed a flurry of arrows. Thwip, thwip, thwip. The arrows tore through the Bear King's body, staining its white fur with blood. This was thanks to the Bite passive, dealing 100 points of bleed damage per second, although it couldn't stack. Without its ice armor to absorb damage, the boss's health would have dropped below 50 long ago. As time passed, the battle reached a critical point. Based on his observations, Suyu knew the Bear King used its Frost Flame skill every time it lost 20 of its health, and its Ice Pillar skill every time it lost 5. He carefully controlled his output, ensuring that his Blink and Ice Pillar abilities were ready when the boss used its skills. After over 40 minutes of intense combat, the Bear King could no longer hold out. Suyu landed a critical headshot, dealing a fatal blow and depleting its health bar. With a thunderous crash, the Bear King's massive body fell to the ground, the light fading from its eyes. System notifications rang out. Ding! You have slain the level 10 Frost Bear King, earning 8,640 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 9, gaining 1 to all attributes and 1 free attribute point. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the rare skill, Frostflame. The Bear King's corpse dropped a pile of items glowing with various colors, including a piece of golden quality equipment. However, Suyu was more interested in the skills he had plundered. This was the first time he had encountered a rare passive skill, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He quickly skimmed through the skill information, his eyes widening with each detail. The effect of Ice Flame passive was astonishing. It not only significantly reduced enemy movement speed, but also inflicted a massive 1,000 points of damage per second. Suyu took a sharp intake of breath, rapidly calculating the power of this skill in his mind. Most level 10 players had a movement speed of just a few hundred points, and even the Frost Bear King he had just killed had a speed of just over 1,000 points. This meant that with just one arrow, he could pin an enemy in place. What excited Suyu even more was that in the realm of gods, slowing effects were considered debuffs, not control effects. This meant that bosses couldn't adapt to the slowdown, making this skill practically tailor-made for archers. A glint of determination flashed in Suyu's eyes as he envisioned using this skill for kiting tactics. Not bad, Suyu murmured in admiration, a satisfied smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He then turned and began collecting the loot dropped by the Bear King. The system notification sounded, and Suyu quickly scanned the list of items he had obtained. 800 silver coins, a quest item called Lightstone, an ice trap skill book, and white bear boots. Among these were 1 golden item, 1 silver equipment, 1 bronze equipment, and 5 black iron and common quality items. Suyu felt a surge of joy. The rewards from killing a boss were indeed generous. Just the equipment alone could fetch tens of thousands. His gaze fell on the Lightstone, and he began to think of ways to extort more treasures from merchants. Suddenly, Suyu recalled a rumor he had heard in his previous life. A player had killed a merchant and unexpectedly obtained a hidden item. Although that player was eventually arrested by NPCs and the news faded away, the idea had taken root in Suyu's mind. I need to probe a bit and see if he has any valuable items, Suyu thought, a sly glint in his eye. Meanwhile, far away in Koro village, a merchant suddenly shivered, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Suyu turned his attention to the golden quality skill book. The fact that a silver boss had dropped a golden reward far exceeded his expectations. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Could this be part of the treasure left behind by the Frost Dragon, the Bear King's father? With this thought, Suyu quickly learned a new skill. The system notification detailed the effects of Ice Trap. This skill was similar to Teemo's mushrooms, allowing him to set traps in advance and lure enemies into them during battle, causing freezing and massive damage. After storing the white bear boots in his backpack, Suyu decided to explore in the direction the Bear King had come from. He believed that the Bear King's lair must be nearby. Shortly after Suyu left, a group of players with the prefix Bloodstained in their IDs arrived at the boss's death site. The leader, Bloodstained Cold, had a cold glint in his eyes, while Bloodstained Maple gritted his teeth and said, "The boss has been killed by Evernight. He must be in the forest ahead. If we don't kill him this time, I'll never forgive myself." Since their battle yesterday, Bloodstained Cold had been closely monitoring Suyu's movements. They had even requested a secret item from the main guild specifically to deal with Evernight. Known for their ruthlessness, the Bloodstained Guild never showed mercy to their enemies, and this operation had the backing of powerful forces. Bloodstained Cold looked at the blood-red scroll in his hand with a sinister smile and said, "With this blood duel scroll, as long as we kill Evernight once, he's finished. Let's go. We're hunting Evernight." With that, the group quickly advanced in the direction Suyu had gone. Meanwhile, after searching for over 10 minutes, Suyu finally discovered a massive cave. As he approached, a bone-chilling wind blew out, making him shiver. This must be the Frost Bear King's lair, Suyu thought with a delighted smile. Just then, a deafening beast roar echoed from deep within the cave, reverberating through the valley. Suyu tensed up, cautiously eyeing the cave entrance, unsure of what dangers might be lurking inside. Roar! 7 mother bears suddenly charged out of the cave, their massive forms instantly filling Suyu's vision. He stared in shock, a thought flashing through his mind. If he remembered correctly, wasn't the Frost Bear King still a juvenile cub? Yet it already had such an impressive harem. This Bear King sure knows how to live it up. As a single adult male, Suyu couldn't help but give the Bear King a mental thumbs up. However, when the ferocious mother bears lunged at him, he quickly shelved his admiration. Swiftly grabbing his Demon Hunter bow, he aimed for each bear's vital spots and efficiently took them down one by one. "Bear King, I'm reuniting your whole family for you," Suyu muttered to himself, imagining the joy the Bear King would feel in the afterlife upon hearing this news. With the roadblock cleared, Suyu briskly ventured deeper into the cave. A golden glow immediately caught his eye, piles of gold coins stacked high. Looks like the Bear King did inherit the dragon's obsession with treasure, Suyu mused. Scanning the area, he found no trace of any bear cubs. What a pity. Capturing the first pet would have earned a world announcement reward. Suyu muttered with a hint of regret, but quickly refocused on the treasure before him. Without hesitation, Suyu began to collect all the treasure. The system notification sound chimed. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 8,520 gold coins. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the Frost Dragon Blood Crystal Epic. What? An epic quality item? Suyu exclaimed, examining the dragon blood crystal in his hand and carefully checking its attributes. Frost Dragon Blood Crystal Epic. Effect. If you possess even a trace of Frost Dragon bloodline, consuming this will enhance it and improve your aptitude. Otherwise, it will increase your mana and spirit and permanently grant 20 frost resistance. Great stuff. Suyu wasted no time in consuming the crystal. Instantly, he felt a cool energy flow through his body. His spirit increased by 30 points, and astonishingly, his mana surged by 10,000 points. For Suyu, who had long struggled with insufficient mana, this was a godsend. Previously, with 2 golden skills, he had to constantly consume mana potions during battles to keep going. Now, this problem was finally resolved. Additionally, the 20 frost resistance provided an extra layer of protection against ice-based attacks. He quickly checked his updated attribute panel. ID: Eternal Night. Level 9. Health: 3,180. Mana: 11,880. Attributes: Strength 150, Constitution 109, Agility 72, Spirit 94. With his current stats, Suyu's attributes far exceeded those of other players at the same level. Coupled with his powerful passive skills, Iron Skin and Roar, most players' attacks couldn't even penetrate his defense. Woohoo! I'm taking off! Suyu beamed with satisfaction, exhilarated by his significant power boost. After reviewing his attributes, Suyu decided to return to Keilu Village. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding, you have a new friend message. This unexpected message surprised Suyu. Since the launch of the Divine Realm, he had only added 3 friends: Kuang Feng, Qin Yun, and Yu Ying, the leaders of their respective guilds in Keilu Village. Curious, he opened the message panel. A message from Qin Yun Tianshang caught his eye. Yongyi, I received intel that Shui Ranhan is leading a group to hunt you down in the Keilu Forest. They reportedly got a powerful item from their main guild. Do you need our help, brother? Suyu raised an eyebrow, surprised that Qin Yun Tianshang valued him enough to personally warn him about Shui Ranhan's movements. It was this meticulous attention to interpersonal relationships that would eventually make the Kan Yun Guild the 10th-ranked guild in the world. Suyu recalled the guild's future trajectory if not for a betrayal during a guild war, which led to heavy losses. They had the potential to be among the top 3 guilds globally. Unfortunately, that defeat marked the beginning of their decline, eventually leading to their disappearance from the world stage. After a moment of thought, Suyu replied, "Thanks for the heads up, but I can handle Shui Ran Guild myself." Seeing this, Qin Yun Tianshang didn't press further. All right then, be careful, brother. Closing the panel, Suyu turned towards the tunnel behind him. The confined space was not ideal for combat, so he decided to face his enemies outside. With determined steps, he left the Bear King's lair. Not long after, he heard chaotic footsteps and the rustling of leaves from the forest. They're here! Suyu's eyes sharpened. Shui Ranhan led dozens of people, quickly surrounding Suyu in a small clearing in the forest. With a cold expression, Shui Ranhan spoke. Yongyi, we meet again. Beside him, Shui Ranfeng added through gritted teeth. You can't escape this time. We're here to avenge our previous humiliation. Suyu scanned the group, noticing everyone was equipped in full black iron gear. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. Oh, are the Shui Ran brothers here to deliver goods again? Shui Ranhan was momentarily stunned before understanding Suyu's meaning. Rage surged within him as he shouted, "You're too arrogant. Yongyi, I know your damage is high, but only your first arrow is lethal. We've got 40 guild elites here. What will you fight us with? Hand over all your equipment and sign a system contract to serve Shui Ran Guild forever, or we'll cripple you completely." Everyone drew their weapons, and the tension became palpable. Suyu sneered, his eyes turning sharp. Such big talk. Let me tell you from now on, every Shui Ran Guild member I see, I'll kill. You better hope you don't run into me. With that, he mentally added Shui Ran Guild to his kill in sight list. You're courting death? Shui Ranhan roared, pulling out a blood-red scroll from his cloak. A blood duel scroll? Suyu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. This item was extremely rare in the game, forcing both sides into a blood duel arena where the fight only ends when one side is completely annihilated. The losing side permanently loses 10 of their attributes and drops double the usual items, while the winning side gains permanent attribute points based on the number of opponents. Suyu's gaze at Shui Ranhan turned peculiar. This guy wasn't just delivering equipment. He was offering attribute points too. Where else could he find such a great deal? Without hesitation, Shui Ranhan tore open the scroll. A blood-red door materialized out of thin air, casting a crimson glow over hundreds of meters of the forest. In an instant, the environment changed, and everyone found themselves in the blood duel arena. The system notification sounded. Ding, welcome to the blood duel arena. Rules. Suyu, already familiar with these rules from countless past duels, paid no attention to them. After all, in his previous life, he had experienced numerous blood duels and knew the rules by heart. Shui Ranfeng was the first to activate his talent, weakening Suyu's attack and defense. Shui Ranhan immediately ordered, "Warriors, use taunt skills to control him. Rear positions, give it your all." This group was clearly more skilled than the last, each performing their role as they launched a fierce attack on Suyu. Blink! Suyu quickly used a teleportation skill, instantly moving to the left rear of his opponents. He gripped his Demon Hunter bow, firing several arrows in rapid succession, each enveloped in a pale flame. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows hit Shui Ran guild members with precision, instantly reducing their movement speed by 400 points, rendering them nearly immobile. However, each arrow only dealt around 200 damage, far lower than Suyu had expected. The passive 1000 frost damage from Ice Flame is terrifyingly powerful, enough to kill ordinary level 6 to 8 players within 2 seconds. As soon as Suyu appeared, he instantly killed 3 players, while 3 others were frozen in place, unable to move. Quick, Wong Kong, use your purification talent to control them, Shui Ranhan urgently shouted. A priest immediately waved his hand upon hearing this, summoning a golden radiance to envelop the controlled players. However, the 3 remained as motionless as statues. Impossible, the priest exclaimed in disbelief. My talent can purify control and negative effects with a priority lower than epic. At this moment, the hidden effect of the sky-dominating arrow talent was revealed. The passive effect, converted by the talent, had a priority equivalent to the talent's quality. Even a mythic-level purification talent couldn't dispel the slowing effect of Ice Flame. Shui Ranhan's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth as he ordered, "Forget about the controlled ones. Ranged classes, focus all fire on Eternal Night." Mages and archers responded immediately, casting various skills. Ice Arrow, Fireball. Different kinds of magic filled the air, restricting Suyu's movements. Suyu had to endure some of the attacks, with damage numbers constantly appearing above his head. However, these attacks still couldn't break his defense. Shui Ranhan's talent priority wasn't enough to reduce the defense and attack bonuses provided by the passive effect. Seeing this, despair was written all over Shui Ranhan's face. "Why is this happening?" Shui Ranhan murmured. To deal with Eternal Night, he had gone all out, applying to the guild for a set of black iron gear and 40 black iron skill books. This team he assembled should have been strong enough to defeat any level 10 bronze boss. But the result? They were effortlessly crushed by Suyu as if they were mere ants. Suyu's strength was absurd, almost like he was cheating. Under Shui Ranhan's despairing gaze, Suyu swiftly eliminated the remaining players. The rewards that dropped were staggering 78 pieces of black iron equipment. Such a haul would be hard to achieve, even by killing 10 bosses in a row. Moreover, compared to bosses, killing players was much easier. Turning to face Shui Ranhan, Suyu calmly said, "Remember to bring more people next time you try to ambush me." "Oh, and wear better gear. It makes my loot better." "Better loot?" Shui Ranhan was furious. "You're too arrogant. What do you take us for, a bloodstained equipment wholesale store?" "Eternal Night, don't get cocky. I won't let you off." Before he could finish, Suyu shot an arrow that precisely hit Shui Ranhan's head, killing him. 2 pieces of bronze equipment dropped from Shui Ranhan's body. This operation was a significant loss for the Bloodstained Guild. They had lost everything, even their underwear. As Shui Ranhan fell to the ground, blood spilling, a system notification suddenly popped up. Ding! Congratulations on winning the bloody duel. Rewards: Constitution 10, Strength 10, Agility 10, Spirit 10. A flicker of joy flashed in Suyu's eyes. The rewards equated to the attribute points he would typically earn after leveling up 10 times. The haul was indeed impressive. He quickly exited the bloody duel arena and returned to the forest clearing. Scattered on the ground were numerous rare items, which Suyu hastily gathered into his backpack, nearly filling its 200 slot capacity. He knew he had to deal with these items soon, especially the low-tier black iron and bronze gear, which were better sold than taking up valuable space. After a careful count, Suyu found he had 6 bronze items, 88 black iron items, and 76 white items. Most were level 5 gear, with only a few level 10 items, mostly of white quality. Despite this, the collection could still fetch a significant amount of gold. Suyu opened his communication panel and sent messages to Kuang Feng Wanzhong and Qinyun Tianshang. arranging to trade the items at the eastern exit of Keilu village and attaching screenshots of the items. Canyon Tianshang replied immediately. Wow, that's a lot of gear. Brother, I'll head to the village entrance right away. Kuang Feng Wanzhong also responded quickly. Half an hour later, Suyu emerged from the Keilu forest to see the guild leaders of Canyon and Kuang Feng waiting for him at the village entrance. They greeted him warmly, with Canyon Tianshang eagerly asking, "Where's the gear? Let's see it." With a wave of his hand, Suyu made a mountain of gear appear on the ground. Onlookers were astonished, murmuring amongst themselves. "So much gear." One said in awe, "I farmed all day and only got 5 white items." The difference is staggering. Canyon Tianshang was rendered speechless by the sheer quantity. This is insane. He turned to Suyu, cautiously asking, "Brother, these items wouldn't happen to be from the Shui Ran Guild, would they?" "Why? Is Canyon Guild afraid to buy them?" Suyu asked playfully. "Buy? Of course we'll buy." Canyon Tianshang nodded vigorously. Kuang Feng Wanzhong, puzzled, asked, "Wait, what are you talking about? What's the connection between these items and the Shui Ran Guild?" Canyon Tianshang explained. Today, Shui Ran Han led his team to hunt down Yongyi, but ended up getting killed and sent back to the revival point. My God, if each person dropped 1 black iron item. Yongyi, did you single-handedly take down nearly 100 elite members of the Shui Ran Guild? Kuang Feng Wanzhong exclaimed. Suyu nonchalantly replied, "Beating them wasn't that hard. Even if we had 100 hands, we couldn't match your prowess," Canyon Tianshang said with a wry smile. "All right, enough talk. Let's sort out these items." The two nodded in agreement and began meticulously examining the gear and discussing the distribution. 10 minutes later, Canyon Guild bought 4 bronze items, Kuang Feng Guild bought 2, and the rest were divided between the 2 guilds. This transaction brought Suyu 15,256 gold coins, pushing his total to over 30,000. Canyon Tianshang smiled. "Yongyi, you've been making a fortune these past few days. Your strength potions, in collaboration with Yuing, are selling like hotcakes nationwide." "Just some pocket change," Suyu replied with a calm smile. He kept an eye on the Divine Realm forums, knowing that major guilds were purchasing strength potions in bulk to speed up monster kills and compete for the first level 10 player achievement. Yuing Guild was making a killing, and Suyu, according to their contract, would receive 30% of the profits, settled monthly. If needed, he could always ask Yuing Shi for an advance. After a few more words, the three parted ways. Suyu headed straight to the Keilu village shop, where he saw the merchant caravan from earlier. The members stood with downcast eyes, faces filled with shame. "Useless! You're all useless!" the merchant roared at them. "If we don't recover the light stone for the celebration, the light church will execute us for blasphemy. Do you understand?" He slumped against the door, despair etched on his face. A mysterious smile played on Suyu's lips as he approached. "Merchant, it looks like you're in big trouble." Seeing Suyu, the merchant gritted his teeth. "Yongyi, don't think just because I'm about to die you won't have to repay your debt. The contract is protected by the rules. If you can't pay, you'll die for sure." Suyu chuckled. "Not necessarily." He opened his backpack, and the corpse of the Frost Bear King thudded to the ground. The caravan members widened their eyes in shock, shouting, "That's the bear that attacked us and took the light stone." "What?" The merchant sprang to his feet, cautiously asking, "Do you have a light stone?" "That's right," Suyu confirmed. "Fantastic." The merchant was overjoyed. "I want to make a deal. Give me the stone, and I'll cancel the contract." Suyu said playfully, "Merchant, is your life only worth 10,000 gold? If you can't pay, you'll die too. Even if you return the stone to the church, they won't reward you much." The merchant pleaded, "You can't pay either. You'll die." Suyu laughed coldly and suddenly produced 11,000 gold coins. "Do I look like I can't pay?" The merchant was utterly defeated. He couldn't fathom why Yongyi, who had so much money, had borrowed from him. Could he have foreseen today's events? Impossible. Yongyi wasn't a follower of the Fate Church, so how could he have such foresight? After much thought, the merchant realized he had to make a significant sacrifice. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "What conditions do you have to return the light stone?" At this moment, Suyu had complete control of the situation. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he prepared to lay out his terms. Suyu extended 3 fingers, a sly gleam in his eyes. "I have only 3 conditions," he said slowly. "Agree to them, and I'll return the stone of light to you." The merchant's heart tightened, fearing Suyu might add more conditions. He nodded quickly in agreement. A near-demonic smile appeared on Suyu's face as he began listing his demands. "First, cancel the system's loan contract. Second, I want 100,000 gold coins." With each condition, the merchant's face grew paler. Nevertheless, he forced himself not to object, as the first 2 conditions were barely within his tolerance. "Third," Suyu paused deliberately, a slight smirk on his lips. I want to choose any 3 items from your collection as compensation. Wait, the last one is practically 3 conditions, the merchant protested. However, under Su Yu's icy gaze, he fell silent immediately. His life was more important than 3 treasures. I agree to your terms, the merchant said with difficulty, but we need to sign a system contract. No problem, Su Yu agreed readily. They signed a new temporary contract. The merchant painfully handed over 100,000 gold coins, about a quarter of his total cash to Su Yu. These items are my collection from decades. You can choose 3, the merchant said. As soon as he finished, a virtual panel appeared before Su Yu. A system prompt sounded. Ding. You have unlocked Merchant Pickle's hidden shop. Su Yu quickly scanned the items on the panel. Life Crystal Potion, Adventurer's Backpack, Glory Ring. Though they were good treasures, the quantity was limited. After all, Pickle was just a merchant in the novice village. However, Su Yu found nothing above gold quality. He recalled rumors from his past life that Pickle had an extremely precious item. Was it deliberately hidden? Su Yu's gaze swept over the merchant like a knife, and he had an idea. He feigned a stern look and said, Merchant, you're not being honest. We agreed I could choose from all your collection, but are the items before me really everything? The merchant stammered. Seeing this, Su Yu's gaze grew sharper. Think carefully. What's more important, your life or your treasures? Under immense pressure, the merchant finally confessed, I do have one more item that I didn't display. A palm-sized black angel sculpture appeared before Su Yu, evoking a sense of familiarity. Upon examining its attributes, Su Yu was shocked that it was a world relic. World relic. Death angel. Seal level. Intermediate. Effect. Unknown. Unlock method. Absorb 10,000 strands of death energy, i.e., kill 10,000 monsters. Su Yu's heart raced. World relics, born with the world, possessed mysterious powers. In their sacred dragon world, there were only 49 world relics, with 60 in the hands of natives and the rest still unclaimed. Seeing Su Yu's interest in the sculpture, the merchant quickly said, Mr. Eternal Knight, although this is a world relic, it's sealed, and we don't know how to unseal it. It would be useless to you. How about choosing other treasures instead? No need, Su Yu firmly refused. I'll take this sculpture, the Glory Ring, and the Adventurer's Backpack. The total value of these 3 items was at least 1,000,000 gold coins. The transaction was completed, and Su Yu's loan contract with the merchant was terminated. All right, here raise the Stone of Light. Our business is settled, Su Yu said with a smile. Why wise? The merchant agreed reluctantly. Losing a golden backpack, golden equipment, and a world relic made his heart ache. Yet he had no thoughts of revenge. If they couldn't even defeat the Frost Bear King, how could they possibly take on Su Yu? He could only swallow the bitter pill and resolve to exploit adventurers even harder to make up for his losses. Su Yu then examined his new golden equipment. Glory Ring Gold. Slot. Finger. Health 800, Strength 25, Constitution 35, Spirit 20. Trait. Crit Rate 8. Equip level 15. Requirement. Archer. This equipment had no level restriction, making it highly valuable. Its market price was at least 3 times that of regular gold equipment. Su Yu, not lacking money, decided to keep this rare item for himself. As soon as he replaced his old ring, a system prompt sounded. Ding! You have equipped the Glory Ring, achieving the top spot on the equipment leaderboard. Su Yu checked the leaderboard. First place, Glory Ring Gold, Eternal Knight. Reward, 3 damage. Second place, Imperial Glory Leather Armor Gold, Eternal Knight. Reward, 2 damage. Third place, none. Currently, there were only 2 items on the leaderboard, both owned by Su Yu. The cumulative reward was a 5 damage boost. Other players could only see the equipment names, not their attributes. This was Su Yu's trump card, and he wasn't foolish enough to reveal it. Another active leaderboard, the skill leaderboard, had many entries. Su Yu occupied 2 spots in the top 10, with the reward being a 5 reduction in experience needed to upgrade skills. After reviewing the leaderboard, Su Yu bought 200 bundles of arrows from the merchant and then headed towards the western exit of Koro Village. The destination of the village chief's quest, the Black Crow Mountains, was adjacent to the Dark Forest. Over half an hour had passed, and Su Yu arrived at the Black Crow Mountain range. This area, adjacent to the Dark Forest, attracted numerous players who had just reached level 6, teaming up to kill monsters and level up. As far as the eye could see, the forest was teeming with crows, their bodies shrouded in dense black mist. These were the most common level 10 monsters here. Black Crow Normal. Level 10. HP. 3000. Attack. 170. Skill. Dark Arrow. With the passive damage from Ice Flame, Su Yu was confident he could take down these crows with a single arrow. These flying monsters primarily attacked with their sharp beaks or by condensing dark energy into arrows to shoot at their targets. For melee classes like warriors and knights, who lacked long-range skills, These creatures were indeed troublesome foes. Scanning the area, Suyu noticed that the edges were crowded with players, leaving the monster resources insufficient. He decided not to engage and instead walked deeper into the mountain range. Not far along, Suyu passed a group of players. A knight in the group noticed the longbow in his hand and called out excitedly, "Hey, want to team up to hunt black crows? We need one more ranged DPS." "No thanks," Suyu shook his head. "I'm soloing." "Soloing?" The knight was surprised. "Are you sure? As an archer, you're pretty fragile. You need someone to tank the damage for you." "Hold on," interrupted a female player in the group named Qing Yuan. She had noticed Su Ye's golden leather armor, a unique mark in the entire realm. Trying to keep her excitement in check, her cheeks flushed as she asked, "Are you Yongye?" "Yes, that's me," Su confirmed with a smile. "Finally, I get to meet you in person. I'm a big fan," Qing Yuan exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. "Hello," Suyu greeted, taking a moment to observe her. Qing Yuan was dressed in tight-fitting cloth attire that accentuated her slender figure and long, shapely legs. Most striking was the longbow in her hand. She was a rare female archer. Noting her ID, Suyu was momentarily surprised. In the future, Qing Yuan would become one of the top 100 archers on Blue Star and be renowned for her legendary Black Dragon pet, earning the title Black Dragon Archer. At the moment, a small black lizard perched on her left shoulder. However, Qing Yuan was just an ordinary player with decent archery skills for now. Suyu was about to leave when she called out, "Yongye, can we be friends?" After a moment's thought, Suyu agreed. They exchanged friend requests, and he then continued on his way, disappearing from their view. Watching his sister admire another player so much, the knight, Jian Gu, felt a bit jealous. "Xiao Yuan, Yongye is indeed strong, but you're a disciple of the archery master. With your skills, you'll surpass him in the future." Qing Yuan shook her head. "No way. Yongye's archery skills are thousands of times better than mine. Even my teacher watched his battle videos and admitted he couldn't compare." "What?" Jiangu was shocked. "Master Wu is a 5-time world archery champion. Yongye is better than him." Qing Yuan sighed. "My teacher found it hard to believe too, but it's true." Jiangu looked in the direction Suyu had left, muttering, "If I had known he was Yongye, I would have insisted he join our team. Having a top player to carry us would be amazing." Qing Yuan rolled her eyes. "Brother, can't you have some pride? All you think about is being carried. It's a waste of your epic talent." "I can't help it. My talent is to rely on strong teammates," Jian Gu replied with a grin. Qing Yuan sighed and said to the lizard on her shoulder, "Xiao He, you're the reliable one. I need to train you quickly so I can stop relying on my lazy brother." 10 minutes later, Suyu reached a less populated area. Suddenly, a raspy cry echoed from the sky. Turning around, he saw a swarm of black crows diving towards him like arrows. Calmly, Suyu gripped his demon hunter bow and fired a series of arrows. Each arrow was imbued with a pale flame, hitting the crows with precision and triggering the ice flame passive. The hit crow's speed dropped by 400 points, and they took 1,000 frost damage per second, becoming paralyzed and falling like raindrops. System notifications rang out continuously. "Ding! You killed a level 10 black crow and gained 36 experience points." "Ding! You looted 3 agility points." "Ding! You looted the rare skill Dark Arrow." Suyu quickly gained a large amount of experience while constantly looting agility points and skills. He checked his skill panel. Dark Arrow passive 1100. Effect: arrows imbued with dark energy deal an additional 10 points of dark damage. Now each of Suyu's arrows dealt both dark and frost damage, significantly increasing their power and making them nearly unstoppable. As he continued killing monsters and moving forward, the system panel kept updating. "Ding, you looted 2 agility points." Eventually, Suyu accumulated 60 agility points and 100 passive stacks from the Black Crows. His experience bar reached 90.2, getting him closer to his level 10 goal. Suddenly, Suyu stopped and scanned his surroundings warily. A faint gray mist lingered in the air. A gust of wind dispersed the mist, revealing dozens of grayish-white figures. "Ding, you discovered the first abnormal area in the Black Crow Mountain Range." Task progress 10. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. According to his past life memories, completing the village chief's exploration task required finding 5 abnormal areas, 3 abnormal items, and the mastermind behind the mutation. He remembered the coordinates of these targets clearly. Roar! A strange howl pierced the silence, prompting Suyu to turn around warily. Emerging from the darkness, a horde of grayish-white figures appeared. They were zombies, elite black, iron-level monsters. Each zombie had 10 health points, 20,000 attack power, 350 skill points, and possessed the traits of corpse poison and undead physique. Their attributes far surpassed those of Black Crows, and their health reached a staggering 20,000 points. However, Suyu's expression remained unchanged despite the formidable enemies. To him, these zombies were merely walking experience points. More importantly, killing monsters in abnormal areas had a slim chance of dropping Black Soul Stones, the entry ticket to the first dungeon in Keluluo village. With only 1,000 Black Soul Stones available across the server, only 1,000 lucky players could participate in the dungeon event. Focusing his mind, Suyu locked his gaze on the zombies ahead. He swiftly drew his bow, releasing a barrage of arrows. The passive effect of Heavy Claw triggered, reducing each monster's defense by 20 points and dealing an additional 1,000 points of dark damage per arrow. The Frost Flame effect further slowed the zombies' movement speed by 400 points. Already slow-moving, the zombies were instantly immobilized. Suyu's astonishing attack speed of 4.22 shots per second inflicted 7,000 points of damage per second, allowing him to eliminate a zombie in just 3 seconds. The system notifications followed. Ding! You killed a level 10 zombie, gaining 216 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the rare Undead Physique skill. Obtaining a passive skill on the first kill, Suyu's luck was on the rise. As a passive skill, each layer of Undead Physique permanently increased health by 500 points, and maxing out the skill would boost health by 5,000 points equivalent to the bonus from 250 points of Constitution. For a fragile archer, this was an invaluable skill. A glint of excitement flashed in Suyu's eyes, but his attacks didn't falter. The system notifications continued. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 4 points of Constitution. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 3 points of Constitution. Each zombie kill not only awarded attribute points, but also increased the experience bar by approximately 2.3. When Suyu defeated the 5th zombie, his experience bar reached 100. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 10, gaining 1 to all 4 attributes, 1 free attribute point. It had been less than a day since the launch of the Divine Realm, and Suyu had already reached level 10 over 2 hours faster than in his previous life. He earned another world achievement. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player Eternal Knight for becoming the first to reach level 10, earning the rewards. 2,000 gold coins, 3,000 reputation points, 1 life essence, and 1 golden chest. The announcement flashed 6 times, shocking players worldwide. Discussions erupted. Holy crap, is Eternal Knight planning to monopolize the world announcements? For announcements in 2 days, giving no chance to other guilds. I've been grinding all night and just reached level 7. Compared to Eternal Knight, I feel like trash. If you're trash at level 7, then I, at level 5, shouldn't even exist. Wow! Another god-tier player is emerging in the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's Duo Village, the Jojo Guild's pioneering team had just completed a task, unlocking the village's first novice dungeon, Blood Duke's Castle. Led by guild leader Jojo Tianyun, they were an hour ahead of their previous life schedule. However, just as they were celebrating, Eternal Knight's world announcement felt like a cold shower. Vice leader Tianya exclaimed in disbelief. How is Eternal Knight leveling up so fast? Our guild's leveling team consists of elite players dispatched by the officials, known for their speed. Yet, they can't keep up with a solo player? Eternal Knight is insanely strong, like he's cheating. Guild leader Tianyun sighed, but quickly regained composure. Find an opportunity to contact Eternal Knight and see if we can invite him to join our guild. Adding a top-tier player like him would be invaluable. He then addressed the pioneering team members. Don't worry too much about the announcement. Although Eternal Knight received the announcement rewards, they only enhance his personal power. Our discovery of the Novice Dungeon will boost our guild's overall strength. If we secure the first dungeon clear, we'll also receive announcement rewards. Encouraged, the team eagerly prepared to enter the dungeon. Tianyan instructed, Tianya, inform the leveling team leader about the dungeon so they can join us in the raid. Back in the Black Crow Mountains, Suyu didn't immediately check his system rewards. Instead, he continued to focus on the battle at hand. A few minutes later, all the zombies were slain. Leveraging his talents, he plundered 50 points of Constitution and maxed out the passive skill Undead Physique, increasing his health by 6,000 points to surpass the 10,000 mark. Suyu began collecting the loot. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 160 silver coins, 8 black soul stones, 3 toxic claws, and various materials. Wow! My luck is off the charts, Suyu thought with delight. Dozens of black iron elite monsters dropped 11 rare black iron items, thanks to the rare drop rate attribute of his explorer's backpack. Normally, only 3 to 5 rare items would drop. Suyu carefully examined the Black Soul Stone's attributes. Black Soul Stone, special type, dungeon item. Effect, grants entry to the Novice Dungeon. Current count, 81,000. Since the exploration task wasn't completed yet, players couldn't see the specific name of the Novice Dungeon. After storing the Black Soul Stones, Suyu eagerly opened the golden chest from his system rewards. You received 2,000 gold coins, You received Enthusiast Pants Golden, another piece of golden quality equipment. Suyu carefully inspected the equipment's attributes. Enthusiast Pants Golden. Slot. Legs. Health 600. Defense 40. Constitution 30. Agility 20. Trait. Each attack increases attack speed by 5, up to a maximum of 25. Equipment requirement. Level 10 Archer. Without hesitation, Suyu equipped the new gear. After defeating the Frostbear King, I got a pair of level 10 silver boots, which I can now equip. Suyu quickly opened his backpack and took out the boots that shimmered with a silver glow. White Bear Boots. Quality, silver. Slot feet. Attributes. Health 300. Defense 20. Agility 40. Special trait. Movement speed 10. Requirement. Level 10. Any class. Without hesitation, Suyu put on the White Bear Boots, feeling the surge of power beneath his feet. He then took out the fourth translucent life essence from his pocket and swallowed it in one gulp. As the energy of the essence spread through his body, he felt his attribute synchronization increase to 20, enhancing his real-world strength once again. Filled with joy, Suyu immediately opened his character panel to check his latest stats. ID. Eternal Night. Level 10. Health points. 12,800,012,800. Mana points. 12,500,012,500. Attributes. Strength 185. Constitution 235. Agility 203. Spirit 125. Attack speed 4.56s. Physical defense 324. Magic defense 206. Suyu's eyes lit up. These level 10 stats far surpass those of typical level 20 players, even those with equipment. In one word, powerful. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Just then, another group of zombies emerged from the gray mist. But Suyu didn't engage. He had already obtained what he wanted. Now, completing the village chief's exploration task was his top priority. After organizing his battle gains, Suyu swiftly headed towards the next anomaly area. His speed was impressive. The distance between the first 4 anomaly areas wasn't far, and within about an hour, he had completed a circuit, increasing his task progress to 40. Half an hour later, Suyu finally reached the 5th anomaly area. The gray mist here was particularly dense, and the atmosphere was eerily quiet, as if even the air had frozen. He gripped his hunter bow tightly and cautiously stepped into the mist. Suddenly, a massive silhouette loomed in the fog. Suyu quickly aimed at the creature's head and unleashed a skill without hesitation. Thunder shot. In an instant, golden lightning flashed, and the deafening thunder shattered the silence of the mist. Although frost and dark damage were magical and reduced by magic defense, the shot still successfully enraged the slumbering creature. Roar! The giant monster opened its ghostly green eyes and let out an angry roar. It swung its arms, whipping up a fierce wind that dispersed the surrounding mist, revealing its true form. Zombie King Black Iron. Boss level 10. Health points 184,000,200,000. Attack 980. Skills 1. King's Body. Significantly increases health and recovery effects. 2. Corpse Mist. Spews a large amount of toxic mist, dealing poison damage to nearby enemies. 3. Heavy Leap. Leaps towards the enemy, crushing them with its body. The Zombie King bent its legs like compressed springs, then burst forth with incredible power, leaping high and crashing down towards Suyu. Boom! A web of cracks instantly spread from the impact point on the ground. However, Suyu had already used Blink, teleporting 20 meters away. He immediately began shooting arrows rapidly while laying an ice trap beneath his feet. Swish, swish, swish! Arrows continuously hit the Zombie King's head, with damage numbers popping up like raindrops. Each second, the average damage stabilized at over 5,500. Suyu attacked while retreating, constantly widening the distance between him and the boss. For an archer, controlling attack distance and rhythm is crucial, and Suyu had mastered these techniques to perfection. 3 seconds later, the ice trap's slow effect went on cooldown. The Zombie King charged forward, but just 20 meters out, it stepped onto the invisible ice trap on the ground. With a boom, the boss turned into an ice statue. However, the control effect only lasted 0.5 seconds. With each control effect, the Zombie King's freeze resistance grew stronger. Due to the Zombie King's strong regeneration ability, it took Suyu a few extra minutes to finally bring it down. Ding! You have slain the level 10 Zombie King, earning 2,160 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on looting the Corpse Mist skill rare. The battle was relatively easy for Suyu. A mere black iron boss was hardly a challenge for him. As for the loot dropped by the Zombie King, Suyu stored it in his backpack without even checking the attributes. Black iron gear and items were of little help to him now. Suyu glanced at the new passive skill he acquired. Corpse Miss Passive 110. This was another passive skill that added a negative effect. Now, Suyu's arrows could trigger poison, bleeding, defense reduction, and slow effects. He thought to himself that once he looted enough passive abilities, his arrows could carry hundreds of negative and control effects, making his enemies wish for death. For instance, an arrow that stuns the enemy for 100 seconds, then freezes them for another 100 seconds, followed by 100 seconds of burning. Just imagining it was terrifying. All right, time to find the 3 anomalies, Suyu thought. With detailed coordinates, he no longer had to wander aimlessly through the mountains. Soon, Suyu gathered all 3 map fragments. Once combined, they revealed the coordinates of the mastermind behind the scenes. The mission entered its final phase, and it was already 1 p.m. The top 10 guilds in the world simultaneously launched their beginner village dungeons, dispatching elite teams to study strategies. Aware of the urgency, Suyu resolutely ventured deep into the mountains. Before long, a wooden cabin came into view, surrounded by the scattered bones of various creatures. The cabin was empty, but the mastermind had to be nearby. As he pondered, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed from a distant valley. Someone's there? Suyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately sprinted towards the source of the sound. Sure enough, 2 figures stood in the valley. One was Joseph, the necromancer from the Dark Empire, and the mastermind behind this event. To Suyu's surprise, the other was clad in golden armor, with a cross and shield emblem on his chased-in escort knight of the Church of Light. Suyu raised an eyebrow and quietly activated his detection ability. Necromancer, Joseph, severe injury level, 1030. Escort Knight Keaton, severe injury level, 928. Description: member of the reserve escort knight squad of the Church of Light's first saint, Carol. Upon seeing the name Carol, a stunning image of a beautiful and talented woman flashed in Suyu's mind. As a household name in the Light Empire, Carol's legendary stories were widely known. It was said that when she was born, the gates of heaven opened, countless angels descended, singing hymns and bestowing blessings. She was granted the esteemed identity of the Light God's heir, and her popularity among the common people even surpassed that of the current Pope and the Emperor of the Light Empire. However, such an extraordinary individual had a tragic fate. During a peace negotiation trip to the Dark Empire, Carol was assassinated. This incident directly triggered a war between the 2 nations. Even after the war ended, the identity of the assassin remained a mystery. So you had only seen Carol a few times and didn't have much interaction with her. In his previous life, he left the Bright Empire after reaching level 30 due to a hidden quest, spending most of his time in the Elven Kingdom. At this moment, Suyu was crouched in the woods, his eyes locked on 2 figures not far away. A young knight was facing off against a necromancer, the air thick with tension. Friend, you're just an unknown trainee knight in the Order of Path Guardians. Why are you risking your life against me? Necromancer Yo sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Who will even remember you if you die here today? The young knight, Caden, remained unfazed, his eyes shining with determination. He straightened his back and spoke firmly. Though I am a trainee knight, I am also a member of the Church of Light. I am willing to sacrifice my life to protect the citizens. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Caden drew his long sword and charged at the necromancer like an arrow. Holy sword slash, he shouted, as a narrow blade of light cut through the air. Yo smirked, waving his right hand to conjure a bone shield that blocked the light blade's attack. Typical Church of Light tactics. The Dark Empire bows to your foolishness, he mocked. Young knight, since you persist in your folly, I will send you to hell myself. As Yo's finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. Soil churned as hundreds of skeletons emerged, surrounding Caden. The young knight's eyes narrowed as he charged towards the area with the fewest skeletons, attempting to break through. However, the skeletons seemed endless. Caden's wounds multiplied, blood seeping out as his health plummeted. Realizing the danger, he gritted his teeth, weighing whether to use a forbidden technique. Just then, Suyu, hidden in the shadows, thought, "It's my turn to act." He quickly assessed the necromancer's condition. Necromancer, Yo's bronze. Boss level, 930. Injured health, 240,001, 620,000. Attack, 1925. Skills, skeleton summon, bone shield, bone spear, life drain. Suyu noted that Yo's level had dropped by 1 since the last time. He recalled from his previous life that when the Koro village team found Yo's, his level had dropped to 5, and the players easily defeated him, obtaining quest items. Without hesitation, Suyu drew his Demon Hunter bow and knocked an arrow. Power shot, he whispered, and the arrow flew through the air, hitting the unsuspecting necromancer's right eye. Ah! Yo screamed in agony as blood spurted from his eye socket. Who dares to ambush me? he roared, his face twisted in pain. The unexpected turn of events left Caden stunned. He halted the forbidden technique and turned to see Suyu emerging from the woods, looking calm. Who are you? Caden asked. I'm an adventurer from Koro Village, Suyu replied solemnly. Leave this necromancer to me. You need to get out of here. Seeing Caden hesitate, Suyu quickly added, Sir Knight, I know what you're thinking, but can you still fight? Staying here will only get in my way. Caden hesitated for a moment before nodding. I understand. A system prompt sounded. Ding. Path Guardian Knight Caden's favorability towards you has increased by 40, current 70. Before leaving, Caden turned back and sincerely said, Thank you for your help, adventurer. Now, only Suyu, the necromancer Yos, and dozens of skeletons remained in the clearing. Yos gritted his teeth and shouted, Damn archer. I'll kill you and turn your corpse into an undead. Suyu chuckled fearlessly. Don't worry. The one dying today will be you, one-eyed wolf. You're courting death. Yos, enraged, commanded the skeletons to attack Suyu. As the skeletons swarmed towards him, Suyu moved swiftly, releasing 3 arrows in quick succession. The third arrow triggered the corpse mist passive, enveloping over a dozen skeletons in gray fog. The poison damage wasn't physical or magical, so it bypassed defense values, only limited by poison resistance. With Suyu's attack speed of 4.56s, he could trigger the corpse mist passive 3 times in 2 seconds. The level 9 skeletons, with just over 2,000 health points, would soon succumb to the poison. Yos quickly realized the severity of the situation. His summoned skeletons couldn't harm Suyu and were rapidly dwindling. Meanwhile, he was continuously taking damage from Suyu's arrows, his health dropping fast. Damn it. What is with this archer's arrows? Yos shouted in terror. The negative effects and elemental damage from the arrows were overwhelming. No, I must escape. Yos decided. The plan has already succeeded. Once the undead army razes the village, I'll return to collect the souls and bodies. With that, he turned to flee. Trying to run? Suyu smirked. Yos was already slow due to his injuries, and Suyu could use his arrows to increase his speed while slowing Yos down. The gap between them quickly closed. Yos' health was down to less than 3,000 points, and fear began to grip him. He was terrified. Honorable archer, I am willing to offer all my treasures. Please spare my life. Joseph trembled as he knelt on the ground, his voice filled with fear and desperation. Suyu stared coldly at the disheveled necromancer, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He scoffed. If I kill you, won't I get your treasures anyway? Joseph trembled even more upon hearing this. Struggling to contain his fear, he stammered, I will agree to any condition you set, as long as I can fulfill it. A glint of cunning flashed in Suyu's eyes. He spoke in a chilling tone. Very well. Tell me the coordinates of the necromancer's lair. Yes, I can, Joseph instinctively agreed, but quickly added, but you must swear by the rules that you won't kill me after I give you the coordinates. So you fell into deep thought. Letting a heavily injured level 30 bronze boss go? That would mean giving up a significant reward. No, he wouldn't let Joseph go today. But how could he kill him and still get the coordinates of the necromancer's lair? Suddenly, an idea popped into Suyu's mind. He looked at Joseph, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. Let me think it over, and I'll give you my answer. Fine. Joseph swallowed hard, silently praying that Suyu would agree to his request. Suyu pretended to ponder as he slowly circled behind Joseph. Every 20 seconds, he discreetly placed an invisible frost trap on the ground. Consumed by fear, Joseph didn't dare turn around and was completely unaware of Suyu's actions. After 2 minutes, Suyu had set 7 frost traps, completely surrounding Joseph. Though the traps were invisible, Joseph felt an inexplicable chill creeping over him, sending shivers down his spine. Suyu walked back to face Joseph, a confident smile on his face. I agree to your request, he said. Swearing by the rules is essentially a system contract. Raising his voice, Suyu declared, I, Yongyi, swear by the rules that as long as the necromancer Joseph provides the coordinates of the necromancer's lair, I will no longer attack him. Ding! Contract established. The system notification sounded. Joseph carefully recalled Suyu's oath and found no loopholes. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, Great, I finally survived. Damn humans. Once I've healed, I'll come back for my revenge. Joseph cursed under his breath, a flash of malice in his eyes. Suyu watched coldly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He was well aware of the necromancer's hatred, but couldn't care less. After all, Joseph was never going to leave this valley alive. I've already sworn by the rules. Now it's your turn, Suyu said calmly. Tell me the coordinates of the necromancer's lair. All right, Joseph quickly replied, then asked, Your Excellency Yonya, do you have a map of the Black Crow Mountains? I can mark the coordinates for you. Hearing this, Suyu took out a map he had collected earlier from his backpack. Joseph took the map and, using his own blood, marked an X at a specific location. A system notification immediately sounded. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the mission item. Mission progress is now 100. Please submit the task to the village chief as soon as possible. Joseph looked up, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Respected Excellency Yongye, I have given you the location of the lair. May I leave now? Sure, you can go. Suyu nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Joseph's face lit up with a smile of relief. He quickly got up and sprinted towards the valley's exit, thinking to himself, I survived. Human, when I return, I'll make sure to skin you alive and torture you to death. However, just as he took his first step, the ground beneath him erupted with intense, magical energy. Ah! Joseph's smile froze instantly. Damn it, you tricked me? The thought barely crossed his mind when the frost trap exploded. Boom! 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 Countless frost arrows engulfed the necromancer, turning him into an ice sculpture. Damage numbers floated up rapidly, and Joseph's already low health of less than 3,000 points quickly hit zero. To be absolutely certain, Suyu had set up 7 frost traps, ensuring there was no escape. A system notification sounded again. Ding! You have slain level 30 necromancer Joseph, gaining 163,440 experience points. Due to killing a higher level enemy, you receive an additional 100 experience. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the rare skill, Life Drain. Holy! Suyu couldn't help but gasp at the generous rewards. In the Divine Realm, every 20 levels represent a tier, and killing higher tier enemies significantly boosts experience gains. The 326,880 experience points were enough for multiple level ups. But considering the restrictions of the Novice Dungeon, he decided to use the experience to upgrade his skills instead. Just then, a faint groan caught his attention. Suyu turned to see Joseph lying on the ground, barely alive. The necromancer glared at Suyu with bloodshot eyes, his voice hoarse with accusation. You broke your promise? Suyu shrugged, looking innocent. I swore not to attack you directly, but you stepped on the trap yourself. How is that my fault? Joseph's eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze dimming. He died with his eyes open, a pile of glittering items scattered around his corpse. Another system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining loot. 580 gold coins, bone staff, black soul crystal, white evil robe. The level 30 mage gear was temporarily useless to Suyu and couldn't be sold. However, one particular item caught his attention: the black soul crystal. This golden ear soul item contained Joseph's soul, which could be used for resurrection through the Dark Church's secret arts. After a moment's thought, Suyu decided to store the black soul crystal in his inventory for future use. He then opened the skill panel to upgrade his skills. Among his 3 golden ear skills, Suyu chose to upgrade Blink. Thanks to the skill leaderboard rewards, the upgrade cost was reduced by 5, allowing him to elevate Blink to level 5. Blink Golden Tier, LV5. Upgrade. 1280160000 XP. Effect. Teleport to any location within a radius of 50 spirit x 0.14 meters. Cooldown. 82 seconds. Mana cost. 700. The upgrade reduced the cooldown by 8 seconds and increased the teleport distance from 22 meters to 67 meters, a 3-fold increase. Finally, Suyu gained a new passive skill. Life Drain Passive, 110. Effect. Arrows you shoot restore 500 health upon hitting an enemy. This rare quality passive effect was incredibly powerful. Given Suyu's attack speed, he could potentially regenerate up to 2,000 health per second, nearly 1/6 of his total health. Not bad. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. This healing passive significantly boosted his sustainability in battles. With the mission complete, it was time to return. Although the journey back to the novice village would take nearly 2 hours, Suyu had prepared a return scroll in the morning, allowing him to teleport back to his inn room with ease. He then headed to the village chief's house. The village chief greeted him with a smile. Yongye, did you find anything unusual in the Black Crow Mountains? Yes, Suyu replied. I killed a necromancer in the mountains and learned the exact coordinates of a large necromancer's lair from him. He handed the map to the village chief. The village chief examined the map carefully and said, so there really is a necromancer's lair. Thank you for this information, Excellency Yongye. I will immediately dispatch militia to investigate. Once they confirm the information, come back to me for your reward. All right, Suyu agreed with a nod. A system notification sounded. Please speak with the village chief in 1 hour. In 1 hour, he could claim his mission rewards, and the novice dungeon in Kailur village would officially open to players. Suyu waited eagerly, anticipating the opportunities to come. After Suyu submitted the mission to the village chief, the system notifications rang continuously. The announcement echoed throughout Koro village. Due to the player Yongye completing the main quest, the beginner dungeon Undead Lair will open in 1 hour. The first team worldwide to clear the dungeon will receive system rewards. Additionally, the village contribution leaderboard is now open. Killing dungeon monsters will earn contribution points, and generous rewards will be distributed based on the leaderboard rankings after the mission ends. The announcement was repeated 3 times, causing a frenzy among the players in Koro Village. Holy crap! Our Koro Village can actually open a beginner dungeon. We owe this to the great Yongye. I hereby declare that I am now Yongye's #1 fan. Some players began looking for team opportunities. My girlfriend said if I help her clear the dungeon, she'll agree to some personal connection activities. Any team willing to help a brother out? That sounds a bit off, but I'll help you. The lure of the dungeon was too strong to resist, and players quickly formed teams, heading towards the Black Raven Mountains. Meanwhile, Suyu was preparing to log off and have a good lunch. The intense battles of the morning had drained his energy. He decided to take this time to recharge. Considering that the upcoming dungeon battles would require the elite forces of several guilds, Suyu sent messages to Kenyun Tianshang, Kuang Feng Wanzhong, and others before logging off, informing them that entering the dungeon required black soul stones and providing the drop locations for these items. They quickly responded with gratitude and insisted on paying him 1,000 gold coins as a reward. Although Suyu didn't need the money, he accepted it due to their insistence. Suyu then returned to the inn and logged off. Back in his villa bedroom, a mysterious force surged from deep within his body, flowing through his limbs and veins, continuously strengthening his physique. Moments later, the sensation faded. His physical attributes had now surpassed ordinary humans by more than 5 times. Once I can manifest the skills from the game, I'll become a true, extraordinary being. Suyu smiled slightly. While life essence materializes attributes, the manifestation of skills and equipment requires knowledge essence and natural essence, which can be obtained through special dungeons and events. As for innate talents, they naturally emerge when the attribute synchronization reaches 100. He got up, left the bedroom, and ordered lunch from the hotel. After taking a shower, he felt refreshed and lay down on the sofa, waiting for his meal. He opened the forum to browse the latest news. Major global guilds were live streaming their elite team's attempts to clear the dungeon. Unfortunately, it was the first time players from Blue Star were tackling a Divine Realm dungeon, and the beginner dungeon was at a hard difficulty level. Even top guilds like JoJo, Angel, Olympus, and War God were stuck on the first boss. Over 3 hours had passed, and none had cleared the first stage. Meanwhile, the news of Koro Village's dungeon opening gradually climbed into the top 10 trending topics on the forum. Players began to discuss. Which guild do you think will get the first clear? Obviously, it will be our Bangzi Nation's Universe Guild. Your Bangzi Nation's Trash Guild didn't even make the top 10. They have no chance. Angel Guild has already reduced the boss's HP by 65, leading globally. The first clear is definitely theirs. All of you, shut up. Our Asen Nation's Divine Elephant Guild will be the first. Fans of various guilds argued fiercely. As for Koro Village's dungeon, it didn't garner much attention. After all, if global guilds with hundreds of top players couldn't clear the dungeon, how could Koro Village, with only one top player, Yongye, who was 3 hours behind, possibly achieve the first clear? Suyu merely chuckled at the situation. Today he was destined to make a remarkable impact. After lunch and an hour of rest, Suyu logged back into Divine Realm and headed straight to the village chief's house. The chief had been waiting for him. The village chief solemnly said, Yongye, we have confirmed that there is indeed an undead lair in the Black Raven Mountains. Thanks to your valuable information, the village has prepared in advance. I must thank you properly. As he finished speaking, a notification sounded. Ding! The village chief's favorability towards you has increased by 15, now at 85 points. Congratulations on completing the main quest, Explore Black Raven Mountains, and receiving 2,000 experience points, 50 gold coins, the village chief's gift, and 500 reputation points with the Light Empire. The village chief continued, Follow me. He led Suyu inside and opened a large chest protected by a magical array. Brilliant light illuminated the dim room. Wow! Suyu was astonished. So many golden quality treasures. No wonder the village chief was considered the hidden wealthy man of the beginner village. His wealth was indeed enviable. The village chief smiled. Due to your contributions to the village, you may choose one treasure from here as your reward. All right. Suyu nodded slightly. Ding! You have unlocked the village chief's hidden shop. Frost Quiver Gold. Effect. Automatically recovers nearby arrows. Imbues arrows with frost magic. Price. 350,000 gold coins. Mysterious Orb Unknown. Effect. Contains unknown power. Increases luck by 1 when placed in the backpack. Price. Unestimable. All of them were excellent items. For instance, The Frost Quiver not only automatically recovers arrows, but also enchants them, making it extremely useful. On the market, its price would be no less than 1,000,000 gold coins, comparable to diamond quality equipment. Additionally, although the mysterious orb's full effects were unknown, its luck increase of one alone made it far more valuable than the quiver. In Divine Realm, such unidentified items often hinted at greater hidden opportunities. Which one should he choose? So you felt a bit conflicted. He looked towards a village chief and asked, "Chief, can I choose one treasure and then buy the others?" Of course, the village chief smiled, "But I have a better offer. Please tell me." The village chief said, "I would like to ask you to destroy the undead lair. If you do, you can choose another treasure as a reward." "I accept your offer," Suyu replied without hesitation. The main quest had to be completed anyway, and now he could get additional rewards. Ding! Congratulations on accepting the main quest, Destroy the Undead Lair. Quest content: clear the hard dungeon, Undead Lair, and solo kill the final boss. Suyu accepted the quest. He then chose the Frost Quiver as his reward for the previous mission. This item would aid him in the upcoming battles. The mysterious orb would stay with the village chief for now. Suyu took the Frost Arrow Quiver and carefully examined its attributes. This gold-tier special equipment not only automatically retrieves undamaged arrows within 100 meters, but also stores up to 20,000 arrows. He slung the quiver over his back and quickly transferred all his arrows into it. As a special piece of equipment, the quiver doesn't occupy a regular equipment slot. Suyu then tested the two main functions of the Frost Arrow Quiver. Picking up arrows consumed only a small amount of mana, but enchanting an arrow required 10 mana points each. Even though he had consumed Frost Dragon Blood and his mana exceeded 10,000, he couldn't enchant all the arrows. After weighing his options, he decided to enchant 1,000 arrows with Frost Power, keeping them as a trump card. After making his preparations, Suyu decided to head to the Black Crow Mountain Range. He briefly bid farewell to the village chief and set off. Half an hour later, Suyu arrived at the entrance of the Black Crow Mountain Range. A large number of players were gathered there, discussing the dungeon portal set up by the system. Players could enter the Undead Lair dungeon through the portal as long as they possessed a black soul stone. "This dungeon is too hard," one player complained. Even the combined efforts of the Shadow Cloud, Gale Wind, and Moon Shadow guilds couldn't find the first boss. Since Shadow Cloud Tianshang had started live streaming, many players who couldn't enter the dungeon were aware of the situation inside. Shadow Cloud did this to gather ideas and find a strategy. After all, without clearing the beginner dungeon, no one could leave the novice village. More importantly, the guilds had promised substantial rewards for anyone who could provide an effective strategy. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Suyu. "Eternal Night is here!" Excited shouts echoed. All eyes instantly focused on Suyu. Over the past few days, he had frequently appeared in world announcements, and most players in Keilu village had remembered his ID. Suyu remained calm under the scrutiny. For someone who had experienced wars involving billions of people, this was a minor scene. "Great! With Eternal Night here, the dungeon will definitely be cleared." Cheers erupted from the crowd, and they automatically made way for Suyu to reach the portal. Suyu smiled and thanked them, striding forward. Just then, the portal glowed, and Shadow Cloud Tianshang, Gale Wind Wanzhong, and Moon Shadow she returned with their teams. "Hey, you're finally here?" Gale Wind Wanzhong greeted heartily. "Long time no see, Mr. Eternal Night." Moon Shadow, she smiled in greeting. Suyu directly asked about their progress in the dungeon. Shadow Cloud Tianshang shook his head with a wry smile, indicating they had made no progress and hadn't even seen the first boss. However, they had some ideas and thought they might succeed with a few more attempts. Suyu nodded and got straight to the point. "I know how to clear the dungeon. Let's go in together." The three readily agreed, believing that as the dungeon opener, Suyu must have obtained crucial information from an NPC. After walking a few steps, Suyu suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, are the Bloodstained Guild members in the dungeons?" Shadow Cloud Tianshang couldn't help but laugh. "What did you do to Bloodstain this morning?" "I invited them to join us, but Bloodstain Han asked if you were coming. When I said yes, he immediately refused. Now, all of Bloodstain's members are off leveling up in other maps." Suyu replied nonchalantly, "I just told him that if I see a Bloodstain member, I'll kill them." The three exchanged glances. Shadow Cloud Tianshang frowned. With that statement, "I'm afraid your feud with Bloodstain is irreconcilable." Moon Shadow, she asked with concern, "Do you need me to find someone to help you?" As a partner, she naturally didn't want anything to happen to Suyu. Besides, the Moon Shadow Guild's power wasn't inferior to Bloodstain's. "Don't worry," Suyu said with a carefree smile. "I can handle Bloodstain. My principle is simple. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. But if they do, I'll strike back." This was his way of life. Once he made an enemy, he would suppress them with all his might until they were utterly defeated. Moreover, the Bloodstained Guild was not virtuous. In future wars, they even colluded with enemy civilizations, betraying Long Country and attacking their compatriots, leading to a catastrophic defeat for Long Country. So you had no mercy for such traitorous guilds. Shadow Cloud Tian Shang looked at him deeply and offered support if needed. Alright, enough about that. Let's get ready for the dungeon, Suyu said, changing the subject. Shadow Cloud Tian Shang invited Suyu to the team and handed over the leader's authority. The group stepped onto the formation, and a virtual panel appeared before them. Dungeon, Undead Lair. Type Team, Selectable Difficulty, Hard. Clear Condition, Kill the final boss Skeleton King. In the Divine Realm, dungeon difficulties were categorized into 6 levels. Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, and Abyss. The higher the difficulty, the more formidable the monsters. Ding, do you want to enter the Undead Lair dungeons? Yes. Suyu confirmed, and the group disappeared from the spot. In an instant, they found themselves inside the dungeon. Before them was a massive undead nest constructed of countless bones. The sky was filled with floating blue flames, their faint light barely illuminating the dim space. Crunch, crunch. Dense sounds echoed around them. Looking around, the players realized they were surrounded by a sea of undead. The monsters were mainly of 2 types, skeleton spearmen and zombies. Skeleton spearmen Black Iron Elite. Difficulty level 10. Health 23,000,230,000. Attack 680. Skills Throwing Piercing. The dungeon was filled with Black Iron Elite monsters, with similar attributes. However, due to the hard difficulty, the skeleton spearman's attributes were at least 30 higher than those of monsters of the same level. At this moment, Qin Yun Tianshang, with a serious expression, reminded Yongyi, these skeleton spear throwers are particularly troublesome. A single round of bone spear throws is enough to instantly kill players of the same level. Suyu nodded in understanding, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. Kuang Feng Wanzong eagerly asked, Brother, do you know where the dungeon boss is? Suyu's lips curved slightly as he explained. To lure out the boss of the first stage, we need to kill 4 undead leaders within 30 seconds. He pointed around. There's a stone pedestal behind the undead sea on the left side. Breaking it will summon a leader monster. The other 3 leader monsters should be in the front, back, and right directions. Qin Yun Tianshang suddenly realized, recalling previous exploration experiences. The pioneering team members' eyes lit up, nodding frequently at Suyu's explanation. Suyu secretly admired the strength of Qin Yun Guild's pioneering team, reminiscing about how major guilds often invited them to help clear dungeons in his past life. If not for Qin Yun Guild's overall insufficient strength and limited resources, they might have secured the first dungeon clear before Jiuzhou Guild. Qin Yun Tianshang volunteered. Yongyi, you assign the tasks. We'll fully support your actions. Suyu quickly devised a strategy. You guys handle the monsters in the left, right, and back directions. They're weaker. I'll take care of the one in the front. When the leader monster's health drops to a sliver, we'll simultaneously deliver the final blow. The 3 responded in unison, leading guild members and solo players to split up. Although Suyu had concerns about Yu in guild's combat effectiveness, with Qin Yun's people directing, they should be able to handle the leader monsters. Let's get started. Suyu faced hundreds of undead ahead alone, not allowing warrior players to share the damage for him. The skeleton spear throwers simultaneously activated their throwing skills, bone spears raining down like a storm. Suyu deftly dodged but was still hit by a few bone spears, his health dropping by 2376 points. Unfazed, he retreated while drawing his Demon Hunter bow, firing a rapid sequence of 3 arrows at the second row of monsters. The arrows whizzed through the air, and the third arrow instantly summoned a cloud of gray mist, enveloping the surrounding skeletons. The poison effect activated, rapidly depleting the health of over a dozen skeletons. Various passive effects triggered consecutively, with 500 healing numbers constantly appearing above Suyu's head, quickly restoring his health bar. Simultaneously, ice flames immobilized the skeletons, hindering the advance of those behind. This scene stunned the surrounding players. They marveled at Suyu's formidable defense, terrifying health, and exceptional skills, praising him as an all-around archer with no weaknesses. Focused on the battle, Suyu paid no attention to the surrounding compliments. He began to fully unleash his attacks on the first row of monsters, with kill notifications ringing continuously. Soon, he looted an excellent quality piercing passive skill from a skeleton spear thrower. Excited, Suyu checked the skill's effect. Arrows have a 10 chance to pierce the first target, dealing 5 damage to enemies behind. This passive significantly boosted his output, increasing his interest in the skeleton spear throwers. After half an hour, Suyu acquired 2 new passives at full stacks and a large number of attribute points. His gaze fell on the stone pedestal ahead, ready to summon the leader monster. With a thunderous roar, the ground split open, and a giant skeleton spear thrower emerged. This was a level 14 black iron leader with 105,000 health points and 1250 attack power, possessing skills like piercing, throwing, and dark spear. Suyu adopted a conservative approach, slowing his attack pace to avoid getting hit by the monster. Although this took more time, it ensured that he and the other three teams could simultaneously suppress the leader monster's health to a sliver. After more than 20 minutes, the health bars of the four-head monsters were reduced to a sliver. They launched their final attacks simultaneously, but Suyu expertly dodged them. The system notification sounded immediately. Ding! You have killed the level 14 skeleton spearman leader on hard difficulty, gaining 3,796 experience points and 140 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations! You have looted 12 points of agility. With a cracking sound, the skeleton leader's body shattered, scattering bones across the ground. After this intense battle, Suyu's contribution points soared to 3410, securing his place at the top of the leaderboard. His agility had reached 274 points, and with the attack speed bonuses from his equipment, his attack speed surpassed 5s. Just as everyone was about to relax, an unexpected change occurred. A violent energy fluctuation filled the air with a buzzing sound. In the center of the first layer of the nest, a mass of dark energy erupted, drawing the corpses of the four-head monsters into the black mist. The system notification popped up. The guardian boss of the first layer has arrived. You must defeat it within an hour, or you will fail the instance. The black mist dispersed quickly, revealing the true form of the boss. It was a woman with stunning looks, long black hair, and a graceful figure, marred only by her decaying body. The surrounding players excitedly discussed this, with some even exclaiming, "This boss looks amazing." No wonder this game is nicknamed Kidney Domain. The boss's outfit is so revealing, it's thrilling. Damn, you guys are such perverts, someone couldn't help but retort. The system displayed the boss's attributes. Corrosion Queen Bronze Boss Hard Difficulty. Health, 490,000, 490,000. Attack, 2,550. Skills, 1. Summon Corrupted Corpses. Summons 100 corrupted corpses to assist in battle. 2. Corrosive Mist. Summons a mist that corrodes enemies within the area. 3. Devour. Devours corpses to restore 20 of maximum health. 4. Dark Impact. Strikes enemies with dark energy. After reviewing the attributes, Zunyan Tian asked, "Yongye, how should we tackle this boss?" Suyu responded solemnly, "Follow the standard boss fight procedures. The only thing to note is not to use control skills randomly. Listen to my commands. I'll be the main DPS. You focus on clearing the minions. Got it?" The three nodded in agreement and began directing the team to form up. Support classes took the lead, applying various debuffs to the Corrosion Queen, including reducing defense, attack, speed, and healing. Meanwhile, others cast buffs on Suyu to enhance his damage and attack speed. With all buffs in place, Suyu initiated the attack. Thunder Shot! A thunderous roar echoed through the cave as a lightning arrow pierced the Corrosion Queen's heart, instantly reducing her health by nearly 1. The damage was astounding considering other players could only inflict 2-digit or even single-digit damage. Suyu immediately drew the boss's aggro. The Corrosion Queen roared, "Servants, kill this human for your queen." She stood in the center, waving her bone staff, and 100 corrupted corpses emerged from the ground, attempting to bypass the players and attack Suyu. However, the other players quickly intercepted the minions, allowing Suyu to focus entirely on the boss. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. Suyu switched to frost-enchanted arrows and unleashed a barrage on the Corrosion Queen. Each arrow dealt dark damage, and every third arrow inflicted bleeding and poisoning effects, bringing his DPS to at least 5,000 per second. "Damn human!" The Corrosion Queen shrieked, unleashing a torrent of dark energy towards Suyu with her Dark Impact skill. No problem. Facing the attack, Suyu wore a calm smile and activated his flash skill, instantly appearing 60 meters to the right. The ground where he had stood was blasted into a crater, but Suyu remained unscathed. The team continued their concentrated attacks. Before long, the Corrosion Queen's health dropped to 80. She grabbed a corrupted corpse from the ground and devoured it, instantly restoring her health to full. This boss's attack power wasn't high, but her health and healing abilities made her a tough opponent. Every time the Corrosion Queen's health decreased by 5, she would cast Dark Impact. However, under Suyu's precise commands, the players interrupted all her subsequent attempts, except the first one. Although the boss's ultimate skill, Corrosive Mist, couldn't be interrupted and had to be tanked by Suyu, with over 100 healers focusing on him and his passive lifesteal ability, his health quickly returned to full after each attack. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, the system notification finally rang out. Ding! You have killed the level 14 Corrosion Queen, with 56 of the total damage, gaining 12,754 experience points and 235 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations! You have looted 25 points of constitution. Suyu's damage output was equivalent to that of hundreds of players combined. The corrosion queen collapsed, turning into sludge that seeped into the ground, leaving behind over a dozen pieces of equipment, including 4 bronze items and even 1 silver item. Suyu couldn't help but marvel at his luck. The reason for the high-quality drops was due to the high-difficulty instances mechanism. There's a chance for higher-tier loot to drop when the boss is defeated. The players from Koro Village were in disbelief and excitement. Unbelievable. We've actually beaten the first layer's boss first. If I remember correctly, other novice villages, including the Jojo Guild, are still stuck on the first layer. Yongye is amazing. We must aim for the first instance clear. It feels great to ride on the coattails of a pro. The team quickly gathered the loot, which was automatically stored in the shared team inventory. After clearing the instance, players could choose their rewards based on their contributions. Alright, let's move to the next layer, Suyu said calmly. The team immediately set off, heading through the tunnels to the second layer of the nest. This undead nest had 3 layers. The second layer had no boss, only iron-armored skeleton guards, black iron elite monsters ranging from level 11 to level 15. The Koro Village team cleared the monsters as they advanced towards the third layer. Ding! You have killed a level 15 skeleton guard on hard difficulty, gaining 1341 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have looted the ultra-rare giant skeleton skill. Ding! Through continuous battles, Suyu's experience and contribution points skyrocketed. The top spot on the contribution leaderboard was practically reserved for him. On the other side, just as Suyu was leading his team to defeat the first-level boss of the dungeon, major guilds around the world received the news. At the headquarters of the Bloodstained Guild, the current leader, Bloodstained Nine Heavens Real, named Zhou Hongyan, was furious upon hearing this. Bloodstained Nine Heavens knew all too well about Suyu's feud with the Koro Village branch. He had previously ordered that Yongye be listed as one of the guild's must-eliminate targets and had allocated resources to strengthen Bloodstained Han's team. However, Suyu single-handedly defeated dozens of Bloodstained's elite players. And now, Suyu had taken the lead in defeating the first dungeon boss. If he were to achieve the first kill, his strength would undoubtedly grow even further. Bloodstained Nine Heavens furrowed his brows, unwilling to let this happen. After a moment of thought, he took out an item from his pocket, the violent divine jade. This diamond-grade item had an astonishing effect. Upon use, it could boost the attributes of 50 units by 100 for 2 hours, but after the effect ended, the user's health would be permanently reduced by 50. The Bloodstained Guild had paid a hefty price to acquire this jade. Originally, Bloodstained Nine Heavens intended to keep it for his own guild's use. But to curb Yongye's growth, he decided to transfer the violent divine jade to another faction. Xiao Wang, Bloodstained Nine Heavens instructed with a grim expression, contact Boudreaux, the leader of the Angel Guild, and tell him I want to discuss a deal that could help him secure the first kill in the dungeon. Assistant Wang hesitated for a moment, then asked, Guild leader, are you sure you want to sell it to the Lighthouse Nation? Bloodstained Nine Heavens chuckled and explained, Xiao Wang, you need to understand that our guild's biggest sponsors come from the Lighthouse Nation. Building good relationships with their guilds is nothing but beneficial for our growth. Besides, money is money, no matter where it comes from. I understand. Wang nodded and went to carry out the task. As he watched Wang's retreating figure, Bloodstained Nine Heavens narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, I only made him my assistant out of respect for his father. Now it seems he's not entirely reliable. It's best to find a trustworthy family member to replace him. After some deliberation, Bloodstained Nine Heavens decided to immediately find a new assistant. Before long, he had made contact with Boudreaux. After a round of negotiations, the Angel Guild bought the violent divine jade for a high price of $100 million. Yongye, you'll never get the first kill in this dungeon. Bloodstained Nine Heavens felt a wave of satisfaction at the thought of Yongye missing out on the first kill. He then summoned his new assistant and issued an order, informed the guild's decision-making team to start gathering all information related to Yongye, analyze his characteristics, and formulate a plan to take him down. Once the plan is ready, present the report to me. Everyone involved will get a generous bonus for this task. Understood. The new assistant immediately set off to carry out the orders. Meanwhile, inside the Koro Village newbie dungeon. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 12. You have gained 1 to all 4 attributes, 1 free attribute point. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 13. You have gained 1 to all 4 attributes, 1 free attribute point. The second level of the Undead Nest was a long tunnel connecting the first and third levels of the dungeon. Suyu led his team for over an hour before finally reaching the entrance to the third level. Along the way, They killed numerous skeleton guards, which not only provided him with a massive amount of experience and contribution points, but also allowed him to level up twice. Additionally, he looted 60 points of constitution, 40 points of strength, and a full-tier passive skill from the monsters. Giant Skeleton Passive 50-50. Effect: increases health by 10,000 points, defense by 1,000 points. This passive skill significantly boosted Suyu's strength. He quickly allocated his free attribute points to strength and then opened his personal stats panel. ID: Yongye. Level: 1323.3. Health: 24,560. Mana: 12,560. Attributes: Strength 262, Constitution 323, Agility 276, Spirit 128. Attack Speed: 5.0, 3s. Physical Defense: 1,512. Magic Defense: 1,350. Looking at his stats, Suyu smiled with satisfaction. Among players of the same level, his health, defense, attack, and speed were top tier. With my current strength, I can solo a silver-level boss, Suyu thought to himself, not forgetting the task requirement that no one else could assist him in the final boss fight. At that moment, Zansuin Tianshang, looking worried, said, "I have bad news. The Angel Guild from the Lighthouse Nation has reached the 3rd level of the dungeon." What? Suyu was surprised. The Angel Guild had a unique mechanism for their newbie dungeon. In his previous life, they entered the 3rd level at 1 a.m. and didn't clear it until around 6:30 a.m. the next day. He didn't expect that this time, their progress would be several hours ahead. Do you know why the Angel Guild's progress has improved so much? So you couldn't help but ask. Zansun Tianshang explained. According to information from the Jojo Guild, the Angel Guild bought a diamond-grade item called the Violent Divine Jade from the Bloodstained Guild. Damn it, those bloodstained bastards are really despicable. Aiding the enemies. Quanfeng Wanzong couldn't help but curse. Suyu chuckled coldly. Bloodstain sure knows how to spend big. Yueying she asked worriedly. Yongye, do you still have a chance to get the first kill? Don't worry, Suyu replied calmly. I'll definitely get the first kill in this newbie dungeon. The Angel Guild can't take it from me. With that, he stepped into the 3rd level of the dungeon, turning back to instruct. You don't need to follow me. I have a task that requires me to solo the boss. Everyone exchanged worried glances. They were already behind the Angel Guild, and now Yongye was going to solo the boss, which seemed like handing over the first kill. At this moment, Zansun Tianshang spoke up. Everyone, trust Yongye. Think about his incredible strength. Isn't he stronger than hundreds of elite players from the Angel Guild? Remembering the terrifying power Suyu had displayed in previous battles, everyone felt much more reassured. The 3rd level of the dungeon was a massive cavern, its floor covered in pale bones. Looking up, they saw a throne made of bones standing in the center of the cavern, with the final boss, the Skeleton King, seated upon it. He was clad in armor and wielded a massive dragon-scale sword. As Suyu stepped into the cavern, 2 ghostly blue flames ignited in the Skeleton King's empty eye sockets. Human, you have finally arrived. A majestic voice echoed through the cavern. Hearing the Skeleton King speak, Suyu was taken aback. This was completely different from his previous experience with the beginner dungeon in his past life. Back then, the Skeleton King was silent. How do you know me? Suyu asked suspiciously, staring at the talking skeleton in front of him. The Skeleton King explained calmly. I am the life-bound undead of Noah's. Through the soul contract, I can access all of his memories. I must say, adventurer, you've done quite well. Thanks to you enraging Noah's. He lost his composure and used his final measure, which allowed me to awaken my consciousness. Thinking of how easily Suyu had deceived Noah's, a hint of pleasure crept into the Skeleton King's voice. What is the final measure? Suyu keenly picked up on the key term in the boss's words. Due to the constraints of the contract, I cannot disclose that information. The Skeleton King shook its head. In any case, you must be wary of the impending danger. With that, the Skeleton King stood up, left the throne of bones, and slowly approached Suyu with a giant sword in hand. Rather than fading away in the river of time a century later, I'd rather fall in battle at your hands. Its majestic voice echoed through the cavern. Come, adventurer, show me your strength. As the Skeleton King's words fell, a terrifying pressure emanated from it. Suyu's system panel immediately displayed the boss's information. Skeleton King Silver Lord Hard Difficulty. HP 900,000,900,000,000. Attack 4,800. Skills. Fear Aura. Inflicts fear on enemies for 3 seconds. War Stomp. Leaps to a distant location, stunning nearby enemies and causing significant damage. Earth Shatter. Strikes the ground, sending shockwaves to attack enemies. Dragon-own Armor. Constructs armor from dragon bones, greatly increasing damage reduction and shield value for 5 seconds. Description. The first ruler of the Silver Dragon Kingdom, Gran. 300 years ago, his corpse was taken by the legendary necromancer Noahs and refined into a life-bound undead. Once a legendary undead himself, the Skeleton King's power has waned over the centuries. Kill! The Skeleton King roared, activating Fear Aura, its mental powers sweeping the area. Combat prompt. You have resisted the fear effect. Suyu remained unfazed, his undead passive skill making him immune to fear, stun, and other mental control effects. However, he did not let his guard down and quickly retreated. The Skeleton King's attack was too high. A single strike could kill an ordinary player. Even Suyu could only withstand 4 hits at most. Mighty shot! Suyu shouted, drawing his bow and firing arrows imbued with frost magic. The arrows whistled through the air, striking the Skeleton King and covering its bones with a layer of frost, reducing its attack and movement speed by 15. Normal attacks dealt very low damage, only reaching 3-digit numbers with critical hits. Suyu thought that if there were a priest player present, a single debuff spell could significantly lower the boss's defense and attack, increasing his damage output. Unfortunately, due to the quest restriction, he had to solo the boss. Fortunately, with his passive skill Heavy Claw fully stacked, reducing 200 defense points, Suyu's normal attack damage reached 169 points, plus 449 points of dark damage per arrow, maintaining a steady DPS of over 3,000. Impressive, your archery is the best I've seen in my lifetime, the Skeleton King said with admiration. I can now fight you with my full strength. Dragon armor. The Skeleton King raised its giant sword, its blade glowing with silver light, forming a phantom dragonbone armor around it. Suyu's damage dropped to 0. Seeing this, Suyu decisively stopped attacking and retreated to maintain distance. The Skeleton King leapt into the air, descending with the force of a mountain. Boom! The cavern echoed with the impact. Suyu had already used Flash to teleport 60 meters away, easily dodging the strike. However, the Skeleton King followed up with a ground-shattering slash, sending shockwaves in all directions. The attack had a wide range, and Suyu, having just teleported, couldn't dodge the residual impact without another mobility skill. His health bar dropped significantly, but the damage was still within his tolerable range. After 5 seconds, the defensive and offensive boosts from Dragon armor disappeared, and the boss returned to its normal state. The Skeleton King's HP was now at 95. Suyu knew that at 85 HP, it would use 3 skills again, but in between, it would only use normal attacks. From the first round of attacks, Suyu had found the rhythm. He resolved not to take any more damage. He could predict the boss's initial moves and use Thundershot and Frost Trap to forcibly interrupt Earth Shatter and Dragon armor. However, War Stomp couldn't be interrupted, as the boss was in a super armor state while casting it. Therefore, Suyu had to ensure that his flash skill was off cooldown every time the Skeleton King's HP dropped by 10. During the 82-second cooldown of his skills, he needed to evade normal attacks through movement. Of course, he would inevitably take some damage from normal attacks, but this could be fully healed with his passive lifesteal. Suyu executed his moves flawlessly. If other players saw this, they would be astounded. At level 13, defeating a level 15 Silver Deer boss, especially one enhanced by the dungeon, was impossible without such skill. Throughout the battle, Suyu remained extremely calm. Under his relentless attacks, the Skeleton King's HP steadily decreased. 45, 30, 15. When its HP dropped below 1,000, the Skeleton King ceased its resistance. I have lost, it said, kneeling on one knee and looking up at Suyu. This village, under your protection, will not be destroyed by Noahs. Do you have any last words? Suyu asked quietly, gazing at the Skeleton King. If possible, could you take my remains to Silver Dragon Island and bury them beside my queen's tomb? The Skeleton King requested. System prompt. Congratulations. You have triggered the hidden quest, King's Last Wish. Do you accept? I'll take care of it, Suyu agreed, knowing the hidden quest would offer substantial rewards. Thank you, the Skeleton King said gratefully. It gripped its giant sword standing tall. Adventure do it? It is an honor to fall by your arrows. Goodbye, Suyu said, then knocked an arrow and shot, ending the boss's life. The Skeleton King's health bar emptied, and the timer for the dungeon run stopped. The massive skeletal body crashed to the ground, causing a slight tremor. A heap of glowing equipment exploded around the corpse, like a dazzling display of fireworks. Suyu's eyes flashed as he quickly scanned the ground, spotting several pieces of silver and gold gear gleaming among the loot, including the giant sword used by the boss. A real jackpot, Suyu thought to himself, brimming with excitement. System notifications popped up one after another. Ding! You have slain the level 15 Skeleton King on hard difficulty, earning 53,664 experience points and 3,600 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 14, gaining 1 to all attributes and 1 free attribute point. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the Dragonbone Armor skill, perfect quality. Another new passive ability of high quality was now his. Over time, Suyu had obtained passive abilities of ordinary, rare, super rare, uncommon, excellent, and perfect qualities through his talent. He knew that even higher quality passives awaited him in the future. The Dragon-own armor, being of higher quality than even the piercing ability, filled Suyu with anticipation. He eagerly checked the new passive's details. Dragon-own armor passive 11. Effect: for every 10 of health lost, gain 20 damage reduction and a shield equal to 5 of maximum health for 5 seconds. Duration can stack. No wonder it's a perfect quality passive. It's strong. Really strong. Suyu marveled, feeling a significant boost in his survivability. He quickly realized that if his health dropped by 20, while the damage reduction and shield wouldn't increase, the duration could stack to 10 seconds. With this passive, as long as his health was high enough, he could face the boss Hedon. Today's dungeon run was worth it. Suyu nodded in satisfaction, bending down to pick up the loot. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 150 gold coins, dragon scale sword, dragonbone ring, skeleton summon skill book. Loot has been stored in the public team space. Suyu quickly took stock. 2 pieces of gold gear, 3 pieces of silver gear, 1 silver skill book, 14 other pieces of various quality equipment, and several materials and items. Such rich rewards were exactly why players were so enthusiastic about clearing dungeons. At that moment, other players who were also exploring the dungeon received notifications and rushed into the 3rd level of the cave. Seeing Suyu standing there, they excitedly started talking. You're amazing. You soloed the silver boss. The Angel Guild's team will probably need another 5 minutes to kill the final boss. Haha, as expected of you. Suyu responded with a calm smile. No big deal. Let's leave the dungeon. With that, he opened the dungeon panel and clicked to exit. Ding! Dungeon settlement in progress. Clear time: 2 hours 32 minutes 19 seconds. Contribution points: 19,238. Final rating: perfect. You have received Golden Dungeon Chest X1, Skill Experience Scroll Medium X10. After the settlement, Suyu and his team instantly returned to the dungeon entrance in the Black Crow Mountains. Simultaneously, a system announcement echoed throughout the game world. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player Yonya for leading the team from Keilu Village to clear the Undead Lair dungeon, becoming the world's first team to clear it. Yonya's contribution reached 64, earning system rewards: 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 reputation points, life essence X1, and a golden chest X1. The announcement repeated 3 times, detailing the rewards for the highest contributing player. Since Suyu's contribution exceeded 50, the system reward included a precious life essence. In contrast, the player with the second highest contribution received only gold coins, reputation points, and a silver chest. At this moment, teams from major guilds around the world were in the crucial stages of battling their bosses. However, Suyu's first clear announcement distracted them, causing their actions to falter. The boss seized the opportunity to unleash a devastating attack, wiping out the players. They had to restart the dungeon, rendering their previous efforts futile. Damn! The second boss was almost dead, and we got wiped out. Yonya, the Lone Wolf Guild will remember you. If we don't avenge today's loss, we'll be nothing but dogs. The guild players, suffering heavy losses, cursed loudly, with Bloodstained Guild being the most furious. Bloodstained Jiotian's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, Damn it. Is this Yonya cheating? How did he get the first clear again? The Angel Guild's clearing speed was 10 times faster than other teams, yet they still didn't secure the first clear. This left Bloodstained Jiotian feeling utterly baffled. However, thinking about the Angel Guild's losses, he felt slightly better. At least the explosive Divine Jade earned him $1 billion, making him a considerable profit. In contrast, the Angel Guild not only wasted $1 billion, but also had 50 elite players permanently lose 50 of their health, effectively crippling them. This was a massive loss. Moreover, due to this failure, the guild leader, Budro, would certainly face punishment from the guild's financial backers. Thinking of this, Budro was practically fuming. His face twisted in rage as he roared, Yonya, I swear to God, I will kill you. Budro suddenly whipped his head around, his sharp gaze piercing through his assistant. He barked, Tell me, have you found Eternal Knight's real identity yet? Assistant Carl shivered, his voice trembling with fear. President, I'm sorry. We've searched through all third-party channels, but there's no transaction record for Eternal Knight. Budro's voice was as cold as ice. Eternal Knight's earnings in the Divine Realm are worth over $1 billion. If he hasn't made any external transactions, it means his real-world assets must be at least that amount. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. From now on, Use all our resources to investigate young individuals in Longwa with assets over 1 billion. We must uncover Eternal Knight's real identity. Despite several battle videos of Su Yu circulating on the forums, the Divine Realm's rules protected his identity by altering his appearance in recordings without his consent. Even the Lighthouse Nation couldn't determine Su Yu's true appearance. Yes, President. The assistant nodded quickly, ready to leave. Wait! Budro suddenly called him back, continuing. Additionally, notify Blood-Drenched Sky that they must return the $50 million immediately, or I'll join forces with other factions to sanction the Blood-Drenched Guild. Recovering part of the money might lessen his punishment. Understood, President. The assistant hurried away to execute the orders. Meanwhile, at the Kyushu Guild headquarters, the atmosphere shifted subtly after receiving the world announcement. Vice President Tinya spoke with a hint of relief. Although our Kyushu Guild failed, at least it was a fellow countryman who secured the first dungeon kill, not someone from another country. Indeed, President Tinya nodded in agreement, a glimmer of amazement in his eyes. This player named Eternal Knight, his strength is beyond our expectations. To solo kill a silver boss in such a short time, Eternal Knight's skills surpass everyone in our guild. Since Koro Village was the first to clear the dungeon's first stage, major guilds had closely monitored its progress. Everyone learned that Suyu had completed the final stage alone. Tianyin turned to the others and asked, "Have any of you contacted Eternal Knight? Is he willing to join the Kyushu Guild?" Another vice president replied with a wry smile. Eternal Knight has disabled private messages and friend requests from strangers. We can't reach him. I plan to ask Remit Cloud Sky for help. Good thinking? Tianyin sighed, a look of anticipation in his eyes. If Eternal Knight joins us, our Kyushu Guild standing in the world will be even more solid. After their discussion, the Kyushu Guild continued to focus on strategizing for the novice dungeon, each member driven by the hope for a brighter future. At the entrance of the Black Crow Mountains, a crowd of players swarmed in. Suddenly, a system announcement rang out, declaring the end of the novice dungeon. All players received basic rewards: 10 gold coins, 100 reputation points, and a piece of black iron equipment for their class. As the top contributor, Suyu earned an additional 500 gold coins, 1,000 reputation points, and a blackwing bow. After leaving the dungeon, Suyu checked the contribution ranking rewards a golden quality weapon. He held back his urge to inspect the equipment's attributes, as the loot from the dungeon had yet to be distributed. According to the rules, the highest contributor had the first pick, with each item costing a corresponding amount of contribution points. The higher the quality, the more points required. With 19,238 contribution points, Suyu unhesitatingly selected 2 golden items. For silver items, 6 silver quality consumables, and a large number of bronze quality loot. The other players had no objections. After all, they couldn't have achieved such excellent results without Suyu. Brother Yongye, are you selling those 2 golden items? Kuang Feng Wanzong asked eagerly. Zhang Yin Tianshang also looked on expectantly. Suyu replied with a smile, "Of course, I can't use equipment for other classes. As usual, the highest bidder wins." He took out the Dragon Scale Sword and Dragon Bone Ring, 2 items usable by both warriors and knights, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding players. "No wonder they're legendary golden items," someone exclaimed. "The Dragon Scale Sword even has a 10 damage reduction. It's a dream weapon for us warriors. Its attributes are 7 or 8 times better than my Black Iron Sword." Zhang Yun Tianshang and Kuang Feng Wanzong engaged in a fierce bidding war. In the end, each paid 300,000 gold coins for an item. Subsequently, Suyu sold them other and used equipment and consumables, amassing a fortune of 766,000 gold coins. After the distribution, the players dispersed. Suyu used a town return scroll, instantly transporting back to his in-room. Instead of immediately submitting his quest to the village chief, he began organizing the loot from the dungeon. A few minutes later, Suyu took out several important items: 10 skill experience scrolls, 2 golden treasure chests, the Blackwing Bow, and a life essence. He first consumed the life essence, increasing his attribute synchronization to 25. Then, he checked the Blackwing Bow's attributes. Blackwing Bow Gold. Weapon. Strength 55, Agility 30, Spirit 15. Trait. Attack Speed 10. Trait. Attacks have 15 physical penetration. Requirement. Level 14 Archer. Wow! A top-tier bow with dual traits. Suyu exclaimed as he eagerly equipped the Blackwing Bow. Finally, he opened the 2 treasure chests, obtaining 4,000 gold coins, a flame arrow rain skill book gold, and a mighty potion recipe gold. Suyu carefully examined the recipe's effects. Mighty potion recipe gold. Type. Consumable. Effect. A potion brewed with 5 ingredients. Increases strength by 32 for 5 minutes and permanently increases strength by 16 points one-time limit. Suyu's eyes lit up, realizing that this potion, which permanently boosts strength, would be highly sought after by warriors, knights, archers, and assassins. The recipe hinted at a massive market worth billions. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu conceived a bold plan to acquire a controlling stake in the Moonshadow Guild. In his memory, the Moonshadow Guild had once nearly monopolized the potion, equipment, and skill scroll industries, becoming the wealthiest guild in the world. Now, having just undergone restructuring, its valuation was under 50 billion, making it the perfect time to seize control. I'll submit the quest first, and then talk to Yu Yingxi about this, Suyu calculated silently. Suyu had a plan in mind, and temporarily put away the Berserk Potion formula. He took out the reward from the dungeon chest, a skill book for Flame Arrow Rain, a much-needed area attack skill. With a clap of his hands, the skill book turned into red light and merged into his body. The system's notification sounded. Congratulations, you have learned the skill. Flame Arrow Rain Gold. Level. LV1. Upgrade XP. 01600. Effect. Condenses arrows with mana, which split into multiple flaming arrows upon release, attacking all enemies within range, dealing 300 spirit 5.2 fire damage. Cooldown. 15 seconds. Mana cost. 500. Suyu examined this standard group attack skill, and a peculiar idea flashed through his mind. Based on previous combat experiences, he realized that the arrows released by skills could trigger his innate and passive effects, such as the heavy slash passive. In combat state, the first arrow deals 5,000 damage. He couldn't help but wonder if the first arrow of Flame Arrow Rain, when released, would carry the passive effects. If so, the damage of Flame Arrow Rain could become terrifying, and it could even be combined with the Ice Flame passive to turn into a crowd control skill. Unfortunately, it was too late to test this hypothesis immediately. Suyu sighed softly and dismissed the thought. He decisively used 4 skill experience tokens, pouring a total of 400,000 skill experience into the new skill. The system continuously prompted. You have used 1504 experience points to upgrade Flame Arrow Rain to LV2. You have used 1504 experience points to upgrade Flame Arrow Rain to LV3. You have used 1504 experience points to upgrade Flame Arrow Rain to LV4. You have used 1504 experience points to upgrade Flame Arrow Rain to LV5. Then, a special notification appeared. You have 3 skills in the top 10 of the skill ranking. You have received a special reward. Experience cost for upgrading skills is reduced by 6. Flame Arrow Rain Gold instantly leveled up to LV5. Level. LV5 Upgrade XP. 37k 1.6m. Effect. Condenses arrows with mana, which split into multiple flaming arrows upon release, attacking all enemies within range, dealing 1500 spirit 6 fire damage. Cooldown. 13 seconds. Mana cost. 900. The skill leveled up 4 times, significantly reducing the cooldown and greatly increasing the damage. After tallying the dungeon rewards, Suyu left the inn and quickly headed to the village chief's house. However, he encountered an unexpected person, Squire Knight Kaidun. Kaidun respectfully said, "Honorable Mr. Eternal Knight, thank you for lending a hand and for destroying the undead lair, saving the residents of this village." The system notified, Squire Knight Kaidun's favorability towards you has increased by 15, current. 85 revered. Suyu looked at Kaidun in surprise. "Sir Knight, why have you returned? And how do you know my name?" The village chief quickly explained. I told him. Kaidun is the son of the village blacksmith, and he happened to come home during his holiday. Little did he know he would encounter a life-threatening situation on the way. Fortunately, you extended a helping hand, Mr. Eternal Knight. Suyu responded calmly. "It was a small matter, no need to thank me." Kaidun said solemnly, "No, to you it might have been a small matter, but to me, you saved my life. Please accept my token of gratitude." With that, he took out a potion radiating a golden glow. Suyu looked at the knight deeply and said, "Since you insist, I will accept the potion." He reached out and took the potion. The system notified, "Congratulations, you have received a gift from Squire Knight Kaidun. Holy Light Baptism Potion Epic." Suyu was somewhat surprised. This was a special potion from the Church of Light. It was said that only those with 100,000 reputation points with the church and who had joined it could exchange for the Holy Light Baptism Potion, making it highly valuable. "Thank you for your gift," Suyu said seriously. Kaidun shook his head. "It's what you deserve." After a pause, he continued, "Mr. Eternal Knight, if you have any problems in the future, you can come to Northwind City and find me with this token. My holiday is short, and I must return to the church soon." "All right," Suyu nodded. Kaidun bowed to Suyu, then mounted his horse and rode out of the village. Watching his departure, the village chief stroked his beard and smiled. "Kaidun has always been the pride of our village. In the future, he will surely become a true knight." "Let's hope so." Suyu also smiled. Then, the village chief took out a mysterious orb, Mr. Eternal Knight, since you destroyed the undead lair, I must keep my word. This treasure is now yours. The system notified. Congratulations, you have completed the main quest. Destroy the undead lair. Reward. XP 10,000, gold 100, mysterious orb. Suyu accepted the orb and curiously asked, Village Chief, where did you get this orb? I've long forgotten. The village chief shook his head. In my younger days, I ventured through ruins across the continent. This orb might be from one of those places. Not knowing its use, I just kept it in a box. Is that so? Suyu fell into contemplation. Seeing this, the village chief reminded him, if you want to know the orb's purpose, you can go to the Knowledge Church. They know everything about this world. That's right, I almost forgot about the Knowledge Church. Suyu's eyes lit up. Although the state religion was the Church of Light, other smaller churches still existed. If you remember correctly, there were 4 main cities in the Light Empire with Knowledge Church branches. By passing the tests of the church sages, one could gain the guidance of the God of Knowledge. After expressing his gratitude, Suyu said goodbye to the village chief and returned to the inn. He planned to log off and rest while also thinking about his future actions. But before that, he decided to use the potion given by Kaidan. Holy Light Baptism Potion, Epic. Type. Consumable. Effect. After consumption, a trace of holy light will form within, increasing affinity with light creatures by 100, resistance to dark-type negative effects by 50, and permanently boosting the spirit attribute. Description. A potion personally crafted by Saintess Carol. In reality, the potion's effects did not reach the level of epic quality. Its value lay in the trace of holy light within it. This served as a pass for the Holy Light Secret Realm dungeon on Abyss difficulty. Of course, with Suyu's current level, he was not yet eligible to enter the Holy Light Secret Realm. He wasn't concerned about this dungeon and directly drank the potion, increasing his spirit attribute by 40 points. With just over an hour left before the Force Game logout and Moonshadow Eve still online, Suyu decided to discuss a potential collaboration with her, hoping to gain control of the Moonshadow Guild. Suyu opened his friends list, quickly found Yu Yingxi's avatar, and sent a short message. Come to the inn. We have a deal to discuss. He then attached an image of a mighty potion recipe. Almost instantly, Yu Yingxi replied, I'll be right there. Not long after, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the Kelua's village inn. Yu Yingxi walked in briskly, eager to say, Yongyi, can I take a closer look at that potion recipe? Of course, Suyu replied with a smile, taking the recipe from his backpack and handing it over. Yu Yingxi examined the recipe carefully. When her eyes landed on the line, permanently 16 strength, a gleam of excitement flashed in her eyes. As the daughter of the head of the Yuehai Corporation, her sharp business acumen immediately recognized the enormous market potential of this recipe. In the game, players could only gain up to 2 points of strength per level. Yet, this mighty potion could provide the equivalent of 8 levels worth of strength in one go. Such an offer was irresistible. Although most players currently lacked the funds, they would eventually save enough to purchase a high-quality potion over time. Seeing the change in Yu Yingxi's expression, Suyu's lips curved into a slight smile. Clearly she was interested. President Yu. Suyu began slowly. I believe you can see the value of this recipe. There are at least 3 billion physical class players worldwide. Even if a mighty potion is priced at 3,000 gold coins, it would yield a 40 profit margin. This represents a market worth billions, if not trillions. Therefore, the price of the recipe is not cheap 1 billion gold coins. That's equivalent to 200 billion Dragon Country currency at the current exchange rate. Yu Yingxi shook her head, her demeanor turning serious. No way, that's too expensive. She had already switched to negotiation mode. I think it's quite reasonable, Suyu countered with a smile. Once you own this recipe, you and Guild will profit immensely. Raising one finger, Yu Yingxi began listing her points. First, how can you guarantee that all 3 billion players will buy the potion? At 3,000 gold coins, which is 600,000 Dragon Country currency, it's equivalent to the price of a house. Not many can afford that. Suyu listened quietly, his expression unchanged. He knew that by the game's mid-stage, potions with permanent attribute boosts would become highly sought after. Every 20 levels, players had to complete a rank breakthrough quest, relying solely on their attributes, skills, talents, and equipment, no consumables allowed. Failure meant they could never level up again. Players would go to great lengths to enhance their attributes or gather high-quality skills and equipment. However, Suyu wasn't about to reveal this information now, as no player had yet reached level 20. He chose to continue listening to Yu Yingxi's terms. Yu Yingxi raised 2 more fingers. Second, players' alchemy skills are too low to craft gold-tier potions, and it's challenging to gather gold-quality materials at this stage. It might take months to see any initial returns. Third, she paused, her eyes locking onto Suyu's. Our guild doesn't have 200 billion in liquid assets, and you require gold coins for the transaction. That makes it even harder. You must have another way to trade, right? You're right, Su Yu replied calmly. The alternative is quite simple. I want shares in Yu Ying Guild. Shares, huh? That could be doable. Yu Ying, she mused. She quickly did some mental calculations and said, Yu Ying Guild is currently valued at 50 billion. We can offer you 20 original shares. That's too low, Su Yu said decisively. I want 52 of the original shares. Yu Ying, she rolled her eyes. Mr. Yongyi, that's not even funny. The mighty potion recipe alone isn't worth that much. Don't rush. Hear me out, Su Yu said with a faint smile. I can provide you with a large number of potion recipes and equipment blueprints, as well as the locations of all necessary materials. Yu Yingxi didn't respond immediately, her expression showing a hint of hesitation. Clearly, she wasn't entirely convinced that Su Yu could provide so many recipes and blueprints. Seeing this, Su Yu proposed, how about we sign a performance-based agreement? What's your wager? Yu Yingxi asked, her eyes sparkling with interest. If I can produce 4 more black iron and bronze tier attribute potion recipes within 3 days, I get 52 original shares. If I can't, I'll trade the mighty potion recipe for 5 original shares. Yu Yingxi fell into deep thought. 4 black iron and bronze tier attribute potion recipes could indeed bring in billions in profits. Potions of this quality were affordable for most players. After a moment, Yu Yingxi looked up and said seriously, the guild shares are controlled by me, my sister, and my father. I'll need to discuss it with them. Yongyi, can we discuss the detailed plan offline? It would be more convenient. Offline is not an option, so he refused outright. Until he had enough power, he didn't want anyone to know his real-world identity. Moon Shadow, she pondered for a moment before speaking. Can I give you an answer tomorrow? Su Yu nodded with a smile, a glint of triumph in his eyes. He knew this deal was practically in the bag. The offer he made was too tempting to refuse, especially for the Moon Shadow Guild, a rising force with an uncertain future. As for obtaining the attribute potion formulas, Su Yu was even more confident. Completing the hidden quest in Keluluo Village would not only grant him the advancement quest for the archer class, but also several potion formulas, including 8 that boosted attributes. Thinking about this, Su Yu couldn't help but smile. After the conversation ended, Moon Shadow, she left. Su Yu logged off and returned to his bedroom in the real world. His synchronization rate had increased to 25, unlocking higher attributes for his real body. He estimated that his physical condition was about 8 times better than the average person, making him arguably the strongest man in the world. Su Yu mused that in a short time, if his attributes increased several dozen times more, even common firearms might not be able to harm him. I need to keep pushing, Su Yu murmured to himself. After dinner, he took a shower and lay on his bed, browsing the popular posts on the Divine Domain forum. Most of the content was related to beginner dungeons. A quick scan revealed that only Keluluo Village and the Angel Guild's starting village had cleared their dungeons, while other guilds' progress remained the same as in his previous life. After reading the forum, Su Yu turned his attention to his class advancement quest. He recalled, my class quest requires me to teleport to a map near the Takamagara Guild's starting village. If I remember correctly, the Takamagara Guild should clear their beginner dungeon around 2 p.m. tomorrow. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in Su Yu's mind. His eyes lit up as he muttered, why not steal their boss? In his previous life, after completing the quest, Su Yu had just teleported back to Keluluo Village. He was quite naive back then, never considering stealing someone else's boss. But now, things were different. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of chain reaction would be triggered if he stole the boss from another starting village. Intense curiosity surged within Su Yu as he began to look forward to tomorrow's adventure. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. After finishing his breakfast, Su Yu eagerly logged into the Divine Realm, returning to the inn in Koro Village. A system prompt immediately appeared. Ding, you have one private message from a friend. Su Yu opened the message and found a short note from Yu Yingxi, sent about 10 minutes earlier, asking to meet him at the village entrance. A smile crept across his face. The deal is on. He quickly sent a confirmation reply and hurried to the village entrance. At the entrance, Yu Yingxi was already waiting with her guild members. She said solemnly, Yongyi, on behalf of the Moon Shadow Guild and Moon Sea Group, I accept your wager agreement. Su Yu nodded. Then let's sign the system contract. Ever since the Divine Realm emerged, major companies had abandoned real-world contracts in favor of system contracts within the game. Real-world contracts could be breached, but system contracts directly affected the souls of both parties, making the consequences of breaching them extremely severe. Yu Yingxi agreed. After carefully confirming the contract details, they both signed the system contract without hesitation. Hearing the system prompt, Yu Yingxi smiled warmly. Yongyi, I hope you can fulfill the wager. Su Yu teased. Seems like President Xi believes I can secure 52 of the original shares. When the time comes, don't forget to call me boss. He already had plans for managing the Moon Shadow Guild after gaining control would provide formulas blueprints, and material sources, while leaving the management to Yu Yingxi and her sister, Yu Yingwei. Yu Yingxi nodded with a smile. Good luck then. With that, she led her team away. Su Yu stood there for a moment, thinking, next I need to head to the blood-colored wilderness to get the hidden quest from the hunter. The final main quest in the beginner village can't be completed until all players reach level 10. Recalling his plan from the previous night, he set off immediately. The blood-colored wilderness was a high-difficulty map for levels 10-20, located south of Koro village. The monsters here were powerful and numerous, making it easy for players traveling alone to get ambushed. However, Su Yu wasn't worried. He was eager to test his new skills. He spent some gold to use the teleportation array, instantly arriving at the militia camp in the blood-colored wilderness. To guard against the numerous beasts, the village chief had dispatched a militia team to this area. After a few minutes of walking through the wilderness, Su Yu encountered a group of monsters. A sharp, noisy squeak came from ahead, and dozens of blood-red rats emerged from their burrows, their sharp teeth glinting with bloodlust. Using the system's detection ability, Su Yu found that these monsters were between levels 10 and 15. Blood Rat Black Iron Common. Level 15. HP 8500-8500. Attack 530. Skill Blood Fawn Common. With that attack power, my defense is higher. Let's use you for practice. Su Yu sneered, drawing his Blackwing Bow and activating his skill Flame Arrow Rain. Mana surged into his fingers, forming a flaming energy arrow. Releasing his fingers, the arrow shot skyward, splitting into dozens of flaming arrows that rained down precisely on each blood rat. Their short legs couldn't escape the skill's range. In an instant, a series of impressive damage numbers appeared, and the group of blood rats was wiped out. System prompts followed in quick succession. Ding! You killed a level 15 blood rat, gaining 344 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you looted 2 constitution. Ding! Congratulations, you looted the Blood Fong skill rare. The Flame Arrow Rain skill, combined with his passive abilities, produced a greater than expected effect. The only downside was that his lifesteal could only restore 500 HP, but this matched the passive description. Each arrow that hit an enemy restored 500 HP, regardless of the number of hits. Satisfied with the skill's performance, Su Yu checked the newly looted passive. Blood Fong Passive 520. Effect. Every third arrow shot causes 250 bleeding damage over 3 seconds. This effect was similar to his Bite passive, both applying a bleeding effect, and different passives' bleeding damage could stack. Closing the panel, Su Yu picked up the loot from the ground. Perhaps thanks to the mysterious orb that increased his luck by 1 point, he felt the drop rate had improved. As he continued, Su Yu encountered another type of monster blood wolves. These were also level 15 black iron monsters, which he easily dispatched with another flame arrow rain. After about 20 minutes, the system prompted again. Ding! You killed a level 15 blood wolf, gaining 344 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you looted the Blood Claw skill rare. His experience bar was now at 91.6, close to leveling up. Su Yu had also looted 50 constitution, 36 strength, and 50 agility points from the blood rats and blood wolves, along with maxed out Blood Fong and Blood Claw passives. Despite different names, these passives had identical effects. Blood Fong Blood Claw Passive 2020. Effect. Every third arrow shot causes 1,000 bleeding damage over 3 seconds. With 3 bleeding passives stacking, so you can inflict 2,100 bleeding damage per second, making it hard for even a boss to survive. As for ordinary players, facing Su Yu's attacks, same-level opponents wouldn't survive past the second arrow. This game was brutally realistic. Refocusing, Su Yu opened the map and thought, based on my previous lives' memories, the hunter should be around here. He scanned the surroundings and suddenly heard a loud wolf howl in the distance. Oh, whoa! It's the Wolf King boss! Su Yu's eyes lit up as he looked toward a small hill several hundred meters away. The target was over there. He quickly rushed over. Upon reaching the hilltop, Su Yu saw a human wielding a bow and wearing brown leather armor, being chased by the Blood Wolf King and its pack of over 100 blood wolves. Finally found you, Hunter Uncle. A broad smile spread across Su Yu's face. The hunter suddenly felt a chilling sensation behind him. The hunter heard the howls of wolves getting closer and closer, and a sense of despair washed over him. He glanced down at his blood-soaked wounds, unsure of how much further he could run. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. No, I must go back. My wife and daughter are waiting for me at home. This realization reignited his will to survive. The hunter looked around and suddenly spotted a figure on the hillside to his right. Thank goodness, someone is here, he thought with a surge of joy. He was about to run over for help but quickly reconsidered. Wait, if that person isn't strong enough, I might just get them killed. After weighing his options, the hunter gritted his teeth and continued running. At that moment, the figure on the hillside Su Yu drew out his blackwing bow. He aimed at the wolf pack and launched his attack without hesitation. Rain of fire arrows. An arrow shot into the sky, splitting into hundreds of flaming arrows that rained down on the dense pack of wolves. Explosions boomed one after another, flames roared, and the wolf pack was instantly decimated, leaving only the Blood Wolf King standing alone amidst the carnage. System notifications rang out. Ding! You have killed a level 15 Blood Wolf, gaining 344 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 15. All attributes 1. Free attribute point 1. Having already maxed out his attribute and skill plundering from the Blood Wolves, so you only received experience points, but it was enough for him to level up. The hunter, seeing all this, was left speechless with shock. What an incredible archer! Ignoring the hunter's amazement, Su Yu strode toward the Blood Wolf King boss. The Blood Wolf King growled, its eyes filled with anger, but also wariness, not daring to attack recklessly. Su Yu used his system's probing ability to get the boss's stats. Blood Wolf King Bronze Boss. Level 15. HP 384,000, 390,000. Attack 2030. Skills. Blood Fang. Bites enemies with fangs, causing bleeding. Blood Fury. Consumes health to greatly increase speed and attack. Blood Arrow. Fires a blood arrow at enemies. Wolf King Howl. Emits a fierce shriek, stunning nearby enemies. As the boss appeared, a system announcement notified players in Koro Village of the Blood Wolf King's coordinates. Su Yu paid it no mind and taunted. You may be cautious, but today you meet your end at my hands, whether you attack or not. With that, Su Yu fired a few arrows. The first arrow intentionally missed, luring the Blood Wolf King to pounce on empty ground, while the subsequent arrows hit its body accurately. Enraged, the Blood Wolf King opened its mouth and shot a blood arrow at Su Yu. But Su Yu, well prepared, dodged it easily, the blood arrow grazing past him. The ensuing battle was a clear display of superiority. Su Yu, with his impeccable movement and anticipation, toyed with the Blood Wolf King. Soon, the Blood Wolf King's health dropped below 30, forcing it to activate Blood Fury. Battle tip. The Blood Wolf King has entered a berserk state, losing 1 health per second, speed 100, attack 50. The berserk Blood Wolf King charged ferociously, falling right into Su Yu's trap. As it landed, it triggered an ice trap, sharp ice arrows hitting its vital points. The Blood Wolf King howled in agony, attempting to retaliate, but was frozen in place. For the next 10 seconds, every step it took triggered another trap, rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu unleashed a flurry of attacks, and the Blood Wolf King finally fell, filled with resentment, dropping a pile of rare rewards. Ding! You have killed a level 15 Blood Wolf King, gaining 20,640 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have perfectly plundered the Blood Fury skill. Su Yu picked up the loot. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the following items. 180 gold coins, Blood Wolf Gauntlets, Blood Wolf Dagger, various materials. The Blood Wolf Gauntlets were a decent piece of bronze equipment. Blood Wolf Gauntlets Bronze. Slot, hands. HP 200, Strength 30, Agility 18, Defense 12. Special. Critical Rate 5. Requirement. Level 15 Archer. Su Yu immediately equipped the new gear, then turned to the hunter. The hunter's eyes were filled with both fear and gratitude. Su Yu realized that his brutal method of dealing with the Blood Wolf King might have unsettled the hunter. Clearing his throat, Su Yu asked, "Hunter, how are your wounds?" The hunter looked down at the spreading black blood around his chest wound and smiled wryly. "Adventurer, thank you for saving me. As for the wound, I've been cursed with septicemia, and I'm afraid I won't last more than a few days." Although Su Yu already knew how to solve this, he followed the process, asking, "Is there a way to lift the curse?" The hunter replied, "Yes, the heart of the Blood Eagle King can dispel the septicemia curse, but that creature is formidable and resides in the Blood Gorge." The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a hidden quest. Dispel the curse. Quest objective. Bring the heart of the Blood Eagle King to the hunter in Koro Village. Su Yu accepted the quest without hesitation. "Leave it to me." The hunter's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for your help." Seeing the Blood Wolf King's corpse on the ground, the hunter was confident in Su Yu's abilities. He silently decided that if Su Yu brought back the Blood Eagle King's heart, he would give him his most treasured possession as a token of gratitude. After receiving the task, Su Yu turned to the hunter and said, "You can head back to the village the way I came. Most of the monsters along the path have been cleared out by me." The hunter nodded gratefully. "All right, Mr. Yongyi. Take care of yourself." With that, he slowly made his way down the slope. Suyu shifted his gaze back and eagerly checked his other significant gain, a perfect quality passive skill. Blood Fury Rampage Passive 11. Note: this effect has a 6-hour cooldown period. This passive is strong. Suyu marveled to himself. He quickly analyzed the skill's advantages. It could greatly boost his damage output at critical moments, delivering deadly blows to enemies. If his health regeneration was high enough, he could continuously enjoy the massive boost from Blood Fury Rampage. Most importantly, he could control the activation and deactivation of the passive effect, eliminating the risk of dying from health depletion. Satisfied with the passive skill, Suyu immediately set out for the Scarlet Ravine. Thanks to his past life experience and the influence of the Heart of Reincarnation, he knew this quest inside out. The Blood Eagle tribe resided on the cliffs of the Scarlet Ravine. Without any flying skills, Suyu couldn't directly confront the Blood Eagle King. Even if he managed to kill the boss, the loot might fall into the ravine. Therefore, his first task was to locate a bait called Blood Fruit. The Blood Fruit grew only about a 10-minute walk from the Scarlet Ravine. Soon, Suyu arrived at the location. Before him was an area sparsely populated with short trees, each bearing small, red fruits the size of fingernails. Several Blood Eagles were already fighting over the fruits. Blood Eagle Black Iron. Common level, 15. Health, 10,500. Attack, 500. Skills, Basic Vitality Peck. Description: a violent magical beast known to attack its kin over food. Sensing a human presence, the Blood Eagles turned their wary eyes towards Suyu. Suddenly, a sharp screech echoed, and all the Blood Eagles took flight, darting towards Suyu like arrows. Flaming Arrow Rain. Without hesitation, Suyu unleashed his skill. Dozens of flaming arrows struck each Blood Eagle with precision, dealing massive damage. Their health bars plummeted to a sliver, and the ice flame's slowing effect caused their bodies to stiffen and fall to the ground. Before they even hit the ground, their health was depleted. System notifications sounded continuously. Ding! You have killed a level 15 Blood Eagle, gaining 344 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on plundering 4 points of Constitution. Ding! Congratulations on plundering the Basic Vitality skill at an excellent level. Group attack skills are the best for clearing mobs. Suyu thought joyfully as he watched his experience bar surge, gaining a substantial number of attribute points and 5 layers of passives. The remaining Blood Eagles, untouched by the skill, continued to charge, seeking revenge for their fallen comrades. Suyu stood his ground, not bothering to dodge. With his high defense, these Blood Eagles couldn't inflict any significant damage. He chose to withstand their attacks and quickly wiped out the remaining monsters. After the battle, Suyu began collecting the loot. He was lucky enough to acquire 3 pieces of black iron quality equipment. Additionally, he plundered 50 points of Constitution, 24 points of Agility, and maxed out the passive. Basic Vitality Passive 1010. Effect: permanently increases health by 10. After some thought, Suyu discovered a pattern in the passive abilities. Passives transformed through talents from excellent quality onwards provided percentage boosts, while common, rare, super rare, and uncommon quality passives offered fixed value boosts. Upon checking his other passives, Suyu found that 3 of them were not yet maxed out. Although a bit disappointed, he knew which monsters had the same skills. After leaving the novice village, he planned to find opportunities to max out these passives. Next, Suyu opened his character data panel. ID: Yongyi. Level 15. Health: 29,370. Mana: 13,700. Attributes: Strength 362, Constitution 420, Agility 383, Spirit 185. Attack Speed 5.75s. Equipment 15. Physical Defense 1616. Magic Defense 1406. These stats are insane, Suyu thought to himself. He recalled a player from the Dragon Kingdom with a mythical level life talent who couldn't reach 20,000 health points even at level 20, far below his level 15 stats. This was the attribute panel he envisioned for an all-around archer. Despite this, Suyu wasn't satisfied. As a player with an unparalleled talent, he believed his health should be 10 times higher. With this confidence, Suyu began gathering the blood fruits from the shrubs. Thanks to his prior learning of harvesting techniques, Suyu didn't have to pick them slowly. He placed his hand on a small tree and activated the harvesting skill, quickly collecting a large number of blood fruits. Ding! You have collected Blood Fruit X30. After some time, Suyu had stripped all the small trees of their blood fruits. Alright, time to deal with the Blood Eagle King, he planned. Soon, Suyu reached the Scarlet Ravine. According to legend, this ravine was a scar left by a battle between a demigod and a blood dragon. It was said that the dragon's blood stained the soil of this wasteland. Of course, this was just an ancient tale, unverifiable. Suyu found an open area and piled thousands of blood fruits into a small hill. The enticing scent of the blood fruits gathered and spread, completely masking his human scent. In no time, the blood eagle flock in the ravine went into a frenzy. Driven by the lure of the blood fruits, they lost their sanity and rushed over. Unfortunately, these simple-minded creatures didn't realize they were walking into a carefully laid trap. Chirp! A sharp screech pierced the sky as a massive figure soared out of the ravine. The Blood Eagle King had arrived. All the blood eagles were intimidated and scattered, clearing a path for it. It's here! Suyu's eyes lit up with excitement. The Blood Eagle King landed in front of the blood fruit pile, ready to enjoy the feast alone. At that moment, an arrow shot through the air, hitting the unsuspecting Blood Eagle King squarely. Chirp! The Blood Eagle King spotted Suyu and roared in fury. You humans with your tactics are so despicable. How dare you deceive me with delicious blood fruits? Unforgivable! Enraged, the Blood Eagle King spread its wings and lunged at Suyu. An intense battle was about to begin. As their king prepared to battle a human, not a single bloodhawk stepped forward to aid. An eerie atmosphere permeated the flock, their eyes glinting with greed, secretly hoping their king would fall to Suyu. The reason for this unusual behavior was simple. The Bloodhawk King possessed superior bloodlines. By consuming its flesh, ordinary bloodhawks had a chance to evolve. This obsession with higher bloodlines was deeply ingrained in their genes, driving these natural carnivores to even eat blood fruits. At this moment, in a battlefield piled high with blood fruits, the boss launched a fierce attack. The Bloodhawk King's claws slashed through the ground like lightning, carving a deep hole in the hard rock. However, Suyu, well prepared, had already moved aside along the blood fruit mounds after firing an arrow, easily dodging the boss's strike. Suyu quickly activated his scouting ability, and the boss's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Bloodhawk King Silver Boss, level 15, HP, 734k, 740k. Attack, 3750. Skills. Basic Vitality, increases HP by 10. Blood Hurricane, summons a blood storm to attack enemies in the front area, inflicting a bleeding effect. Rapid Speed, greatly increases movement speed. Screeching Sky, emits a piercing screech, boosting its attack and stunning enemies for 3 seconds. Suyu quickly analyzed. Even though it's a level 15 silver boss, the Bloodhawk King is much weaker than the Skeleton King. As the boss of a difficult dungeon, the Skeleton King's attributes are 30 higher than those of a field boss of the same level. This silver boss is pathetically weak. I can tank its normal attacks and recover the lost HP with my passive healing. The only threat is the Blood Hurricane skill. With a physical resistance of 16 points and an additional 200 points of damage block, the Bloodhawk King's normal attacks could only deal 1934 damage to Suyu. Thanks to lifesteal, Suyu could fire 5 arrows in 1 second, enough to recover 2,500 HP. After contemplating for a moment, Suyu had a complete battle plan in mind. He decisively raised his Blackwing Bow and shot a series of arrows at the Bloodhawk King's back. The arrows, enhanced by passives, flew at incredible speed, reaching the boss in an instant. Each arrow reduced the Bloodhawk King's defense by 20 points. Even with its 50 bleed resistance, the damage was substantial. Suyu quickly calculated in his mind. After reducing the Bloodhawk King's defense by 200 points, my average DPS can reach over 8,000. When the accumulated damage exceeded 5, the boss decisively used the Screeching Sky skill. A sharp screech echoed through the sky as the Bloodhawk King turned and emitted a piercing cry, boosting its attack power. It then launched a ferocious dive towards the ground, its claws aimed straight at Suyu. Boom! A loud crash followed, and a battle notification popped up. Your HP dropped by 12.9, triggering the Dragonbone Armor effect. Damage reduction 20, shield 1468 points for 5 seconds. This damage is an embarrassment to the boss, Suyu thought with a smirk, continuing his foolin' assault. Given the Bloodhawk King's attack interval of 8 seconds, Suyu had more than enough time to recover his HP between strikes. Before long, the boss's HP dropped to 80. Suddenly, the Bloodhawk King hovered in midair, flapping its wings frantically. Blood-red energy gathered like a torrent, forming a terrifying hurricane that blasted towards the ground. Blood Hurricane! Suyu immediately recognized the powerful skill. He quickly used Blink, teleporting 70 meters away, leaving a massive crater where he once stood. As long as I grasp the skill timings and maintain my attack rhythm, taking down a silver boss of the same level is a piece of cake. As the popular saying goes, it's as easy as pie, Suyu thought confidently. In less than 10 minutes, the Bloodhawk King let out a tragic wail, its HP depleted. Its massive body plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash. The system notification sounded. Ding! You have slain the level 15 Bloodhawk King, gaining 41,280 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the rare skill, Rapid Speed. Seeing the Blood Hawk King fall, the surrounding Blood Hawks couldn't hold back any longer. They frenziedly rushed forward, scrambling for the boss's flesh. So you quickly picked up the dropped items as the system notifications continued. Congratulations, you have obtained loot. 120 gold coins, Bloodhawk King Heart Quest item, Bloodhawk Dagger, Small Blood Crystal, Bloodhawk Boots. With the loot secured, so you turned and ran. Even after covering 100 meters, not a single Bloodhawk pursued him. Exiting combat, so you decisively used a return scroll, instantly teleporting back to the inn. In safety, so you began carefully examining his spoils. First up was the Small Blood Crystal. Small Blood Crystal, quality, silver. Effect, permanently increases HP by 1,000 points, limited to 10 uses. A very rare item, only dropped by special types of bosses. Suyu immediately consumed the crystal, increasing his HP to 30,470 points. Next, he looked at the equipable boots. Bloodhawk Boots, quality, silver. Slot feet, attributes, HP 500, defense 30, agility 60, special, movement speed 10. Equipment requirement, level 15, all classes. Without hesitation, so you put on the new boots. The final significant reward was the skill looted from the boss. Rapid Speed Passive 110. Effect, after firing an arrow, movement speed 500 points for 10 seconds. This is a common ability. Even the wild monsters near Northwind City have this skill. After leaving the newbie village, I can find opportunities to stack this passive. Suyu pondered. After organizing his gains, Suyu immediately set off for the hunter's house. 10 minutes later, he navigated through the alleyways of the residential area and arrived at an ordinary house. He reached out and gently knocked on the door. "Who's there?" A raspy voice called from inside. The door slowly opened, revealing a pale-faced, middle-aged man standing in the courtyard, his right hand and upper body wrapped in bandages, clearly having suffered serious injuries. Beside him stood a 5- or 6-year-old girl, the hunter's daughter. She looked at Suyu with a mixture of wariness and curiosity. Seeing Suyu's figure, the hunter was first taken aback, then exclaimed in shock, "Mr. Yonya? How did you get back so quickly?" Suyu remained calm, retrieved a blood-red heart from his storage space, and said indifferently, "The Blood Eagle King has been dealt with. This is its heart." The hunter's eyes turned red with emotion. His voice choked. "Thank you for your help. You are my lifesaver." Suyu chuckled lightly. "Uncle, quickly dispel the curse on you." Upon hearing this, the hunter immediately took out a small knife and cut open the Blood Eagle King's heart. Pure blood flowed out, and he hurriedly applied it to the wound on his chest. The red blood reacted violently with the black curse blood, releasing bursts of white smoke. In the blink of an eye, the curse on the hunter was completely dispelled. A relieved smile finally appeared on the hunter's pale face, and he let out a long sigh of relief. "I'm not going to die." A system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Dispel the curse. Rewards. EXP X 5000, Gold X 30, Hunter's Gift. Hunter's Favorability 35, Current. 90 Reverence. Anna's Favorability 40, Current. 85 Reverence. The favorability of the father and daughter increased significantly. The hunter solemnly said, "Mr. Yonya, please wait a moment. I have some treasures to give you as thanks for saving my life." With that, he quickly walked into the house, leaving his daughter standing in the yard. At this moment, the little girl's fear of Suyu had dissipated. In a soft voice, she said, "Big brother, thank you for saving my father." She then bowed to Suyu, wiping her eyes, still wet from worry. Suyu smiled warmly. "You're welcome." He gently patted Anna's head. "Big brother, I have a gift for you too," the little girl said excitedly before running into the house. Soon, the hunter returned, carrying an exquisite treasure chest. Respectfully, he said, "These are my cherished treasures. Please accept them as a token of my gratitude." "All right," Suyu gladly accepted, opening the chest to take out the items inside. The system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Shadow Hunter's Job Change Manual, Potion Compendium Intermediate, Gale Ring, various materials. Aside from the materials, all items were of gold quality. The Job Change Manual and Potion Compendium were especially valuable. So you carefully examined the attributes of the two items. Shadow Hunter's Job Change Manual. Quality Gold. Effect. Use it to travel to Shadow Wind Valley and receive a job inheritance quest. Upon success or failure, use it again to return to the original location. Potion Compendium Intermediate. Quality Gold. Effect. Contains 8 iron, 8 bronze, 3 silver, and 1 gold quality potion recipes. This potion compendium included the 4 iron and 4 bronze quality potion recipes required by the betting agreement. Suyu was now undoubtedly the winner of the bet. However, he decided not to inform Yuingshi just yet. planning to complete the job inheritance first. The last item, the Gale Ring, was also an exceptional piece of equipment. Gale Ring, quality gold, slot finger, strength 20, agility 50, spirit 30. Special, movement speed 15. Requirement, level 15 archer. Suyu replaced his level 5 bone ring with a new ring, immediately boosting his attributes. This has been an incredibly rewarding action, Suyu thought to himself. At that moment, the hunter's daughter came bouncing over, holding a dazzling, prism-like gem. Suyu's eyes lit up, recognizing its high quality. Big brother, this is a gift for you, she said expectantly. Thank you, little Anna, Suyu said with a smile, accepting the gift and nodding to the father and daughter before leaving the yard. In the alley, he carefully examined the gem's attributes. Exquisite radiant gold gem. Quality gold. Effect. Embedded into a weapon to add 50 true damage to each attack. Durability, 1010. Requirement. Can only be embedded in weapons of gold quality or higher. This rare gem increased true damage. In his previous life, Suyu hadn't met the hunter's daughter after completing the quest, so he missed out on this gem. It was a pleasant surprise. What a great find, Suyu thought happily, putting the gem away. After some thought, he decided to visit the blacksmith. Spending 100 gold, he had a slot added to his Blackwing bow and embedded the gem into the weapon. In the world of Xinyu, gems could be reused, but each new embedding reduced their durability by 1 point. With these tasks completed, Suyu returned to the inn. He checked the level rankings in Koro Village. Unsurprisingly, he was in first place. Currently, 8,236 players had reached level 10 or higher, while 1,764 had not. Suyu estimated that by this afternoon or evening, all players would reach level 10, and the second phase of the newbie village main quest would open to everyone. I have enough time to head to Shadow Wind Valley in the Dray Kingdom for my job inheritance, Suyu thought. The Dray Kingdom was where the players from Sakura Country were located. In Xinyu, players with teleportation items could travel to other countries' game regions, unlike some virtual games that restrict access early on. Players with the capability could even swim across oceans to reach other nations. Furthermore, foreign player factions existed on the continent where the Bright Empire was located, such as the Beastman Empire to the north, home to players from Northern Europe and the Bear Country, and the Dark Empire to the west, home to players from the Sunset Empire in Western Europe. With this in mind, Suyu took out the job change manual and infused it with mana. The power of space enveloped him, and he disappeared from the inn room. Dray Kingdom, Shadow Wind Valley. This map was near the Yarrow village, where the core members of the Sakura Country's Takamagara Guild were based. Such a familiar place, Suyu sighed. He had arrived at Shadow Wind Valley a day earlier than in his previous life to undertake the job inheritance trial. I'll complete the job change quickly, then head to Yarrow Village to snatch their newbie dungeon boss, Suyu thought with a smile. With that, he stepped into the quiet valley. A system notification sounded. Ding! Player with Shadow Hunter's job change manual detected entering Shadow Wind Valley. Congratulations! You have received the job inheritance quest, defeat Lovett's clone. The trial monster has been refreshed according to the challenger's level. The valley changed, with strange roars echoing faintly. Suyu walked straight in. Just over 10 minutes after Suyu entered Shadow Wind Valley, a group of players with the Muno prefix in their IDs followed closely behind. Leading the group was Muno Guild's vice president, Sato, a knight player, currently riding a black warhorse. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. Muno Guild ranked 5th in Sakura Country, but hadn't even made it into the top 100 globally. Even the top guild in Sakura Country, Takamagara, only ranked 48th in the world. The reason was simple. Players from Sakura Country were too weak, consistently outmatched by players from major countries in various virtual games. Sato turned and asked, Matsuzen, where's the hidden area you mentioned? A warrior player named Munomatsu excitedly pointed ahead to the left. President Sato, it's at the valley entrance on the left. Tell me about your findings in the valley yesterday, Sato continued. Munomatsu respectfully replied, yes. We scouted the valley and found no monsters, which was quite odd. Moreover, at the deepest part, we discovered a stone bow embedded in the rock wall. Sato nodded arrogantly. It does seem like a hidden area. My talent will be useful again. His talent, True Sight, allowed him to uncover hidden information about the environment or objects, making him the leader of the guild's exploration team, specializing in finding hidden quests. Fortunately, the jerks from Takamagara Guild are busy clearing the newbie dungeon, so no one has been competing with us for hidden quests these past 2 days. Under President Sato's leadership, we've completed 5 hidden quests. Muno Guild members flattered him. Previously, Takamagara Guild had sent an assassin with a legendary stealth talent to shadow Sato 247, causing them to lose out on more than a dozen hidden quests and rewards. Hearing his team's praise, Sato's lips curled into a satisfied smile. If we get rewards from this operation, I'll give everyone a bonus. Thank you, President Sato. You're the best president in the world. The members bowed at a 90-degree angle to express their gratitude. Then, Sato led several dozen team members into the valley on his black horse. Meanwhile, Suyu had already ventured deep into Shadow Wind Valley. This map was as complex as a maze, with numerous forks and dead ends. Fortunately, Suyu had memories from his past life to guide him, allowing him to take the most accurate route. Suddenly, a chilling wind howled from all directions. Gray mist rose from the ground, quickly forming into dark figures wielding bows made of gray mist. The system displayed Shadow Archer Iron Elite, Enhanced Level, 15, HP, 38, 600, 38, 600. Attack, 753. Skill, Swift Arrow. Map Aura. All attributes 30. These monsters were significantly stronger than ordinary elite monsters due to the special environment, and as energy beings, they were immune to physical damage. Nevertheless, Suyu felt no concern. Without a word, he raised his Blackwing bow and shot an energy arrow that split into dozens of flaming arrows, raining down like meteors and hitting each monster precisely. Enhanced by the passive skill Heavy Slash, the first arrow dealt an additional 5,000 damage, and each arrow pierced through the first enemy, dealing 50 damage to the one behind. This attack instantly reduced the Shadow Archer's HP by over a third. Kill, kill. The enemy's voices were eerie and raspy. They raised their bows, but couldn't attack since Suyu was out of their range. Moreover, affected by the Ice Flame effect, their movement speed was drastically reduced to just over 100 points, making them move sluggishly. Taking advantage of his range and speed, Suyu unleashed a relentless barrage. He could eliminate a Shadow Archer in just 3 seconds. The system continuously updated. Ding! You killed a level 15 enhanced Shadow Archer and gained 1,032 experience points. Ding! You looted 5 points of agility. Ding! You looted the ultra-rare skill Swift Arrow. Although the Shadow Archers were enhanced monsters, their experience points were the same as ordinary Iron Elite monsters. So you didn't care much about the experience points. He was more interested in looting attributes and skills. During the battle, Suyu glanced at his passive skill panel. Swift Arrow Passive 150. Effect. Arrow Flight Speed 10 milliseconds. Nice, this passive skill is pretty good, Suyu thought. With his formidable strength, his arrows were already fast, and with this maxed out passive, their speed could surpass that of bullets. Even he wouldn't be able to dodge such fast arrows. With this in mind, Suyu's gaze turned greedy as he looked at the Shadow Archers, ready to continue his killing spree. I'll take all your lives. Suyu roared, his Blackwing bow gleaming coldly in his hands. Bayou, bayou, bayou. The sound of continuous shooting echoed as arrows flew like a swarm of locusts towards the monsters. During the battle, system notifications kept popping up. Ding! Congratulations on looting the ultra-rare Swift Arrow. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 4 points of agility. In less than a minute, Suyu had wiped out the first wave of monsters. Without pausing, he pressed forward. 40 minutes later, Suyu's attributes and skills had reached an astonishing level. 40 points of agility, 20 points of strength, and fully maxed passive skills. Finally, Suyu arrived at the last crossroads. A few hundred meters ahead on the right was the final trial ground. However, just then he sensed something unusual and turned to look at the left path. A haughty voice called out, "Hey kid over there, this is our territory." "Get lost," shouted my song arrogantly. Thanks to the game's built-in translation feature, Suyu understood the Japanese. Suyu's gaze swept over the members of the My Guild. When he saw their leader, Sato, riding a black horse, his eyebrows raised slightly. Didn't expect someone to have a mount already, he thought to himself. Japanese players? Suyu's expression turned icy, and a dangerous aura emanated from him. He despised players from the Sakura Nation the most. In the future war of civilizations, the Lighthouse Nation, the A3 Nation, and the Sakura Nation betrayed Blue Star and joined the enemy civilization, with the Sakura Nation being the first to surrender. Thunder shot. Without hesitation, Suyu raised his Blackwing bow. Thunder crackled, and a deafening boom echoed through the valley. The lightning arrow pierced through the black horse's head like a bolt of lightning, instantly emptying its health bar. The members of the My Guild and Vice President Sato stood frozen in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Sato looked at his fallen mount, his lips trembling. My horse is gone? This is the horse I painstakingly won for the guild. And now it's gone? Snapping back to reality, Sato's face twisted in rage as he bellowed. "You bastard! How dare you kill my horse?" Just as Sato was seething with rage, Suyu smirked coldly, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. "You talk too much. Just die already." Before his words had even faded, his fingers were already on the bowstring, launching a second attack in an instant. A bolt of energy shot through the air, splitting into dozens of flaming arrows that rained down on the crowd. This was his ultimate skill-flaming arrow rain. As Sato's team was about to be engulfed by the sea of flames, a crimson barrier suddenly rose in the nick of time. The flaming arrows struck the barrier's surface, creating ripples before dissipating into the air. Suyu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised as he looked at the opposition. A ruby barrier? Seems like the Kino Guild has some decent items. At Sato's feet lay a shattered skill scroll, a passive trigger scroll created using the mage skill Ruby Barrier. Judging by the aura it emitted, it was a bronze quality, capable of negating any skill attack dealing less than 5,000 points of damage. Sato gritted his teeth, furious. Damn you! You killed my beloved warhorse. I'll make sure you pay for that. Suyu sneered dismissively. Really? I doubt it. Sato's rage flared, and he shouted, everyone attack. Kill this bastard. He wasn't concerned about the massive damage from Suyu's first strike. In his opinion, no player at this stage could be that powerful without some special ability. Moreover, he had 35 people on his side, while Suyu was alone. With such a numerical advantage, victory seemed certain. In Sakura country, Sato had never seen a player take on dozens alone. Sato continued to shout, Matsuzen, it's your turn. Yes, guild leader Sato's. Kino Matsu responded, a sinister gleam in his eyes. You come here? Without hesitation, he activated his talent void chain. A spectral blue chain emerged from the void, forcibly binding Suyu, lowering his defense by 50 and dragging him toward Kinomatsu. Seeing this, Suyu displayed a peculiar expression. I wasn't going to bother coming to you, but you dragged me over. That's just asking for death. Sato grinned wickedly and ordered, let's see how arrogant you can be now. Everyone, finish him off. Members of the Kino Guild drew their weapons and surrounded Suyu. A warrior was the first to swing his sword. With a loud clang, the blade struck Suyu, but a number appeared over his head. Why didn't my attack break through his defense? The warrior was bewildered. Kojimikin, did you skip breakfast? Your attack is so weak. Ha, others mocked. The warrior protested. It's not my fault. Try attacking him yourselves. All right, watch us. The others unleashed various skills, all targeting Suyu. However, none of the attacks broke through his defense, leaving everyone in shock. Nanny, why is his defense so high? Didn't Matsukun use his talent on him? They exchanged incredulous looks. In reality, Suyu's defense exceeded 1,600 points, with 1,100 points coming from his giant skeleton and roar passives. Kinomatsu's talent couldn't affect these passive effects. With only 3 seconds left on the binding, Sato gritted his teeth and pulled out another scroll. I'll boost your attacks by 500 points. Keep attacking him. He tore the scroll, and a golden light bathed the team, granting them a temporary attack buff. They attacked again. This time, their attacks finally broke through his defense. However, when they checked Suyu's health bar, it hadn't budged. Are you kidding me? Isn't this guy a fragile archer? Why is his health so ridiculously high like he's cheating, they exclaimed. At that moment, a voice as cold as death whispered in their ears. Are you ready to face death? Suyu broke free from the binding, a chilling smile on his face. He shot an arrow at the player who had chained him. This was his third arrow, summoning a cloud of poison that inflicted 200 damage per second on nearby players. Ding, you have killed player Kinomatsu. Since the kill was on a non-light Empire faction player, no sin value is added. The system notification sounded. The enemies also received the kill notification. Eternal Night? That name sounds familiar, Sato thought. But Suyu didn't give him time to ponder. Under Suyu's relentless assault, all the Kino Guild explorers fell to his arrows. The ground was littered with loot. 26 pieces of iron equipment, 8 pieces of bronze equipment, and 1 gold quality item. Blue Dragon Crystal, 1 piece quality gold. Effect. Refine the soul with the spirit of the Blue Dragon, permanently increasing spirit after refinement, and gain a Blue Dragon mark. Requirement. Spirit over 100 points. Suyu's eyes lit up. A great find. The player's spirit attribute hadn't met the requirement to use this treasure, making it Suyu's gain. Without hesitation, he used the crystal. Instantly, he felt a heavy pressure in his mind, which soon turned into a refreshing sensation, increasing his spirit attribute by 10 points. Blue Dragon Mark, quality gold. Effect. Blessed by the Blue Dragon. Permanently increases skill damage by 5. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. After examining the mark's attributes, Suyu turned his gaze to the path ahead. Time to face the final challenge. He walked forward. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point in Yarrow Village, a flash of light brought Sato and his team back. At level 20, dying doesn't cost experience, but does drop the highest value item. Sato quickly checked his inventory and found the Blue Dragon crystal missing. His heart ached. That was a gold quality item worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Not to mention, he had lost a warhorse and wasted 2 rare scrolls. It was a huge loss. The Kino Guild members exchanged looks and bowed deeply. We're very sorry. Our lack of strength caused you to lose such a valuable item. Guild leader Sato. Sato waved them off. Enough, no more bowing. The most important thing now is to find out who that bastard is. Yes, guild leader, they responded in unison. Sato stared at the system panel, deep in thought. Eternal Night, that name sounds so familiar. Could it be someone I know? As everyone racked their brains, one player suddenly exclaimed, Guild leader, I know who he is. Everyone turned to him, and he said, Eternal Night is that Dragon Nation player you hate the most. Nanny, Eternal Night? The Dragon Nation cheater? They were stunned. Yongye is a player from the Light Empire faction. How did he end up in our faction? The members of the Kino Guild were all speculating, guessing that he might possess some powerful spatial item. Sato stood to the side, recalling the scene where Suyu, with just a bow, had suppressed them. He couldn't help but shudder at the overwhelming power that left him with lingering fear. Kino Song cautiously asked, President Sato, should we lead more members to hunt down Yongye? If we set out now, we should still make it. Sato's voice suddenly rose. Are you an idiot? Didn't you see Yongye's insane defense and vitality? With our guild strength, there's no way we could be a match for him. Kino Song immediately bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry, President Sato. I didn't think it through. Sato waved his hand, his expression serious. Forget it, no need to say more. We don't know why Yongye came to Yaoyuo village. This information must be passed on to those bastards in the Takamagara guild. If he attacks the village, only they have the power to defeat Yongye. Everyone responded in unison. Yes, President Sato. Meanwhile, in the depths of Shadow Wind Valley, an ancient altar stood at the center, with a stone bow embedded in the rock wall behind it. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the stone bow shook, causing pebbles to fall. In an instant, the stone bow detached from the wall and floated above the altar. A shadow gradually took form, eventually becoming the figure of a young man. The stone bow in his hand transformed, shedding its earthy color and emitting a gray metallic sheen. Suyu immediately used the system's investigative technique and obtained information about this mysterious figure. Lovett's avatar Silver Boss. Enhancement level 15. HP 800,000,800,000. Attack 4,965. Skills. Hunting Stance. Greatly increases critical rate and vision range. Shadow Clone. Summons a shadow clone that inherits the main body's attributes and buffs. Dark Arrow Rain. Deals dark damage to a wide range of enemies. Shadow Vines. Vines emerge from the shadows to entangle enemies. Description. A genius archer from the Kingdom of Dregu, creator of the Swift Shadowhunter class, who died at the age of 23 while battling the legendary Red Flame Dragon. Suyu sighed inwardly. This guy was something else. Challenging a legendary dragon before reaching his peak, he was asking for death. Lovett slowly walked down from the altar, his gaze falling on Suyu. He spoke calmly. Successor of the future, are you ready for the challenge? Of course, Suyu nodded. Then let's begin. As soon as Lovett finished speaking, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. Suyu had anticipated this and easily dodged. Among all the boss types, he enjoyed fighting archers the most. Although they had long attack ranges, their areas of effect were small. With quick reflexes, he could easily evade. Lovett was a bit surprised and shot several more arrows, all of which Suyu dodged. He couldn't help but praise. Your reaction speed is impressive, almost as good as mine. Before he finished speaking, the sound of an arrow cutting through the air rang out. Suyu had made his move. Try dodging this. Lovett was about to showcase his agility, but was suddenly hit in the chest by an arrow, cutting his words short. He stared dumbfounded at Suyu. He had just tried to show off, only to be humiliated. The arrow was unbelievably fast, beyond his comprehension. What a fast arrow! Your skills have exceeded my expectations, Lovett said solemnly. Successor, show me your full strength. Let me see if you're worthy of inheriting the class I created. Shadow Vines. Shadow Clone. He immediately used a combo skill. Vines emerged from the shadows behind Suyu, attempting to entangle him. Suyu instantly activated his flash ability, teleporting 80 meters away. As soon as he landed, Lovett and his shadow clone shot 6 arrows at him from the front and left in a crossfire. Piece of cake, Suyu smirked. Using the high movement speed granted by his passive abilities, he deftly weaved through the arrows, dancing on the edge of a blade. Suyu calmly counterattacked, focusing his fire on Lovett's main body. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. Damage numbers continuously appeared above Lovett's head. These arrows, faster than bullets, were impossible for him to dodge. Left with no choice, Lovett had to tank the hits and engage in a fierce battle with Suyu. Unlike previous boss encounters, Lovett's attacks were completely unpredictable. He could strike at any moment as soon as his skills were off cooldown. However, Suyu only needed to watch out for the Shadow Vine skill. He could tank the other skills and even the ultimate move, as long as he wasn't ensnared by the vines. His terrifying regeneration ability could restore him to full health in just 4 seconds. This battle was purely a contest of archery skills. Basic attack. Move. Power shot. Move. Suyu's arrows never missed, dealing a consistent 9,786 damage per second. Lovett's other skills and basic attacks were all skillfully dodged by Suyu. If this battle were witnessed by other players, they would probably exclaim, terrifying. Archer players might even revere Suyu as the god of archery. Lovett was deeply frustrated. As a genius, his archery was being outmatched. But it made sense. After all, he had only trained until the age of 23, reaching a maximum level of 60. Suyu, on the other hand, had become a god above level 100 in his previous life, his archery skills unmatched among Blue Star players. Seeing Lovett's health bar, Suyu decided to end the battle quickly. He sped up his attacks, and within a few minutes, the fight was over. Lovett's avatar's health dropped to 0. The system notification immediately sounded. Ding! You have slain the level 15 Lovett's avatar, gaining 41,280 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 16, gaining 1 to all attributes, 1 free attribute point. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the perfect hunting stance skill. Lovett's avatar's health dropped to 0, but didn't dissipate immediately. He looked puzzled and stared at Suyu for a long time before sighing. Though I don't understand why someone with better archery skills than mine would seek my legacy, you have indeed defeated me. Perhaps the Shadow Hunter can truly flourish in your hands. Suyu smiled silently. Lovett was overthinking it. To him, the Shadow Hunter was just a transitional class. If not for his low level, he would have already acquired a legendary or even mythic class. He kept these thoughts to himself, deeming them too harsh to voice. Adventurer, accept my legacy, Lovett continued. Suyu nodded and took the gray longbow from his hands. In an instant, the longbow transformed into a wisp of energy and merged into Suyu's body. The system prompt sounded immediately. Ding! Your class has advanced to Shadow Hunter Gold. You have inherited the core skill of the class, Shadow Clone Gold. Player attributes have been reset according to class growth. Current. 4 main attributes 75, free attribute points 75. In the Divine Realm, players only receive the core skill upon class advancement. Other skills must be learned independently. Classes below epic quality do not have exclusive equipment or talents, apart from growth and class skills. Class name, Archer Shadow Hunter. Class advancement quality, Gold. Growth, 5 stars. Class talent, Keen Vision. Class skills, Power Shot LV1. Shadow Clone LV1. Summon a Shadow Clone that inherits 50 of your attributes and all buffs. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown 35 seconds. Consumes 10 mana. A 5-star growth means that Suyu will receive 5 times the attribute rewards compared to regular players with each level up. Additionally, being the first to acquire a gold class in Divine Realm triggered a world announcement. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player Eternal Knight for becoming the first player to obtain a gold class. Receiving rewards. Gold X 2000, Reputation X 3000, Life Essence X1, and Golden Treasure Chest X1. On the 3rd day of Divine Realm's launch, the world announcement arrived as expected, and once again, the recipient was Eternal Knight. Players from the Dragon Kingdom were envious, lamenting that while they were still struggling for iron equipment, Eternal Knight had already begun class advancement. Meanwhile, the Bloodstained Guild was preparing to ambush Suyu and complete a hidden quest that rewarded a silver class. The news of Suyu acquiring a gold class disrupted their plans, rendering their early investments futile. Guild leader, should we continue with the quest? A player asked. Bloodstained Sky looked grim and gritted his teeth. Of course. Why wouldn't we? The exploration team will continue searching for higher quality class advancements. They had invested too much to give up halfway, especially with the financial backing from their sponsors who had just increased their funding. Back in Shadowwind Valley, after the legacy transfer, Lovett's avatar was about to dissipate. He smiled and asked, Successor, would you like to hear my stories? Suyu nodded earnestly, and Lovett began recounting his experiences. From a young age, he showed an extraordinary talent for archery, and his father often proudly claimed that he had the makings of a god of archery. As an adult, he was hailed as the greatest archer in the kingdom of Dregu, but he became intoxicated by his fame and ultimately met his downfall by foolishly challenging the Red Flame Dragon. Successor, remember, fame is fleeting and false. Never let it blind you, Lovett warned solemnly. I will remember that, Suyu promised. Lovett smiled with relief and gradually faded away. Suyu watched silently until he completely disappeared, then sighed and turned his attention to the newly acquired perfect quality passive skill. Hunting stance passive 11. Effect. Upon entering combat, critical hit rate 30, vision range 200, lasts for 10 seconds. For an archer, this critical hit boost would significantly enhance their damage output. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The altar suddenly erupted with intense energy fluctuations, accompanied by a constant buzzing noise. Out of thin air, a pitch-black vortex appeared, slowly rotating. Su Yu's attention was immediately drawn to this sudden turn of events, his gaze fixed on the altar. In a moment of realization, a knowing look flashed in his eyes. I almost forgot. There's still a major player yet to make an appearance. Memories of the battle against the Crimson Flame Dragon flashed through Su Yu's mind. Lovett's comrades had all been devoured by the dragon in that brutal fight. Overcome with rage, Lovett ultimately sacrificed his life to seal the dragon here forever, preventing its escape to this day. In my past life, I was just a naive player when I encountered the dragon, Su Yu thought to himself, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. But this time, I'm going to make sure you fall for the countless traps devised by players. With Lovett's disappearance, the power of the once formidable magic array had weakened considerably. Seizing this opportunity, the dragon managed to open a small passage, just enough to communicate with Su Yu outside. A raspy voice emerged from the vortex. Adventurer, please help me. Feigning confusion, Su Yu asked, who are you? The dragon hastily explained, its voice tinged with weakness and urgency. I am Lovett's companion. During the battle back then, I was gravely injured. In a desperate bid to survive, I had no choice but to seal myself within the array. Su Yu glanced at the vortex, his tone filled with obvious skepticism. Really? I don't believe you. What if you're a villain? The dragon nearly choked with rage, but managed to suppress its anger. Continuing, Adventurer, you must trust me. If you channel energy into the array, I will be able to break free. Then you can see for yourself if I'm telling the truth. Su Yu chuckled inwardly. He knew full well that if he released this creature, he would be its first target. After a moment's thought, he replied with feigned seriousness. According to historical records, Lovett and his team crafted several renowned tools and gear specifically for slaying the dragon before their battle. Do you have any of these items to prove your identity? Hearing this, the dragon felt a surge of joy, unaware that it had fallen into Su Yu's carefully laid trap. Yes, I do, the dragon quickly responded. As a member of the dragon race, its love for treasures and gold was innate. After devouring Lovett's comrades, it had stored all their valuables in its stomach. The dragon carefully rummaged through its spoils from that battle, soon finding what it considered the highest quality item. In the dragon's view, since Lovett and his team had specifically crafted it to defeat it, the item must be of the highest quality and designed to counteract it. Fiery amulet. When these words appeared before Su Yu's eyes, they immediately lit up. This was a diamond-quality item. Amulets are technically items, but players often refer to them as special equipment. They don't take up an equipment slot and can be effective just by being in the inventory. Each player can have up to 3 amulets active at a time. Su Yu's gaze fell on the amulet panel as he carefully examined the newly acquired treasure. The Extreme Flame amulet shimmered with a diamond-gray glow and had mouth-watering effects. 50 constitution and 50 fire resistance. Carrying this amulet would significantly reduce the fire damage a player received. Su Yu was secretly delighted. Obtaining such an amulet was an unexpected bonus. However, considering the dragon's attitude, Su Yu believed there was still a chance to gain more benefits. He suppressed his inner joy, shook his head, and said with a serious tone, there's no record of this amulet in historical documents. It can't prove your identity. Hearing this, the dragon nearly burst out in anger, but quickly calmed down, realizing that Su Yu was the first living person it had seen in hundreds of years. This rare chance to escape couldn't be wasted. It continued rummaging through the loot, and soon found a pale spear. Its eyes lit up as it hurriedly pushed the spear out of the vortex, eagerly saying, Adventurer, this is my weapon from back in the day. It surely proves my identity. Su Yu took the spear, and the system prompt showed it was a rare, diamond-quality weapon called the Ice Shadow Spear. Although the quality was impressive, it required level 50 to equip, making it useless for Su Yu to use or sell at the moment. It was essentially a flashy, but impractical item. Thinking this, Su Yu shook his head again. Seeing this, the dragon in the sealed space nearly went mad with rage. Su Yu continued to feign doubt, saying suspiciously, Are you sure you're Lovett's companion? I doubt it. He didn't have a spear-wielding comrade back then. Of course, I'm real. Absolutely real. Please believe me. The dragon panicked. It had swallowed Lovett's companions whole back then and hadn't paid attention to their weapons. Moreover, it had collected loot from not just Lovett's team, but also other groups that had fought it. The dragon calmed down and meticulously searched through the spoils stored in the space. Soon, it found a golden badge, inscribed with Dre on the front and Honored Warrior on the back. Adventurer, this is it. You must recognize it. The dragon eagerly pushed the badge out. Suyu took the badge, and the system showed it was an honored warrior badge, a limited golden quality item. The effects were 2 charm, 10 to all 4 attributes, and 10 experience from killing monsters. The description indicated it was a reward given to the champion of the Dray Kingdom's annual adventure tournament. After reviewing the effects, Suyu felt a hint of disappointment. If the dragon had managed to find such an item, it would surely realize he had been toying with it if he continued to deny its identity. It was a pity. He had only managed to get 2 diamond quality and 1 golden quality treasure from the dragon. Too little. Suyu reluctantly shook his head. The dragon, seeing this, asked expectantly, "Adventurer, do you now know who I am?" "Of course, I do," Suyu replied with an enigmatic smile. He stored the items in his backpack and then put on the badge. Although his charm was already at 92, who would mind an additional 2 points from the badge? Besides, the badge also added 10 to all 4 attributes and 10 extra experience from killing monsters. After equipping the badge, Suyu looked up at the vortex and cheerfully said, "Your Highness, the dragon, I like these 3 treasures, so I'll take them. I hope you don't mind?" The dragon was stunned. The next moment, it quickly realized what had happened and roared in fury. "Insignificant human! You knew my identity all along. How dare you deceive the great dragon?" The dragon felt oddly aggrieved. A mighty dragon that had dominated the Dray Kingdom for centuries had been tricked by a mere human. It was unacceptable. However, Suyu paid it no heed. "Your Highness, the dragon, thank you for your hospitality. I'll be on my way now. You can wait here for the next fortunate soul." He spoke casually while tidying his clothes and turning towards the valley exit. "Human, come back here. Come back. Damn insect. When I break free, I'll tear you to pieces." Roar! As Suyu quickened his pace, the dragon's roars grew fainter. Reaching the entrance of Shadow Wind Valley, Suyu emerged. Looking at the map of Yarrow Village, he thought, "It's now 11 a.m. At my current speed, I should reach Yarrow Village's beginner dungeon by around 1 p.m. With that, he headed towards the dungeon's coordinates. Along the way, Suyu reviewed his gains. First was the life essence. In just 3 days, he had collected 6 essences, a rate unimaginable in his previous life. It was incredibly high. In his past life, despite having god-level talent, he was just a solo player. Those in guilds with god-level players had vast resources, and world achievements were mostly monopolized by the major guilds. Now, Suyu's supreme talent gave him the edge to surpass everyone, achieving all the accomplishments alone. It was simply unbeatable. After a moment of reflection, Suyu used a life essence, increasing his attribute synchronization to 30, making his real-world body stronger. Then, he opened a treasure chest, obtaining 2,000 gold coins and a pair of Night Hunter gloves golden quality. Finally, a piece of equipment he could use. The Night Hunter gloves had impressive stats: 40 strength, 40 agility, 30 defense, and 15 spirit, with a trait of 8 critical rate. The equipment requirement was level 15 for archers. If he equipped these new gloves, Suyu's base critical rate would reach 16. In the first 10 seconds of combat, due to the hunting stance effect, his critical rate would soar to 46. This value was incredibly high. Satisfied, Suyu replaced his old gloves and continued on his adventure. After equipping himself, Suyu opened his character panel. A striking 75 unallocated attribute points appeared, and he didn't hesitate to allocate all of them to strength. Thanks to his innate talent, he had no shortage of other attributes like constitution and agility. On the panel, Suyu's ID Eternal Knight was prominently displayed, showing level 16. His class was listed as an apprentice shadow hunter at level 20, currently undergoing a tier breakthrough trial. His health points were 33,132, and his mana points were 16,220. The attribute section revealed astonishing numbers: Strength 512, Constitution 541, Agility 546, and Spirit 311. His attack speed was 6.16s, Physical Defense 1,761, and Magical Defense 1,490, all highlighting his immense power. In the skill section, abilities like Thundershot LV4, Flame Arrow Rain LV5, and Blink LV5 were neatly arranged. Suyu tapped View Details, and more information appeared. Among billions of players on Blue Star, Suyu was unmatched in terms of attributes. He carefully reviewed the panel, his gaze finally resting on the Shadow Clone skill. This skill, which could inherit his buffs and attributes, synergized perfectly with his innate Plunder passive. Buffs acquired through Plunder, such as Bite, Giant Skeleton, and Hunting Stance, could all be inherited by the clone. Unfortunately, this gold quality clone skill could only inherit buffs and attributes. If it were of legendary quality, the summon clone could also use the player's other skills, making it even more powerful. However, with Suyu's current strength, obtaining a higher quality clone skill was still out of reach. "Overall, my stats are pretty decent," Suyu said with a satisfied smile. If other players heard this, they would likely be furious enough to want to hit him. After tallying his gains, Suyu rushed toward the dungeon entrance in Yarrow Village. Along the way, he detoured to kill some monsters and obtain a dungeon pass. Meanwhile, Sato from the Makino Guild, after seeing the world announcement of Suyu obtaining a gold class, led his team back to Shadow Wind Valley, hoping to get lucky and also acquire a gold class. Time flew by, and in less than 2 hours, Suyu arrived at the dungeon entrance. There were only a few players around, with the Takamagara Guild in the final stages of dungeon clearing. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the teleportation array, and a virtual panel appeared. Dungeon, Scarlet Mine. Type Team. Difficulty Options Hard. Current Party, 120. Current number of players, 856-1000. Clear Condition. Defeat the final dungeon boss Blood-Eyed Rat King. Do you want to enter the Scarlet Mine dungeon? The system prompted. Yes. Suyu answered decisively and was instantly teleported to the underground mine. The tunnels stretched in all directions, littered with monster corpses. As the first beginner dungeon, the highest level monsters were only level 15, providing no experience for Suyu. But that didn't matter. His sole objective was to seize the dungeon boss. At that moment, in the third layer of the dungeon, Takamagara Guild's leader, Takahashi, was directing his team. We are the people blessed by 8 million gods. This terrifying and disgusting Rat King boss will soon be vanquished by us. Keep pushing, everyone, Takahashi shouted excitedly. Yes, Takahashi Guild leader, the guild members responded in unison. Roar! The rat-like boss let out a furious roar, swinging a metal club and smashing it into the ground. The shockwave knocked nearby players off their feet, dealing massive damage. Priest players immediately cast healing spells and debuffed the boss's defenses and attack power. As time passed, the boss's health steadily decreased. Blood-Eyed Rat King Silver Boss. Hard difficulty, 15. Health points, 12k 920k. Attack, 4,400. Skills, Savage Beating, Blood Ray, Life Drain, Frenzy. The first dungeon first kill in Sakura Nation is almost ours. This is the guild I lead, Takahashi boasted. He glanced around and noticed a player with a bow standing at the back. The player's handsome appearance made Takahashi envious. Hey, you over there? What are you doing? Takahashi shouted angrily. Everyone is fighting hard, and you're slacking off in the back. If you keep this up, I'll kick you out of the guild. Get into the fight now. Well, since you said so, I'll get to work, Suyu replied with a friendly smile. The time was ripe. Shadow Clone. Flame Arrow Rain. Takahashi watched in shock as a black shadow appeared beside Suyu, both drawing their bows simultaneously. Whoosh! Hundreds of flaming arrows shot out, engulfing both the Rat King and the players. Ding, you have killed player Takamagara Shuya. Since the player is not from the Light Empire faction, no sin points are added. Ding, you have killed player. The system notifications kept popping up. Takahashi also received a notification. Eternal Night, he muttered, recalling the warning from the Makino Guild Dragon Nation's Eternal Night had come to Yarrow Village. Takahashi had thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be true. As they stood in stunned silence, the arrows fired by the Shadow Clone flew over the players' heads, hitting the Rat King boss precisely. The Shadow Clone also carried the heavy slash passive, adding an extra 5,000 damage with the first arrow, instantly depleting the boss's health bar. Ding, you have killed level 15 Blood-Eyed Rat King, gaining 0 experience points. Since you are not a Yarrow Village player, no contribution points are awarded. Ding, congratulations on plundering the Life Drain skill rare. The Rat King's body collapsed, dropping several gold-quality loot items. Suyu quickly blinked over, snatching all the loot into his inventory. Since he wasn't in the same party as the Takamagara Guild players, all items went directly into his bag. Goodbye, Suyu said, swiftly clicking to exit the dungeon, his actions smooth and fluid. Even without contribution points, Suyu still received a medium skill experience token after the dungeon evaluation. That bastard! How dare you, a Dragon Nation player, steal our Takamagara Guild's boss? I'm going to Takahashi's words were cut short. Thwack! Before Takahashi could finish, Suyu's Shadow Clone fired an arrow straight into his mouth. The pain caused Takahashi's eyes to roll back as his health dropped to a sliver. The ice flame effect continued, and he hurriedly used a rare health potion to barely recover. What are you all doing? Takahashi shouted angrily, clutching his jaw. Finish the dungeon evaluation and go after Eternal Night. We must reclaim the loot. Yes, Takahashi, guild leader. The surviving players were equally furious. They quickly completed the dungeon evaluation. Since the final boss wasn't killed by their Yarrow Village team, it counted as a failure. This meant they had to challenge the Scarlet Mine again, and the rewards for the second boss kill would be significantly reduced. All their previous efforts were wasted. Damn it, I swear I'll kill you, Takahashi roared in fury. However, Takahashi's worries were unnecessary. When he led his team back to the dungeon entrance, Suyu had already used his teleport scroll to arrive at an inn in Koro village. Takahashi's face twisted with rage, looking almost demonic. He gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, "Damn you, Yonya. Just wait. The Takamagara Guild will destroy everything in your dragon country sooner or later." Calming himself down, Takahashi turned to a player named Ueda and issued new orders. "Ueda, remember when the Lighthouse Country contacted us, suggesting we team up against the top players in Dragon Country? Reply to them now and say we agree to cooperate. Also, inform the guilds we've been supporting in Dragon Country to gather all information on Yonya." Ueda nodded respectfully. "Yes, President Takahashi." After giving these instructions, Takahashi looked around at the other guild members and said firmly, "Let's go. We continue raiding the dungeon." "Yes." The team responded in unison as they re-entered the Scarlet Mine dungeon. Facing the first wave of monsters, the team was full of confidence. One excitedly said, "With the experience from our previous run, we're sure to clear the dungeon this time. Let's go, everyone." Another teammate joked, "No, Yajun, didn't Naoko say she'd accept your proposal once we clear the newbie dungeon in Yarrow Village? Looks like your happiness depends on us." "Yajun, you sly dog," others teased. "With the strength of the Takamagara Guild, how could we not clear a newbie dungeons?" Amidst their banter, the team was brimming with confidence, completely unaware of the impending disaster in Yarrow Village. Meanwhile, at the inn in Koro Village, Suyu was happily sorting through the abundant loot from the dungeon. His face beamed with joy. "This haul is amazing. So satisfying." In his backpack, the Rat King boss alone had dropped 3 golden items, 1 piece of equipment, and 2 items. Suyu thought to himself that if anyone else had defeated the boss, they might not have even gotten 1 golden item. This was all thanks to his rare drop rate and luck bonuses. He eagerly took out the golden equipment bloodweave mask. It was a headgear with impressive stats: 600 health, 20 defense, 30 constitution, 30 spirit, and a special property: 8 physical lifesteal. The equipment requirement was level 15, and it was suitable for all classes. Finally, a golden item with lifesteal. Suyu muttered to himself, "Even though it's only 8, with my damage, the healing is far less than my passive, but every bit counts." He put on the mask without hesitation and then disabled the appearance display so other players wouldn't see it on his face. Another significant gain was a new passive skill, Life Drain Passive 210. The effect was that arrows hitting enemies would restore 1,000 health. Suyu quickly calculated, 1,000 health per arrow. With my attack speed, I can regenerate 6,000 health per second, nearly a fifth of my maximum health. Most players' total health isn't even as high as my regeneration. He suddenly thought, if I remember correctly, the Blood Fury state drains 1 of maximum health per second, which is much lower than my regeneration. So, during combat, I can keep Blood Fury active the whole time, enjoying the 100 attack speed and 50 strength boost. Awesome. Just awesome. So you couldn't help but praise. Although he knew that fixed health regeneration might not be as useful in the later stages of the game, it would give him a significant advantage in the early stages. After organizing his loot, Suyu opened his skill panel and invested all the experience from 7 skill experience scrolls into his new skill. System notifications rang out. Ding! You've used 1504 experience points to upgrade Shadow Clone to LV2. Ding! Suyu upgraded the skill to level 5 in one go. Shadow Clone Golden Level, LV5. Upgrade, 345k, 1.6 M experience. Effect, summons a Shadow Clone inheriting 70 of your attributes and all buffs, lasting 12 seconds. Cooldown, 33 seconds. Mana cost, 15. Seeing the significantly improved skill effect, Suyu couldn't help but feel smug. To be blunt, the attributes of Blue Star players probably aren't even as good as one of my casually summoned clones. After upgrading his skills, Suyu closed the panel and checked his friends list. He found that Yu Ingshi and others were offline, meaning the loot he had taken from the Sakura Country players would have to stay in his backpack for now. With that in mind, Suyu decided to log off and take a break and have lunch. Meanwhile, in another location, Sato, the president of the Kino Guild, was leading dozens of members back to Shadowwind Valley. With the disappearance of Lovett's clone, the monsters suppressed in the valley were gradually appearing. "President, do you think there's still a hidden quest here?" Kino Matsu asked. Sato replied confidently, "Don't worry, Matsusan. I have a feeling there's definitely a huge benefit in this place." The group nodded in agreement and continued deeper into the valley. Before long, they arrived at the altar where the black vortex still existed. Seeing this, the dragon trapped in the sealed space couldn't help but be delighted. Another group of humans? But it quickly became cautious. Wait, this time, I must be careful. These humans are too cunning. The great dragon was deceived once. It won't be deceived a second time. In a majestic tone, the Crimson Flame Dragon tested them. "Humans, what have you come here for?" Sato's eyes lit up with excitement. Haha, my premonition was right. His talent had detected a powerful creature sealed within, though it wasn't strong enough to reveal what it was. After a moment of thought, Sato cautiously asked, Great One, do you need any assistance? The dragon's mouth curled up as it said, Humans, I will give you a chance. Complete my trial, and you will receive a generous reward, just like the one before you. The one before? That must be Yongye, Sato thought to himself, then said firmly, Great One, please tell me the content of the trial. The dragon casually made up a trial. Listen well, destroy this altar and defeat the guardian within, and I shall personally reward you. In truth, due to Suyu, the dragon bore a grudge against all humans. It secretly decided that once it was free, it would make all humans taste death. Sato immediately directed his teammates to attack the altar. Under their fierce assault, the altar's durability continued to drop until it hit zero. Boom! The altar shattered. A black and red pillar of flames, tens of meters high, shot into the sky. Roar! I am finally free, the dragon roared. Damn humans, prepare for my revenge. A massive black and red figure, 100 meters tall, hovered in the sky, its enormous wings spread out behind it. Crimson Flame, Dragon Legendary Boss. Level 60. A dragon? Sato and his team stood frozen, speechless with shock. What? This is the guardian the trial mentioned. Sato's face was full of disbelief, his eyes wide open. Standing before him was a massive flame dragon, a level 60 legendary boss exuding an overwhelming pressure. Sato and his companions were only in their teens in terms of levels, and facing such an opponent, they felt utterly hopeless. A casual swipe from the dragon could crush them all. My lord, your trial is too difficult. There's no way we can defeat it. Sato's voice trembled, tears welling up in his eyes. At that moment, the flame dragon suddenly spoke, its voice filled with deep meaning. No, you have already completed the trial. I shall bestow upon you the ultimate reward. Everyone was stunned. This voice was the same as the one that had guided them before. Although confused, the promise of a reward quickly snapped them back to attention. They bowed deeply, all shouting excitedly, Please, great dragon, grant us the reward. The dragon let out a sinister smile. Foolish humans, receive my reward. Before they could react, it opened its massive jaws and spewed forth a torrent of black and red flames, engulfing the entire area. Instinctively, Sato looked up, but before he could react, the screams of his companions filled the air. No! Great dragon, you can't. Their voices were abruptly cut off, burned to ashes by the dragon's breath. You pathetic fools dare to demand rewards from me? Know your place, the dragon snorted, its anger slightly abated, but far from extinguished. The flame dragon turned its gaze towards Yarrow village, sensing a large concentration of humans there. That wretched being must be there, it thought to itself. A black mist enveloped the dragon, and its body swelled to a height of 300 meters. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, it soared dozens of kilometers in an instant, descending upon Yarrow village in the blink of an eye. Humans, face the wrath I bring. Meteor storm, the dragon roared, and a dozen massive flaming meteors rained down on the plains outside Yarrow village. Boom! 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 Explosions resounded one after another, turning the plains into a sea of fire. Many players perished in this sudden catastrophe. At that moment, a system notification echoed throughout the world. Ding! World announcement. Yarrow village in the Kingdom of Deer has been attacked by the Flame Dragon, triggering the world's first monster siege event. Players of Yarrow village, protect the village from destruction. Successful defense will grant all players generous rewards. The announcement rapidly refreshed on the global player interface, causing a massive uproar. Players in the Dragon Kingdom felt a mix of surprise and envy. Damn, Sakura Country players actually made it to the world announcement. Why don't we ever get such opportunities? Players from other countries, although a bit jealous, were mostly relieved. Finally, we don't have to see Yongye's announcements from the Dragon Kingdom anymore. Sakura Country players, you did great. Thanks to the blessings of the 8 million gods, our Takamagara Guild will rise. They expressed their thoughts, venting their frustration over the recent dominance of Yongye's announcements. At that moment, the Takamagara Guild was fighting in the 3rd level of a dungeon. The sudden system notification made Takahashi's face change. Frustrated, he said, Damn it, can't we just clear the dungeon in peace? Just then, a desperate message arrived from an outside member. President Takahashi, we're finished. A sense of foreboding filled Takahashi. He quickly asked, Wedekin, tell me, what happened outside? There was no reply. Only a screenshot was sent. Takahashi took a closer look and gasped. Flame Dragon Legendary Boss. Level 60. HP 125,125,000,000. Attack unknown. Skills unknown. Although the detailed attack and skill information was not visible, the sheer amount of HP was enough to demonstrate the dragon's terrifying power. How? How could this be? Takahashi muttered, his face contorting in shock. No, this can't be. We're just novice players. How can we encounter the legendary boss? However, no one could give him an answer. The Divine Realm was not a human-designed virtual game. It was a data-driven real world where anything could happen. At that moment, another system notification sounded. The Flame Dragon has destroyed the core of Yarrow Village. All players in the village have their levels reduced by 3 and are transported to nearby novice villages. The pride of Sakura Country, the Takamagara Guild, fell completely. Ugh! Takahashi spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he fainted at the resurrection point in a nearby novice village. Ding! Detecting abnormal physical changes in the player, forcing player to log out. Oh no, the president is in trouble. The guild members panicked. This scene was witnessed by many Sakura Country players, who were more shocked and despairing than ever. In the real world, Suyu finished his lunch and opened the Divine Realm forum to browse important news. A post with a hotness of 5 billion immediately caught his attention. The post contained a video of a press conference held by the Takamagara Guild. In the video, Vice President Takahashi Tsukasa led the guild's high-ranking members, bowing deeply before numerous media cameras and saying, "We're sorry." A reporter asked, "Vice President Takahashi, where did the flame dragon come from?" Takahashi Tsukasa replied with a stern face, "Sorry, we don't know either." The reporter continued, "Where is the dragon heading?" Takahashi Tsukasa. "It flew towards the western sea of the Kingdom of Deer." The reporter pressed on, "Why didn't your president attend?" "We heard he was so angry that he spat blood and was hospitalized." "Can you explain?" Takahashi Tsukasa coldly interrupted, "You're spreading rumors." "President Takahashi is currently discussing plans to conquer the dragon, so he couldn't attend." The reporter suddenly held up a color photo, showing Takahashi being taken to the hospital. "How do you explain this?" Takahashi Tsukasa was left speechless, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. After watching the video, Suyu muttered with a strange expression, "Sakura Country actually released the flame dragon. Are they looking to die?" He never expected such an outcome. Soon after, the Sakura Country government issued an announcement, declaring nationwide support for the Takamagara Guild and merging the top 10 domestic guilds to address the crisis in the Divine Realm. They also condemned Yongye's cross-border boss snatching. However, Suyu and the Dragon Kingdom's officials chose to remain silent. Speaking out would only invite ridicule towards Sakura Country's incompetence. Suyu was most concerned about the flame dragon's whereabouts. The Western Sea. Could the dragon be heading to Dragon Island? He pondered. The current world was known as the Sacred Dragon World because the world's creator was a dragon god. Before leaving, the dragon god left many descendants with dragon blood. These pure-blooded dragons lived on dragon islands scattered around the world. Maybe I'll encounter the dragon again someday, Suyu thought to himself. Finally, he closed the forum, returned to his bedroom, and logged back into the game. A system notification immediately sounded. System notification. All players in Koro Village have reached level 10. The second phase of the main quest is now open. Please proceed to the border camp of the Dark Forest to receive the quest from the NPC. It turned out that while Suyu was having lunch, the second phase of Koro Village's main quest had already begun. "I'll deal with the loot I don't need first, then head to the Dark Forest camp," Suyu planned his next steps. Suyu opened his friends list and saw that the leaders of several major guilds were online. They had always maintained a good cooperative relationship, and Suyu naturally hoped to continue this friendly state. He was planning that once he took control of the Moonshadow Guild, he could leave the distribution of loot to Yuingshi. Before long, Qin Yun Tianshang, Kuang Feng Wanzhong, and others arrived at the teleportation square in Kolo Village. The square was bustling with people, and the blue light of the teleportation array flickered intermittently. "Hey, Brother Eternal Knight, what gear are you planning to sell this time?" Kuang Feng Wanzhong asked curiously, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Suyu calmly replied, "For pieces of silver gear, 17 pieces of bronze gear, 56 pieces of iron gear plus some skill books." This was his haul for the day. He explained that except for one silver piece from a player, the rest were drops from bosses. As for the iron gear, he had to kill nearly 1,000 iron-level monsters to get just over a dozen pieces, as the drop rate was still low. In the Divine Realm, only killing bosses would guarantee drops no lower than the boss's quality. Most of the iron and bronze gear came from the exploration team players of the Muno Guild. As Suyu spoke, he took out all the gear and neatly laid it out on the ground in front of him. The gear shimmered in various colors under the sunlight, attracting the attention of many passing players. Qin Yun Tianshang glanced at the gear, then looked at Suyu with a peculiar expression. "It's hard to get this much gear just by killing monsters. Did you really go to the Sakura Nations area?" Yes, Suyu admitted with a calm smile. Most of the gear came from the Muno Guild's exploration team. I didn't expect them to be so wealthy. Ken Yun Tian Shang suddenly understood. No wonder Sato, the leader of the Muno Guild, has been cursing you in the circle all day. Oh, that little rascal is still bad-mouthing me behind my back. Suyu said in surprise, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Well, if I get the chance, I'll have to pay them another visit. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for Sato. Suyu was practically treating the Muno Guild as a free gear wholesale department. You guys figure out the distribution of the gear, and let me know the price once you've agreed, Suyu said. Then he called Yu Ingshi aside to talk. By now, he was no longer interested in the small profits from gear. Potions were where the real money was. In a quiet corner, Suyu took out a heavy potion compendium from his backpack and handed it to Yu Ingshi. The contract requires 4 iron and 4 bronze quality attribute potion recipes. They're all in this compendium. Please confirm. Yu Ingshi carefully examined the compendium, her eyes lighting up with excitement. The 20 recipes recorded inside could bring massive profits to the Moonshadow Guild, making her breath quicken. Mr. Eternal Knight, where did you get something like this? Yu Ingshi asked curiously. Suyu smiled and said, that's not for you to worry about. Just know that I won this bet. Yu Ingshi took a deep breath and calmed down. She said solemnly, we honor our bets. My sister, my father, and I will transfer 52 of the original shares to you as per the agreement. Congratulations, Mr. Eternal Knight, on becoming the controller of the Moonshadow Guild. You will also assume the role of guild leader. Ding, contract conditions met, the system prompt sounded. Yu Ingshi playfully said, Big boss, it looks like I'll be working for you now. Suyu shook his head with a smile. Miss Shi, you hold a significant number of shares yourself. How can you say you're working for me? We're partners. Yes, partners. Yu Ingshi replied with a smile. Since we're partners, which aspects of the guild do you plan to manage? Suyu pondered for a moment and said, from now on, you and your team will continue to handle the management. I'll be responsible for providing recipes, blueprints, and material information. Of course, if there are any other issues, you can ask for my help. Do you agree with this division? Agreed. Yu Ingshi nodded slightly. Oh, and one more thing, Suyu added. I won't be joining the Moonshadow Guild, so you will continue to serve as the guild leader. Yu Ingshi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Mr. Eternal Knight, are you planning to be a hands-off manager? In terms of management, you're the real expert. I won't interfere, Suyu said frankly. In his previous life, the Moonshadow Guild had become the richest guild in the world largely due to the efforts of the Lee sisters. Their excellent management skills couldn't be wasted. After dividing their responsibilities, the two discussed the guild's future development plans. Suyu gave her some pointers based on his memories, which left Yu Ingshi astonished. He also shared several hidden quests related to potions, such as bribing an alchemist's apprentice to gain alchemy experience, which could directly elevate a player's alchemy skill to the intermediate level, enabling them to craft bronze-quality potions. Meanwhile, Kenyun Tianshang and Guangfeng Wanzhong had finished distributing the gear, totaling 35,000 gold coins. After purchasing the gear, they and their team left the area. At this point, Suyu said, it's getting late. Let's talk another day. All right. Yu Ingshi nodded and asked, the sales of strength potions have reached a total of 5 million gold coins. Do you want to take your share of the profits now? The share has increased from 30 to 52. Suyu thought for a moment and said, there's no rush. After leaving the newbie village, there's a hidden quest that requires raising 10 million gold coins, but I don't need the money right now. After speaking, Suyu stepped onto the teleportation array, heading to the dark forest camp. As the blue light flashed, his figure disappeared. Yu Ingshi hurried offline to inform her sister and father about Suyu's news. At the border camp of the dark forest, an elite imperial troop was stationed, with soldiers patrolling vigilantly. Suyu's goal was the Light Knights stationed deeper in the forest. The main quest could only be obtained from the Light Knight commander Bart. Additionally, there was a hidden quest in the depths of the dark forest, with rewards as valuable as gold-tier class inheritance. Suyu was eager and quickened his pace. Along the way, Suyu encountered attacks from level 1015 skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors. These monsters were too low-level to give any experience, and Suyu wasn't interested in killing them. However, to activate the world relic, the Death Angel, Suyu had to take action. A rain of fire arrows whistled out, instantly killing all the monsters, scattering bone fragments everywhere. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Suyu arrived at the middle area of the forest. The surrounding trees grew thicker, their leaves blocking out the sky. He finally encountered a new type of monster. In the forest ahead, many pale blue phantoms floated. These were spirit monsters, ranging from levels 15 to 20. These ghosts drifted unpredictably among the trees, emitting eerie wails that sent chills down one's spine. Suyu's gaze fell on the monster's attribute panel. It was a ghost of normal level with 20 health points, 9000 9000 attack, and 300 skill points. Its skill was Dark Strike. Despite being a level 20 ghost, its health was only around 10,000 points. Its sole advantage was its immunity to physical attacks. Suddenly, a group of ghosts charged towards him. Suyu swiftly raised his longbow, releasing an energy arrow that split into dozens of flaming arrows midair, engulfing the entire group of ghosts. With the passive boost of Heavy Slash, the skill's damage was already astounding, and combined with the frost and dark damage of the arrows, the ghost's health bars were instantly depleted. System notifications rang out in succession. Ding! You have killed a level 20 ghost, gaining 367 experience points 10. Ding! Congratulations on plundering 3 spirit points. Ding! Congratulations on plundering the rare Dark Strike skill. In just a few minutes, Suyu had wiped out over 30 monsters, gaining a significant amount of experience points with incredible efficiency. He quickly picked up the loot and continued along the man-made path through the forest. Along the way, wave after wave of ghosts came at him, but Suyu took them all down without hesitation. After about 10 minutes, he had plundered 50 spirit points and maxed out his passive skill. Dark Strike passive 100100 effect. Arrows imbued with dark energy deal an additional 1,500 points of dark damage. This passive skill is similar to the Dark Arrow effect, both adding extra damage to arrows, but the maxed out damage is 500 points higher. Now, with a single arrow, Suyu could deal 2,500 points of dark damage just from the passive skill alone. Given his attack speed, unless an opponent had defensive and health-related talents, a player of the same level would be instantly killed. Not bad, Suyu said with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, an explosion and flames erupted from the left side of the forest. Found it. Suyu's eyes lit up as he immediately turned and headed in that direction. After walking a few hundred meters, 2 armored, stern-faced light knights blocked his path. Who are you? Why are you in the dark forest? One of the knights asked sternly, staring at Suyu. Suyu calmly explained, I'm an adventurer named Eternal Knight. I heard that Knight Commander Bart is seeking adventurers' help, so I came. The 2 knights were surprised. You are the adventurer Eternal Knight who destroyed the large undead nest? That's me, Suyu admitted calmly. With 500 points of reputation in the Light Empire, NPCs in the Koro village area had all heard of his deeds. Welcome, Lord Eternal Knight. I will take you to see Commander Bart, one knight said respectfully. Suyu followed the knight deeper into the forest. Corpses littered the area, evidently enemies of the Dark Empire. Over 100 Light Knights formed a circle, with a burly man standing in the center, the leader of the Light Knights, Bart, a level 45 powerhouse. Bart was holding a black-clad enemy, sneering, assassins sent by the Dark Empire are such weaklings. How do you expect to survive with such strength? Tell me, what is your mission? His voice boomed like a bell, making everyone's ears ring. The black-clad man spat contemptuously, Pa, you church dogs will die at the hands of my comrades sooner or later. Courting death. Bart roared in fury, a burst of holy fire erupting from his hand, instantly reducing the black-clad man to ashes. Even though Suyu was mentally prepared, the scene still shocked him. If not for knowing the Light Knight's identity, one might mistake Bart for the true villain. The knight beside him quickly explained, Lord Eternal Knight, they are enemies from the Dark Empire, carrying out evil plans in the Dark Forest. For the safety of the villagers, Commander Bart must know their intentions. Don't worry, I know Knight Commander Bart is not a bad person, Suyu nodded. With memories from his past life, he knew Bart was one of the few good people among the high ranks of the Light Church. The knight then reported Suyu's arrival to Bart. Bart turned to look at Suyu, and a system notification popped up. Ding! Knight Commander Bart's favorability towards you has increased by 20 points. Current. 75 enthusiastic. Suyu was surprised by the high initial favorability. Bart strode over, laughing heartily. You must be the adventurer Eternal Knight who saved Kaiden's life. You truly have the bearing of my younger days. Suyu curiously asked, Commander, do you know Kaidan? He's my nephew, Bart replied. I was the one who recommended him to join the first Sanus Guardian Knights. Suyu thought to himself, I didn't expect that young Knight Kaidan to have such a strong background. Bart then changed the subject. All right, enough about that. Bart waved his hand, his gaze falling on Suyu. Eternal Knight, I have a task that requires adventurers like you. Would you be willing to help us? Suyu nodded without hesitation. Of course. With Suyu's affirmative response, Barth continued, since yesterday, enemies from the Dark Empire have been summoning a large number of corrupted creatures through an altar and releasing them into the Dark Forest. The Knights of Light are preoccupied with the assassins from the Dark Empire and don't have enough manpower. We hope you can eliminate these corrupted creatures. I'll handle it, Suyu responded decisively, a determined glint in his eyes. A system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations on accepting the main quest. Eliminate corrupted creatures. Quest details. Kill at least 200 corrupted creatures. Rewards: 5,000 XP, 50 silver coins, 1 piece of black iron equipment, 1 skill book. Note: the rewards for this quest are not fixed. The more creatures you kill, the higher the rewards. If you manage to destroy the altar that creates the corrupted creatures, you could receive a special reward from Knight Commander Barth. Barth took a badge from his pocket and handed it to Suyu. This is your pass. Keep it with you. You'll need it to move freely within the restricted areas. Got it, Suyu said, taking the badge and nodding slightly. He turned and walked toward the depths of the forest, his figure quickly disappearing into the thick woods. Watching Suyu's retreating figure, Barth couldn't help but sigh. I once dreamed of becoming an adventurer like Eternal Knight. Who would have thought I'd end up passing the trial of light and becoming a Knight Commander of the Light Church? Fate works in mysterious ways. Hearing Barth's words, the surrounding Knights of Light exchanged glances, their expressions complex. In the Light Empire, who wouldn't want to become a revered Knight Commander? The problem was the trial of light was nearly impossible to pass. Knight Commanders were 1 in a million. Thinking this, the Knights couldn't help but cast wistful glances at their leader. Barth seemed oblivious to his subordinates' unusual looks. With a wave of his hand, he issued a new order: let's move out. We need to continue searching for those rats in the sewer. With that, he led the group towards another area. The warning zone of the dark forest was shrouded in an unsettling black fog. As Suyu stepped into it, he instantly felt a bone-chilling cold pierce his soul. However, his passive undead body skill immediately activated, shielding him from the fear effect. Suyu silently thanked his ability. Ordinary players would need to team up with a priest skilled in purification or carry rare purification potions to navigate this area, making it largely deserted. While progressing, Suyu encountered a group of 10 players, including 2 priests. They exchanged glances before going their separate ways. Soon, Suyu reached the highest level monster map. Here, only level 20 monsters roamed. Before long, a horde of demonic creatures launched a fierce attack on him. These demonic tigers were massive, emanating black smoke, with eyes gleaming with frenzied cruelty. The system indicated they were Black Iron Elite, with a health pool of 54,000 points and an attack power of 980, possessing Claw Strike and Pounce skills. The demonic tigers roared and pounced at Suyu, surrounding him. Suyu smirked. Finally, an opponent that could break through his defense. Although the tiger's attacks barely hurt Suyu, his roar passive skill triggered, boosting his defense by 100 points and reducing the damage to single digits. Suyu didn't bother dodging. He simply raised his longbow and unleashed a rain of fire arrows. The air filled with dense damage numbers, totaling 16,162 points, about 30 of the demonic tiger's health. Meanwhile, the frost effect significantly slowed their movement. Suyu continuously fired arrows at the surrounding monsters. In the first 10 seconds of the battle, his critical hit rate was 46, landing a crit almost every 2 arrows. He averaged 16,761 points of damage per second, taking down a nearly dead demonic tiger in just 3 seconds. Kill notifications kept popping up. Ding! You killed a level 20 demonic tiger, gaining 2,204 XP 10. Ding! Congratulations on looting 3 strength points. Ding! Congratulations on looting the Pounce skill rare. In less than a minute, Suyu had slain 13 demonic tigers. The ground was littered with items, proving the higher drop rate of elite monsters. Suyu picked up the loot: 39 silver coins, a blueprint for demonic tiger boots, a blueprint for a demonic tiger coat, and a blueprint for demonic tiger pants. His eyes lit up at the sight of the names. Wow! It's the famous demonic tiger 3-piece set blueprints. Suyu was delighted. This was the first black iron quality set in the newbie village. He recalled that at level 20, this set was highly sought after by solo players due to its outstanding attributes and a set effect of 20 points to all 4 primary attributes, making it more valuable than 3 separate bronze items. Wearing it could increase the success rate of breaking through the level 20 trial by at least 20. Suyu smiled and opened his friend's list, sending the 3 blueprints to Yue Shi, asking her to arrange for the purchase of forging materials. Then, he continued his exploration. Along the way, every demonic tiger he encountered met its end. The system notifications kept coming. Ding! Congratulations on looting 3 constitution points. Ding! Congratulations on looting the Pounce skill rare. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 17, gaining 5 all attribute points, 5 free attribute points. After more than an hour, Suyu had killed 200 demonic tigers, easily completing the primary objective of the main quest. He also looted 42 constitution points, 30 strength points, and a max level passive skill from the beasts. Suyu checked the new passive skill. Pounce passive 5050. Effect: arrow attack range 100 meters, accuracy 10. This rare quality passive skill increased accuracy, a coveted attribute for archers. Accuracy boosts arrow hit rates, and if it reaches 100, it's akin to a lock-on effect. However, accuracy has a 40 cap, and so you wondered if passives converted through talents could break this limit. With only this one accuracy-boosting passive, so you couldn't verify his theory. He allocated his free attribute points to strength, then checked his updated character panel. ID: Eternal Knight. Level: 17. Health: 35,486. Mana: 17,920. Attributes: Strength 552, Constitution 618, Agility 551, Spirit 396. Attack Speed: 6.17s. Physical Defense: 1,858. Magic Defense: 1,549. All attributes, except agility, had significantly improved. Next, Suyu decided to quickly claim the hidden quest to prevent others from getting it first. He recalled that in his previous life, the quest was discovered by the Bloodstained Guild, who paid a hefty price to complete it and reaped rich rewards. However, in this life, the Bloodstained Guild members in Koro Village had been defeated by him, so they likely had no chance of completing the quest. With a hint of uncertainty, Suyu quickened his pace. Half an hour later, Suyu arrived near the quest area. With his high spirit attribute, he sensed something unusual. Vigilantly scanning the dark forest, he saw several figures flitting by. Who's hiding there? Suyu coldly demanded. The people in the forest didn't respond. Suyu immediately raised his longbow and fired an arrow, activating his hunting stance, doubling his field of vision. He clearly saw the faces of the group. Shuerenhan? So, it's you guys. Suyu smirked. If you're enemies, that's easier. Without hesitation, he unleashed a rain of fire arrows. With his ultra-long attack range, even if Shuerenhan had a 100-meter head start, he couldn't escape. Dozens of fire arrows rained down, hitting every Bloodstained Guild player accurately. System notifications kept appearing. Ding. You killed player Shuerenqing, send value 1. Ding. Hearing the kill notifications, Shuerenhan roared with a twisted expression. Eternal Knight. Just you wait. I'll make you kneel and beg for forgiveness one day. He knew he wasn't a match for Suyu, so he could only vent his frustration. The Bloodstained Guild had gathered hundreds of minds to create a detailed assassination plan. As soon as Eternal Knight left the newbie village, it would be his doom. Shuerenhan vowed to witness Eternal Knight's fall, or he wouldn't rest. Before he finished speaking, Shuerenhan also fell to the fire arrows. With the enemies wiped out, Suyu walked to the pile of bodies, looking at the scattered gear, and chuckled. You came all this way to deliver gear to me. How considerate. Too bad. They didn't have any resurrection items. If Shuerenhan heard this, he would probably cough up blood in rage. Picking up the blood-stained loot, Suyu turned and stepped into a hidden area. Suddenly, the ground lit up with the pattern of a magic array, and black energy surged out, quickly forming 10 humanoid black statues. These statues wielded stone spears and shields. Their eyes glowing with a dark light, they were the guardians summoned by the array. Suyu quickly scanned ahead and identified the core guardian. Its glowing blue eyes had unique patterns. The system displayed demon-suppressing statue bronze leader, special grade, 20 HP, 270,000 attack, 2060 skills, none. In the divine realm, monster ranks are divided into normal, elite, leader, and lord. Leaders are just below lords and are often referred to by players as mini-bosses, possessing considerable strength. Suyu made a quick decision and summoned a shadow clone. The demon-suppressing statues stood up, shaking off debris, brandishing their spears and shields as they stepped out of the array. A mysterious force swept through the area within hundreds of meters. The system alerted. Under the influence of the primary demon sealing array, units below level 20 enter a silent state, unable to use any skills. Despite his skills being sealed, Suyu remained calm. As an archer, he primarily relied on basic attacks. Moreover, the primary demon sealing array couldn't silence the dozens of passive skills he possessed. Intruders perish. The demon-suppressing statues spread out, closing in on Suyu. Suyu commanded his shadow clone to attack the core guardian, firing 4 arrows in a second, each triggering damage-type passives. His average DPS exceeded 15,000, drawing the aggro of the other statues. Taking advantage of the distraction, Suyu moved to the rear and targeted the core guardian with relentless shots. Using his ranged advantage, he kited the statues, dealing over 22,000 DPS. In less than 10 seconds, the core guardian's health hit 0. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 20 points of constitution. Although there was no kill experience, his talent still activated. The remaining statues shattered, the array dimmed, and the silence effect dissipated. A palm's-eyes token materialized in midair, and a ghostly, gray figure emerged from it. Young man, thank you for saving this old soul. An elderly voice echoed, and the figure greedily eyed Suyu. For 100 years, I have never seen a human with such exceptional talent. Your body shall be mine. So you cautiously check the opponent's stats. Soul of Sorcerer Haman, level 15, weak state. Seeing that Haman was only level 15, so you devised a plan. With my current power, I should be able to solo a gold tier boss, right? He abandoned his original plan to claim a hidden quest reward and looked down, a mysterious smile forming on his lips. Sorcerer Haman felt a sudden chill, but quickly dismissed it. He waved his hand, revealing a panel with 13 treasures, including a diamond quality skill experience charm and 12 gold quality items. The most eye-catching was the gold quality Beast King set, extremely rare in the game. Young man, choose any one of these treasures, Haman said with a grin. Suyu raised an eyebrow, clenched his fist, and coldly declared, I don't need to choose. I want all of them. Sorcerer Haman was momentarily stunned, unable to react. The wizard's words had barely left his mouth when Suyu let out a cold laugh. Then I'll just have to take it myself. A flash of malice flickered in the wizard Harmon's eyes as he was about to scold Suyu, but a sudden clap of thunder interrupted him. Seizing the moment, Suyu swiftly unleashed a thunder shot, an arrow piercing through the wizard's head. However, since Harmon was in a soul state, the attack caused no substantial damage. Fury burned within the wizard, and a glow enveloped him, solidifying his soul slightly. A system prompt appeared. Wizard Harmon's Soul, Golden Lord level. Health, 150k, 190k weakened state. Attack, 7,420. Skills, Psychic Blast. Directly attacks the soul, causing stun and significant soul damage. Blizzard. Creates a blizzard in a designated area, with a chance to freeze enemies. Weakness Curse. Lowers enemies' defense and damage. Magic Shield. Constructs a magical shield to resist physical and magical damage. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, realizing that even a weakened golden boss was no small threat. Especially that Psychic Blast, which dealt true damage, posed a severe risk to him, given his zero soul resistance. The wizard sneered. Young man, you've successfully angered me. I will kill you and then take over your body. Suyu responded with a cold smile. Old fool, you're overestimating yourself. He quickly switched to his frost arrow quiver, fired a shot, then swiftly retreated into the forest. The arrow hit the wizard, significantly reducing his speed, and the distance between them rapidly increased. Cursing, the wizard gave chase, only to find Suyu had moved out of his attack range. Arrows continued to fly from the forest, striking the wizard with precision. Although immune to physical damage, the dark damage and poison effects steadily chipped away at his health. During the chase, Suyu maintained full health while the wizard's health kept dropping. Enraged, the wizard roared, Coward! Stop running if you dare! Suyu felt relieved that his opponent was a magic user with low mobility. He soon entered an area filled with demonic beasts, using their attacks to trigger his passive skill. A system prompt appeared. You have been attacked 100 times, triggering Blood Rage Frenzy. Attack speed 100, strength 50. Lose 1 of max HP per second. Suyu's attack speed surged to 11.78s, with his maximum output exceeding 10,000 per second and a remarkable health regeneration of 11,000 points. Seeing the time was right, Suyu turned around decisively. The wizard sneered. Young man, weren't you good at running? Why stop now? Heh, prepare for the punishment I bestow upon you. Psychic Blast. An invisible force swept over Suyu, causing his health to plummet, but he remained unfazed and unleashed a barrage of arrows. In his frenzied state, his health quickly recovered. Within a minute, the wizard's health dropped below 10. Realizing the dire situation, the wizard panicked. Damn it. Once I find a body and regain my strength, I'll come back to kill you. Think you can escape? Too late. Suyu said coldly, pursuing relentlessly. The wizard finally realized he couldn't outrun Suyu, despair flashing in his eyes. An arrow flew, depleting the last of his health. I won't forgive you. Wizard Harmon's soul dissipated, and a plethora of colorful loot scattered on the ground. Suyu chuckled indifferently. Your soul is gone. How do you plan to trouble me? A system prompt sounded. You have killed level 15 Wizard Harmon's soul, gaining 0 experience points. Congratulations, you have acquired the perfect weakness curse skill. Immediately after, a world announcement echoed. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yonya for being the first to kill a golden boss. Rewards. Gold x 5,000. Prestige x 5,000. Life Essence x1. Diamond Chest x1. As the announcement echoed, the players were stunned as if struck by lightning. The world chat exploded, with players from the Dragon Nation commenting in excitement. Wow, no wonder Eternal Knight is known as the ultimate cheater. We're still battling Iron Tier bosses, and he's already taking down Gold Tier ones. I feel like Eternal Knight treats the announcement board like his personal space. He pops up whenever he wants. Please, Eternal Knight, can you carry me too? Pretty please. I'm telling you, women only slow down Eternal Knight's archery speed. So, all you cross-dressing guys, be mindful. Meanwhile, foreign players were dead silent, fearing a repeat of the devastating Sakura Nation siege. On the other side, the Blood-Dyed Guild was on high alert, mobilizing all its members nationwide to search for rare items and gold-tier quest objectives in preparation to ambush Suyu. The Beacon Nation's officials were secretly providing massive support, and even the Sakura Nation reached out to Blood-Dyed Nine Skies, offering assistance. Their goal was singular: to destroy Eternal Night and prevent the Dragon Nation from producing an extraordinary powerhouse. Blood-Dyed Nine Skies was restless, his anxiety growing with each announcement. Damn it, damn it, he cursed through gritted teeth. Why is his power growing so fast? Can't he slow down and wait for the rest of us? Despite his thoughts of giving up, Blood-Dyed Nine Skies knew there was no turning back. The Beacon Nation's officials had already revealed his true identity, and refusal would mean certain death at the hands of spies lurking around him, who would then replace him with a new guild leader. Eternal Night, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament. His hatred for Suyu deepened. He summoned his new assistant and coldly inquired about the progress of item collection. The assistant reported, with the help of several other guilds, we've gathered over 100 items of at least bronze quality, including effects like silence, stun, debuffs, and buffs. Good, well done. Blood-Dyed Nine Skies finally heard some good news, envisioning Eternal Night being controlled to death. He coldly declared, we will livestream the ambush on Eternal Night globally, so everyone can witness his downfall. Only then can my anger be appeased. The new assistant lowered his head, a hint of hesitation flashing across his face. Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest, Suyu had grown accustomed to the world announcements. After killing Wizard Heyman, he deactivated Blood Fury Rampage, and the passive skill entered a 6-hour cooldown. He quickly collected the loot scattered around: 1,250 gold coins, a wizard's token, a large skill experience charm, Beast King leather armor, and over 40 other items, with the lowest quality being Iron Tier. Awesome! This is fantastic! Suyu rejoiced inwardly. Special bosses really do drop much better rewards than field bosses. He carefully examined the loot, paying special attention to the Beast King, set 3 pieces of level 15 gold equipment. Without hesitation, Suyu donned them, immediately feeling a significant boost in his attributes. The set effect increased his attack speed and movement speed by 10, added 20 points to all 4 primary stats, and enhanced damage to non-lord units by 30. Finally, Suyu used the 7th life essence, increasing his attribute synchronization to 35. He estimated that his physical fitness in reality was now 20 times that of an ordinary person, strong enough to kill a bull with one punch. Opening the diamond chest, Suyu obtained 5,000 gold coins and a small fruit from the Tree of Life. He consumed the fruit immediately, gaining 20 free attribute points, which he allocated entirely to strength, raising it to 622 points, equivalent to 1,244 attack points. As night fell, Suyu decided to head to the altar to complete his final quest. Using the system map, he navigated through the dense forest camouflaged by a magic array, gradually approaching his target. Pale blue flames floated in the air, casting an eerie glow in the dark forest. This is the benefit of having navigation, Suyu thought with relief as he continued towards the altar. The forest where the altar is located has 36 nodes in the enemy's camouflage magic array. The Dark Empire has dispatched numerous dark assassins, operating in pairs, stationed at each node to prevent enemy ambushes. At node 16, 2 assassins are hiding in the surrounding bushes. The dense foliage conceals their bodies, revealing only their vigilant eyes scanning the area. One of them suddenly frowns and whispers, something feels off, brother. Could someone have slipped in? His companion dismisses the concern with a sneer. Don't worry. This array was set up by Priest Lorne himself. No one outside can possibly detect it, and besides, his voice turns menacing. Even if someone does stumble into this area, I have 100 ways to torture them. Just then, a distant, unfamiliar voice with a hint of mockery calls out, is that so? I feel kind of embarrassed that I only need one way to kill you. The 2 assassins instantly become alert, their expressions changing drastically. One of them shouts, we've got an enemy behind us. They quickly draw their weapons and turn toward the direction of the voice, catching a glimpse of a shadowy figure moving through the dim forest. Who are you? They demand, their weapons gleaming coldly. Suddenly, a figure appears to their right. The newcomer holds a black-winged bow, an arrow already nocked, aimed at one of the assassins. His cold voice rings clearly in the silent forest. The one who's going to kill you. Thunder shot. With a low command, a lightning-infused arrow whistles through the air, piercing the first assassin's chest and continuing its momentum to strike the second. Both assassins are hit simultaneously, their heads displaying several elemental damage numbers. This is the Divine Realm, a digitized world. Even with such severe injuries, they won't die as long as their health isn't depleted. But that doesn't mean they're out of danger. The attacker is Suyu, and his assault is relentless. Arrows fly like a storm, each one hitting its mark with deadly precision. The two level 15 bronze elite assassins, each with 50,000 health points, quickly fall under Suyu's barrage. In the first second, Suyu accumulates 35,865 damage, instantly killing one enemy. He then summons a shadow clone to finish off the last assassin. The battle ends in just 2 seconds. System notifications pop up one after another. Ding! You have killed a level 15 Dark Assassin, gaining 0 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 5 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the rare skill Poison Blade. Suyu glances at his panel, noting the new Poison Blade skill's impressive effect. Passive 110, with max stacks dealing 1,000 poison damage per second. However, the joy of victory is short-lived as frequent noises emerge from the forest. More enemies are closing in. Quick, stop that guy. He must be trying to destroy the demonic altar. Don't let him escape. The assassin's shouts echo through the forest. Suyu's goal is to destroy the altar, not to get entangled with these assassins. He swiftly retreats into the darkness, easily evading the hundreds of pursuers. Soon, he finds the altar's location. Around the altar, dozens of black-robed mages are casting spells, channeling magic into it. A black vortex at the center continuously spawns demonic creatures. Suyu quickly assesses the enemy's strength. Dark Priest Bronze Elite. Level 15. Health 50,000, 50,000. Attack 1,115. Skills, Dark Strike, Magic Shield. One of the black-robed mages notices Suyu and sneers. Boy, you seem to have wandered into the wrong place. Do you really think you belong here? Suyu smirks. Sorry, but this is exactly where I need to be. Flame Arrow Rain. With a low shout, crimson flames illuminate the dark forest. Dozens of fiery arrows rain down like meteors, precisely hitting each black-robed mage. Their health drops by nearly a fifth in an instant. Kill him quickly. Realizing the power of Suyu's attack, the mages' faces turn pale, and they retaliate with dark strikes. However, Suyu doesn't even attempt to dodge. Instead, he accelerates his attack pace. His recovery ability is astonishing, with 6,000 health points restored per second, while the enemy's skills have a 5-second cooldown. Under Suyu's relentless assault, the mages fall like wheat. The kill notifications keep coming. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 5 points of spirit. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the ultra-rare skill Magic Shield. Although there are no experience points, the attribute points and skills Suyu gains are more than satisfactory. A minute later, all the black-robed mages are dead. Suyu has accumulated a total of 60 spirit points and maxed out the passive skill. Magic Shield Passive 1010. Effect. Grants a 10,000 point shield that blocks both physical and magical damage, refreshing every 10 seconds. With this passive skill, Suyu's survivability is greatly enhanced. Next, Suyu starts attacking the altar. When its durability drops to 0, the altar shatters, revealing the core of the array, the Dark Crystal. As long as he takes it, the enemy won't be able to rebuild the array. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the hidden item Dark Crystal. Please submit it to Knight Commander Bart as soon as possible. Suyu stores the item and calculates. 1 minute and 15 seconds, just about right. He turns to look at the forest behind him, and sure enough, the silhouettes of hundreds of assassins are already in sight. Damned bastard. How dare you destroy the altar? One assassin says with a grim expression. You're surrounded by hundreds of us. Let's see where you can run. Suyu responds cheerfully. Run? Why would I run? A cunning glint flashes in his eyes. You should be the ones worrying. Because you're the ones who are surrounded. Before he finishes speaking, Suyu flashes into the midst of the crowd, initiating a brutal massacre. Ding! The system notification chimed, bringing good news to Suyu's ears. Congratulations, you've gained 5 points of agility. Congratulations, you've acquired the rare skill Poison Blade. The battle was in constant flux. Despite the hundreds of assassins from the Dark Empire, only those who managed to get close posed a real threat to Suyu. However, even these nearby enemies found their attacks severely weakened by the passive Curse of Weakness, reducing their damage by 20. The assassins' basic attacks were like mere scratches, unable to breach Suyu's defense. Only their skills could barely inflict double-digit damage. Without the poison effect from the Poison Blade skill, Suyu's health wouldn't have dropped at all. Arrows rained down as Suyu launched a fierce counterattack. Assassins fell one by one, turning into experience points and loot. In the end, Suyu reaped significant rewards from the battle. 60 points of agility, and 10 stacks of the Poison Blade passive. Suyu quickly checked his newly acquired passive skills. Poison Blade passive 1010 quality, rare. Curse of Weakness passive 11 quality, perfect. Effect: arrows that hit enemies reduce their defense and damage by 20 for 10 seconds. Cooldown: 15 seconds. Suyu calculated silently. Continuous attacks on the same target could refresh the poison effect, effectively dealing an additional 1,000 points of poison damage per second. Even better, Poison Blade could stack with other poison damage passives. As for Curse of Weakness, the passive skill he had plundered from the wizard Haman, it would be immensely useful against both bosses and regular enemies. Got the quest item. Time to turn it in, so you thought. The Knights of Light were in the forest, clearing out the Dark Empire's assassins. But the exact location of the Knight Commander was unknown. So you sent a message to King Yun, Tian Shang, and the others. He quickly got a reply, confirming the Knight Commander's coordinates. With a word of thanks, Suyu set off immediately. He cleverly used auto-attacks to trigger passives, boosting his movement speed several times over. Half an hour later, Suyu finally found the Knights of Light. The ground before him was littered with enemy corpses, and some players were talking to Knight Commander Bart. At that moment, Suyu sensed something off, scanning the trees warily. Hearing footsteps, all the knights turned in unison. Suyu emerged from the shadowy woods, 100 meters away from them. Eternal Knight, you're finally back. Bart immediately left the players and approached with a smile. In that split second, a faint whistling sound cut through the air. Bart's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Watch out!" The space around them distorted slightly, and 7 assassins wielding daggers suddenly appeared. "You filthy rats from the sewers, couldn't resist showing yourselves, huh?" Suyu's tone was calm. His high mental strength and hunter's intuition had long since detected the hidden enemies. "Kill him!" The assassins, though surprised, executed their orders without hesitation. They instantly activated their Poison Blade skill, their daggers glowing with a ghostly green light, and lunged at Suyu from all directions. Swish! Suyu easily blinked 10 meters away, dodging their attacks. "You dogs of the Light Empire. You all deserve to die." The assassin leader snarled viciously. "Attack!" They vanished again, reappearing beside Suyu and thrusting their daggers forward. "Now that we're close, let's see how you, a fragile archer, can dodge." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Suyu's face. Fragile? That word didn't apply to him at all. 7 zeros popped up above Suyu's head, his health bar unmoved. NPCs couldn't see damage numbers, but the players could see everything clearly. Holy crap! The players' eyes widened in shock. Although it was their first time seeing Suyu in person, as players from Kalu Village, they had long heard the unbelievable rumors about him. Jeez! The players couldn't help but gasp. This is Eternal Knight. A level 15 bronze elite attack can't even break his defense? That's insane. No wonder players from all over call him a cheater. They weren't wrong. Damn. As a warrior, I'm shedding tears of envy. This kind of defense should belong to warriors or knights. A warrior player among the onlookers felt a bit disheartened. At the same time, the assassins realized their attacks hadn't left a scratch on Suyu. Damn it. What kind of archer is this? Retreat, everyone! Failing to land a hit, the assassins prepared to retreat. With the powerful Knights of Light nearby, they were doomed if surrounded. However, the moment they decided to attack, they had already lost their last chance to retreat. Flame Arrow Rain! Suyu shot an energy arrow that split into 7 flaming arrows midair, each precisely hitting an enemy. The explosive damage and freezing effect slowed them to a crawl, making escape impossible. Shadow Clone. Basic attack. Suyu and his Shadow Clone unleashed a barrage of attacks. In less than 10 seconds, all 7 assassins were dead. Both the players and the knights were stunned. Wow! Eternal Knight's defense is one thing, but his damage and attack speed are off the charts. He's practically a one-man army. For the first time, archer players felt like they were playing a different class than Suyu. Suyu was the real archer, while they were merely wannabes. Among the crowd, only Knight Commander Bart remained calm. As a level 45 mid-tier professional, he was far stronger than anyone present. Suyu, a mere level 17 apprentice, was no match for him. Impressive, Eternal Knight. Your strength is almost on par with mine when I was your age. You have a bright future ahead, Bart said with a hearty laugh. Suyu shook his head helplessly. Is that a compliment? Or are you just praising yourself? Then he turned serious. Knight Commander, the task you assigned me is complete. Also, I discovered an altar used for summoning corrupted creatures. An altar? Where is it? Bart's smile faded, replaced by a rare look of seriousness. I destroyed it, Suyu said, taking out a dark crystal. Bart examined it closely, his eyes lighting up. Yes, this is the core of the corruption array. Ding! The system notification sounded again. Knight Commander Bart's favorability towards you has increased by 10 points, now at 85. Because you met the hidden condition of the main quest to eliminate corrupted creatures, your rewards will be enhanced. Congratulations, you've received 10,000 XP, 100 gold coins, Bart's gift unclaimed, and 500 reputation with the Light Empire. The system notification rang out as Barth used all his strength to crush the dark crystal. He turned to Suyu, his eyes filled with gratitude. Yongye, on behalf of the Light Empire, I thank you for destroying the corrupted altar. As a reward, I am willing to give you 2 items. With that, Barth took out a skill book glowing with golden light and a shimmering golden cape from his pocket, both of which were precious golden quality items. Take these, he said, handing them to Suyu. Suyu nodded in thanks and accepted the rewards. The system immediately prompted, congratulations, you have received Purification Skill Book and Holy Feather Cloak. The surrounding players, seeing the golden glow of the cloak, couldn't help but show envious expressions. Someone exclaimed, another golden item, as expected of Yongye. He dominates the top 8 spots on the equipment leaderboard, and now he has another piece. He's fully decked out in golden gear, while I'm still struggling for a piece of trash black iron equipment, another player said with a bitter smile. The gap between people is greater than that between humans and dogs. I'm tearing up here. Even Suyu, who had seen plenty, felt a hint of excitement upon seeing these items. In the realm of gods, cloaks were the rarest type of equipment, valued at 3 times that of the same quality gear. And purification was a must-have universal skill in the early to mid-game. With a clap of his hands, the skill book turned into light and merged into his body. The system prompt followed. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, Purification Gold. Purification Gold level. LV1, upgrade. 01600 experience points. Effect. Dispels control and negative effects lower than gold priority from the user. For the next second, the user is immune to control and negative effects. Cooldown. 90 seconds. Mana cost. 500 points. So you deemed the level 1 purification sufficient for now and decided not to upgrade it. He then checked the attributes of the cloak. Holy Feather Cloak Gold. Slot. Cloak. Health 1200. Defense 60. Constitution 50. Trait. Health Regeneration 8. Requirement. Level 15, Universal. The cloak's attributes were excellent, especially the health regeneration effect. Whether through absorption during attacks or passive healing, the 8 increase was significant. Given Suyu's minimum damage of 1,000 points per arrow, it would grant an additional 80 health points. Examining the cloak closely, Suyu found it was woven from the feathers of the light bird, soft in texture and exuding a warm, calming power. Without hesitation, he put it on. Commander, do you have any other tasks that need my help? Suyu asked Barth. Barth shook his head. No, the source of the corrupted creatures has been destroyed. The remaining issues can be handled by the Light Knight Order. If anything comes up, I will send someone to inform you. Suyu nodded in agreement, then crushed a return-to-town scroll, instantly teleporting back to the inn in Koro village. He looked up at the moon outside the window, thinking to himself, with the dark crystal destroyed, the Dark Empire will likely act sooner, and the main quest could open as early as noon tomorrow. According to the game's rules, once one novice village starts the final quest, all novice villages worldwide will synchronize. If players in a particular novice village aren't strong enough to complete the main quest, others can't help them and will have to fend for themselves. Suyu logged out of the game, his vision plunging into darkness. The next moment, he was back in his villa bedroom in the real world. That day, Suyu rarely drove to a 5-star restaurant for a meal. As the restaurant's top VIP, he didn't need a reservation and could dine at any time, as a private room was always reserved for him. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Suyu took a stroll outside. The real world was peaceful now, but he knew that as the realm of gods increasingly interfered with the world's rules, it was only a matter of time before real-world flora and fauna began to evolve, and even monsters from the game might invade reality. When that day comes, the world will undoubtedly become lively. After a moment of reflection, Suyu returned home and went straight to bed. The next morning, after a simple breakfast and a brief rest, Suyu logged back into the game. Ding! Welcome back to the realm of gods. The system prompt rang out. Suyu returned to the inn, and the system announcement followed. Ding! World announcement. At 12 o'clock today, the final main quest for all novice villages in the Sacred Dragon World will open. This time, the difficulty is set to hard. Note: success will bring generous rewards to the players of the respective novice village. Failure will result in severe punishment from the system. The announcement repeated 12 times, sparking heated discussions among players in the world chat. What? The final main quest is starting already? Our village hasn't even cleared the first stage dungeon yet. I, Jobin, declare that the Lighthouse Nation will be the first to complete the main quest. The rest of you can continue to bask in our glory. Under the leadership of Mr. Kim Chong-su, our great cold underworld nation will surely surpass you. Ah, Yongye says you're all trash. Dragon Nation players launched a wave of taunts, causing Yongye PTSD among foreign players, who retaliated with a barrage of insults against Dragon Nation players. However, the center of the topic, Suyu, was unaware of this. He checked the quest countdown and saw that there were over 5 hours left until it started. I can't just wait around in the novice village, Suyu thought to himself. I might as well use this time to get the hidden items from the wizard servant. The wizard servant lived in an area outside Koro village, a considerable distance away, requiring some preparation. Suyu went to the village shop, only to find it closed. Why is the shop closed? Suyu wondered, looking around and spotting a player named Yuya-san. Hey, do you know why the shop is closed? Suyu asked. Yuya-san looked at him in surprise. Haven't you checked the forums? Late last night, a guy killed the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper is dead? Suyu was shocked. In his memory, such things usually only happened after level 20. Yuya-san couldn't help but complain. You don't know, the shopkeeper suddenly doubled the prices of goods and loved to sell shoddy items. One guy got scammed so badly that he killed the shopkeeper in a fit of rage. Now he's locked up, and everyone is discussing how to rescue him. Suyu couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, did I scam the shopkeeper so badly that he started scamming players in return? With no other option, Suyu asked Yuingshi to help him buy a few Return-to-Town scrolls and speed scrolls. Once he got the items, Suyu immediately used a speed scroll on himself. With the passive triggered by his empty attack, his movement speed skyrocketed to 2,590 points. Translated into real-world units, this equates to an astonishing 72.9 meters per second, even faster than the average car. Suyu knew this was his maximum burst speed, but maintaining such a high speed would severely drain his stamina, allowing him to sustain it for only about 3 minutes. For long-distance travel, he decided to keep his speed within the range of his 738 constitution points. Even at this controlled speed, he could still move at 28 meters per second, covering a significant distance in an hour. After adjusting his speed, Suyu quickly headed towards the Moonlight Mountains north of Koro Village. Upon reaching his destination, he opened the system map to locate the exact coordinates of the wizard servant. At that moment, an assassin player named Third Hand spotted Suyu. His eyes widened as he scanned Suyu's equipment. Holy crap, this guy has 9 pieces of golden gear? Could he be the legendary Nightfall, who dominates the equipment leaderboard? Third Hand swallowed hard. Known for his notorious reputation in Koro Village, he possessed a diamond-level theft talent. This talent not only allowed him to see the items other units carried, but also enhanced his stealing skills. As long as his agility was not less than 300 points below his targets, he was guaranteed to steal the specified item. Recently, Third Hand had stolen a lot from both players and NPCs thanks to this talent. His speed was so fast that his victims couldn't catch him. Now, seeing Suyu's equipment, a strong sense of jealousy surged within him. Compared to his own bronze-quality gear, his greed flared up. After a mental struggle, Third Hand decided to ambush Suyu. He reasoned, although Nightfall has golden-quality professions and equipment, he's only 4 levels higher than me. There's no way his agility is 300 points higher than mine. Plus, I have an item that temporarily boosts my agility by 50 points. Besides, the forums say Nightfall is a high-attack tank-type archer, so speed must be his weakness. With a cunning glint in his eye, Third Hand quickly entered stealth mode and silently approached Suyu from behind. However, just as Third Hand was about to make his move, Suyu suddenly looked away from the map. He sharply sensed someone entering his mental detection range. The system alert sounded. Ding, player Third Hand has used the steal skill on you. Your agility is 671 points, 473 points higher than the opponent's. Steal attempt failed. In the Divine Realm, a failed steal attempt would give the player a 10-point evil value, turning their ID red. 671 agility points? How is that possible? Third Hand couldn't believe his eyes. He had always considered his agility to be among the top for Blue Star players, yet it was less than a third of Nightfall's. Suyu slowly turned around, expressionless, and coldly said, Buddy, you picked the wrong target. Did I? Third Hand was so terrified he could barely speak. But Suyu didn't give him a chance to explain. He raised his hand and unleashed a thunderstrike. Boom! With a deafening roar of lightning, the assassin's health, which was just under 2,000 points, was instantly reduced to 0. Since Third Hand had 10 points of evil value, each point increased the death penalty by 10. As a result, he dropped double the usual amount of gold and items upon death. Suyu picked up the 2 dropped items, a silver-grade skill experience charm and a golden-grade Gale Staff. He casually glanced at the Gale Staff's attributes. For 60 seconds after use, it boosts agility by 50 points and movement speed by 30, with a 30-minute cooldown. Not bad. Might come in handy against a boss, Suyu murmured as he put the items into his backpack. He didn't dwell on this minor incident. He reopened the map, marked the coordinates of the wizard's servant, and continued on his way. Along the journey, Suyu encountered many wild boars and black bears ranging from level 10 to 15. However, having already hunted similar beasts, they no longer provided experience or skills, so he swiftly bypassed them. After more than 2 hours, Suyu finally arrived near the wizard's servant's lair. Suddenly, eerie howls echoed from ahead. Hundreds of black monsters with rotting skin and glowing green eyes emerged from the ground. The system immediately displayed the monster's information. Evil Corpse Beast Bronze Elite. Level 20. Health 82,000. Attack 1,485. Skills: Poison, Corrosive Claw. Description: a beast crafted by the wizard Harmon's servant. Finally, some monsters with a bit of challenge, Suyu smirked. These evil corpse beasts had a troublesome skill Corrosive Claw. If it hit equipment below golden quality, it had a chance to remove 1 point of the equipment's attributes. If the attributes dropped to 0, the equipment would be destroyed. Roar! The horde of evil corpse beasts charged ferociously at Suyu. Flame Arrow Rain. Suyu raised his longbow and fired an energy arrow into the sky. Instantly, the arrow split into hundreds of fiery arrows, raining down on the monsters. The monsters were immediately afflicted with various debuffs, drastically slowing their movements. Suyu retreated to maintain distance while imbuing his arrows with frost power, launching a relentless barrage. Thwip, 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 the arrows sliced through the air, each one piercing the first target and dealing 50 of the damage to those behind. In just 1 second, Suyu reduced a corpse beast's health by 39. At this rate, he could kill one monster every 3 seconds. Against these melee monsters, Suyu's ranged attack advantage was evident. The beast couldn't even touch his clothes, continuously taking hits. Ding, you have killed a level 20 evil corpse beast, gaining 4,408 experience points 10. Ding, you have plundered 5 constitution points. After killing several corpse beasts, Suyu gained some attribute points, but no new skills. Though slightly disappointed, he remained undeterred. With so many monsters, he believed he'd eventually acquire the coveted Corrosive Claw skill. And so, Suyu continued the battle, wielding his Blackwing Bow and slaying one evil corpse beast after another, hoping for the favor of Lady Luck. Ding! Congratulations, you've reached level 18 and gained 5 in all 4 primary attributes and 5 in free attributes. Ding! You've successfully looted the skill Corrosive Claw at a perfect level. In just 5 minutes, Suyu had shot down over 50 evil corpse beasts, finally acquiring the Corrosive Claw skill. Prior to this, he had successfully looted 48 points in Constitution and 22 points in mental attributes. The system panel displayed: Corrosive Claw Passive 11. Quality Perfect. Effect: arrows hitting an equipped item have a 30 chance to permanently remove 1 point from the item's attributes. Hiss! So you couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This skill, once converted to a passive ability, had no quality restriction. This meant that even legendary items hit by his arrows could lose 1 point of their attributes. Such an effect would be incredibly useful in the level 20 breakthrough trials. A satisfied smile appeared on Suyu's face as he turned his attention back to the remaining evil corpse beasts. Just as he was about to continue hunting, a dull sound suddenly echoed through the woods. Bang! The evil corpse beasts abruptly halted, their eyes gradually dimming. They're here! Suyu's heart tensed as he looked in the direction of the sound. Under the shade of a tree, an emaciated old man slowly emerged. He held a long bone staff, his green eyes fixed intently on Suyu. The system immediately provided a prompt. Corpse Slave Momu Golden Lord. Level 60. Attributes: unknown. Due to the level difference of 10, the system could not provide more detailed information about the opponent. Young man, you have killed so many of my pets. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, this forest will be your grave, the old man rasped. Suyu remained calm, smiling faintly. Mr. Momu, there's no need to be hasty. I am here on behalf of a great sorcerer seeking your assistance. A sorcerer? A flicker of surprise crossed the old man's eyes, quickly replaced by excitement. Tell me the name of this great sorcerer. Haman, Suyu replied calmly, while secretly contemplating how to obtain the hidden item from Momo. Good, very good. So it is Lord Haman. The old man was moved to tears. His most loyal servant has been awaiting his return. In the next instant, Momo appeared directly in front of Suyu, grabbing his shoulders tightly and asking urgently, Respected adventurer, tell me, where is Lord Haman? In a ceiling formation in the dark forest, Suyu answered truthfully. Impossible, the old man retorted excitedly. Decades ago, I searched every part of the surrounding areas, including the dark forest. I sensed no trace of my master, nor did I find any ceiling formation. So you could only fabricate a reason, as he didn't know the specifics. I was able to encounter Sorcerer Haman because he used his remaining strength to influence the formation, thereby releasing his aura. I see, the old man realized. So where is my master now? So you produced the token that once housed the sorcerer's soul and explained, Sorcerer Haman's soul is hidden within this token. He promised that if I delivered the token to you, I could choose 3 treasures from his hoard. After examining the token carefully, the old man said, indeed, it carries my master's aura, but I do not sense his soul within it. Suyu quickly explained, Mr. Momo, if this token couldn't shield external perception, how could Sorcerer Haman have survived all these years? Moreover, think about it. You searched for decades without finding him. The token must be able to block perception. Momo fell into deep thought, increasingly convinced by Suyu's words. Did the master tell you what I should do? Momo asked cautiously. Yes. Suyu's tone was firm. Lord Haman wants you to continually infuse the token with magic until the energy reaches a sufficient level for his resurrection. Insufficient magic could even lead to his soul's demise. I exhausted all my magic along the way to sustain his soul. Upon hearing this, Momo quickly examined Suyu's condition and found that his magic was indeed nearly depleted. The old man felt a surge of gratitude. The system promptly sounded ding. Corpse slave Momo's affection for you has increased by 50. Current 90 reverence. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. His performance had finally earned the old man's trust. Momu respectfully said, young man, thank you for everything you've done for Lord Haman. Here, take this Arcanum Soul Fruit. Suyu accepted the gray fruit and checked its attributes. Arcanum Soul Fruit. Quality, Diamond. Effect. Restores 100 of magic and permanently increases maximum magic by 50 points. Effect only applies once. Requirement, below level 60. Nice, Suyu silently praised, promptly consuming the soul fruit. His magic capacity surged to 25,060 points. Momu then attempted to infuse magic into the token. His eyes lit up. The token indeed actively absorbs magic. Master, your servant will do everything to help you revive. Saying this, he began pouring large amounts of magic into the token. Seeing this, Suyu quickly intervened. Mr. Momo, you shouldn't infuse too much magic into the token at once. Lord Haman's soul is very weak and needs time to absorb the energy. Sorry, I was too eager, Momo apologized, retracting his magic and carefully cradling the token as he headed back to his dwelling. After a few steps, he turned back to Suyu. Young man, come with me. I will let you choose 3 treasures according to the master's instructions. All right. Suyu agreed, a smile spreading across his face. Does Suyu feel guilty about deceiving an old man who's been around for centuries? Absolutely not. On the contrary, he felt compelled to intensify his deception. In his memory, the first thing Sorcerer Haman did upon resurrection was lead Momu to massacre Kalu village, using human souls to craft some nefarious artifact. If he were strong enough, Suyu would definitely return to send this sorcerer's servant to hell, reuniting him with his master. Of course, his primary goal remained Sorcerer Haman's treasure. Before long, the wizard's servant, Momo, led Suyu to a wooden cabin. This is where I live, Momo said as he pushed open the door. The two entered the narrow room, but it was just a facade. Momo whispered an incantation, and with a tap of his staff on the ground, a teleportation array lit up. In an instant, they vanished from the cabin. They arrived at a gloomy palace, where countless gray fairies the size of fingers flitted around, holding magical lamps that provided faint light to the dim surroundings. Standing on either side of the grand hall were 60 level guards, all like Momo, special beings known as corpse slaves, created from the bodies of humans and magical beasts. Momo carefully placed the seal on the throne and turned to Suyu. Young man, please follow me. He led Suyu through the palace corridors to the treasure room. Suyu immediately noticed an item as valuable as a golden profession, but Momo didn't pause. Mr. Momo, isn't the treasure here? Suyu asked in confusion. Momo shook his head and explained, these items are not the master's treasures. They're my personal collection over decades. Without the master's permission, these cannot be placed in his treasury. Suyu suddenly understood and thought to himself, the bloodstained guild in my previous life was truly pitiful. After helping Wizard Haman resurrect, he used his servant's collection to deal with the players. No wonder Haman only allowed them to choose one reward as gratitude. Suppressing his amusement, Suyu said to Momo, Mr. Momo, you are indeed a loyal servant. I believe Lord Haman would be very pleased to know of your dedication. Thank you for your praise. Momo straightened his back. It is an honor to serve my master. For these corpse slaves, Wizard Haman was like a creator and a father. If Haman's soul had not dissipated and he knew about Momo's loyal actions, He might have risen from his grave in anger. Soon, they arrived at another door covered in runes. Momo pointed to the door and said, "This is the master's real treasury. As agreed, you can choose 3 rewards." When the door opened, the sight took Su Yu's breath away. Piles of gold coins like small hills were stacked by the entrance, and shelves in the distance were filled with various treasures, with the lowest quality being gold grade. "Lord Hamon's collection is immense," Su Yu exclaimed. "Of course," Momo said proudly. "Hundreds of years ago, the Master and Lord Noah's destroyed over 100 human kingdoms, amassing vast treasures. All humans became their subjects. If it weren't for the sudden alliance of the Dark Church and the Light Church, the Master wouldn't have fallen in the Dark Forest, losing a large portion of his treasures." Moma's tone was full of resentment when he mentioned the 2 churches. "The Light Church did such a thing?" Su Yu feigned surprise. Moma seemed to have opened a floodgate. "The 2 churches are essentially the same. Their gods, one born of night and the other of day, are deeply intertwined in the world's rules, inseparable. The Master once said that these 2 gods might even—" Momu abruptly stopped. "My what?" Su Yu asked curiously. "Young man, our strength is too insignificant. Speaking of gods could incur divine punishment. Let's drop this topic," Momu said fearfully. "Hurry and choose your 3 rewards." Feeling disappointed, Su Yu walked towards the items section, ignoring the surrounding gold coins. He spent 10 minutes browsing the treasure room and was eventually captivated by a black, eye-like object. World Relic. Eye of Extreme Evil. Level Basic. Effect. Absorbs 1 point of sin value upon killing a unit. You can transfer stored sin value to a similar unit. Current sin value. 0 points. "Can I choose this item?" Su Yu inquired. "You can," Momu replied, "but this world relic is useless. I suggest you choose a treasure more beneficial to you." Su Yu shook his head decisively. "This is the one I want." The Eye of Extreme Evil might be trash for NPCs, but it was a divine artifact for players. In the rules of the Divine Realm, killing players from enemy factions didn't grant sin value, and during wars, at most, 1 item would drop. But with the Eye of Extreme Evil, you could transfer 1,000 or even 10,000 sin points to an enemy, causing them to drop hundreds of items upon death. "If you're so sure, then it's yours," Momo sighed. Unfortunately, the dozen or so useful relics were taken by the 2 churches. "What other treasures do you want?" "I'll take another look," Su Yu said, returning to the other shelves and selecting 2 epic quality items. Holy Fruit of 1,000 Poisons. Quality, Epic. Effect. Can be used to create potions or consumed directly to permanently increase health, and 20 poison resistance limited to once. Advanced Skill Synthesis Book. Quality, Epic. Effect. Consumes gold to fuse multiple skill books into a higher quality new skill book, up to epic level. The amount of gold consumed depends on the quality and quantity of the fusion materials. Su Yu decisively consumed the Holy Fruit of 1,000 Poisons, increasing his health by 5,000 points and poison resistance by 20. He allocated 5 free attribute points to his strength and then opened his personal panel. ID. Eternal Night. Level 18. Health 45,452. Mana 25,060. Attributes: Strength 632, Constitution 791, Agility 676, Spirit 503. Attack Speed 6.93 s20. Attack 1,264. Physical Defense 1986. 100 in Combat. Magic Defense 1590. Details omitted. With a significant increase in Strength, Constitution, and Agility, Su Yu's attack speed rose to nearly 7s, and his health reached over 45,000, unmatched among Blue Star players. Satisfied, Su Yu closed the panel. As for the skill synthesis book, he didn't need it for now. To synthesize an epic skill book, at least 2 diamond-quality skill books were required as fusion materials. This task could wait until after the main quest. After selecting his rewards, Su Yu turned to Mom with a cheerful tone. "Mr. Mom, I've chosen my rewards. Can you send me back now?" Mom nodded in agreement, his expression turning solemn as he gazed at Su Yu with burning eyes. "Young man, I must thank you for returning my master's token. I hope we'll meet again someday." Su Yu smiled knowingly. "Don't worry, we will definitely have the chance." As soon as he finished speaking, Mom waved his staff, and a complex teleportation array appeared beneath Su Yu's feet. In a flash of light, Su Yu vanished from where he stood and reappeared in a small cabin in the Moonlight Mountain Range. Mom stared at the spot where Su Yu had disappeared, then slowly walked towards the Grand Hall. He stood before the throne, his eyes falling on the token, and then dropped to one knee with utmost reverence. "Great Master, I have allowed the young man to choose 3 treasures from your vault as a reward, as per your promise. From now on, Your most loyal servant will await your return here. All the undead knights in the hall looked at the throne with the same reverence. They were unaware that the token was actually empty, and Haemon's soul had long since dissipated. Back in the Moonlight Mountain Range, Suyu glanced at the cabin and thought to himself, I hope that old man takes his time discovering the truth. He knew that once Mom realized Haemon's soul was gone, he would stop at nothing to seek revenge. Currently, Suyu was no match for a level 60 golden boss. Suyu recalled the events of his past life. Bloodstained Guild handed over the token to Mom, and it took 5 months to complete the resurrection ritual. I should have at least 2 months to grow stronger, he calculated. At his current rate of growth, it would take only a month, or even less, to surpass Mom's strength. Alright, I've got the items. It's time to return to Koro Village and prepare for the final quest, Suyu said, setting off. It took him over an hour to reach a suitable distance to use a return scroll. He tore the scroll, instantly teleporting back to the inn in Koro Village. The morning's activities had taken over 4 hours, and the final main quest was about to open. Taking advantage of the half-hour break, Suyu logged off to enjoy a lunch before re-entering the game. By now, it was midday, and new player villages across Blue Star were receiving task announcements. The announcement in Koro Village echoed throughout the village. Ding! The final main quest, Dark Invasion, is now open. The Dark Empire has unleashed a horde of corrupted creatures to besiege Koro Village and is brewing some dark schemes. Note: failure of this quest will result in severe penalties for all players. Players had gathered outside the village walls, eagerly awaiting the start of the quest. Someone shouted excitedly, the quest is finally starting. Hope the rewards come quickly. We haven't even started fighting, and you're already thinking about rewards? Of course. With Yongye here, how can we lose? The players in Koro Village were brimming with confidence. In contrast, players from other countries seemed tense and anxious, especially those from smaller nations, whose faces were filled with despair. After receiving the notification, Suyu walked straight out of the village. Players, the Light Knights, and the militia were all ready for battle. Looking out, a massive army of corrupted creatures was stirring at the edge of the western plains and forest, with Dark Empire soldiers coordinating the attack. Suyu quickly found Knight Commander Bart, who was surrounded by players. Seeing Suyu, Bart immediately approached with a serious expression. Yongye, you're finally here. There's a task I need you to handle. Please go ahead. Suyu listened attentively. Bart spoke gravely. Our investigation has revealed that the legendary undead mage Norris, sealed beneath the dark forest, has escaped and become a powerful lich. I need you to kill him. Suyu nodded. Leave it to me. The system notification promptly appeared. Ding! Congratulations on accepting the main quest. Eliminate the source of danger. Quest content. Go to the dark forest, complete the undead camp dungeon, and kill the final boss, Lich Norris. Quest difficulty. Nightmare. Quest requirement. Must be completed within 12 hours. Seeing the difficulty, Suyu was taken aback. Nightmare? Why did the difficulty increase by a level? He recalled that in his previous life, the undead camp was just a hard-level dungeon, and Lich Norris was merely a level 20 silver boss. Now, it had been upgraded to a nightmare difficulty, meaning the minor enemies could easily defeat average players. Worse, Norris had become a level 20 golden boss. In the early game, even players with god-tier talents struggled against nightmare bosses. Moreover, with the nightmare dungeon enhancements, Norris's attributes would be at least 50 higher than those of a wild boss, capable of depleting Suyu's health bar with a single skill. Could it be because of me again? Suyu thought helplessly. Upon learning about the dungeon's difficulty, the players erupted in chatter. Whoa, what the heck? A nightmare-level dungeon? This morning's announcement said the global main quest difficulty was hard. I asked some friends from other villages. Their difficulty is all hard. Why are we so lucky to get this unique treatment? The players were bewildered. Remnant Cloud Sky couldn't help but ask, Yongye, can we handle this dungeon? All eyes turned to Suyu. Yes, Suyu replied firmly. For him, this dungeon was both a challenge and a major opportunity. Defeating a nightmare-level golden boss would surely drop diamond equipment. Being the first to clear a nightmare dungeon and obtaining the first diamond item would result in 2 world announcements. Who could resist such generous rewards? We must clear this dungeon. Suyu resolved. Seeing his determination, the players breathed a sigh of relief. Suyu then approached the dungeon portal, and the system prompt appeared. Dungeon. Undead camp. Type. Public. Difficulty. Nightmare. Players. 05000. Entry requirement. Level 15. Clear condition. Defeat the final dungeon boss, Lich Norris. This was a public dungeon. Once players entered, they would automatically join Koro Village's team. Ding. Do you wish to enter the undead camp dungeon? Yes. Suyu agreed without hesitation, disappearing instantly. Meanwhile, the news of Koro Village's dungeon difficulty spread like wildfire worldwide. Major guilds received the information, with reactions ranging from concern to glee. The most excited were Bloodstained Guild, Lighthouse Nation, and Sakura Nation. Bloodstained Nine Heavens couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha, Yonya, you've finally been punished by the system. What a delight! He turned to his assistant. Tell the raid team to push harder and aim for the main quest dungeon's first clear. Across the ocean, Angel Guild's current president, Budro, was also smiling broadly. Serves you right, Yonya. Finally, the system targets you. This time, our Lighthouse Nation will be the first to clear the dungeon. At that moment, top guilds from various countries shared Budro's sentiment. They were determined to secure the first clear of the final main quest dungeon. The dark forest environment within the instance had undergone a dramatic transformation. The ground was littered with the corpses of countless beasts and stained with blood, while the air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay. Looking up, deep within the forest stood a massive camp constructed from piles of bones, where the Lich Nose sat enthroned in a hall of skeletons. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and the silhouettes of 1,000 players instantly materialized within the instance. A chilling crackling sound echoed in their ears. Everyone turned to see the beast skeletons on the ground beginning to roll ominously, and in the blink of an eye, they assembled into skeleton monsters bristling with razor-sharp bone spikes. The system notification appeared. Skeleton Wolf Bronze Elite Nightmare Level. HP 121,000. Attack 2,330. Skills. Charge, Piercing Body. Wow. Even the minions have 120,000 HP and over 2,000 attack. How are we supposed to fight this? The boss at the end must be invincible. Yonya, can you really handle this? I'm freaking out a bit, a player exclaimed. Everyone was stunned by the monster's stats. Although hard instances only boosted monster attributes by 30, the Nightmare instance far exceeded expectations with a 50 increase in all attributes and a 20 resistance boost. In the early game, players' attributes were too weak, and most had no other way to gain attribute points besides leveling up. Even a minion in a Nightmare instance was akin to a mini-boss for the players. Everyone instinctively looked at Suyu, asking, Boss, what do you need us to do? We'll follow your orders to the letter. Suyu glanced at them and said calmly, You hold some of the minions aggro and try to stay alive. Also, remember to pick up the loot. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, the ground began to shake, and 100 skeleton wolves charged ferociously at the players. Suyu quickly raised his Blackwing bow and launched a skill towards the sky, Flaming Arrow Rain. An arrow split into hundreds of flaming arrows, raining down precisely on the monsters' heads. A flurry of damage numbers appeared in the player's vision. Thanks to the Beast King set bonus, the arrow's base damage and passive effects were increased by 30. Despite the high defense of the skeleton wolves, which reduced the damage by a few hundred points, a single skill still took down about 13 of their HP. Additionally, the monsters were coated in a strange, icy flame, significantly slowing their movement. The players were astounded, exclaiming, Holy crap! Over 10,000 damage? This is insane. Are we really playing the same game? Remnant Cloud Tianshang immediately commanded, Alright, stop gawking and start attacking. Priests apply weakness debuffs to the monsters. Range classes form groups of 20 and focus fire on the wolves. Warriors and knights hold the front line and prevent the monsters from breaking through. Summoners, summon your tankiest pets to rotate tanking. Due to the skeleton wolves' high attack power, even weakened, tanks could only withstand 2 hits at most. Therefore, Remnant Cloud Tianshang decided to use summoned creatures as meat shields. Guild leaders quickly contacted their members outside the instance, summoning more summoners and providing them with mana regeneration items. After all, Suyu's task for them was to stall the monsters, and this strategy was effective. Under this strategy, the players successfully held off half of the skeleton wolves. Suyu dealt with the other half alone, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Bio, arrows flew out continuously. System notifications kept popping up. Ding! You killed a level 20 skeleton wolf nightmare, gaining 6,412 XP 10 and 24 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations on plundering 5 points of constitution. Ding! Congratulations on plundering the piercing body skill rare. The experience from killing nightmare monsters was substantial. After killing just a few wolves, Suyu had already plundered a skill, which was quite a high drop rate. He glanced at the newly acquired passive skill panel. Piercing body passive 150. Quality rare. Effect. Defense 30. Reflects 40 physical damage to attackers after being hit by melee attacks. Suyu's eyes lit up. Defense reflection type passives were indeed rare. He speculated that if the effect were percentage-based, this passive's quality could break through to a perfect level or higher. Not bad, Suyu said, satisfied as he closed the panel and continued fighting. He drew his bow and launched a bombardment at the monsters. The skeleton wolf's health bars rapidly decreased. Even without crits, Suyu's average damage per second was over 28,700, taking just 4 seconds to finish off a weakened wolf. However, he wasn't satisfied with this efficiency. At the current pace, it would take too long to reach the final boss. Too slow. Way too slow. With this thought, Suyu immediately took action. In the next moment, he flashed into the midst of the monsters, engaging the wolves' Hedon. The players behind him were still in shock over his terrifying damage when they suddenly saw Suyu make such a bold move, and everyone was stunned. Wait, boss, what are you doing? Yongye, I know your defense is high, but these are nightmare-level monsters. Their attack power. However, when the wolves' attacks hit Suyu, everyone fell silent. The effects of the weakness curse had already worn off, and the skeleton wolves' normal attacks could barely deal double-digit damage to Suyu. Surprisingly, his health didn't budge at all, as all damage was absorbed by his shield. Boss is amazing, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. They had thought Suyu had lost his mind and was recklessly charging into the monster horde. Little did they know, their perspective was too narrow. Yongye's defense was terrifyingly high, making their warriors look unqualified to even carry his shoes. Soon, Suyu had taken enough hits to trigger a special effect. Battle notification. You have been attacked 100 times, triggering Blood Fury effect. Attack speed 100, strength 50, losing 1 max HP per second. Suyu's attack speed suddenly soared to an astonishing 12.71 s, his hands moving so fast they were a blur. 214. One skeleton wolf after another fell under his arrows. System notifications kept appearing. Ding, congratulations on plundering 5 points of constitution. Ding, congratulations on plundering the piercing body skill rare. Meanwhile, new monsters continuously joined the battle from both sides of the camp. Fortunately, Suyu absorbed most of the pressure. Otherwise, ordinary players wouldn't even reach the camp's gate. Nightmare difficulty instances weren't supposed to appear in the early game. It could only be said that Suyu's previous actions had greatly impacted the game world. At this moment, players from various countries on Blue Planet are working tirelessly to clear the dungeon, competing for the honor of being the first to complete the main quest. Unlike previous events, this dungeon's contribution leaderboard is synchronized across all beginner villages worldwide, ranking teams based on their cumulative contribution as a percentage of the total dungeon contribution. Players can clearly gauge the progress of other beginner villages through real-time updates. Topping the leaderboard, Koro Village holds a steady first place with a 9.06 contribution, followed closely by Dua Village and Tade Village with 6.14 and 6.03 respectively. Dua Village is the main base for members of the Kyushu Guild, while Tade Village is the stronghold of the Angel Guild. The two guilds are neck and neck in terms of progress. Initially, the overall strength of the Angel Guild was slightly inferior to that of the Kyushu Guild. However, they somehow discovered a player with a special epic talent, significantly boosting their clearing team's combat effectiveness. This player's talent increases fixed attributes with level progression. Although it becomes less impressive later in the game, in the early stages, this player's power even surpassed those with god-tier talents. In a previous life, the Angel Guild achieved numerous world accomplishments thanks to this player. Yet, at this moment, the current leader of the Angel Guild, Budro, wore a dark expression. He slammed the table and roared, "Fuck! It's nightfall again. When will he stop? Isn't Koro Village's dungeon difficulty set to nightmare level? How are they advancing so much faster than us? Can anyone give me a reasonable explanation?" The other members in the meeting room exchanged puzzled glances, at a loss for words. To be honest, they couldn't figure it out either. Koro Village had only one outstanding player, Nightfall, and their overall strength was far inferior. The dungeon difficulty was also significantly higher, yet their progress was leagues ahead. Staring at the leaderboard with its ever-climbing contribution percentages, everyone felt their temples throbbing, as if their heads were about to burst. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Anyone got painkillers? I feel like I'm about to lose it." Budro took a deep breath, trying to calm down, and said in a deep voice, "In the real world, we are the leading nation, the beacon of human civilization. How can we fall to such a state in the divine realm? The government has issued a strict order. We must secure the first clear of this dungeon. Do you all understand?" The faces of the members were filled with bitterness, and someone muttered, "But we've already done our best." "Don't worry," Budro smirked. "The government is allocating a batch of buff potions and scrolls to temporarily boost our combat power. With these, we might still have a chance." Upon hearing this, hope rekindled in their eyes. Just then, a member excitedly shouted, "Look at the leaderboard. Koro Village's progress has suddenly slowed down significantly." Everyone was shocked and quickly opened the leaderboard. They saw that Koro Village's contribution had only increased from 9.51 to 9.52, a snail's pace that seemed more reasonable. Did something happen to Nightfall? Someone excitedly speculated. With this possibility in mind, everyone's eyes lit up. Opportunity had arrived. Everyone start killing monsters faster. Budro commanded, and the Angel Guild players immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the undead camp, Suyu and other players had just repelled the first wave of monster attacks. The system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 19, gaining 5 to all 4 attributes, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the piercing body skill rare. The massive amount of experience points catapulted Suyu's level to 19, just shy of 20. He also gained 50 points of constitution, 20 points of strength, and a fully leveled passive skill. Piercing body passive 50-50. Quality rare. Effect, 1500 defense, reflects 2000 physical damage to attackers when hit by melee attacks. This skill was essentially a monster killer. The faster the monsters attacked, the quicker they died. Suyu's gaze shifted to the camp gate, where the first boss was about to appear. From the center of the camp, a dark beam shot out from the skull hall, landing on a pile of bones. Under the influence of a mysterious force, countless bones floated into the air, quickly assembling into a 5-meter turtle skeleton knight. It rode a bone wolf and wielded a menacing spiked mace. Bone Wolf Knight, Silver Lord. Difficulty, Nightmare. Level 20. Health, 2.05 million 2.05 million. Attack power, 8,000. Skills. 1. Furious Charge. Commands the mount to charge at enemies, knocking them back and stunning them for 3 seconds. 2. Bone Spike Storm. Summons 100 bone spikes to attack enemies within range. 3. Rage Smash. Swings the spiked mace at enemies, causing massive damage and inflicting a bleeding effect. 4. Wolf Howl. Emits a piercing howl that terrifies all nearby units. Description. Once the Wolf Demon Commander under the legendary undead Mage Noah, now resurrected and transformed into a Bone Wolf Knight by Noah. The attributes of this nightmare difficulty boss were indeed intimidating, surpassing even wild golden bosses. A single normal attack could instantly kill an average player. Wow, that's quite the sight, a player joked. That boss's mace is huge and spiky. I like it. Gross Wong, you're disgusting, someone immediately retorted. Come on guys, I mean I like its spiked mace, not? Whatever you're thinking, the player named Wong quickly clarified. Their banter lightened the mood considerably. After witnessing Suyu's previous combat prowess, they were filled with confidence. At this moment, Kenyan Tianshang noticed the boss's mount and had an idea. He turned to a team member and said, Ma Fei, it's your time to shine? No problem, boss. The player called Ma Fei grinned. I'll steal its mount right away. Suyu looked at Kenyan Tianshang in confusion. The latter explained, his talent allows him to seal the mounts of non-player units, reducing the boss's attributes and making it easier for you to fight. That's quite an unusual talent. Suyu's face showed a hint of surprise as he looked ahead. Ma Fei quietly approached to within 100 meters of the boss and activated his talent without hesitation. In an instant, the Bone Wolf under the Bone Wolf Knight vanished. The boss's health immediately dropped by 300,000, its attack power reduced by 500 points, and the Furious Charge skill was completely sealed. Such a unique talent could be as effective as an epic talent in specific scenarios. The Bone Wolf Knight looked bewildered. Where's my beloved mount? It glanced around and, realizing what had happened, let out an enraged roar. Seeing this, Suyu commanded, apply debuffs on it, and then retreat. I'll handle this boss. Got it? The team nodded in agreement. Their attacks couldn't penetrate the boss's defense, and staying would only be a hindrance. Despite the boss having a 20 resistance to all types of attacks, its attributes had significantly dropped under various skills and talents, reducing its attack power to 6,000. The Bone Wolf Knight roared, swinging its spiked mace as it charged at Suyu. Unfazed, Suyu raised his longbow, ready for the ensuing battle. An intense fight was about to erupt. Boom! The ground trembled violently as the skeletal wolf knight charged madly at Suyu, its joints clattering noisily. Although it couldn't speak, its jawbones snapped open and shut with a series of sharp clicks, reflecting its immense rage. Even without its mount, the boss was still slightly faster than Suyu. Quickly, Suyu switched to enchanted arrows, continuously firing at the skeletal wolf knight. Each arrow carried various passive effects, hitting the target with precision. Due to being in a berserk state, Suyu couldn't trigger the bonus damage from his heavy slashes. However, the first arrow that hit the skeletal wolf knight immediately inflicted a weakening curse, reducing its defense by 20. Meanwhile, green numbers kept appearing above Suyu's head. 143, 1080, with his health regenerating at nearly 15,000 points per second, quickly refilling his health bar. In contrast, the skeletal wolf knight's entire frame was covered in a layer of frost, significantly slowing its speed, making it impossible to catch up to Suyu. Maintaining a distance of about 100 meters, Suyu continued to kite the boss. Suddenly, the skeletal wolf knight let out a piercing scream, the sound waves sweeping across hundreds of meters, attempting to instill fear in all units. However, this mental control had no effect on Suyu, who kept firing without pause. Bayu Bayu Bayu. The damage from the arrows stacked with passive effects, averaging over 49,000 damage per second. 3 seconds later, the ice flame effect went on cooldown, and the skeletal wolf knight's speed slightly recovered. But just as it ran a few meters, it stepped into a frost trap previously set by Suyu. Snap! An icy arrow shot up from the ground, striking the skeleton right between its legs. Despite not feeling pain, the skeletal wolf knight was frozen for 0.4 seconds, widening the distance between it and Suyu once again. The boss was taking hits throughout, as Suyu's attack range and movement speed were simply too absurd, exemplifying the classic long-range versus short-range battle. No matter how high the boss's attack power was, it was futile if it couldn't land a hit. This fight owed its success to a player named Ma Fei, who had stolen the boss's mount, preventing it from unleashing its full power, allowing Suyu to toy with it using kiting tactics. The skeletal wolf knight roared in fury, cursing the unreasonable archer in its mind, feeling as if its bones were about to shatter from anger. Players watching from afar couldn't help but feel sympathy for the skeletal knight. This once formidable nightmare boss was being utterly humiliated. They cheered for Suyu. Keep it up, Eternal Knight. Don't let it escape. When its health dropped below 50, the skeletal knight's rage peaked. It unleashed its only long-range, ultimate move bone Spike Storm. The bones on the ground shattered under the pull of its magic, transforming into countless bone spikes that flashed coldly as they flew towards Suyu. The boss roared in its mind. This move contains all my power. Can you withstand it? The thought directly reached Suyu's mind through mental projection. A smirk appeared on Suyu's lips. Sorry, but I can. Although this move locked onto its target, making it impossible to dodge even with a blink, Suyu had already calculated the boss's timing. Now was the 10th second, and the next second was the refresh time for his magic shield, a technique known as double shielding. Moreover, the weakening curse on the skeletal knight still had 8 seconds left, making the timing perfect. Swish, swish, swish. Bone spikes pierced through the air, hitting Suyu in succession. The shield absorbed 20,000 damage before his health began to drop, triggering a combat prompt. Health reduced by 10, Dragon Armor effect activated, damage reduction 20, shield 2,333 points, lasting 5 seconds. In the Divine Realm, the damage calculation order was damage reduction, damage blocking, and defense. After these calculations, the bone spike damage was just below Suyu's defense, making subsequent attacks ineffective. Suyu fired back a few arrows, instantly regaining his lost health. Without its ultimate move, the skeletal wolf knight turned into a sitting duck. Its health plummeted, 50, 40, 30. Before it died, the soul fire in its eye sockets dimmed, and it growled, "Lord knows will avenge me. I'll be waiting for you in hell." As soon as it finished speaking, the skeletal knight collapsed into a pile of bones, revealing the corpse of its mount. A large amount of loot dropped, including its wolf fang mace. Since Suyu had disabled the corrosive claw passive in advance, the equipment's attributes remained unaffected. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding! You have slain the nightmare skeletal wolf knight, gaining 128,000 experience points 10 and 23,760 contribution points. Congratulations, you have acquired the excellent skill Wolf Howl. Congratulations on reaching level 20. You've gained 5 to all 4 attributes and 5 free attribute points. Since you've hit the maximum level for the apprentice tier, please head to the guild hall to complete the tier advancement trial. Suyu felt a surge of joy upon hearing the system notification. He had reached level 20, but he wasn't in a rush to advance to the novice tier. After all, once he cleared the final main quest dungeon, he could head directly to Northwind City. He opened his passive skills panel and focused on his newly acquired skill. Wolf Howl Passive 11. Quality, excellent. Effect, arrows terrify enemies along their path for 1 second. Different passive controls can stack time. The same unit has a 5-second trigger interval. A slight smile appeared on Suyu's face. This was his first strong control passive skill. The trigger interval meant that after the initial fear effect ended, the enemy would need to wait another 5 seconds before being affected again. Closing the panel, Suyu turned to the players behind him and said, "You guys handle the loot. I'll go ahead and clear out the camp. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. You go fight, big guy." The players responded enthusiastically, their faces brimming with excitement. Suyu nodded and swiftly entered the undead camp. With the berserk buff, his monster-killing speed was astonishing. Under the flash of blades and swords, undead creatures fell one after another. Meanwhile, the players from Koro village busied themselves gathering the loot. Notifications constantly popped up in the team chat. Ding! Your teammate picked up a Wolf-Fong Warhammer, stored in the team inventory. Ding, your teammate picked up a Steelbone Shield. No surprise that a Nightmare-level boss dropped 2 pieces of golden equipment, both tailored for warrior classes. Seeing the attributes of the weapons and shield, the warrior player's eyes lit up. Wow, this golden hammer has fantastic stats. It must feel amazing to smash enemies with it. One player gulped, his eyes gleaming with desire. Guild leader, when you buy the equipment, can I at least touch it? Remit Sky chuckled and shook his head. Stop daydreaming and pick up the loot quickly. We need to join the fight. Got it, guild leader. The players responded and sped up their actions. Despite their eagerness for the gear, they knew the priority was to keep up with Suyu and clear the camp as quickly as possible. As soon as Suyu killed the Wolf Knight, players from all over the world received a shocking system announcement while they were exploring new dungeons. Ding! System announcement. The Kalyuakun team has defeated the first stage boss. Contribution rate 10, ranked first. This news hit all players like a sledgehammer. Despair immediately surged in their hearts. What? The Nightmare boss is that easy to beat? Damn it, Yongye is that strong? How can we possibly compete for the dungeon first clear? Why does the Dragon Kingdom have such overpowered players? Meanwhile, at the Angel Guild headquarters, Budro struggled to contain his anger as he turned to his assistant. Have the players we bought in Kalyuakun sent any news? The assistant hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, they reported that Yongye defeated the silver-level Nightmare boss alone. They also sent a video recording. What? Alone? Budro's face changed drastically. He murmured to himself, how is this possible? Could it be that our lighthouse nation really can't get the first clear? Despite his unwillingness, Budro had to face reality. With a grim expression, he issued new orders. The first place is probably out of reach. I'll explain the situation to the congressman later. But we must at least surpass the Kyushu Guild and secure second place. Yes, the guild members responded in unison. Scene shifts to the undead camp. Thousands of monsters roamed this desolate land. Suyu, holding a bow and arrow, effortlessly took down one skeletal wolf after another. He didn't dodge or evade their attacks, as if he were strolling in his own backyard. The players behind him watched in awe, their eyes full of envy and disbelief. They were cautiously dealing with each small monster, fearing instant death, while Suyu moved with ease, as if he were just sightseeing. An hour and a half later, the player team finally reached the entrance of the Bone Hall. Suyu glanced at the Death Angel panel. Over the past few days, he had absorbed 7,852 points of death energy. He needed to kill 2,148 more monsters to unseal the sacred artifact. The anticipation of obtaining the mid-level sacred artifact filled him with excitement. At this moment, a noise came from inside the hall. Creak, the 10-meter-tall bone door slowly opened, revealing a dark gap. 5 enemies, dressed in gray robes and holding staffs, with skin as pale as paper, emerged one by one. A system prompt popped up. Lich Priest Silver Leader Nightmare level. HP 600,006,000,000. Attack 4,900. Skills: Dark Cloud, Weakening Curse, Necromancy. Foolish humans, you dare to interrupt Lord Noth's evolution ritual. The Lich Priest coldly scanned the players. Go forth, my Wraith army, devour them. They raised their staffs, and dark magic filled the air, summoning wraiths to attack the players on the ground. You handle the summoned creatures. I'll take care of the Lich Priests. Suyu said, charging straight at the Lich Priests. A mere archer dares to challenge me. Before the Lich Priest could finish, a thunderous arrow pierced its head. Brilliant lightning exploded, hitting another Lich Priest behind it. The fear effect instantly paralyzed the 5 Lich Priests, preventing them from taking any action. You court death. Once they broke free from the control, the Lich Priests were furious. They raised their staffs to cast spells, but realized Suyu had already moved out of their attack range. The Lich Priests hurriedly gave chase, only to run into a dense barrage of arrows. The leading Lich Priest's head showed a series of damage numbers, and its HP plummeted. Simultaneously, Suyu summoned shadow clones to focus fire on the weakened monsters. Each Lich Priest took nearly 90,000 damage per second, and could be killed in less than 7 seconds, even with Nightmare-enhanced Silver Leader stats. The Lich Priests found themselves in a dilemma. They couldn't match Suyu's speed or attack range. Chasing him meant certain death, but stopping or retreating would make them easy targets. Suyu's actions perfectly exemplified the kiting strategy. Ding! You have killed a Lich Priest Nightmare, gaining 42,715 experience points 10 and 4,800 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 10 points of spirit. In just a minute, Suyu eliminated all 5 Lich Priests, gaining 50 points of spirit attributes. With their deaths, the summoned wraiths also disappeared. Finally, it's time to tackle the final boss. Suyu looked up at the hall, a glint of determination in his eyes. Lich Noth is a gold-level boss. You guys are no match for it, so we'll proceed with the same plan as the first stage. Suyu instructed Kingyun Tianshang and the others. Got it? They nodded solemnly in agreement. The group entered the bone hall, where a giant black cocoon stood on the throne, pulsating rhythmically like a heart. Its surface was covered in gray cracks. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy sound echoed in the hall, causing the players to frown. Suddenly, the cocoon swelled rapidly. When it reached its limit, it shattered, spraying gray liquid everywhere. Noth emerged, holding a black staff, its initial soul vessel, containing a small part of its soul. Even if the main body died, a lich could resurrect using the soul vessel. Humans, we finally meet. Noth glared at Suyu, gritting its teeth. In its hundreds of years, it had never been so deceived, a great humiliation. Hearing Noth's words, the players widened their eyes. Yonya actually knew the final boss? Suyu sneered. Sorry, but I have no interest in meeting a monster like you. Kakik. Noth laughed sinisterly. I became a monster because of you. But I really should thank you. After transforming into a lich, the endless power within me made me realize one thing. Human bodies are weak and limited. Only by becoming a being beyond humanity can one step into the realm of gods. Ha ha ha! Noth's maniacal laughter echoed in the hall. There were rumors in his past life that Noers could reincarnate as a lich with the help of a demon lord's power. Suyu decided to test this theory, looking at Noers with a pitying gaze and speaking heavily. How foolish. You think you've been reborn? No. Accepting his power means death is your inevitable fate. Noer's eyes instantly turned cold as he angrily retorted. Human, don't think you can deceive me. I will never trust your words again. Suyu sighed in frustration, thinking to himself that he was telling the truth. Yet Noers refused to believe him. However, Noers' intense reaction confirmed that he indeed had someone backing him. At that moment, Noers clenched his fists and sneered. Even though my power is less than a fraction of what it once was, it's more than enough to kill you. Your blood will mark my rebirth. From today onwards, I will rise again as the scourge of this land. The Dark Church, the Light Church, they will all bow to my power. With that, Noers slowly descended from his throne. Suyu immediately used his system's scanning ability to check Noers' stats. Lich Noers, Golden Lord. Nightmare level, 20. Health, 4 0 50 0 0 0 4 0 50 0 0 0. Attack, 16,100. Skills, Intermediate Life, greatly increases health. Dark Cold Light, deals massive damage to a single enemy and inflicts a blinding effect. Frost Nova, deals frost damage to a large area, reducing movement and attack speed. Evil Domain, drains health from all units within the domain every second. Suyu was inwardly shocked by these stats. With over 4 million health, an attack power of 16,100, and most skills carrying control or debuff effects, Noers was indeed formidable. More importantly, as a lich, Noers had a hidden racial talent phylactery rebirth, granting him an extra life for each phylactery he possessed. Suyu spoke gravely to his teammates, apply debuffs to the boss, and then leave the hall. Got it? Kan Yun Tianshang and others nodded in agreement. They quickly used all available skills and items to apply negative effects to Noers. The boss's attack dropped to 14,600, and his health decreased by 100,000. After completing this, the players retreated, leaving Suyu and Noers to fight. Noers felt the changes in his body and sneered, such feeble spells. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and looked at Suyu with a cold smile. Human, I recall you mentioned a teammate with legendary spells. Where is he? Without that fool, you couldn't have defeated Cade that day. Suyu waved his hand nonchalantly. Sorry, I don't have such a teammate. That was just a made-up story to deceive you, and you fell for it. You Noer's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. You sharp-tongued brat. This time I will kill you. He raised his black staff, and a ghostly blue beam shot out. Suyu had anticipated the attack location and unhesitatingly shot a lightning arrow while stepping aside with increased speed. Boom! Damage numbers appeared above Noer's head, while Suyu easily dodged the attack. The ghostly blue beam left a hole in the ground. Suyu calculated that dealing with this ranged magic boss required special attention to area effect skills. Single-target attacks could be easily dodged unless they were homing. Besides Dark Cold Light, Frost Nova, and Evil Domain were area skills. Frost Nova had the highest damage, but with his magic shield passive he could barely withstand it. Evil Domain was the most concerning as it was the boss's healing mechanism, requiring further testing. Finally, Suyu's gaze fell on the phylactery staff in Noer's hand, and a complete battle plan formed in his mind. He opened his talent panel and activated the passive corrosive claw effect. Each attack had a chance to remove 1 point from an item's attributes. Once the attributes were 0, the item would become damaged and lose all effects. Suyu began his assault, dodging and attacking flexibly. He refrained from using skills, focusing on understanding Noah's attack patterns. Bayu Bayu Bayu. Arrows continuously flew, each hit dealing 471 damage. Although the single hit damage wasn't high, Suyu's attack speed was fast, maintaining a berserk state. At full output, his average damage per second could reach at least 11,609. However, due to dodging attacks, his actual damage was reduced by about half. When the boss's health dropped to 95, Noah's couldn't hold back and used a skill. Damn you. Let's see how you dodge this. Noah's angrily struck the ground with his staff, sending a frosty wave over a radius of more than 200 meters, covering nearly the entire hall. Suyu was too close to the boss, unable to escape even with a blink, and had to endure the hit. The weakening curse had just worn off, and he took full damage, his health dropping nearly by half. A battle prompt appeared. Your health has dropped by 49, triggering Dragonbone armor effect. Damage reduction 20, shield 2,333, lasting 20 seconds. Suyu glanced at his panel, thinking that as long as he maintained full health and the Dragonbone armor effect, he could withstand Dark Cold Light's burst damage. Noah's boasted, "Human, do you feel my power? Today, you will have the honor of dying by my hand. Why do you always think you can kill me?" Suyu sneered. Blind confidence often leads to death. He immediately used a cleansing spell to remove the debuff and continued attacking Noah's with his longbow. Within seconds, his lost health was fully restored. Arrogant. Noah's anger flared, but he didn't notice Suyu's arrows occasionally hitting his phylactery staff. About every 3 arrows reduced 1 attribute point, and a level 20 diamond equipment typically had no more than 200 attribute points. As time passed, Suyu gradually uncovered all of the boss's abilities. He began fighting at his own pace, steadily wearing down Noah's health like boiling a frog. 90, 85, 80. Each time Noah's health dropped by 10, he used Dark Cold Light. Since it wasn't a homing skill, Suyu could dodge it with a blink. Under the relentless assault from Suyu, Noah's health finally dropped to 50. The Lich hastily activated a healing skill, Evil Domain. Instantly, black and red blood light surged from the ground, covering a 100-meter radius. Suyu quickly blinked to a safe distance, thinking, "Let's see how you drain now." However, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Above Noah's head, green numbers indicating 80,000 health points appeared, and his health kept rising. Suyu looked around in shock and finally noticed something. Wisps of blood-red light were flowing from the shattered black cocoon into Noah's body. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the liquid was composed entirely of countless tiny black insects. Noticing the surprise on Suyu's face, Noah felt a sense of satisfaction. He arrogantly declared, "A lich is an immortal being beyond humanity. You can never kill me." In no time, he had recovered 800,000 health points, bringing his health back up to 70. A cold glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. In this world, even gods can die. What are you compared to them? Taking a deep breath, he became extremely calm. Kill. Suyu raised his longbow and unleashed a torrent of arrows, imbued with dozens of passive effects, raining down on Noah. To ensure his blink skill was off cooldown when Noah used his abilities, Suyu deliberately slowed his attack speed. He knew that if the boss's health dropped too quickly, Noah might use Frost Nova and Dark Cold Light consecutively, and he couldn't withstand the double burst damage. With superb awareness and skill, Suyu kept the boss under pressure. In half an hour, Noah used Evil Domain 3 times. By the 4th time, he could no longer heal the black insects on the ground, were already drained dry. Noah's health fell below 50 and rapidly decreased. In less than 10 minutes, his health bar was completely emptied. However, the system prompt didn't appear. A gray soul emerged from the corpse, and Noah's soul level was 20, with 10,000 health points. Noah, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How is this possible? Why didn't I resurrect through the soul artifact?" He quickly looked at his staff, which emitted a brilliant quality glow but lacked any soul aura. If Noah had the ability to appraise, he would have seen this diamond quality whiteboard staff. Corpse Soul Staff, diamond attribute, 0 effects, no status, completely broken. Noah glared at Suyu with a ferocious expression. "You did this, didn't you?" "Yes, I did," Suyu admitted with a smile. In despair, Noah cried out, "Why does this world have a monster like you?" He had once been hailed as the world's greatest genius. Now, centuries later, a young man could easily defeat him. Clearly, Noah didn't understand what the appearance of players meant. The times have changed. Suyu raised his bow, aiming at Noah's soul. He was just one step away from claiming the first clear of the dungeon. "No, you can't kill me." Fear surged in Noah's heart. Seeing that Suyu had no intention of stopping, he frantically shouted at the statue on the wall, "Lord Milos, save me." "Milos?" Su Yu's eyes lit up. He was very familiar with that name. At that moment, a cold voice echoed. As you wish. A shadow appeared in front of the statue, and with a flick of its hand, countless black insects materialized, forming a gate exuding dense black energy. Pass through the gate, and your soul will be eternal. Noah's soul rushed towards the black gate without hesitation. Trying to steal my first kill? Dream on! A thought flashed through Su Yu's mind as he quickly rummaged through his backpack for a specific item. Milos gazed greedily at Noah's soul. After centuries of planning, this soul filled with extreme resentment is finally ripe. This aura, it's truly, truly delicious. A look of ecstasy appeared on his face. To Milos, his goal was not to save Noah. Centuries ago, he had groomed Noah into a legendary undead mage, and then orchestrated his death. Step by step, he extracted Noah's power to purify and enhance his soul until Noah became a pure soul of resentment. This was Milos' true objective. Suddenly, a whistling sound echoed through the hall. Milos opened his eyes to see a crystal, glowing with a dark light, fly past Noah's soul and enter the black gate first. It was the black soul crystal containing the soul of the undead mage, Joseph. Joseph. Boom! The crystal shattered instantly, releasing Joseph's soul. The black insect swarmed in, devouring his soul. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. Milos and Noah were both stunned. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Yu decisively attacked Noah's soul, relying on passive damage to instantly kill him. The system prompt sounded. Ding! You have killed the Lich Noah, gaining 256,000 experience points 10 and 96,000 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the perfect intermediate life skill. With the soul dead, Noah's body collapsed. Surrounding the corpse were numerous rewards, including 3 diamond quality items. Wow! I really hit the jackpot this time, so you thought with delight. However, even after the final boss Noah's death, the dungeon timer was still running. What's going on? Why hasn't the dungeon ended? So you looked ahead. The black insects, having devoured Joseph's soul, tried to return to Milos' body. Inferior soul. You're not worthy of being tasted by this king. Milos waved his hand, obliterating the swarm. He then looked at Su Yu, instantly seeing through his essence a hint of surprise in his eyes. Milos' anger dissipated, and he said, I didn't expect an otherworldly human to appear in this world. And from your gaze, it seems you recognize this king? Su Yu chuckled. The demon king of the 3rd layer of the Abyss world, Milos. Who wouldn't recognize you? The Abyss world is one of the supreme worlds in the divine realm, consisting of 72 layered worlds. Each world is guarded by a demon god. Among them, the demon gods of the 1st to 7th layers possess the power of supreme gods, making them the pinnacle of combat power across the heavens. The 7 supreme demon gods command a group of demon kings with main god-level strength, and Milos is under the command of the death demon god. Of course, the Milos before him was merely an avatar, not the true demon king. Due to the world's rules, the sacred dragon world could only accommodate beings up to the demigod level. Morose nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. For this abyssal demon king, the value of a soul filled with resentment was far less than that of a being from another realm. As an entity from the highest tier of worlds, Morose possessed god-level strength, allowing him to partially resist the rules of weaker worlds. Thus, he could sense the uniqueness of the player. However, the native inhabitants of the Holy Dragon world couldn't perceive this anomaly. In their memories, players were no different from ordinary adventurers. Morose spoke calmly, his voice laced with both temptation and threat. Outlander, I offer you a chance. Accept the baptism of the abyssal world and become a follower of the great god of death. As a reward, I shall bestow upon you the noble bloodline of the abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Abyssal Demon King Morose invites you to join the Abyss faction. Do you accept? So he was caught in a dilemma. Refusing the invitation would undoubtedly anger Morose, but accepting the baptism meant being eternally controlled by the abyssal demon god, unable to break free no matter how powerful he became in the future. This was not the outcome he desired. In his hesitation, Su Yu secretly used his detection ability to observe Morose. Morose, regular avatar epic king level 100, epic domain. HP, 21 billion, 21 billion. Other, unknown. The data made Su Yu gasp. An epic king level boss who had awakened an epic domain could easily raze Koro village to the ground with a single strike. Seeing Su Yu's prolonged silence, Morose's gaze grew colder. Outlander human, tell me your choice. Su Yu steeled himself, sneering as he raised his middle finger at Morose. Get lost! Foolish human. You seek your own doom. Morose roared in fury, summoning a massive swarm of black insects that surged forward like a flood. Just as disaster seemed imminent, a sudden change occurred. A brilliant beam of golden light gathered in the sky, transforming into a colossal divine sword. The sword was wreathed in golden lightning, exuding an awe-inspiring divine power. Slash! With a commanding decree, the divine sword descended from the heavens, instantly annihilating the black insect swarm and aiming its sharp edge directly at Morose. For the first time, shock appeared on Morose's face. A legendary domain? Impossible. Over a century ago, I used Noyus's hand to eliminate all legendary warriors on this continent and sever the roots of ascension to the legendary domain. Who are you? A majestic voice echoed from the sky. Demon King, this world is not your place. Return to where you came from. So you turned to see two familiar faces, Knight Commander Bart and Village Chief Lawrence. The earth-shattering strike had come from the village chief. Lawrence held a dull golden scale in his right hand and a long sword in his left, his expression grave and resolute. Morose scrutinized the village chief, his gaze landing on the scale. Realization dawned on him. So it's a scale of the holy dragon of creation. Human, your domain is merely epic. You're no match for me. The village chief chuckled. Is that so? Do you think I have only one holy dragon scale? With a flick of his right hand, he revealed a stack of golden scales, at least 20 in number. Morose was rendered speechless. Not giving Morose a chance to react, the village chief decisively activated the power of 3 holy dragon scales, unleashing a sword light twice as powerful as the previous one. You accursed humans, I will not let you go unpunished. Morose's face was full of rage. Just as the terrifying sword light was about to crush his body, he cast his gaze upon Suyu, pointing a finger. A beam of black light shot forth, striking Suyu instantly. Outlander, you shall be trapped in an eternal cycle of death within the death illusion. Morose's figure suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a black vortex. Meanwhile, after receiving the prompt that Suyu had defeated Noyus, Yun Tianshang and others hurried over. They were astonished to find the village chief, but were more concerned about the whereabouts of Yongyi. Although the final boss had been defeated, they couldn't exit the instance, leaving them puzzled. Yun Tianshang inquired about the situation. The village chief explained solemnly. The camp is affected by the death illusion. We cannot leave unless Mr. Yongyi can break the illusion. However, to my knowledge, no one has ever escaped the death illusion in hundreds of years. Bard asked, can't the holy dragon scales break the illusion? The village chief shook his head. It's useless. This is the power of rules. Players fell into despair. No way. Are we going to be trapped here? Yongyi, you have to pull through. Soon, news of the Koro village instance spread across guilds in various countries. In the Jojo Guild, Chairman Yun Tian frowned and asked, you said the players in Koro village are trapped in the instance and can't exit? Vice Chairman Tian, you smiled bitterly. Yes, even Yongyi has disappeared in the instance. Despite their contribution rate reaching 100, Yun Tian pondered for a moment. Do they need help? Even though Jojo Guild was in competition with Koro village, as fellow Longwa citizens, they couldn't stand idly by. More importantly, whether Koro village could clear the instance affected the first clear rewards of the main storyline instance. Even if Jojo Guild couldn't get it, they couldn't let foreigners have it. Tianya shook his head. We know nothing about the death illusion. And besides, Yun Tianshang can't contact Yongyi. It seems we need to prepare for both possibilities, Yun Tian said gravely. Besides Koro village, our guild and Angel Guild have the highest progress. I'll continue to request some items from above to boost our warriors' strength. We must secure the first clear reward this time. The high-ranking members of Jojo Guild nodded in agreement. At the same time, a cheer broke the usual tranquility at the headquarters of the Angel Guild in the Lighthouse Country. Ah! Oh my god! This is fantastic news. Guild leader Bud Luo beamed, his smile radiant like the winter sun. He had been troubled by the 100 contribution rate increase from Kalu village, but the news of Eternal Knight's disappearance instantly lifted his spirits. Bud Luo stood up and clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. He announced loudly, I feel that the real opportunity has arrived. The first clear of the final main storyline dungeon will definitely belong to the Angel Guild. To the Lighthouse Country. He paused, a gleam in his eye. And after we succeed, I will give everyone a generous bonus. Oh! The members cheered in unison, their excitement palpable. Bud Luo secretly rejoiced. Due to previous failures, the Congress had considered recalling the former guild leader, Luo Feet. Only by securing this world's first clear could he solidify his position as guild leader. I really want to thank that great Demon King. He must be a friendly partner to the Lighthouse Country. Bud Luo mused, then smirked at himself. Too bad I'm a devout believer in God. Meanwhile, Suyu was teleported to a gray, deathly world. This place was considered forbidden by deities across worlds. Once entered, one could never leave, eventually turning into a creature of the illusion. No exceptions had ever been recorded. However, Suyu's memory held the key to breaking the death illusion. A player had accidentally discovered it. The method was shockingly simple: survive by dying. Players couldn't kill any creatures in the illusion, but had to be killed by them. Accumulate 1,000 deaths, and they could escape the illusion. First clear comes with great rewards, Suyu thought with relief. If I were out of the newbie phase, dying would cost me experience points. Luckily, I'm still a newbie. He marveled at his luck, being only level 20 and already entering the death illusion. With this in mind, Suyu began exploring the world, searching for creatures. Along the way, he checked the passive skill he had looted from the Lich Noah. Intermediate life passive 11 quality, perfect effect, permanently increases HP by 20. With this passive, his HP soared to 55,276, giving him the aura of a mini-boss. Suddenly, a whistling sound broke the silence. A gray creature attacked like lightning, its claws aiming at Suyu's body. Whoosh! A 0 damage number appeared above Suyu's head, while the creature lost a chunk of its health. Damn, I almost forgot to disable the passive. Suyu realized his mistake and quickly opened the talent panel, deactivating all the passive skills from his talent plunder, leaving only Blood Rage, which continually drained his HP. He also removed all his equipment. This time, the creature dealt full damage. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. The damage is decent. It needs 4 hits to kill me. The system prompt soon followed. You have died. In no time, Suyu's HP hit 0, and the attacking creature also died, turning into a wisp of death energy that merged into his body. Suyu resurrected on the spot and continued searching for the next victim. After nearly half a day in the death illusion, Suyu finally reached 1,000 deaths. Ding! A world announcement sounded. Congratulations to player Eternal Knight for being the first to clear the death illusion, earning the exclusive Secret Realm reward. Growth 1 star, World Relic. Death's Key unique. I got it! Suyu eagerly checked the relic's information. World Relic. Death's Key. Level. Ultimate. Effect. Contains the supreme rules of death. Your resurrection effect cannot be affected by any other effect. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. In the divine realm, many items could seal resurrection effects, some even affecting the system-given resurrection ability. If resurrection was forbidden, players would die in reality. With this ultimate quality world relic, Suyu had no more worries. Additionally, his growth reached 6 stars, granting him 6 free attribute points and 6 4-dimensional attribute points with each level up. Got the rewards, it's time to head back. Suyu willed himself back to the undead camp dungeon. He emerged from a black vortex, appearing before everyone. The oppressive force of the death illusion vanished instantly. Holy crap, Eternal Knight, you actually cleared the death illusion? You're always a god in my eyes. Wow, you're amazing. I want a high-five, Yumph. A player was quickly silenced by another nearby. All the players were incredibly excited. They had felt hopeless after learning from the village chief that the death illusion was hundreds of times harder than the undead camp. Eternal Knight had exceeded their expectations. This dungeon run has been a roller coaster. So intense, someone sighed. My heart can barely take it. Suyu laughed. Let's not dwell on this. Let's secure the first clear of the dungeon. Although he had spent half a day in the death illusion, the time flow between worlds was different, and only a little over 4 hours had passed in the dungeon. All right. Everyone responded in unison, opening the dungeon panel and clicking the exit button. Ding! Calculating dungeon results. Clear time. 4 hours, 15 minutes, 14 seconds. Contribution points, 167,000. Final rating, perfect. You have received a Diamond Dungeon Chest X1, Large Skill Experience Scroll X10. They returned to the outskirts of Kalu Village, where the village chief and Ba-ert stood by the teleportation array. Ding! A world announcement echoed. Congratulations to Kalu Village's team for clearing the Nightmare Dungeon. Undead Camp, becoming the first team in the world to clear the dungeon. Eternal Knight achieved a 69.9 contribution rate, earning system rewards. 10,000 gold, 10,000 prestige, Life Essence X1, and a Diamond Chest X1. The system panel refreshed with 9 messages at once. The other 3 messages announced that all players in the Light Empire receive system rewards, with Kalu Village players getting double rewards, including 2 bronze items and 2 skill books. The overall strength of the Dragon Country players skyrocketed, far surpassing other countries on Blue Star. Upon receiving the announcement, players in other novice villages of the Dragon Nation were instantly thrown into shock and elation. They stared at the system interface in disbelief, repeatedly confirming the unexpected reward. Oh my god, we really got an extra reward. Eternal Knight is incredible. I'm so glad to be on his team. From now on, I'll be your loyal follower. Whatever you say, I'll follow without hesitation. Players flooded the public chat with messages of gratitude, their excitement palpable. Members of the Lone Wolf Guild, who had once vowed to seek revenge on Eternal Night, were now silent. One of them cautiously spoke up in the channel. Sorry, our guild has long since changed its name to Lone Dog Guild. We hope the great Eternal Night can spare us. Meanwhile, foreign players looked at the reward details, filled with jealousy and envy. They could only curse their luck, wondering why their country's players hadn't been the first to clear the dungeon. As Dragon Nation players celebrated, the Angel Guild, led by Boudreaux, was attacking the final boss of the dungeon. The boss's health was below 10, and they were just a step away from achieving the world's first clear. It's almost there. Lighthouse Nation will get the first world announcement, Boudreaux exclaimed, his face full of excitement. But before he could finish his sentence, the world announcement chimed in. His expression froze, and his words trailed off. Congratulations to Koro Village. No, this can't be, Boudreaux screamed, his eyes turning red. Wasn't Eternal Night captured by a demon king? How did he come back? However, the nightmare was just beginning. Less than a minute later, a second announcement followed. Ding, world announcement. Congratulations to the Dao of Village team for clearing the hard dungeon Scarlet Forest, becoming the world's second team to clear the dungeon. The Kyushu Guild secured the second place, earning Dragon Nation players another extra reward. Now, only the third place reward remained unclaimed. Unable to bear the successive blows, Boudreaux spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. His body gradually disappeared as the system forcibly logged him out of the game. Guildmaster. The other team members noticed something was wrong, but no one could attend to him as they were at a critical moment in the strategy. In the real world, Boudreaux woke up under the watchful eyes of his family doctor and guild executives. Hoarsely, he asked, "How is the dungeon progression?" Everyone exchanged glances, remaining silent. "Tell me, what happened?" Boudreaux's voice rose sharply. "Enough!" A deep voice came from the doorway. A blond young man named Lafitte walked into the room, his expression cold as he announced, "Mr. Boudreaux, due to your foolish actions, which have severely damaged the reputation and interests of Lighthouse Nation and the Guild, the Congress has decided to expel you. I will take over as the Guild Master." "Lafitte, you can't do this!" Boudreaux shouted urgently. "I'm the most suitable person for the position." "Ah!" Lafitte sneered. "You couldn't even handle a single Dragon Nation player, and you think you deserve to be the Guild Master? No, you don't understand how terrifying that Eternal Night guy is." Boudreaux argued shrilly. "Terrifying? More like a joke," Lafitte said arrogantly. "If it weren't for the numerous conditions required to activate my mythical talent, these world announcements wouldn't have gone to Dragon Nation players. Mr. Boudreaux, you can lie here and witness how I will lead Angel Guild to defeat Eternal Night and Dragon Nation. Any obstacle in Lighthouse Nation's way will be eliminated by me." Lafitte's rousing speech ignited the spirits of those present. Only Boudreaux, his face dark and eyes full of despair and pain, muttered, "It's over. Everything is over." Meanwhile, outside the walls of Koro Village, Suyu and the players were selecting dungeon loot based on their contribution rankings. With the highest contribution, Suyu unhesitatingly took 3 diamond items and all the gold and silver quality items. Among the diamond items were a mage skill book and 2 pieces of equipment. Although the 2 pieces of equipment had 0 attributes and were essentially trash, Suyu had no intention of sharing them. After all, the achievement for world's first diamond equipment was still unclaimed. As for the skill book, he planned to use it for synthesizing an epic skill book. Next, Suyu opened 2 diamond chests. The first one yielded 10,000 gold coins, and the second contained 3 large skill experience scrolls and a diamond weapon named Pioneer's Bow. Pioneer's Bow Diamond. Slot. Weapon. Strength 100, Agility 70, Spirit 30. Trait. Attack Speed 20. Requirement. Level 20 Archer. The bow's attributes were decent, though its traits seemed slightly inferior to the Blackwing bow. Considering the overall attribute boost, Suyu decided to equip the new bow. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding, world announcement. Congratulations to Eternal Night for becoming the first player to obtain diamond equipment. Rewards, 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 reputation points, 1 life essence, and 1 diamond chest. Players weren't surprised by this announcement. After the dungeon clear announcement, they had expected Suyu to get diamond equipment. Still, they couldn't help but feel envious. Suyu immediately used his 2 life essences, increasing his attribute synchronization rate to 45 and further enhancing his real-world physical fitness. He then opened the diamond chest, receiving 3 large skill experience scrolls. After allocating his free attribute points to strength, Suyu opened his personal panel. ID. Eternal Night. Level. 20 Trial of Rank Advancement Incomplete. Health. 55,770. Mana. 26,940. Attributes: Strength 755, Constitution 870, Agility 745, Spirit 597. Attack Speed 7.68 S30. Attack 1510. Physical Defense 3565. Magic Defense 3130. Suyu assessed his attributes. Aside from his slightly lacking spirit, the rest were quite satisfactory. The scarcity of spirit-type monsters in the novice village had led to this deficiency. Nevertheless, his overall strength far exceeded that of other players on Blue Star. Even those with fixed attribute-boosting talents could only match him in one attribute, but couldn't surpass him across the board. Suyu turned and walked towards Knight Commander Bart to claim his mission reward. Village Chief Lawrence stood nearby, piquing Suyu's curiosity. He discreetly probed the village chief's information and was astonished to discover. Village Chief Lawrence, Epic Lord. Level 100. Realm, Epic Domain. HP, 3 billion. Suyu gasped in shock. The village chief was actually a powerhouse in the Epic Domain. Reflecting on the previous level 20 information he had obtained, Suyu suddenly understood. The village chief had been deliberately concealing his strength all along. Despite this, judging by his HP, the village chief's power was still less than 1/10 of the Demon King's avatar. The gap between a Lord Boss and a King Boss was truly vast. At that moment, the village chief smiled and spoke. Mr. Yongye, thank you for your help in preventing Kolo Village from being overrun by the undead army. Suyu replied helplessly, Chief, with your immense power, you could definitely defeat the Demon King's avatar. Even without my help, you could still protect Kolo Village. The village chief shook his head no. Do you know why I chose to live in seclusion in this small village? Why? Suyu asked curiously. Because I don't want to expose my strength, the village chief explained. Once exposed, various factions would come knocking. Although I'm not afraid of them, they can be quite troublesome. The village chief continued. Because the Demon King severed the path to the legendary domain using Noyus. No other races except the dragons have legendary powerhouses. The epic domain is already the pinnacle of combat power on this continent. At this point, Bard interjected. Dad, I think if your strength gets exposed, the Pope of Light might come looking for you personally. He wouldn't dare. The village chief glared at his son. I still have old scores to settle with those disgusting old men. If he dares to come, I'll give him a piece of my mind. And you rebellious brat, better leave the church as soon as possible. Knight Commander Bart looked utterly embarrassed and dared not say another word. Suyu was stunned by this conversation. The village chief was actually the Knight Commander's father. This was a major revelation that players in his previous life had never discovered. Upon closer inspection, Suyu noticed that aside from having the same hair color, the two bore no resemblance to each other. Turning his gaze to the NPC stronghold behind him, Suyu noticed Caden's father, the village's best blacksmith, revealing a level as high as 90. The surrounding relatives of the village chief were also quite strong, at least level 50. On ordinary days, they all kept a low profile, but in times of crisis, they displayed astonishing power. Suyu recalled that the guardian knight Kaidon, who was younger than himself, was nearly level 30, a true genius in the Light Empire. He couldn't help but marvel at how formidable the village chief's entire family was. The depths of Kolo Village were even more profound than the main city. It was simply unbelievable. While Suyu was lost in thought, the village chief had already given Bart a verbal scolding. The 2-meter tall knight commander now looked as embarrassed as a child who had done something wrong, not daring to talk back to his father. Clearly, Bart had been disciplined quite a bit in his youth. The village chief then turned to Suyu and said kindly, Yongye, to thank you for your contributions to Kolo Village, I plan to give you a few treasures as a reward. A system notification followed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the final main quest of the Novice Village. Eliminate the source of the crisis. Reward. Experience X100,000, Gold X1000, Village Chief's Gift, Light Empire Reputation 2000. The village chief took out 2 golden scales from his robe and handed them to Suyu. Here, take these. Suyu examined the properties of the scales carefully. Holy Dragon God Scale. One-time quality, mythical. Effect. Upon use, your next attack will deal 10 times true damage. Can stack up to 5 scales. Only effective for attacks below level 100. Quantity, 2. Description. A scale shed by the Holy Dragon God at birth, containing immense power. Suyu gasped again. The village chief had an abundance of valuable items, including mythical level artifacts. 10 times true damage, combined with a mythical level skill, would result in unimaginable damage. This could definitely become a powerful trump card for him. Thank you, Suyu said, accepting the scales without hesitation. The village chief continued. Yongye, is there anything else you need? As long as the quality doesn't exceed diamond, I can give you one. Suyu immediately asked, do you have any diamond quality archer skills? The village chief shook his head. Sorry, I only have skill books for assassins, warriors, and knights. So you felt a bit disappointed. Learning a diamond skill would have earned him a world announcement. However, he quickly thought of another solution, using a high-level skill fusion book to create an epic skill book. He had just obtained a diamond skill book in a dungeon. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu said, Chief, please give me an assassin skill book. All right. The village chief handed him the skill book without asking further questions. Soon after, Bar stood solemnly next to Suyu and said, Yongye, I have informed the northern wind city of your contributions. The city lord wishes to meet you when you arrive. Suyu nodded in understanding. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the second stage main quest. Meet the city lord. Quest objective. Travel to Northern Wind City and meet City Lord Kelf. After conveying this message, the village chief and others returned to the village. Suyu remained where he was and took out a pile of skill books from his backpack. 2 diamond quality, for gold quality, and numerous skill books below gold quality. His goal was Cleardo, synthesize a high-level archer skill. Suyu recalled obtaining a silver skill book from defeating a boss earlier. He had dismissed it as low quality and kept it in his backpack, planning to use a skill synthesizer in the main city. Unexpectedly, he had acquired a skill synthesis book from a wizard servant, allowing him to attempt synthesis earlier. After careful selection, Suyu placed 10 skill books into the synthesis book. The system promptly gave a notification. Ding! Synthesizing archer skill. Final quality. Epic. Cost. 20 million gold coins, 10 skill books, 12 hours. Though the success rate of the synthesis book was 100, the required gold was substantial. Few players could afford a skill synthesis book. In contrast, the skill synthesizer was much cheaper, but carried the risk of failure. Some might get lucky on the first try, while others could spend over 20 million gold coins without obtaining an epic skill book. After weighing his options, Suyu decided to contact Yuingshi and asked her to transfer 30 million gold coins. Over the past few days, the guild had profited over 80 million from selling power and attribute potions. After deducting costs, Suyu received over 30 million gold coins. The significant earnings were primarily due to players needing potions for dungeon raids. Suyu anticipated another profitable period when players reached level 20. Once the gold was transferred, Suyu confirmed the skill synthesis without hesitation. After completing everything, he logged off to rest. Many players in Keilu village made similar decisions. With the final main quest completed, they could finally leave the newbie village and head to the main city. However, there was no teleportation array between the newbie village and the main city. To reach Northern Wind City, they had to trek through the Moonlight Mountains, a long journey. Considering the late hour, most players decided to rest well and prepare for the long journey ahead the next day. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Suyu quickly finished his breakfast and eagerly logged into the game, returning to the inn in Keilu village. A system notification chimed. Ding, congratulations! You have obtained the item. Frost Hunting Grounds Skill Book Epic. 12 hours had passed since yesterday, and the skill synthesis book had transformed into an archer class skill book. Due to the inclusion of diamond level skills from both the mage and assassin classes, the new skill combined characteristics from both. Suyu clapped his hands in excitement as the skill book turned into light and merged into his body. Ding, congratulations! You have learned the skill. Frost Hunting Grounds Epic. The system detailed the skill effects. Frost Hunting Grounds Epic Level. LV1 EXP to upgrade. 06400. Effect 1. Summons a hunting ground with a radius of 50 spirit 0.2 meters, dealing 100 spirit 4 frost damage per second, and reducing enemy movement and attack speed by 30. Last 30 seconds. Effect 2. Nullifies stealth skills, and your attacks gain 20 armor penetration. Cooldown. 300 seconds mana cost, 15. An epic skill indeed. Suyu marveled. This is an incredibly powerful crowd control skill. With his current spirit value, the hunting ground had a radius of 169 meters, far exceeding many players' attack ranges. Once enemies were caught in it, the skill's slowing effect combined with Suyu's passive abilities and enchanted arrows made escape nearly impossible unless they had displacement or purification abilities. More terrifyingly, even purification skills of lower priority than epic could not dispel the slowing effect of the hunting ground. Those 2 million gold coins were well spent, Suyu said with satisfaction. As the first player to obtain an epic skill, Suyu appeared on the world announcement again. Ding, world announcement. Congratulations to Eternal Knight for becoming the first player to acquire an epic skill. Receiving rewards. 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 prestige points, 1 life essence, and 1 diamond chest. The announcement repeated 6 times, sparking a flurry of discussion among players. I'm stunned. It's like there's a world announcement for him every day. Is Eternal Knight treating world announcements as daily quests now? My highest quality skill is only bronze. Meanwhile, He's using epic skills. I feel like I'm falling behind. Players who had just logged into the game and were preparing to head to the main city found their spirits dampened by Suyu's world announcement. Meanwhile, Suyu used his 10th life essence, increasing his synchronization rate to 50. He opened the diamond chest, obtaining 5,000 gold coins and a traveler's backpack diamond. Traveler's backpack diamond. Effect. Increases player backpack space to 1,600 slots, 2 rare drop rate, 5 movement speed out of combat. Suyu immediately equipped the new backpack and then used 8 skill experience scrolls, investing 8 million experience points into his new skill. Ding! You consumed 6,080 experience points to upgrade Frost Hunting Grounds to LV2. Ding! Suyu quickly leveled the skill to 6. At this point, only 2 of his skills were in the top 10, reducing the experience cost by just 5, and he had used over 7 million experience points in total. Frost Hunting Grounds Epic Level. LV6 EXP to upgrade. 485,00032,000,000. Details. After the upgrade, the radius increased to 249 meters, and the slow effect rose to 35. Once activated, enemies could only watch helplessly as they were shot to death. This skill is both overpowered and frustrating. Suyu thought, good thing I'm the one who owns it. Having done all this, Suyu contemplated his next steps. My top priority is to complete the rank breakthrough trial, so I can continue leveling up. Then, I'll visit the Lord of Northwind City. Recalling his plan from the previous night, he headed towards the Moonlight Mountains north of Keilu Village. At the village entrance, Suyu encountered Kinyin Tianshang and Guangfeng Wanzhong. They invited him to join them in heading to the main city, but he declined. With his speed, other players simply couldn't keep up. Suyu ventured into the mountains alone, quickly disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, a group emerged from the shadows, their eyes filled with hatred. They were members of the Bloodstained Guild. Their leader, Bloodstained Nine Heavens, had tasked them with tracking Eternal Night and reporting his every move. If they succeeded, the guild would help them recover their lost attributes. They were thrilled at the prospect. Captain, Eternal Night has already left. Let's follow him, Bloodstained Maple urged. All right. Bloodstained Cold nodded. One of the team members hesitated. I have a bad feeling about Eternal Night. Maybe we should let him get a bit further ahead and just follow from a distance. Having been defeated by Suyu twice, he had lost his confidence. Xiao Wang. What are you afraid of? One of the team members said confidently. With the group stealth item granted by the president, as long as Yongye's mental attribute isn't more than 200 points higher than ours, he won't be able to detect us. Other team members chimed in, analyzing the situation enthusiastically. We've all experienced Yongye's strength firsthand. Sure, his damage is high and his health and defense are strong, but his mental attribute is definitely his weak point. Faced with his teammates' persuasion, Xiao Wang hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. All right then. The Bloodstained group immediately sprang into action, quickly following Suyu's trail. However, when they rounded the corner, Suyu had already vanished without a trace. Where is he? The group looked at each other in disbelief, scanning their surroundings. How can he be that fast? This failed tracking mission dealt a serious blow to Blood-Stained Nine Heavens. Not only did they face harsh criticism from the higher-ups, but more importantly, they realized the astonishing speed of Suyu. Bloodstained Nine Heavens promptly convened their decision-making team, demanding a new assassination plan. The team members, who had been pulling all-nighters for several days, had to abandon their old strategy and reanalyze information about Yongye to devise a new plan. Some members even lost a considerable amount of hair from the stress, but they gritted their teeth and vowed to create the perfect assassination plan to ensure Suyu's downfall. Time flew by, and over 5 hours later, Suyu crossed the mountains and arrived at the vast Qin Plains. In the distance, the renowned Silverwing Ranch came into view. This was a place where players above level 30 could pay to capture mounts, while those below level 30 could earn a chance to get a mount by completing the ranch owner's hidden quest. Although Suyu was in urgent need of a high-level mount, he knew that his most important task was to complete the rank breakthrough trial. With this in mind, he continued on his way. Before long, Suyu reached his destination. The system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations! You have discovered a new map. Northwind Main City. This is a border city in the northern part of the Bright Empire, adjacent to the Orc Empire. Due to differences in faith and race, humans and orcs have fought many wars throughout history, and their relationship has remained strained. Even today, conflicts still occur frequently. Standing at the city gates, Suyu gazed at the historically rich border city, contemplating his next move. At the gates of Northwind's main city, soldiers meticulously verified the identity of each entrant. After passing the inspection, Suyu stepped into the solemn and majestic city. He headed straight for the guild hall, pushing open the heavy wooden doors to find a scene of desolation. Only a handful of players lingered there, the same brave souls who had rushed to the main city with torches at midnight. Suyu withdrew his gaze and quickly approached the archery instructor. "Hello. I want to undertake the rank advancement trial," he declared firmly. The instructor sized Suyu up and down before asking, "Which difficulty level are you aiming for?" "Abyss," Suyu replied calmly, as if discussing something entirely ordinary. The instructor's voice rose in shock. "Are you sure? Do you know how difficult the Abyss trial is? Since the founding of the Empire of Light, no one has ever passed the Abyss trial. Adventurer, do not overestimate your abilities. Each person can only take the trial 3 times, and failing wastes a precious opportunity." Shaking his head, Suyu insisted, "No need to consider further. Abyss difficulty it is." With a sigh, the instructor reluctantly took out a prismatic golden crystal. Suyu skillfully placed his hands on its surface, and a powerful glow enveloped him. A system notification chimed. "Ding! You have drawn the Abyss Trial Realm Dark Castle. Party size 4. Trial mission: assassinate the Dark Draconian Lord. You have 3 days to prepare." After quickly reviewing the realm's details, Suyu felt confident. Without hesitation, he agreed to the trial and was transported to a pure white space. Moments later, a portal materialized before him. Stepping through the portal, Suyu arrived at the east gate of the Dark Castle. On the plains outside the walls stood 500 black-scaled draconians in tattered armor, wielding swords. The system identified them as silver elite-level draconian thralls with 150,000 health, 2,500 attack power, and abilities like tough physique and heavy slash. Calculating their strength, Suyu noted that these creatures were on par with silver elite monsters in the outside world. He realized that the foes ahead would only grow tougher. Without waiting for the draconian thralls to react, Suyu struck decisively. "Flame arrow rain!" he shouted, raising his longbow and firing an arrow into the sky. It split into hundreds of flaming arrows that rained down on the draconians, inflicting damage and applying debuffs like defense reduction, slowing, and fear. Next, Suyu activated his new skill Frost Hunting Ground. A bitter chill swept across the area, and sharp snowflakes descended, slicing through the draconians. In this frozen environment, Suyu unleashed his attacks freely, averaging 39,915 damage per second, taking just 4 seconds to bring down each draconian thrall. As the monsters fell, the system notifications kept coming. "Ding! Congratulations on looting 5 points of constitution. Ding! Congratulations on looting 3 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations on looting the ultra-rare tough physique." Suyu glanced at his newly acquired passive skill, Tough Physique, which permanently increased his health by 100 points. Delighted, he thought that if he maxed out this passive skill, his maximum health would approach 70,000. Simply fantastic. Meanwhile, the other 3 competitors began their own actions. At the North Gate, the Moonsong Civilization's assassin player, Orost, heard the explosions from the East Gate and scoffed. In an Abyss-level assassination mission, daring to recklessly provoke the enemy is a sure path to death. Another fool who thinks they can clear the Abyss difficulty. "Thank you, Moonsong God, for blessing me with such weak opponents." Confident in his abilities, Orost possessed a mythical talent Hundredfold Annihilation which could turn a single attack into 100 strikes, albeit with each strike dealing only 1 damage. However, with added true damage and special effects, each hit became incredibly lethal. In the world of Moonsong Civilization, he was hailed as a future assassin god. Silently, Orost activated his stealth skill and infiltrated the castle. The other 2 players also opted for covert approaches, bypassing the draconian thralls' defenses. The players from the West Gate and South Gate hail from the Wind Elves and Dwarves, respectively. The Wind Elf civilization has thrived for 3 generations in the Divine Realm, boasting formidable strength. On the other hand, the Dwarf civilization, much like Blue Star, is a newcomer to the Divine Realm. Both players possess mythical-level talents and have meticulously prepared stealth skills for this assassination mission. They easily bypassed the Dragonkin servants outside the city and infiltrated the area between the inner and outer cities. This region is guarded by a Dark Dragonkin Legion, with the ground covered in anti-stealth arrays. The lower a player's agility attribute and skill priority, the easier it is for these arrays to detect them. The Dwarf player, being a warrior with low agility, was instantly revealed. The Dark Dragonkin soldiers immediately raised their weapons and surrounded him. "Foolish dwarf, daring to invade the Lord's castle? Kill him!" they roared as they launched their attack. Despite the dwarf player's superior racial attributes and mythical grade talent, he couldn't withstand the onslaught of so many enemies and met his demise. 1 less competitor remained. Meanwhile, Suyu at the East Gate continued slaughtering the Dragonkin servants. System notifications kept popping up. "Ding! Congratulations on plundering the ultra-rare, resilient physique. Ding! Congratulations on plundering 3 points of strength." After more than 10 minutes of battle, Suyu's gains from the monsters reached their limit. 50 points in constitution, 18 points in strength, and 100 stacks of the resilient physique passive. Resilient physique passive 100,100. Quality, ultra rare. Effect, permanently increases health by 10,000 points. Suyu's health skyrocketed to 70,070 points. He thought to himself, my health is indeed high now, but I need more offensive passives. My damage is still lacking. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Player Baman has died. Current number of players, 3. Suyu sighed. Someone's out already? He didn't mind. In fact, he hoped more opponents would fall. At this moment, the inner city's reinforcements arrived at the outer city walls. 100 level 20 silver elite dragonkin archers lined up in formation, each with 100,000 health points and 2,700 attack power. Without hesitation, Suyu cast the skills. Frost hunting ground, flame, arrow rain. Cold snowflakes fell from the sky, followed by hundreds of flaming arrows hitting their marks. Damage numbers floated above the archers' heads, accompanied by various negative effects. Volley attack. Kill this human. The dragonkin archers drew their bows, unleashing a dense rain of arrows towards Suyu. However, Suyu's health bar didn't budge. In combat, his physical defense reached a staggering 3,715 points. The archers' basic attacks couldn't penetrate his defense, and even their skills, weakened by curses, only dealt 245 damage, mostly absorbed by his magic shield. Soon, Suyu endured enough attacks to trigger his berserk effect. Combat notification. You've been hit 100 times, triggering the Blood Rage berserk effect. Attack speed 100, strength 50, losing 1 of max health per second. Suyu's attack speed soared to 13.59 attacks per second as he began picking off the archers on the walls. As for the dragonkin servants, they were no longer of interest, unable to offer any attributes or skills. Mere trash on the ground. Under Suyu's relentless assault, his damage per second exceeded 80,000. The level 20 silver elite monsters couldn't last more than 2 seconds. Ding! Congratulations on plundering 4 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations on plundering the precision sniper skill of supreme quality. Wow! It's a passive ability of a higher grade than perfect. Suyu was filled with curiosity. Precision sniper passive 11. Quality supreme. Effect. In combat, the first arrow is guaranteed to trigger a critical hit and lock onto the target. Hiss! Suyu gasped. No wonder it's a supreme quality passive. The effect is insane. A guaranteed headshot with 100 crit ho can withstand that? And the first arrow's crit means even magic skills like Flame Arrow Rain can trigger crits. That damage is terrifying. Under normal circumstances, elemental damage can't trigger critical hits unless aided by special talents or effects. But this passive's strongest feature is the target lock, which only a few temporal or spatial abilities can evade. Once locked, other players can only take the hit. Not bad at all. This passive alone makes this trial breakthrough worth it. Suyu smiled and refocused on the battle. He wiped out the dragonkin archers, plundering 60 points of agility. Then, Suyu boldly walked through the outer city gate, heading straight for the inner city area. This time, the Dark Dragonkin Lord finally deployed the regular army. Dark Dragonkin Guard Gold Elite. Level 20. Health 300,000,300,000. Attack 5,000. Skills. Dark Dragon Scales Thrust Block. These soldiers stood 4 meters tall, wielding steel spears and shields, wearing no armor because they believed their black dragon scales were tougher than any armor. Intruder dies. The Dark Dragonkin's golden eyes gleamed with cruelty. They formed a defensive phalanx and slowly advanced towards Suyu, the ground shaking under their weight. Bring it on! Seeing such formidable enemies, Suyu felt a surge of battle fervor. He casually fired a flame arrow rain, cursing each enemy with a weakening spell that reduced their defense and attack by 20. With his berserk passive still active, Suyu remained in combat mode, unable to benefit from passives like Precision Sniper. However, his high attack speed made his sustained combat capability extremely powerful. The battle turned into a war of attrition. Without the 25 defense penetration from Frost Hunting Ground, Suyu's average damage per second dropped to 60,000, taking 5 seconds to kill each Dark Dragonkin guard. This efficiency left him somewhat dissatisfied. Hopefully, the Dark Dragonkin Lord will give me some surprises, Suyu thought. Meanwhile, the system panel kept flashing attribute notifications. Ding, congratulations on plundering 6 points of constitution. Ding, congratulations on plundering the ultra-rare thrust skill. Suyu's power continued to grow rapidly. North District of the Dark Castle. Aolusi was desperately fleeing, with a large group of Dark Dragon guards hot on his heels. Thanks to his agility-focused build, he was faster than his pursuers, but he couldn't completely shake them off. Damn it! Aolusi cursed under his breath. Half an hour ago, he had successfully entered the inner city, only to find that the anti-stealth arrays here were even stronger than those in the outer city. Despite his high agility, his stealth skills were too low level, causing him to be exposed to the enemy's sight. To make matters worse, the North and South districts had the highest number of enemies, followed by the East district, while the West district, where the Wind Elf players were located, had the fewest enemies. Aeolus thought as he ran, there are too many enemies here. I can't break through the front lines to reach the castle interior. I need to find another safe route. Just then, a distant rumbling sound came from the east. Aeolus' eyes lit up. That player from the east gate actually made it into the inner city? His combat strength must be impressive. Suddenly, a cunning idea popped into his head, right? I can head to the East District and use that player as a distraction to sneak into the castle. With this thought, Aeolus picked up his pace and finally managed to lose his pursuers. About 20 minutes later, Aeolus arrived near Suyu. The battle scene before him left him speechless. Suyu was single-handedly taking on over 100 dark dragon guards in an icy hunting ground. How is this possible? An archer taking on over 100 elite golden monsters single-handedly? Aeolus stared in disbelief, feeling a pang of jealousy. We're both fragile classes with low health and defense. Why are you so exceptional? Upon closer inspection, Aeolus noticed that Suyu was equipped with nothing less than golden quality gear. In contrast, Aeolus' gear was a mix of silver and gold, which was top tier among the Uega civilization players, but still far behind Suyu. Envy, jealousy, and frustration intertwined on Aeolus' face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since you're so strong, I guess I'll have to eliminate you as a competitor." As an assassin, Aeolus knew he was the natural enemy of archers. Coupled with his powerful talent turning one attack into 20 segments with each dealing 5 damage, but with a passive ability and equipment bonus adding 300 true damage per segment could deal 6,000 true damage in one hit. His DPS exceeded 24,000 true damage per second. Killing an archer should be a piece of cake, Aeolus thought confidently, gripping his dagger as he entered stealth mode and quietly approached Suyu from behind. However, just as he was about to strike, Suyu suddenly turned, his gaze locking onto Aeolus' position. He noticed me? Aeolus was surprised, but with only 30 meters between them, he was still within striking range. Without hesitation, he activated his backstab skill, instantly teleporting behind Suyu, his dagger aimed at the heart. Under his talent's effect, the strike split into 20 attacks. Die, fragile archer. Aeolus' face twisted into a sinister grin. As the dagger struck Suyu's back, damage numbers floated above both their heads. Suyu took 6,000 true damage, reducing his health bar by only 8.5. Meanwhile, Aeolus took over 37,000 physical damage, instantly depleting his health bar. Aeolus' smile froze as his mind went blank. Who am I? Where am I? How did I die? What's with his health bar? Is this guy really an archer? Before he could voice his questions, he collapsed dead. The system notification chimed. Ding, you have killed player Aeolus. Suyu looked at the corpse on the ground with some confusion. Dead? That was too quick. He had planned to use the Eye of Malevolence on Aeolus, transferring 1,000 sin points to him to loot 100 items from his backpack. But Aeolus died so unexpectedly that Suyu didn't even have time to react. Consider yourself lucky, Suyu sighed. Only one opponent remained in the Dark Castle's secret realm. I'll have to test the Eye of Malevolence on the last guy. Suyu swiftly cleared the remaining Dark Dragon guards blocking his path, gaining 60 points in Constitution, 30 points in Strength, and maxing out his passive skill. Piercing Strike. Passive 100,100 quality. Ultra-rare effect. Each arrow deals an additional 2,000 damage. This passive was far superior to Heavy Slash because it added 2,000 damage to every arrow, not just the first one. After reviewing the passive effects, Suyu turned his gaze toward the Dark Castle. Time to assassinate the final boss. He stepped over the corpses, pushed open the door, and walked inside. In the castle hall, the Wind Elf player Aelur was battling the Dark Dragon Lord. With his 10-fold movement speed talent currently only at 5-fold, Aelur easily toyed with the boss. Dragon, you're too slow. Aelur taunted the Dark Dragon Lord. As a prodigy of the Wind Elf race, he enjoyed the best resources, including speed and agility boosting skills and items found by the Elders, as well as a hidden archer class and exclusive gear. At this moment, aside from area attacks and lock-on skills, no other attacks could hit Aelur. Damn green elf, stop running if you dare, the Dark Dragon Lord roared, infuriated by Aelur. Thank you for the compliment, Aelur replied calmly. To the Wind Elves, green symbolized nature and wind, making green elf a term of praise. Art, curse you, the Dark Dragon Lord raged impotently. Just then, the door opened, and light flooded the hall as Suyu's figure appeared at the entrance. Both sides turned their attention to the newcomer. Suyu smiled and said, "Please continue. Don't mind me." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Aelur. Wow, not a single piece of gear below diamond quality, and even an epic ring. A true big spender. Must be from an established civilization. A thought crossed Suyu's mind. This elf player must have a lot of good stuff in his backpack. Transferring 2,000 sin points with the Eye of Malevolence shouldn't be too much, right? At that moment, Aelur suddenly felt a chill run through his body. Suyu stepped into the grand hall of the castle, immediately spotting the half-health Dark Dragon Lord. He couldn't help but think to himself that if he hadn't participated in this abyssal trial, the Wind Elf player, Aelur, would have likely defeated the melee-focused boss due to his natural advantage. As a third-generation player in this world, Aelur had the support of his parents from the start, using various attribute-enhancing items from the very beginning. In terms of raw stats, he far surpassed other players of the same level, even outshining Suyu, who possessed a mythical talent in his past life. Noticing the longbow in Suyu's hand, Aelur spoke arrogantly. Human, since you're an archer, I'll let you off this time. If you don't want to lose your diamond longbow, you'd better withdraw from the trial. Suyu smirked and retorted. Are you so confident you can defeat me? Before he finished speaking, he quietly activated the ability of the Eye of Malevolence, transferring 2,000 points of sin value to Aelur, increasing his death penalty drop rate by 200 times. Aelur, full of pride, declared, Elves are born sharpshooters. Not only am I the prince of the Wind Elf Empire, but I'm also the Empire's top prodigy. How can a mere human archer compare to me? Besides, no player of the same level has ever been able to hit me. His undefeated experience had made him exceedingly arrogant. Suyu knew that Aelur's speed was astonishing. To lock onto him, precision sniping was the best option. However, to maintain his blood fury state, Suyu had to stay in combat, preventing him from activating his passive skills. If Aelur kept moving at high speed, it would be difficult for Suyu to aim accurately. A sudden idea struck Suyu. He taunted, though no player of the same level can hit you, I bet you can't dodge my arrow. Elf, do you dare to take the gambles? Aelur squinted and sneered, foolish. Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll give you one chance, make your move. He stood arrogantly, expecting to see a look of despair and shock on Suyu's face. Calculating quickly, Suyu thought. His movement speed was 2,256 points, with a top speed of 74.5 milliseconds, with various passive and power boosts. His arrows could fly at nearly 1,000 milliseconds, about 3 times the speed of sound, far surpassing any speed Aelur could muster. As long as he aimed and fired, even if Aelur's speed was 10 times his own, he wouldn't be able to dodge the shot. Suyu raised his bow and aimed, a sinister smile on his face. Watch closely. He then unleashed the skill thunder shot. A lightning-fast arrow shot through the air, as swift as a bolt of lightning. Small Aelur's words were cut short. The moment he realized Suyu had fired, the arrow had already struck his body. Boom! The damage numbers floated above Aelur's head, and his health plummeted to a critical level. Only then did he realize he had been hit, a wave of fear and anger surging within him. He finally understood that Suyu had used his arrogance to lure him into a trap. Aelur was paralyzed for 2 seconds and feared for 1 second, unable to retaliate. Although he had learned a purification skill, he couldn't use control removal items in the trial realm. After purification, the paralysis effect was removed, but the passive fear effect remained. Suyu's barrage of arrows followed, and Aelur ultimately fell under the relentless assault. As he died, a thought flashed through his mind. Cunning human. System notifications rang out. Ding, you have died. Abyssal trial failed. Exiting the trial realm. Ding, you have dropped the item Blood Spirit Ring Epic. Ding, you have dropped the item Divine Wind Bow Diamond. The interface refreshed with over 200 pieces of information. Returning to his world's guild hall, Aelur was puzzled. Suddenly, exclamations erupted around him, and players' eyes were drawn to him, accompanied by various comments. Oh my, does Prince Aelur have such a hobby? Wow, the prince's skin is so green, just perfect. But his future spouse might not be so happy. Why is the prince's ID so dark? Looking down, Aelur was stunned. Small, wait, where are all my professional gear? Recalling the previous system notifications, he was furious. Damn it, I will never forgive you. Suddenly, a system message was pinned to the top. Ding, Sacred Tree City announcement. A heinous criminal, Aelur, has appeared in the city. The Lord officially issues a bounty, calling all players to assist the city guards in capturing Aelur. Current coordinates of the criminal. 0.250.196. The system reported Aelur's coordinates in real time. If he were caught stark naked and thrown into prison, today's incident would surely become headline news in the Elf Empire. Damn you, Eternal Night. Just wait. I will avenge this humiliation. Aelur gritted his teeth and logged out. Back in the dark castle, Aelur's corpse had dropped numerous items, with several small mountains of gold coins gleaming brightly. Suyu sighed, wow, this haul is incredible. 80 of these items are at least gold quality. This elf player is indeed a big spender. At that moment, a rough voice echoed, human, thank you for killing that disgusting green-skinned elf. The Dark Dragon Lord sneered. As a token of my gratitude, I will personally take your head. Suyu suddenly remembered there was still a boss to deal with. Glancing at the opponent, he said calmly, almost forgot. I haven't taken care of you, you upright lizard. The Dark Dragon Lord roared in fury. You're courting death. It hefted its massive sword and charged ferociously at Suyu. Long before the Dark Dragon Lord launched its attack, Suyu had already analyzed its attributes. The Dark Dragon Lord, a diamond tier boss at level 20, had 4.55 million health points, 17,500 attack power, and skills including half-dragon body, rage, intimidation, and charge strike. For Suyu, this boss wasn't particularly strong, as it was merely a trial for apprentices breaking through to junior professionals. The Dark Dragon Lord charged to within 10 meters of Suyu, its giant sword slicing through the air with a chilling glint. Suyu's eyes narrowed, and he quickly raised his hand to shoot an arrow. The arrow's fear effect instantly disrupted the boss's charge, triggering a series of passive skills. Once the control effect ended, the Dark Dragon Lord roared and charged at Suyu again. Suyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he switched to enchanted arrows and activated Frost Hunting Ground. The frigid snowflakes cut through the boss's body like blades, while Suyu's arrows rained down like a storm. Under the influence of various slowing effects, the boss's speed became extremely sluggish. Although the Dark Dragon Lord had formidable defenses, Suyu's attacks dealt an additional 2,000 damage per arrow due to stacked debuffs. Combined with other passive damage boosts, Suyu's average damage output reached an astonishing 27,156 points per second. The boss's health continued to plummet. 40, 30, 20. The Dark Dragon Lord roared in fury. Damn archers. Why are you all so annoying? It felt like a toy being cruelly played with, constantly afflicted by various negative effects. Bleeding, poisoning, slowing, fear. Before long, the boss's health was completely drained. I refuse. The Dark Dragon Lord's eyes widened, emitting its final, weak words before collapsing to the ground. Its eyes fixed on Suyu, filled with unwillingness even in death. A system notification immediately sounded, announcing that Suyu had completed the rank breakthrough trial, becoming a junior shadow hunter. He gained 50 points in Constitution, 6-star growth potential, 10,000 reputation points, and 1,000 transcendence points. Suyu's attributes were instantly boosted, and the transcendence points were key to accessing the transcendence realm. Suyu checked the newly updated transcendence points leaderboard and found himself ranked around 3.5 trillion, essentially at the bottom. However, his current transcendence points were insufficient to purchase an entry ticket to the transcendence realm, so he didn't need to worry about upgrading his bloodline for now. Next, Suyu turned his attention to the loot dropped by the elf player. Scattered on the ground were 200 precious items and 15.45 million gold coins, a haul far more lucrative than killing 100 golden ear bosses. Suyu smiled in satisfaction, thinking that the elf player Eller would probably hate him to the core. After carefully examining the equipment attributes, Suyu found that only an epic ring was usable. The other diamond equipment pieces were part of the Epic Profession Gale Archer's exclusive set. Though valuable, they were of little use to him, akin to tasteless chicken ribs. Among the numerous items, 10 resurrection badges caught Suyu's attention. These badges allowed players to revive on the spot with full health and mana, avoiding death penalties. Suyu was relieved that items couldn't be used in the trial realm. Otherwise, the battle's difficulty would have been significantly higher. Finally, Suyu took out the Epic Ring Blood Spirit Ring. It significantly boosted health and various attributes, and came with a powerful healing skill. Suyu put on the ring without hesitation, enjoying the sensation of having 20 physical life steal. After allocating his free attribute points, Suyu opened his personal attribute panel and felt satisfied with his current state. However, his agility was relatively low, which was a drawback for an archer. He began considering grinding in the Quinn Plains and Silverwing Ranch outside Northwind City to enhance his agility. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu decisively clicked to exit the trial realm, preparing to return to the Profession Guild. At that moment, a series of system announcements rang out, one after another, with 12 notifications in total. The most notable one read, Ding, World Announcement. Congratulations to Eternal Knight for becoming the first player to complete the rank breakthrough trial. Earning rewards. 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 reputation points, 1 life essence, and 1 diamond treasure chest. Congratulations to Yongye for becoming the first player to acquire epic gear. Earning rewards including 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 reputation points, 1 life essence, and 1 diamond chest. The system announcement echoed throughout the game world, repeating 12 times to ensure no player could ignore this significant news. Yongye's power had surged once again. Though most players didn't fully comprehend the implications, they were all deeply impressed. Is this even humanly possible? Someone exclaimed. Epic skills in the morning, epic gear at noon. What surprises await tonight? Players began speculating about the difficulty of Yongye's rank trials. The discussion grew even more heated when someone mentioned witnessing Yongye taking on the Abyss difficulty trial. Many players, confident in their own abilities, resolved to attempt the Abyss trial themselves once they reached level 20. Meanwhile, Shui Ranjiutian, upon hearing the news, was plunged into despair, nearly succumbing to depression. Having completed his rank breakthrough trial, Suyu didn't linger at the guild and headed straight to the city lord's mansion. Along the way, he consumed 2 life essences, increasing his synchronization rate to 60. Just 8 more essences, and I'll be able to transfer all my in-game attributes to the real world, Suyu thought. He then opened his 2 reward chests. The system notified him that he had received 10,000 gold coins, 3 skill experience tokens, and a piece of diamond quality gear named Conqueror's Gauntlets. This level 20 archer gear not only had excellent stats, but also boosted critical hit rate and attack speed. Suyu equipped it without hesitation. After sorting through his gains, Suyu continued on his way and soon arrived at the city lord's mansion. The guard soldiers stopped him, requesting identification. Yongye, Suyu calmly replied, showing the knight commander's letter of authorization. The soldiers, astonished, confirmed. You're the adventurer Yongye, who defeated the undead mage Noahs and saved Koro village. Suyu nodded in affirmation. Instantly, a series of system notifications indicated a rise in favorability. The captain of the guards respectfully said, the city lord has been expecting you. Follow me. I'll take you to him. He then led Suyu into the mansion. Before long, the city lord of Northwind City, Count Kerf of the Light Empire, dressed in noble attire, appeared in the reception hall. He greeted Suyu warmly. Mr. Yongye, it's finally good to meet you. Just as Lord Bart said, you are indeed a fine-looking young man. After some pleasantries, the city lord got straight to the point. Yongye, your timing is perfect. We are currently at war with the Orc Empire, and many of our soldiers are gravely injured. Moreover, the Dark Empire's border troops to the west are becoming restless. We urgently need to stockpile large quantities of healing potions. However, the herb fields have suddenly been overrun by magical beasts. We need you to eliminate them. No problem, leave it to me, Suyu agreed. Immediately, the system notified him of a new main quest titled Protect the Herbs, which required him to kill at least 300 evil beasts in the glorious forest within 3 days. After bidding farewell to the city lord, Suyu began planning his journey to the distant glorious forest. Since it was impossible to set up a teleportation array in the forest, he decided to catch a mount first. With a mount, travel time will be significantly reduced, Suyu thought, recalling the 2 ways to obtain a mount in the game: using a mount item or capturing one with a mount rope. The tools for capturing mounts are controlled by Silverwing Ranch and the Church of Light. The church can be ruled out directly. Therefore, Suyu's next stop is Silverwing Ranch. Standing outside the ranch, Suyu gazed at the vast grasslands. Under the sunlight, the Silverwing warhorses galloped, their agile bodies and shimmering manes showcasing the elegance of top-tier mounts. These horses are renowned not just in the Light Empire but across the entire world, second only to the light warhorses bred by the Church of Light. Thinking about the light warhorses, Suyu couldn't help but calculate. Those are the exclusive mounts of the Epic Legion's Judgment Knights, with only around 1,000 in existence, making their rarity undeniable. However, his goal this time was even more ambitious: the secret special mounts bred by Silverwing Ranch, which are far superior to the light warhorses. Suyu squinted his eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This special mount is the ranch owner's treasure and wouldn't be given away easily. It seems that this mission will require some special means, and the ranch owner might be a bit uncomfortable afterward. But to achieve his goal, this cost is worth it. Quickening his pace, Suyu reached the ranch gate in just over 20 minutes. The dozens of guards at the gate scrutinized him warily, while some players were wandering nearby. Finally here, Suyu thought to himself, quickly running through his plan in his mind. According to the trajectory from his past life, players needed to reach level 30 before they could buy a lasso from the ranch to tame the warhorses here. But he had a different plan. Walking confidently towards the gate, Suyu addressed the guards. I am Yongye. Inform the ranch owner that I have a solution to his predicament. The guards exchanged glances upon hearing the name Yongye. After a moment of hesitation, the chief guard spoke up. Sir, please wait here for a moment. I will report to the ranch owner. All right, Suyu nodded slightly. This scene caught the attention of the nearby players. They were members of the Rainy Night Guild, and their leader, Rainy Night Jia, mocked. Another one trying to enter the ranch? He's asking for trouble. I bet he'll be thrown out by the guards. Many players have tried to enter the ranch before, and all failed. However, to everyone's surprise, The chief guard soon returned and respectfully led Suyu into the ranch. What? How did he do that? Rainy Night Jia exclaimed. Rainy Night Dao, standing beside him, excitedly said, I think I heard him say he could solve the ranch's problem. Jia, should we give it a try too? Hearing this, Rainy Night Jia felt a surge of excitement. For players, exploring unknown maps is as tempting as encountering a boss. After a moment of contemplation, a sly smile appeared on his face. Let's go check it out. With that, the members of the Rainy Night Guild swaggered towards the ranch gate, ready to investigate. The players arrived at the gate, and Yu Yi Jie shouted loudly, Guard, we can solve the ranch's problems just like that person did. The guards exchanged glances and asked, Who are you? Yu Yi Jie proudly introduced, I am Yu Yi Jie, and these are my friends Yu Yi Dao. Before he could finish, a series of system notifications suddenly rang out. The guard's favorability instantly turned negative, leaving Yu Yi Jie stunned. He looked up in confusion to see the guard's eyes burning with anger. One guard shouted, Yu Yi-san, who attacked our ranch made at noon. Must be one of you. You scoundrels. Dare to come here yourselves? You have some nerve. Kill them. The guards drew their swords, surrounding the players from the Yu Yi Guild. Panicking, Yu Yi Jie called out, Wait, let's talk this out. Please don't resort to violence. But before he could finish, sharp blades were already descending. Players below level 20 were no match for level 25 guards and were quickly cut down. In his final moments, Yu Yi Jie cursed bitterly. Yu Yi-san, damn you. I'll make sure to kick you out when I get back. What they thought would be a smooth entry into the ranch ended in complete defeat. As they looked at the players' corpses scattered on the ground, the guards spat disdainfully and sneered, a bunch of shameless scoundrels, thinking they could compare to Mr. Yongyi. Meanwhile, inside Silverwing Ranch, Suyu had already met with the ranch owner, Lan En. Lan En scrutinized Suyu and asked coldly, Adventurer, what can you do to help the ranch? Suyu smiled and said two words, Greylight Valley. A hint of caution and danger flashed in the ranch owner's eyes as he made a subtle gesture. Immediately, the guards drew their weapons, and the sound of blades being unsheathed echoed in the air. Suyu raised an eyebrow and said playfully, What? Do you want to fight me? He continued, The reason Silverwing Ranch can breed Silverwing warhorses is because of your special fodder formula. One key ingredient comes from Greylight Valley. However, recently, a toxic fog has appeared in the valley, preventing your people from entering. The ranch owner squinted and asked warily, Adventurer, how do you know about this? Suyu replied calmly, You don't need to know how I found out. Just know that I can dispel the toxic fog in the valley. I can swear to the will of the world that I won't reveal your ranch's formula secrets. The ranch owner fell into deep thought. The special fodder in the ranch was running low, and if they couldn't produce more within a week, it would affect the breeding of Silverwing warhorses, a loss he couldn't afford. Finally, the ranch owner said gravely, Adventurer, I agree to your request, but you must first swear to the world. Suyu agreed without hesitation and swore to the system. Seeing this, the ranch owner ordered the guards to stand down and continued, Adventurer, if you resolve this issue, I will reward you with a mount rope and allow you to capture a Silverwing warhorse. A system notification sounded, ding. Congratulations on accepting the hidden quest, Mysterious Toxic Fog. Quest content. Dispel the toxic fog in Greylight Valley within 3 days. Suyu chuckled coldly. The ranch owner had spent significant resources trying to dispel the fog, and now he wanted to offer just one opportunity to capture a Silverwing warhorse as a reward completely disproportionate in value. But Suyu didn't question it and turned to leave. His goal wasn't the Silverwing warhorse. Once inside the ranch, he would have the freedom to act as he pleased. He vowed to make the ranch owner pay 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold. The ranch owner suddenly felt a chill down his spine, but paid no mind. Watching Suyu's departing figure, he sneered, a chance to capture a mount. And you're already being used. What a foolish guy. Unfortunately, his perspective was too narrow. The ranch owner was still on the first level, while Suyu was already in the stratosphere. 2 hours later, Suyu arrived near Greylight Valley on the northwest border, close to the Angora Serpent tribe. He began to recall his plan. The toxic fog in the valley originated from a golden boss named Venomous Serpent. Killing it would disperse the fog. But Suyu had another goal to hunt Venomous Serpent's father, Serpent God Angora. Angora was a demigod beast. 1,000 years ago, it had provoked the dragon race, leading to the annihilation of its tribe and the extraction of its bloodline and life force, nearly killing it. Angora barely survived by escaping to the venomous plane. Suyu was interested in Angora because it possessed a world artifact called the Beast Taming Bracelet, which would greatly benefit him. But getting this weakened serpent god to descend to the Holy Dragon world was a challenge. After a night of contemplation, Suyu devised a plan. To use the Angora serpent tribe. The tribe had a serpent god altar, which could communicate with Angora by offering sacrifices. Suyu's plan was simple. Use the corpse of the venomous serpent, Angora's last offspring, as a sacrifice to activate the ritual. He believed there was a high chance of summoning the serpent god, and even if it failed, there would be no loss. Taking a deep breath, Suyu stepped towards the serpent tribe. At the gates of the Angolan serpent tribe stood 2 sentry posts. Serpent soldiers vigilantly scanned the surrounding forest, ready to fend off any beast attacks. Suddenly, a human figure appeared in their line of sight. It's a human. Everyone be careful. Someone's trying to attack the tribe. A serpent sentry shouted sharply. The alarm sounded throughout the tribe. A large number of serpents, armed with stone spears and wooden bows, quickly gathered at the entrance, all eyes fixed on the lone figure. A mere human dares to come to our tribe alone? How foolish! The serpent's eyes gleamed with cruelty. A female serpent suggested, if it's a man, he's ours. If it's a woman, she's yours. The male serpents nodded in agreement, reflecting their serpentine nature. When they got a closer look at Suyu, the female serpent's eyes widened in shock. How can there be such a handsome man in this world? A system notification popped up. Ding. Elsa the serpent's favorability towards you 50, current 80 false. Ding. A flood of favorability notifications followed, not just from the female serpents, but also from the males, which Suyu found quite absurd. However, he had no interest in these serpents. They were simply too ugly for his taste. The Angolan serpents were among the one that weren't particularly attractive. Though their bodies were decent, their faces resembled abstract art in a museum utterly perplexing. The word false after the favorability score indicated that despite their high favorability towards him, they were still adversaries. Oh, I've never seen such a perfect man. Capture him. We can't let this human escape. I can't wait to indulge myself. A female serpent shouted excitedly. Suyu's face darkened as he thought. With faces like ancient deities, you dare have designs on me? He then shouted, wait, I have something to discuss with you. A serpent chieftain, wielding an iron sword, stepped forward and coldly asked, human, what do you want? I've come for the great serpent god Angola. Suyu shouted passionately, his acting flawless. The serpents exchanged glances, unsure of Suyu's true intentions. The serpent god Angola was their ancestral deity, deeply rooted in their bloodline. The chieftain asked skeptically, are you claiming to be a follower of the serpent god? Yes, Suyu declared without hesitation. I am the most devoted follower of the serpent god. Today, I have come to the Angolan tribe for one purpose on Lido, assist the serpent god in returning to the human world. The serpents were stunned by Suyu's words. They thought, what a joke. How could a human be the most devoted follower of the serpent god? Clearly, that should be us. Yet, Suyu's demeanor stirred a sense of favorability within them. The system chimed again. Ding. Elsa the serpent's favorability towards you 20 true. Unlike the ordinary serpents, the chieftain remained calm and said, human, our tribe has worshipped the serpent god for thousands of years. However, for the past 100 years, no matter what offerings we present, the serpent god has not responded. Why should we believe you? A smile played on Suyu's lips as he replied, because your offerings are wrong. But I know of an offering that will undoubtedly summon the serpent god, and I need your help. Besides, with your tribe in such a destitute state, do you think I need to deceive you? The serpents had a sudden realization. They knew their tribe had been in decline since the serpent god ceased to protect them, and in a few decades, they might disappear entirely. If this human could truly summon the serpent god, their tribe could rise once more. Suyu then offered them reassurance, solemnly declaring, I, Yonya, swear by the world's rules that if I can't summon the serpent god Angola, the serpent tribe can deal with me as they see fit. Ding, contract established, the system notification rang out. Using various tactics from his past life as a gamer to trick NPCs, Suyu played a word game. If he had said, the serpent tribe can handle me as they see fit, it would have meant something different. By omitting as they see fit, he merely agreed that they could deal with him, without implying he wouldn't resist. In a real fight, the current state of the serpent tribe was no match for Suyu. The system chimed again. Ding, serpent XX's favorability towards you 30, current 90 worship. Upon hearing Suyu's vow to the world's rules, the serpent's favorability towards him skyrocketed, and they treated him as an honored guest. The serpent chieftain respectfully asked, Sir, what do you need us to do? Suyu inquired. Does the tribe still have any items bestowed by the serpent gods? We should have some, the chieftain replied awkwardly. Why don't I take you to the treasure vault to look for them? Suyu nodded calmly, a flicker of barely noticeable anticipation in his eyes. The group then embarked on the path leading to the treasure vault of the serpent people tribe. Suyu calculated silently. In half a month, players would destroy this tribe, but would be unable to open the vault door. It would be several months before their strength was sufficient to break it down. Upon reaching the vault, the serpent chief chanted a mysterious incantation in a low voice. As the incantation ended, the ground slowly cracked open, revealing a deep tunnel. Su Yu's gaze locked onto the tunnel entrance, knowing his target lay within. The group filed in one by one, with Su Yu cautiously surveying the surroundings. The vault was filled with food for the winter and wild fruits gathered from the forest, seemingly ordinary. However, at Su Yu's insistence, the serpent people began meticulously searching every corner. After a thorough search, they finally discovered two special items: a blueprint for a basic mount harness and a talisman named Fong of Angola. Su Yu carefully examined the item information. Basic mount harness blueprint, bronze quality. Materials: beast blood, beast hide. Fong of Angola, diamond quality. Effect: holding this item grants immunity to poison damage below 1,000 points. A trace of joy surged in Su Yu's heart. The basic mount harness could capture diamond quality mounts, perfect for the Silver Wing Warhorse. He quickly opened his friends list and sent a message to Yu Yingxi. Get all players in the guild with alchemy level 3 to start crafting mount harnesses. I want to see at least 2,000 mount harnesses by tomorrow. Yu Yingxi replied succinctly. Got it? Without asking for further details, she immediately began organizing the task. Having completed these arrangements, Su Yu turned to the serpent people and said, Next, I will search for special offerings. You go into the forest and hunt some magical beasts to offer to the serpent god. The serpent chief nodded in agreement. Su Yu left the tribe, and behind him, the serpent chief's excited voice rang out. Comrades, once the serpent god descends, our tribe will rise again. We must do everything we can to assist the Lord. Yes, the serpent people responded in unison. Suddenly, the entire tribe erupted in thunderous shouts for the great serpent god Angola. Outside the tribe, Su Yu heard the serpent people's cries, a cold smile appearing on his lips. He thought to himself, You think you can rise again? Sorry, you won't see the light of day tomorrow. Su Yu rushed forward and arrived at the entrance of the gray light valley 20 minutes later. Thick gray toxic fumes churned in the valley, resembling a boiling sea of poison. This was the lair of the serpent god Angora's offspring, the venomous serpent. In reality, the venomous serpent wasn't a true offspring. It was a miniature created by the serpent god using the last remnants of its bloodline power and remaining strength. The serpent god's plan was for the venomous serpent to consume enough life to grow in strength, at which point it would take over its body, thus regaining its power from 1,000 years ago. However, fate had other plans. It was about to encounter a player, and death would be its ultimate fate. Without hesitation, Su Yu stepped into the valley. The system immediately prompted. Due to the environmental impact, you were poisoned, losing 500 health points per second. The toxic mist was the reason why the ranchers hired help couldn't enter the valley. In his past life, players could complete the quest because a few days later, the venomous serpent would molt, reducing its strength and the toxicity of the mist significantly. But now, Su Yu possessed the Angora Fong, easily granting him immunity to toxins below 1,000 points of damage. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the bushes in the valley, and several dark, green venomous snakes emerged. Their emerald eyes glowed with danger as they stared intently at Su Yu. These snakes were companion creatures to the venomous serpent, akin to worker ants in an ant colony, hunting beasts outside and dragging them into the valley for the venomous serpent to consume. Su Yu used his probing ability to check the snake stats. Angora Venomous Snake Bronze Elite. Level 21. Health 160,000, 160,000. Attack 2,800. Skills: Basic Poison Resistance, Poison Fong. For monsters, levels 20 and 21 were a threshold. Breaking through it to become a second-tier monster resulted in a drastic increase in strength. Seeing more and more venomous snakes emerging from the bushes and surrounding him, Su Yu decided to strike first. He raised his longbow and decisively activated his skill. Flame Arrow Rain. An arrow, imbued with multiple passives, instantly split into over a dozen flaming arrows, shooting toward the group of snakes like falling stars. The intense flames illuminated the dark valley forest, casting an eerie glow on the snake scales. Thanks to the precise sniping effect, the first arrow dealt critical damage, triggering a series of passives. Damage numbers popped up over the monsters' heads. Su Yu immediately followed up with Shadow Clone, and a shadowy duplicate appeared beside him, joining in the attack on the snakes. Thwip, thwip, thwip. With the thrust enhancement, each arrow's damage increased by 2,000 points. Su Yu's damage per second exceeded 60,000, and combined with the Shadow Clone's output, they instantly killed one of the snakes. The system notifications rang continuously. Ding! You killed an Angora venomous snake, gaining 7,444 experience points. 10. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the basic poison resistance skill Ultra Rare. Su Yu was delighted, feeling lucky to have looted a skill from the first monster, and the experience points were particularly generous. He decided to continue his onslaught, killing the snakes at a torrential pace and converting them into experience points. The system notifications kept coming. Ding, congratulations! You have looted 5 points of agility. Ding, congratulations! You have looted 3 points of constitution. While fighting, so you pushed deeper into the valley. 10 minutes later, the system prompted again. Ding, congratulations! You have leveled up to 21, gaining 12 to all attributes, 12 free attribute points. A flash of light enveloped Su Yu as he leveled up. Additionally, the loot from the snakes had reached its limit, totaling 40 points of agility, 15 points of constitution, and 20 stacks of passives. Basic poison resistance passive. 2020. Quality. Ultra rare. Effect. Permanently increases poison resistance by 10,000 points. With this passive, when taking poison damage, 10,000 points of damage would be mitigated first. Wow, that's pretty strong, Su Yu remarked, satisfied as he closed the panel and looked ahead. A massive snake, over 20 meters long, lay on the ground, eyes closed in slumber. Su Yu immediately checked its attributes. Venomous Serpent Golden Lord. Level 22. Health 5 700 0005 700 000. Attack 19,000. Skills. Paralyzing Poison Fog. Causes paralysis and poisoning effects on enemies within range. Sweep. Attacks enemies with a swing of its tail. Poison Breath. Spits venom at enemies, causing poison damage. Acid Rain Assault. Reduces enemies' attack and defense. The Venomous Serpent's attributes were a notch higher than those of the Dark Dragon Lord, which was expected. After all, they were a whole tier apart, and a mere first-tier quality boost couldn't bridge the gap created by their different tiers. Moreover, except for the sweep skill, all of the Venomous Serpent's abilities dealt poison damage, which was actually an advantage for Su Yu. After a moment of thought, Su Yu decided to summon the Frost Hunting Grounds right there in the valley. Icy snowflakes descended instantly, like countless tiny blades, slicing into the boss's body. Roar! The Venomous Serpent's massive eyes snapped open, furious at the sudden attack. It charged directly at Su Yu, showing no signs of strategy. This was because the Serpent God had deliberately reduced its intelligence when creating it to facilitate taking over its body. Seeing this, Su Yu quickly switched to his enchanted arrows and continued shooting. Due to the boss's high defense and poison resistance, the dark and poison passives dealt 0 damage, leaving only the bleeding passive to inflict the full 2,100 points of damage. After stacking 200 points of defense reduction, Su Yu's attack speed of 8.72s resulted in an average damage of 23,412 points per second. Under the triple slowdown effects of the hunting grounds, enchanted arrows, and passives, the Venomous Serpent moved incredibly slowly, as if stuck in a quagmire, and its health plummeted rapidly. When the boss's health dropped to 95, the Venomous Serpent opened its mouth wide and spewed a stream of dark green venom, its Poison Breath skill. However, Su Yu made no effort to dodge. He continued attacking through the venom. Although his health bar dropped, he remained unperturbed. Su Yu had once consumed 1,000 poison sacred fruit, granting him 20 poison resistance. Coupled with his passive poison resistance, the boss's damage barely exceeded 10,000 points, which he could easily withstand. In less than 2 seconds, he had fully recovered his lost health and continued focusing on his output. The venomous snake boss, unaware that Su Yu's health was fully restored, roared in excitement as its attack finally landed. You damn human. Watch me kill you. It slithered faster, its tail whipping fiercely towards Su Yu. Boom! Thanks to his high constitution, Su Yu was only knocked back 7 or 8 meters before landing steadily. He immediately counterattacked, his bowstring vibrating continuously as arrows rained down on the venomous snake. 432. Damage numbers flashed incessantly, Su Yu's health quickly replenishing while the boss's health bar steadily declined. 40 seconds later, the power from the Frost Hunting Grounds waned, reducing Su Yu's DPS to 8,476 points per second as his skills went on cooldown. He switched tactics, adopting a kiting strategy. Using his range advantage, Su Yu continuously harassed the boss, immobilizing it with control skills whenever it got too close, then pulling away. This torment enraged the venomous snake, its mind roaring. I'm just a newborn snake. How could I have any ill intentions? Why are you doing this to me? However, all it could do was hiss angrily. As the Frost Hunting Grounds cooldown ended, Su Yu intensified his assault. Boom! The venomous snake's health dropped to 50, prompting it to unleash its ultimate move. A green cloud formed in the sky, and a torrential acid rain began to pour, corroding the ground and creating craters. However, the group skill's damage was low, and with a 20 resistance reduction and 10,000 points of fixed resistance, the toxin damage was nullified. Suyu blinked out of the acid rain's range, golden light shimmering around him as purification easily dispelled the negative effects. Under Suyu's relentless attacks, the venomous snake's health plummeted from 50 to 0. With a thunderous crash, the boss fell, its eyes losing their luster, and its body bursting with gleaming rewards. System notifications chimed continuously. Ding! You have killed the venomous snake, gaining 297,000 experience points. 10. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the rare skill Acid Rain Corrosion. Eager to check his new passive skill, Suyu opened the interface. Acid Rain Corrosion Passive. Quality Rare. Effect. Attacks refresh the duration. Can be stacked with other passive effects. Although the venom damage was removed when converted to a passive, Suyu was still very pleased with this rare passive. He stored the boss's corpse in his spatial backpack and picked up the dropped items. Congratulations on acquiring the loot. 1,200 gold coins, Lesser Angola Bloodline, Frost Poison Dagger. Suyu's attention focused on the bloodline item. Lesser Angola Bloodline. Quality Gold. Effect. Grants the bloodline of the snake god Angola upon use. Growth 20 stars. Maximum potential epic. Though the bloodline boost was significant, Suyu was well aware of its potential pitfalls. He decided to hold on to it for now and plan carefully for the future. Surveying the surroundings, the poisonous mist was dissipating, revealing a landscape littered with withered silver star grass. Suyu estimated it would take a long time for the valley's ecosystem to recover. Looking at the venomous snake's corpse in his backpack, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Everything is ready. All that's left is the final push. As he turned to return to the snake tribe, Suyu already had a plan forming in his mind. Within the Angola tribe, the snake people had just finished hunting over 100 magical beasts, the air thick with the scent of blood. Suddenly, a sentry shouted, "Lord Eternal Night has returned." The calm was shattered in an instant, and the snake chieftain led the entire tribe to welcome Suyu's triumphant return. The chieftain, wearing a sycophantic smile, stepped forward respectfully and asked, "My lord, welcome back. May I ask where the special offering you mentioned is?" The serpent people are eagerly awaiting it. Suyu gave a slight smile and said softly, "It's in my hands." His gaze swept over the expectant faces of the serpent people as he asked, "Are you all prepared?" Upon hearing this, the faces of all the serpent people lit up with joy. The serpent chieftain's voice trembled with excitement. "Everything is ready, just waiting for you. The great serpent god Angora is finally descending to the mortal realm. The rise of our tribe is imminent." Suyu nodded slightly, his expression serious. "Once the sun sets and the moon rises, we will commence the sacrificial ceremony." "Yes," the serpent people responded in unison, their voices filled with reverence and anticipation. Suyu glanced at the sky. It was nearing 6 in the evening. He estimated that by around 7, the altar could be activated. With only an hour left before the actual battle, he found himself deep in thought. Waiting idly in the tribe was clearly not a good idea, especially spending an hour with these fanatical Angora serpent people, which Suyu felt he could hardly handle. He decided to find something to occupy his time. Suddenly, Suyu remembered that a type of monster called the corpse spider, known for its corpse fog skill, lived in the nearby stone forest. This was a perfect opportunity to maximize his corpse fog passive stacks. With this in mind, Suyu addressed the serpent people gathered around him. "To ensure the sacrificial ceremony's perfection, I believe we need some additional offerings. I need to go out for a while. Guard the altar well. Understood?" The serpent people quickly responded, "Yes, Lord Eternal Night, rest assured. However, do you need assistance?" Suyu shook his head slightly. "No need." With that, he turned and walked towards the southern forest. A system notification sounded. Ding. The favorability of Serpent Person XX towards you has increased by 5, currently at 950,000 reverence points. Watching Suyu's departing figure, the serpent people felt a sense of shame. They whispered among themselves, "It seems Lord Eternal Night is the most devout follower of the serpent god. Our faith pales in comparison to his. He has made so many contributions for the serpent god's descent, while we can hardly offer much help. It's truly humbling." The serpent chieftain couldn't help but sigh. "It is Lord Eternal Night who has given us a future. We must thank him. That's right. We must thank our Lord." The serpent people's eyes were filled with respect as they watched Suyu disappear into the forest. After spending over 10 minutes, Suyu arrived at the stone forest. His hunting targets, the corpse spiders, all lived on the outskirts. These level 20 black iron monsters couldn't provide experience, but they allowed him to loot attribute points and passive skills. Suyu began his efficient hunt. System notifications rang continuously. Ding, congratulations on looting 3 points of spirit. Ding, congratulations on looting the corpse miss skill rare. In less than 10 minutes, Suyu had reaped considerable rewards. 30 points of spirit, 20 points of agility, and maxed out passive skills. The corpse mist passive skill had reached 1010 quality, with its rare max level damage being quite impressive. With his goal accomplished, Suyu still had over half an hour until the ritual. After a moment of thought, Suyu decided to delve deeper into the stone forest. Soon he encountered more formidable monsters. A giant mantis appeared before him, its body covered in dark green exoskeleton armor, and its scythe-like arms gleaming with a chilling light. The system displayed: Green Blade Mantis, Bronze Normal Level, Level 25, 50,000 HP, 2,650 attack, Skills, Poison Slash, Swift Kill Blade. This was a typical assassin-type monster, with low health but high attack. Whoosh! The air was sliced open as the mantis instantly appeared beside Suyu, swinging its scythe at an incredible speed. However, its attack only dealt triple-digit damage to Suyu, while it suffered quadruple-digit counter damage. Suyu didn't even bother to dodge. For a level 25 small fry, he could just stand and fight. He raised his hand and fired a thunder shot, the arrow piercing the mantis's body. With one shot, the monster's health dropped by half, and it was thrown into a state of fear and paralysis. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu quickly finished it off with a few more arrows. The system notifications rang again. Ding! You have killed the Green Blade Mantis, gaining 2,481 experience points 10. Ding! Congratulations on looting 4 points of agility. Unfortunately, he didn't loot the mantis's skills, which left Suyu slightly disappointed. The mantis's attack speed was incredibly fast, and acquiring its skills would significantly enhance his arrow flight speed. Over the next half hour, Suyu roamed the stone forest, continuously hunting green blade mantises. His agility attribute and experience points steadily increased. Finally, the system issued another notification. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 22, gaining 12 to all attributes and 12 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on looting the Swift Kill Blade skill rare. After killing over 100 monsters, the looting gains had reached their limit. Suyu allocated his free attribute points to strength and then checked his stats. His agility had risen to 1,033 points, but his spirit was still below the 1,000 mark, at just 780 points. Shaking his head in frustration, Suyu lamented the rarity of spirit-type monsters. However, he was quite satisfied with another gain. The Swift Kill Blade passive skill, with 5,050 quality and rare effects, increased movement speed by 2,000 points and arrow flight speed by 400 milliseconds in combat. This boost was substantial, bringing Suyu's arrow speed to over 1,300 milliseconds. With such speed, it was nearly impossible for enemies to dodge his arrows once he took aim. It was time to head back. Suyu waved his hand, collecting the monster corpses on the ground, and retraced his steps. By the time he returned to the Angora snake tribe, night had fallen. The snake people had lit torches throughout the tribe, illuminating the forest night. The snake chief solemnly said, "Lord Yonya, you have done more than enough. Leave the rest to us." "All right." Suyu agreed readily, as he wanted the snake people to carry out the ritual. Suyu took out all the monster corpses. When the corpse of the venomous snake appeared, all the snake people felt an inexplicable sadness. "Why do I feel like crying and kneeling?" they wondered in confusion. This was perfectly normal. After all, both parties shared the same origin, and the venomous snake possessed bloodline comparable to the snake god, Angora. After contemplating this feeling, the snake chief's eyes lit up as he guessed. Since this giant snake's corpse can stir our bloodline, it must also attract the attention of the snake god. "Lord Yonya, is this the special offering you mentioned?" "You're correct," Suyu answered with a hint of laughter. The snake people's ability to infer was indeed impressive. Upon confirmation, the snake chief excitedly shouted to his people, "Fellow tribesmen, let's begin the ritual. Prepare to welcome the descent of the snake god." "Yes," the snake people responded in unison, their voices echoing through the sky. Suyu quietly retreated to a distant corner, observing the ritual. The snake people worked together to drag all the offerings to the altar, then chanted ancient incantations, activating the altar. The monster corpses gradually decomposed, transforming into pure energy, which the altar's magic circle channeled to establish a connection with the snake god Angora. Meanwhile, in the venomous plane, a small plane attached to the sacred dragon world, filled with endless toxins and devoid of any native life. At the heart of the dimension, a colossal serpent over 100 meters long, Angora, was entwined with dozens of female snakes. This was the ancient demigod beast, the serpent god Angora. Its massive body coiled at the center of the poisonous dimension, its scales glinting faintly in the dim light. Once a fearsome presence, the serpent god was now a shadow of its former self. Its original power had long been exhausted, and it could barely sustain its life by drawing on the energy of the poisonous dimension. To while away the endless time, the serpent god had used the last vestiges of its bloodline power to create dozens of female snakes, engaging in constant multi-snake connections with them. At that moment, the serpent god's consciousness was suddenly awakened by a strange force. A flicker of confusion passed through its enormous serpentine eyes as a long-buried memory resurfaced. The serpent god, Angora muttered to itself. This is the sacrificial array I left to a tribe of snake people. Weren't they destroyed decades ago? Recalling the events of a century ago, when its injuries had worsened, it had no choice but to enter a deep slumber to heal. Back then, the snake people tribe had offered sacrifices but received no response. Eventually, they stopped the sacrifices decades ago. The serpent god had assumed this bloodline tribe had long since perished, yet today they had somehow reactivated the sacrificial array. The serpent god thought disdainfully that the energy transmitted by this sacrificial array was insignificant to it. But then it considered that, after consuming toxic energy for so many years, it might be refreshing to try something different today. So, it relinquished the temporary control of the poisonous dimension, allowing a stream of energy to flow into its body. The serpent god took a deep breath and immediately felt a surge of vitality, astonished to find that its life force had been restored slightly. How is this possible? The serpent god was stunned. It continued to absorb the energy, carefully sensing it, and thought to itself, this energy feels somewhat familiar, like. The thought was abruptly cut off. The serpent god's pupils constricted sharply. My son? It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck its mind, leaving the serpent god momentarily stunned. But it quickly regained its senses, rage flooding through its entire being. Damn it! Who is using my son as a sacrifice? The serpent god was so furious that its eyes turned red, and its scales stood on end. The venomous serpent was crucial to its resurgence. Now, it had been slaughtered and offered as a sacrifice to itself. This was more than just killing a snake. It was a direct attack on its heart. An unquenchable fire of anger surged within the serpent god's heart, and its massive body writhed violently within the dimension. Insignificant worms, I will kill you. The serpent god roared furiously, its voice echoing throughout the dimension. I will kill you. Its roar shook the entire dimension, vowing to exact blood vengeance for this unforgivable offense. The death of the venomous serpent signaled the final extinguishing of the serpent god's last hope. This meant it could only linger in the dark, toxic plane until its soul completely perished hundreds of years later. Faced with such an outcome, the serpent god's rage was nearly uncontrollable. Yet it remained rational, fully aware that the venomous serpent's power far surpassed its own. The one capable of killing the venomous serpent could naturally end its life as well. Angora, the serpent god, took a deep breath, using the altar's connection to observe the surroundings. A group of fervent serpent folk were watching the altar. The serpent god instantly recognized the blood of its lineage flowing through these serpent folk. It pondered, could these weak serpent folk have killed my son? Impossible. They are no match for the venomous serpent. Suddenly, the serpent god recalled a crucial detail. It had deliberately weakened the venomous serpent's intelligence, ensuring that it wouldn't resist when encountering beings with the same bloodline, even if attacked. Clearly, these serpent folk fit that condition. The serpent god realized. They must have exploited this trait to kill my son. This realization made Angora seethe with rage, almost to the point of spitting blood. It vowed revenge. Though leaving the toxic plane meant it could never return, the serpent god had another plan to regain its strength. The Angora serpent folk in the main world also carried its bloodline, albeit very weakly, but devouring them could still restore some power. A glint of determination flashed in the serpent god's eyes. It then took a deep breath, absorbing the life energy of the venomous serpent. Next, it opened its massive maw and swallowed dozens of female serpents created from its bloodline power, restoring enough strength to deal with the serpent folk. My dear subjects, prepare to receive your god. Angora hissed through gritted teeth. Its plan was to devour all the male serpent folk and use the females to propagate its descendants. The serpent god quickly expelled the plane's core and shattered it with its tail. Instantly, a repulsive force surged, ejecting it from the toxic plane. Without the plane's support, the serpent god's size began to shrink. Meanwhile, as the altar activated, an anomaly occurred above the tribe. A spiderweb-like crack spread across the sky, leaking dark green poisonous mist. A powerful pressure descended from above. It's our god! The serpent god has finally responded. He has descended. The tribe is saved. Welcome back, our god! The serpent folk knelt in reverence, gazing at the sky with adoration, shouting loudly. Boom! Angora emerged from the spatial rift, looking down coldly at the serpent folk. Subjects, you must pay for your actions. Face my wrath, it declared. The serpent god immediately unleashed its ultimate move, Deceptive Serpent Sea. Instantly, a massive toxic mist appeared, transforming into countless green serpents that shot towards every male serpent folk like sharp swords. Panic and confusion spread among the serpent folk. Lord Serpent God, what are you doing? We are your loyal subjects. Why are you killing us? Please stop, they wailed in terror. Hearing the word loyalty, the serpent god's expression grew even colder. With another skill, it slaughtered all the male serpent folk and then devoured their corpses. In a distant corner, Suyu observed the serpent god's status panel. Serpent God Angora Diamond Lord. Level 20. Health 3,900,000 4,300,000. Attack 15,200. Skills. Venomous Body. Immune to poison damage. All attacks inflict poison. Deceptive Serpent C. Forms small serpents from toxins to attack nearby enemies. Double Poison Arrows. Shoots 2 poison arrows at enemies. Acid Rain Assault. Venomous Breath. Description. Cursed by the Blue Dragon King. Every use of mana inflicts an equal amount of true damage. This serpent god is so weak, so you thought. Even after absorbing the remaining life force of the venomous serpent and hundreds of male serpent folk, the serpent god's strength hadn't recovered much. Suyu recalled that in his past life, when players stormed the toxic plane, Angora's level had dropped to 5. It was hard to imagine that this pitiful state was once at demigod's peak. Who's there? The serpent god suddenly sensed a familiar aura and turned sharply towards Suyu's location. Whiz! A sharp arrow greeted it. Suyu unleashed a barrage of flaming arrows, enveloping the serpent god and the remaining serpent folk. The first arrow's power exploded, causing massive damage and inflicting various debuffs like slow and defense reduction. The serpent god Angora finally realized, it's the blue dragon's aura. Damn human. I will kill you. It roared, its face twisted in fury. Memories of being tormented by the blue dragon 1,000 years ago flooded back, driving the serpent god into a frenzy. Venomous Breath. It turned and charged at Suyu, spewing a stream of dark green venom. However, Suyu remained unmoved, a slight smile playing on his lips. Since Angora was weaker than the venomous serpent, why dodge? Suyu chose to confront the serpent god Hedon. Thanks to his poison resistance and passive effects, the attack's damage didn't exceed 10,000. Meanwhile, the blue dragon's curse inflicted true damage on the serpent god. This must be the weakest diamond boss in history, Suyu mused. Seizing the moment, he quickly summoned Frost Hunting Grounds. Instantly, cold snowflakes began to fall, reducing the serpent god's movement and attack speed by 35. Bayu. Suyu equipped enchanted arrows and launched a relentless assault. 8 arrows formed a near-continuous line, striking the boss repeatedly. In just 1 second, the damage exceeded 50,000, depleting 1.2 of the serpent god's health. Meanwhile, his shadow clone also dealt significant damage, totaling 30,000 per second. The boss's health continued to drop, while Suyu's health bar fluctuated between full and near empty, thanks to his lifesteal and healing passives. Feeling its life force rapidly diminishing, the serpent god suddenly sobered. It realized the human with the blue dragon's aura was formidable, probably unbeatable. Panic began to spread in the serpent god's heart. No! If this continues, I fear I will perish here. I must find a way to escape, thought the snake god Angora, alarm bells ringing in his mind. His muscles tensed beneath his scales, ready to flee at any moment. His health was dwindling rapidly, soon falling to a critical 100,000, his life hanging by a thread. His eyes darted around, contemplating various escape strategies. Suddenly, a desperate idea struck him, plead for mercy. Humans, spare my life. Angora hissed through gritted teeth. In return, I will offer you all my treasures. After all, we hold no deep grudges against each other. Suyu, observing coldly, saw through Angora's ploy. While rummaging through his backpack for tools, he mocked, no grudges? Snake god, how do you fancy the taste of a venomous snake? Angora's pupils contracted sharply as realization dawned. It's you, he roared, finally recognizing the human who had slain his son and offered the corpse as a sacrifice. Fueled by rage, Angora bellowed, if you won't spare me, then I won't let you off easily. He assumed a desperate stance, but was secretly gathering his strength. Suddenly, he opened his massive jaws, swallowing dozens of female snake people whole. Using some unknown tool, his speed increased several-fold, and he shot backward like an arrow from a bow, quickly putting 2 kilometers between them. Do you really think you can escape? Suyu sneered, activating an acceleration tool he had obtained from an elf player. His speed surged 5 or 6 times, barely keeping up with Angora. Seeing this, Angora let out a breath of relief before roaring. Human, mark my words. One day, I will return for my revenge. Suyu scoffed dismissively, raising his longbow and aiming at Angora's massive form. He released the bowstring, and the arrow shot through the air like lightning. Within 5 seconds, it spanned the distance and struck the boss accurately. This can't be. How can your arrows fly so fast? Angora exclaimed in disbelief. Ignoring him, Suyu focused on his assault, continuously firing deadly arrows. Angora's health kept plummeting, filling him with despair. Faced with such a formidable archer, he had no counter. As he neared death, Angora stopped and turned to face Suyu, asking hopelessly, "Human, let me die knowing why you want to kill me." Suyu replied calmly, "You have an item, I need the beast taming bracelet." "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier?" Angora cursed with regret. "I would have given it to you straight away." He never imagined a world relic, discarded as trash thousands of years ago, would lead to his demise. But there was no time for lament. As his last bit of health drained away, he collapsed, dropping a plethora of rewards. The system notification sounded. Ding! You have slain the snake god Angora, gaining 0 experience points. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired the skill, Venomous Body of Supreme Quality. Next, the world announcement flashed 6 times. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to Eternal Knight for being the first player to kill a diamond-level boss, earning rewards. 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 reputation points, 1 life essence, and 1 diamond chest. Players from Dragon Nation were awestruck with envy, while foreign players grumbled in discontent. However, Suyu paid no mind, more interested in the loot from the snake god. First was the newly acquired passive skill. Venomous Body Passive 11. Quality, Supreme. Effect. Immune to poison damage and poisoning effects. Attacks deal additional poison damage equal to 100 of your spirit. Suyu felt fortunate. This passive skill would give him a significant advantage against poison-based players. Next, he examined the monster's dropped loot. Apart from some magic-related equipment, the most valuable item was an epic amulet. Blue Dragon's Glory Amulet. Quality, Epic. Attributes, 100 spirit, 20 mana. Effect, restores 1 mana after using a skill. Requirement, spirit greater than 500 points. Adding the amulet to his backpack, Suyu felt his mana surge to 39,120 points, a figure sure to make mage players drool with envy. Finally, his primary target for this quest, the World Relic. Beast Taming Bracelet. Level, Intermediate. Effect, when capturing a mount or pet, for every 10 of the target's health reduced, the capture success rate increases by 10. Note, the effect does not activate if the capture tool's base success rate is 0. Today's mission is perfectly accomplished. Time to head back, Suyu muttered to himself, checking his character attribute panel. ID, Eternal Knight. Level, 22. Health, 81,978. Mana, 39,120. Attributes, Strength 1129, Constitution 1303, Agility 1033, Spirit 880. Attack Speed, 8.9 S40. Physical Defense, 4018. Magic Defense, 3366. And more. Seeing his stats on the verge of surpassing 4 digits in all attributes, Suyu flashed a satisfied smile. On the journey, Suyu consumed the essence of life, feeling his attribute synchronization rise to 65. He then opened a diamond chest, happily receiving 5,000 gold coins and a radiant moon ring. Despite its level 20 requirement, the ring boasted impressive attributes: 40 strength, 80 agility, 60 spirit, and an additional 10 control resistance. What made it even more valuable was a rare trait it possessed. Without hesitation, Suyu put on the ring and immediately felt a peculiar power envelop his body. He knew that henceforth, any knockback or knock-up effects would be reduced by 10. After organizing his belongings, Suyu continued on his way. Before long, he arrived at his destination and skillfully infused mana into a return scroll. A moment of dizziness later, Suyu found himself in the central square of Northwind City. He headed straight to the city inn and rented a temporary room. Standing by the window and gazing at the street below, Suyu began to plan. Now that I'm in Northwind City, my reputation can finally come in handy, he thought. In the next few days, I need to seize the opportunity to buy a few houses. One for my personal residence, and the others for the Moonshadow Guild storefronts. With his own property, Suyu could use return scrolls to teleport directly home and set his house as a respawn point. The thought filled him with anticipation. Soon after, Suyu logged off to rest. The next morning, after having breakfast, Suyu logged back into the game and returned to the city inn. Without delay, he headed towards the Silverwing Ranch outside the city. Greeting the guards, Suyu once again met with the ranch owner, Lon In. Lon In's tone remained indifferent. Adventurer, why are you back so soon? Did you give up on clearing the valley's toxic mist? Suyu replied calmly, the task is completed. You can send someone to verify. Really? The ranch owner's eyes flashed with suspicion. He immediately dispatched a subordinate to Gray Light Valley, and soon the report came back. The toxic mist had indeed dissipated completely. The news instantly changed the ranch owner's demeanor. He squinted and smiled. Mr. Yongye, I didn't expect you to actually resolve the toxic mist. I represent Silverwing Ranch in thanking you for your efforts. Cut the nonsense. Where's my reward? Suyu interrupted, flashing the token at his waist, a gift from the Pathguard Knight, Kaidun, to prevent the ranch owner from pulling any tricks. A gleam flashed in the ranch owner's eyes, but he smiled and said, Mr. Yongye, your reward is ready. Please take it. With that, he produced a high-quality mount lasso. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, Mysterious Toxic Mist. Rewards, 100,000 XP, 500 gold coins, high-quality mount lasso X1. Quality gold. This lasso had only a 9 success rate for capturing a Silverwing warhorse, making it nearly impossible for the average player. But Suyu had different plans. He intended to use it to capture a special mount from the ranch, not just any ordinary Silverwing warhorse. The ranch owner then called a servant, Mig, take Mr. Yongye to the paddock to capture a warhorse. Yes, sir. The servant Mig replied, then respectfully addressed Suyu, Sir, please follow me. As the two left the reception hall, a guard quietly asked the ranch owner, Master, should we interfere to prevent him from capturing a mount? The ranch owner shook his head. No need. This adventurer has close ties with the Church of Light, and the token at his waist is from the Pathguard Knight of the First Saintess. It would be unwise to offend the Church over a single Silverwing warhorse. Besides, with a low success rate of the high-quality lasso, he might not succeed anyway. Understood. The guard nodded. The ranch owner continued. The priority now is Gray Light Valley. Send people to maintain the valley's environment and protect the remaining Silverstar grass. Yes, sir. The guard immediately set off to carry out the orders. Meanwhile, the servant Mig led Suyu to the core pasture. It was a fenced plain, patrolled by guards. The ranch owner would place young Silverwing warhorses here to be nurtured into diamond quality, feeding them special fodder periodically. After 2 years of free-range rearing, these warhorses would reach adulthood. Currently, the pasture only held year-old warhorses, as the adult Silverwing warhorses had been sold to the Light Empire and other factions just a week ago. The servant led Suyu to a lakeside area where all the Silverwing warhorses were gathered. Sir, you can use the mount lasso to capture any warhorse you choose. The servant said. I know, Suyu replied, glancing at the servant while contemplating how to get rid of him to use his true skills. Suyu began meticulously evaluating each Silverwing warhorse, constantly commenting. This one has a nice, silky white coat. This one's body is strong and robust. I also like that Silverwing warhorse over there. The system prompts flashed occasionally. Silverwing Warhorse Diamond. Elite level. 10. HP. 215,000,250,000. Attack. 3,375. Status. Capturable as mount. As Suyu observed and commented continuously, the servant Mig looked on in astonishment. However, after an hour, his expression turned impatient. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yongye, have you decided which Silverwing warhorse to choose? We've wasted an hour already. Suyu replied seriously. I only have one chance, so I must choose the best Silverwing warhorse. I need to inspect each one carefully. By the way, do you know which Silverwing warhorse is the best? The servant Mig grimaced. Sir, that's something I don't know. He wanted to question the point of looking at so many horses, given the low capture success rate. But he dared not voice such thoughts. After another half hour, the servant finally suggested, Sir, how about this? You continue inspecting here, and I'll wait for you at the paddock gate. Is that all right? Fine, you're not much help here anyway, Suyu said dismissively. The servant's face darkened, but he suppressed his anger and left. With his back to the departing servant, Suyu's lips curled into a triumphant smile. It was finally time to show his true skills. Surveying the entire lake area, Suyu made up his mind. I want all the horses here. With that, Suyu clenched his fist, ready to make his move. Suyu immediately contacted Yuingshi to inquire about the preparation of the mount harnesses. Yuingshi replied, there are very few players in the guild with level 3 alchemy. Even with several teams working in shifts, we could only produce 2,154 mount harnesses. She explained that after the Yuing Guild signed contracts with life skill players, they selected those with special talents and invested in quickly boosting their secondary skills. However, due to the tight schedule, there were only around 100 players who reached level 3 in alchemy, and the success rate was low, requiring 10 times the effort to produce a single harness. So he was quite satisfied with this result and suggested, let's make a deal. Since this is a private matter, I should pay for it. He promptly transferred 8 million gold coins to Yuingshi. Although the basic mount harnesses were only of bronze quality, The 2,154 harnesses were more than enough to capture diamond quality mounts. Despite a mere 1 success rate, when paired with the Beast Tamer's bracelet, the success rate could reach up to 91. With only 1,000 silver winged warhorses in the entire plane, these harnesses were more than sufficient. Suyu thought to himself, once we capture these silver winged warhorses, we can go after that special mount. With an inexplicable smile on his face, he took out his longbow and activated the skill flaming arrow rain. Arrows poured down like rain, causing a large area of flame damage among the warhorse herd and applying a series of passive effects. This move immediately reduced their health by 11. Nay, as the fear effect wore off, the silver-winged warhorses charged angrily at Suyu. However, with their attack power and damage reduced, they couldn't harm Suyu, not even breaking through his defense. Suyu went all out, and within just 3 seconds, one warhorse's health dropped below 10, increasing the capture success rate by 90. He quickly threw a harness, fastening it around the warhorse's neck. A flash of light, and the warhorse vanished, entering the mount space within the harness. Success! The system notification chimed. You have captured a silver-winged warhorse, gaining 1,152 experience points. The attributes of the captured mount were displayed. Mount: silver-winged warhorse. Level: 10. Quality: Diamond Elite. Health: 21,000 to 50,000. Movement speed: 190 of host speed. Mount skills: silver wing sprint, intermediate endurance. Riding bonus: mana recovery 100s. Host none. As the mount's level increases, its attributes and speed bonus will also rise. Not bad, Suyu remarked as he stored the mount and continued capturing other silver-winged warhorses. 2 hours later, the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 23, gaining all attributes 12, free attributes 12. Just by capturing mounts, Suyu had leveled up. Additionally, all the silver-winged warhorses by the lake had been captured. Not a single one left. The pasture had set the price of a silver-winged warhorse at a high 3 million gold coins, and if sold to players, the price would likely skyrocket. The accumulated value of all the warhorses exceeded 3 billion gold coins. This is a huge profit. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Next, let's find that special mount. He opened the system map and headed deeper into the plains, following the coordinates he remembered. Meanwhile, in the pasture, the ranch owner, Lon In, felt uneasy. He had a strong premonition that something disastrous was about to happen. 10 minutes later, Suyu arrived at a man-made cliff. There, a massive white beast with wings was sleeping soundly. It was none other than a mythical creature griffin. The ranch owner had once obtained a griffin egg overseas. After hatching it, he used numerous diamond, epic, and even legendary materials to nurture the griffin, giving it epic potential. Sky Griffin Diamond Lord. Growth level: 10. Health: 2,050,002,050,000. Attack: 6,750. Skills: Advanced Endurance, Storm, Wind King Shield. Status: capturable as a mount. No wonder its strength far surpassed that of the Light Warhorse. It was a Lord-level mount. After all, the Light Warhorse was just an elite mount. Once the Sky Griffin reached its peak and became an epic lord, its attributes would crush those of the Light Warhorse. Sensing Suyu's intense gaze, the Sky Griffin opened its eyes, revealing a pair of crystal-clear blue eyes. It looked at Suyu with curiosity. In the next moment, a lightning arrow struck the Griffin's body. Screech! Enraged by the attack, the Sky Griffin let out a furious cry. As soon as the control effect wore off, it flapped its wings and swooped down at Suyu. Suyu had killed even the venomous serpent, so a mere level 10 boss was nothing to fear. In a few minutes, the Sky Griffin's health was down to 7.5. Suyu threw a high-level harness. The system notification chimed. You have captured a Sky Griffin mount, gaining 11,520 experience points. Got the mount? Suyu didn't even check the mount's attributes after the transformation and directly bonded with it. Since he obtained the mount through capture, it triggered a world achievement. The system notification sounded again. Ding, world announcement. Congratulations to Evernight for becoming the first player to obtain a mount, receiving rewards: Gold X 5,000, Reputation X 5,000, Life Essence X1, and Diamond Chest X1. The announcement was repeated 6 times, sparking a heated discussion among players. Oh dear, Evernight is slipping. There was an announcement yesterday morning, and it took him until noon today. Is that a joke? Listen to yourself. Oh snap, the first mount achievement is gone, leaving little chance for other players worldwide. No way. Could it be that some world power won't get the announcement? Some Dragon Kingdom players started mocking players from the Lighthouse Nation. Foreign players were almost driven mad with rage. On the other side, After capturing the Sky Griffin, Suyu turned and headed back to the pasture entrance. Seeing his gloomy face, the servant Mij inwardly rejoiced. You looked at every silver-winged warhorse, but did it help? You still didn't capture a mount. Mij felt extremely pleased. However, he had no idea that Suyu was faking it all. Mr. Evernight, it's unfortunate that you didn't capture a mount. Would you like me to request a few more harnesses from the ranch owner for you? Mij pretended to be helpful. No need. Suyu replied with a dark expression, turning away from the silver-winged pasture without another word. Not long after, the guard sent by the ranch owner returned with a batch of silver stargrass. They quickly made special fodder and brought it to the lake area. Staring at the empty surroundings, they were dumbfounded. Where are our horses? Damn it, where did all our horses go? The herd of horses on the pasture vanished suddenly, leaving the guards deeply perplexed. They quickly reported this shocking news to the ranch owner, Lan In, only to be scolded harshly. Lan In thought they were joking. However, when he came to the scene himself, he was stunned and incredulous. Where are the horses? Where did all our ranch horses go? Is this how you guard the pasture? Lan In roared in fury, his voice filled with anger and pain. He felt a sharp pang in his heart. 1,000 silver-winged warhorses, each costing nearly 70,000 gold coins, had all disappeared, resulting in a direct loss of 700 million gold coins. Lan In's roar was deafening. Who stole my horses? His face turned pale, and he staggered, nearly fainting. His servant, Migu, quickly stepped forward to support him. After calming down a bit, Lan In's gaze turned icy, like a venomous snake ready to strike, fixing on all the guards. In a hoarse voice, he demanded, Tell me, who was the last person to enter the pasture? All the guards' eyes instantly focused on Migu. Mi Ji's face turned ashen as he stammered, Master, it really has nothing to do with me. Lan In sneered, Nothing to do with you? Then tell me, where did the horses go? Suddenly, a thought struck Migu. Master, it must have been Yongyi. The horses were still there when I went in, but after he left, they were all gone. Smack! Lan In slapped Migu hard across the face and sternly questioned, I told you to follow Yongyi while he picked the warhorses. How could he steal them right under your nose? Migu stammered. Yongyi said he wanted to inspect each horse. I thought it would take too long, so I went outside to wait for him. Hearing this, Lan In laughed angrily. Good, you dared to disregard my orders. He then relentlessly slapped Mi Ji's face with all his strength. Given Lan In's power, each slap carried immense force. Despite Mi Ji's own strength, he couldn't withstand such a fierce assault. Eventually, Mi Ji's head became deformed, and he was left barely alive. Lan In calmed down, but his inner rage remained unabated. He wiped his hands and coldly ordered, Drag this useless fool out and execute him. 2 guards immediately stepped forward and dragged the barely breathing Migu away. Another guard cautiously reminded, Master, 500 of these warhorses were reserved for the Dark Church, and 100 were for the Lord of Northwind City. If we can't deliver them on time, I'm afraid. Lan In waved his hand, cutting him off. Don't worry. Secretly contact the Shadow Church. I want a bounty on Yongyi. Those horses must be recovered. The guard asked in confusion, Master, didn't you say he had connections with the Light Church? How could he steal the horses? Lan In explained calmly, Precisely because he has connections with the church, I'm certain he stole the silver-winged warhorses. Capturing 1,000 warhorses requires at least 10,000 advanced lassos. Among all the factions, only the Light Church possesses such a quantity of lassos. Subsequently, Lan In offered a bounty of 30 million gold coins for Yongyi. After evaluating the situation, the Shadow Church dispatched 5 bronze-level assassins and 1 silver-level assassin, Poison Witch, with a 100 success rate in assassinations. Poison Witch was set to become a gold-level assassin after completing this mission. Meanwhile, in the teleportation plaza of Northwind Main City, Suyu smiled slightly. It seems he's discovered the horses are missing. He wasn't worried, but rather a bit anticipatory. According to the trajectory of his previous life, the Silverwing Ranch would eventually become an adversary for players. Escalating the conflict early wouldn't hurt. Besides, the Lan In family's wealth had long tempted Suyu. Over 10 years, the Lan In family had amassed a fortune worth billions just from the Silverwing warhorses, making them as rich as a nation. They even supported a kingdom overseas and heavily developed their military. Suyu calculated silently, planning to visit that place someday, as an ancient instance with numerous treasures was hidden in the nearby sea area. Thinking of this, Suyu's face showed a meaningful smile. He then used life essence to boost his synchronization rate to 70 and opened a system reward chest, obtaining 5,000 gold coins and 3 large-scale experience tokens. It's time to start the main quest, Suyu thought to himself as he stepped onto the teleportation array, instantly arriving at border camp number 3. After verifying his identity, He received a nameplate and quickly walked to the camp gate, summoning his Sky Griffin from the mount space. Once a mount is bonded with a player, the mount space is unlocked. Players can allocate combat experience to their mounts or use mount-specific experience items to level them up. The Sky Griffin was summoned from the mount space, curling up instantly and looking at Suyu with fearful eyes. Just moments ago, it had been sleeping peacefully, only to be abruptly attacked by a stranger and forcibly claimed as a mount. This sudden change left it utterly terrified. Seeing the cowering Sky Griffin, Suyu gave a gentle smile. "Don't worry. You're one of us now." The Sky Griffin let out a distressed cry as Suyu gently patted its large head. He retrieved a potion from his backpack and fed it to the Sky Griffin, quickly restoring its lost health. Suyu opened the mount panel and carefully examined the Sky Griffin's attributes. Mount: Sky Griffin. Level 10. Quality: Diamond Lord Growth. Health: 2,050,000 2,050,000. Movement speed: 310 of host speed. Mount skills: Advanced Endurance, Storm, Wind King's Shield. Riding bonus: 100 to all attributes, 40 attack speed. No wonder it's a Lord grade mount. These stats are incredible. It can serve as a mount and act as a tank in battle. "Taking hits for me," Suyu said with a satisfied smile. The Sky Griffin tilted its head in confusion, but when it met Suyu's gaze, it could only lower its head in resignation, feeling hopeless about its future. "Let's go!" Suyu grabbed the reins and leaped onto the Sky Griffin's back. In an instant, a gust of wind surrounded him, allowing him to sit firmly on the mount. The next moment, the Sky Griffin soared into the sky with Suyu. Its powerful wings flapped, creating a strong wind that nearly knocked surrounding players off their feet. Watching the majestic Sky Griffin, the players couldn't help but be envious. "Wow, that's so cool. Is that the Sky Griffin, the only mount on the leaderboard? It looks amazing. Oh my god. Eternal Knight, I've been your fan for 10 years. Can I ride in front and be your co-pilot?" "Ugh, you shameless woman." "Sigh. I really want a mount, but the Church of Light's mount reins require level 30 to purchase, and you need 10,000 reputation points with the church." The players watched enviously as the silhouette of the griffin disappeared into the sky. Suyu rode atop his Sky Griffin, soaring over the vast expanse below. The roaring wind in his ears made him exclaim, "This mount is incredibly fast." The Sky Griffin itself had a movement speed of 4,500, and with Suyu's 310 speed boost, the mount's speed exceeded 10,000. In just half an hour, they reached the far western lands of the bright Empire Glorious Forest. Suyu thought to himself that in the early and mid-game, players relied on mounts and teleportation arrays for travel. But in the later stages, every player mastered teleportation spells. He recalled that when he first became a true god, he could traverse hundreds of light years in an instant. "Descend," Suyu commanded. The Sky Griffin dove down, finally landing at the edge of the forest. Suyu then returned the griffin to his mount space to let it recover its strength, considering its large size made it unsuitable for navigating the forest. As he stepped into the forest, Suyu remembered its history. 1,000 years ago, this was the domain of the legendary beast, Glorious. In the era of rebellion against dragon rule, Glorious and its tribe were destroyed in the Great War. To honor it, all races named this forest after it. Suddenly, a pack of gray, dog-like monsters attacked, their bodies emanating a chilling aura, with strange tumors on their backs. The system prompt displayed: Frostclaw Hound Black Iron Elite. Demonic level: 25. HP: 162,000,162,000. Attack: 2,700. Skills: Frost Breath Bite. Status: low-level demonic 20 to all attributes. Suyu recognized these as the evil beasts described in his quest. Killing 300 of these monsters would earn him the basic reward for the main quest. If he could eliminate the source of the demonic creatures, the reward would be several times higher. He remembered the cause of the forest mutation. A warlock from another world had come searching for the legendary beast Glorious corpse. However, this body had long been stolen by the Dark Church, also known to players as the Corpse Thieves. Ever since they acquired necromancy from Nose, the Dark Church had been stealing ancient powerful corpses. Without the warlock's precise coordinates, so you could only rely on luck. He took out his longbow and activated the skill, Rain of Fire Arrows. An arrow flew into the sky, transforming into dozens of flaming arrows, precisely targeting each Frostclaw hound. The monsters' heads displayed numerous damage numbers, from the arrow's impact and additional poison and dark damage. The total damage reached 31,327, instantly reducing the monster's HP by 19. Suyu quickly summoned his shadow clone to focus on one hound. His attack speed had surpassed 9.0s, allowing him to shoot 9 arrows per second. The damage was astounding, dealing over 90,000 points in just 1 second. With the Shadow Clone's damage, they instantly killed a weakened hound. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding! You have killed a Frostclaw Hound Demonic, earning 5,166 experience points. 10. Quest Progress 1. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 5 points of spirit. So you thought, the experience from killing elite monsters is pretty generous. Too bad I didn't loot a skill. The remaining hounds breathed out icy streams, but even hitting Suyu, they caused no damage. Suyu scornfully thought, these small fry can't even break my defenses. He immediately activated Purification, dispelling the slowing effect, and continued fighting. The system panel constantly refreshed with prompts. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 5 points of spirit. Ding! Congratulations on looting the Frost Breath skill rare. After killing over 10 monsters, so you finally acquired a new passive skill. Frost Breath Passive 110. Quality Rare. Cooldown, 5 seconds between triggers on the same target. This was Suyu's second slowing passive skill, and he felt smug. This is going to be really annoying for others. If any player tries to fight me, they'll be stuck in place while I shoot arrows from a safe distance. Ah, the advantage of long range, bullying you relentlessly, so you thought, and the enemy can't even fight back. How frustrating must that be? If I could ride the Sky Griffin, it would be even more unbeatable. The Frostclaw hounds howled madly, but their speed was like that of turtles, making them easy targets. Soon, Suyu had killed them all and continued deeper into the forest for more hunting. The loot from the monsters reached its limit. 60 spirit points and 10 layers of Frost Breath passive. Half an hour later, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 24, gaining 12 to all attributes, 12 free attribute points. Ding! After absorbing enough death energy, the World Relic Death Angel has been unsealed. Suyu leveled up, breaking the 1,000 mark in spirit, reaching 1,004 points. Now, all his attributes had surpassed 1,000. Additionally, the relic he obtained from a merchant was finally unsealed, revealing its full effects. World Relic Death Angel. Level: Intermediate. Effect: your attacks carry the power of death. When you kill an enemy, you ignore resurrection effects and immunity to fatal damage with a priority lower than legendary. Suyu admired, not a bad world relic. He thought that from mid-game onwards, powerful bosses almost always had resurrection abilities, often requiring multiple kills to be defeated. With the Death Angel, a lot of hassle would be spared. Of course, this relic couldn't affect the Divine System's resurrection capabilities, but it was still powerful enough. Suyu stored the sacred artifact in his backpack and continued to explore the dense forest. Tirelessly, he killed one corrupted creature after another until a system notification chimed. Ding! You have slain 300 evil beasts. Task requirements met. Please submit your quest. However, Suyu ignored the prompt. His eyes were set on the highest reward. For an hour, he had scoured the surrounding area, but found no trace of the interdimensional warlock. Realizing he needed a new approach, Suyu paused to think, closing his eyes to recall memories from his past life. Suddenly, a gleam of insight flashed in his eyes. Suyu quickly moved to a clearing and summoned his Sky Griffin with a wave of his hand. Without hesitation, he leaped onto its back and patted its head, saying, "Little guy, take me to a place." The griffin let out a cry and nodded. It spread its wings and soared into the sky, heading in the direction Suyu indicated the ruins of the glorious tribe. As they flew, Suyu organized his thoughts. The warlock was from another world, and before players arrived, the sacred dragon world had sealed off all interdimensional portals. Any NPC or player from another world would need to use an ancient cross-realm teleportation array to enter. In his past life, players had found a hidden message in ancient ruins mentioning that the legendary beastman Glorious was of an interdimensional race. After the Dragon War ended 1,000 years ago, many adventurers and travelers came to the tribe to pay their respects to the legendary beastman, only to discover a special teleportation array in the tribe. However, without a key item, no one could activate it. Based on this information, Suyu deduced that the warlock, being from another world, was likely near the tribe's ruins. As he looked down at the forest below, he noticed that the closer they got to the tribe, the denser the corrupted creatures became, which confirmed his suspicion to some extent. After about 10 minutes, Suyu arrived above the ruins of the tribe. The area was teeming with monsters, and the legendary beastman's tombstone stood at the center. Years ago, the Dark Church had stolen Glorious' body and set up a defensive array around the tomb. To enter the graveyard, one would have to break the array first. At that moment, Suyu spotted the interdimensional warlock standing near the tomb. Almost simultaneously, a system announcement echoed throughout the bright empire. Ding! A player has found an interdimensional intruder in the glorious woodland. All players are requested to head to the location and kill this unit. Coordinates: 12.155.3.2410.0. The announcement caused a stir among the players. An interdimensional intruder? Is it a boss? Is there a reward for killing it? It must be a boss. Stop thinking and just go for it. Charge. Excited players began using teleportation arrays to rush to Northwind City. For Suyu, the announcement was expected, and he paid it little mind. He focused intently on the warlock, who appeared grotesque, as if made from various monster parts. The warlock was in a terrible state, his body cut in half, with all organs on the right side missing. The left side was disfigured, resembling the limbs of some dark creature, while his exposed skin looked like black lizard scales. This bizarre form made him look more like an ancient outer god than an Angolan snake person, sending chills down one's spine. Suyu carefully examined the warlock stats. Mad Beast Warlock Buck, Diamond Lord. Level, 25 severely injured. Health, 1020W 1020W. Attack, 31,500. Skills. Wind Foot, greatly increases movement speed. Magic Devour Claw, absorbs a certain amount of mana upon hitting an enemy. Lizard Skin, reduces incoming damage and increases resistance. Crisis Insight, Dark Breath. Even in his injured state, the warlock's power was terrifying. With health over 10 million and attacks surpassing 30,000, it was hard to imagine his peak strength. Suyu recalled how, in his past life, tens of thousands of players had besieged Warlock Buck, only to be slaughtered, turning the battlefield into a sea of blood. If not for the intervention of the Bright Church's strongmen, the player force would have been annihilated. However, the current Suyu was confident in defeating him. The warlock had a fatal weakness: limited range. Apart from Dark Breath, he had no other long-range attacks. Against ordinary players, his incredible speed masked this flaw, but against Suyu, who could ride a griffin high into the sky, the warlock was defenseless. Despite his confidence, Suyu didn't attack immediately. He pondered how to extract the most benefit from the warlock. With his memories from a past life, Suyu knew everything about the warlock, while the warlock knew nothing about him. This information advantage was Suyu's edge. On the other side, Warlock Buck had already noticed Suyu. He didn't make a move either, instead observing Suyu's every action. As his gaze fell upon the griffin, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. A creature with great potential. It can be integrated into my body, he thought, assuming an attack stance. Seeing this, Suyu immediately switched to his acting mode, putting on a calm demeanor. Are you sure you want to attack me, Mr. Buck? He asked. Hearing Suyu call out his real name, the warlock was taken aback and then asked in a deep voice, You know me? Suyu smiled slightly. Sorry, I don't know you, but from the moment you stepped into this world, everything about you, your identity, your thoughts appeared in my mind. As he spoke, Suyu had his griffin slowly descend to the tribe's ruins, clutching a scale of the holy dragon god. Corrupted creatures swarmed around him, but Suyu remained calm and unfazed. Know everything about me? Do you think you're omniscient? The warlock squinted. Although Suyu revealing his true identity made him uneasy, he maintained a calm exterior. Omniscient. Suyu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. You could say that, due to the influence of the heart of reincarnation. Everything Suyu had heard or seen in his past life was etched deeply in his mind. He could instantly recall any memory at will. At least in the sacred dragon world, he was half an omniscient being. On the other side, the warlock couldn't discern the truth from Suyu's confident and natural expression. He scrutinized Suyu, feeling a unique and terrifying sense of danger emanating from him. This feeling was both deadly and not entirely lethal, leaving the warlock puzzled. What does this mean? The warlock wondered. Is this person truly a powerful being who knows everything about this world? This eerie feeling made Suyu seem even more enigmatic. After hesitating for a moment, the warlock cautiously asked, Who are you? Seeing the expression on the warlock's face, Suyu was secretly pleased. The fish had taken the bait. He knew the warlock was at least 60% convinced, so he decided to push further. Suyu stood at the edge of the graveyard, a serene and confident smile on his face. The sorcerer's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, scrutinizing every subtle change in Suyu's expression, trying to catch any hint of deceit. How can I trust you? The sorcerer demanded, his tone filled with suspicion. Suyu remained unperturbed and took a step forward. You don't have to trust me. He continued moving closer to the graveyard, the sorcerer's eyes following his every move. Suddenly, Suyu turned, locking eyes with the sorcerer, a hint of something unfathomable in his voice. But I must remind you, time is running out for you in this world. What do you mean? The sorcerer's voice rose sharply, his anxiety palpable. Every move and word of Suyu's subtly controlled the situation, while the sorcerer remained oblivious to how he was being played. Suyu looked at him with a touch of pity, calmly stating, You are an outsider. The world does not welcome you. Right now, several epic warriors and hundreds of high-level adventurers are heading towards this forest under its influence. In less than 3 hours, you will face the first wave of their assault. In reality, only a group of ordinary players was heading to the glorious woodland. But Suyu knew that to intimidate the sorcerer, the lie had to be grander to create a sense of urgency. The sorcerer was stunned. He believed every word Suyu said. He had prepared himself for challenges before entering the sacred dragon world, but never imagined the worlds would be so powerful as to rally so many strong beings against him, an interloper. Suyu waited silently, letting the sorcerer fill in the gaps with his imagination. After a moment, the sorcerer couldn't help but ask, "Do you really know everything about this world?" This question indicated the sorcerer's trust in Suyu had risen to 90%. Of course, Suyu nodded slightly, maintaining his composure. Then, can you tell me what to do next? The sorcerer stared at Suyu, testing him without revealing his exact intentions. Suyu's lips curved into a slight smile. You seek the body of the legendary orc, Glorious. Unfortunately, you're in the wrong place. Impossible. The sorcerer's voice rose again. The records clearly state his body is buried here. Suyu shook his head, not divulging the reason directly. He smiled and said, "How about we make our first deal? They'll tell you how to break the graveyard's protective array, and then you'll understand." Deal. The sorcerer agreed decisively. What's the price? An item from your world, Suyu said nonchalantly. Nothing too valuable for this first trade. The sorcerer pondered for a moment, and then took out a few gems from his pocket. These deep, midnight gems were of gold quality, enhancing dark damage by 1.6 when embedded in equipment. Each gem had a durability of 1010, and there were 3 in total. Suyu accepted the gems without expression, and then revealed the method to break the array. Following Suyu's instructions, the sorcerer located the array's core and shattered it with a single strike, causing the protective array to collapse. It worked! Joy spread across the sorcerer's face. A system notification sounded. Ding! B Sorcerer Buck's favorability towards you 10, current, 50 familiar. Thank you for your help, the sorcerer exclaimed before eagerly entering the graveyard. However, it was empty inside. Where's the body? The records clearly state it's here. The sorcerer was in disbelief. He had invested so much to come to the sacred dragon world for glorious body. Damn it, was it all for nothing? Suddenly, the sorcerer recalled Suyu's earlier enigmatic gaze. Wait, he must know where the body is. The sorcerer rushed out of the graveyard, grabbing Suyu's sleeve, his voice hoarse. You must know where the body is. Please tell me. He'll pay any price. Suyu smiled. Let's make a second deal. This time, I want the most precious item you have, something unique to your world. I believe you know what I'm referring to. Yes, yes, I know. The sorcerer nodded repeatedly. To him, regaining his strength was paramount, worth more than any item. The sorcerer pulled out a blood-colored beast fong with a metallic sheen from his pocket. This was the Bloodsteel Fong, a mid-grade world relic that prevented enemies from draining the bearer's life force. Suyu took the Bloodsteel Fong, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He hadn't expected to obtain a world relic from this boss, making this a highly profitable encounter. Suyu then told the sorcerer the location of the Dark Chuch's body storage, even kindly advising him on how to avoid detection by the Chuch's strongmen. Of course, apart from the location, all other information was fabricated. The sorcerer wouldn't survive the day in this forest to verify Suyu's words. The system notified again, ding. Beast Sorcerer Buck's favorability towards you 20, current, 70 respect. Please tell me your name. When I regain my strength, I will return to thank you, the sorcerer said seriously. I am Shui Ranhan. Suyu replied calmly. If you wish to find me, come to Cold Moon City in the Light Empire. All right, the sorcerer agreed. Then, Suyu mounted his griffin, gently stroking its head. The griffin spread its wings and soared into the sky. Suyu laughed. You're indeed my mount, understanding me without words. Yi, the griffin called back, knowing from their short time together that its master was the most cunning human it had ever met. On the ground, the sorcerer watched the griffin ascend into the sky, stopping 1,000 meters away. Why isn't Shui Ranhan leaving? The sorcerer wondered aloud. Meanwhile, Suyu looked down, contemplating. This distance is perfect for a clear shot. Time to act. His lips curved into a sly smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The griffin circled at an altitude of 1,000 meters, with Suyu sitting steadily on its back, his longbow fully drawn. His gaze was locked on the sorcerer below, and as he aimed, lightning surged within him. Thunder shot! With a low shout, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, an arrow crackling with electricity streaked through the sky like a shooting star, precisely striking the sorcerer's forehead. However, the sorcerer had the skill Lizard Skin, which significantly boosted his defense and resistance to all elements. Su Yu's arrow only dealt a meager amount of damage, comprising the arrow's base damage, 2 passive poison effects, and a true damage gem bonus. Despite this, the attack caused considerable trouble for the sorcerer. Various negative effects instantly took hold, reducing his damage and defense sharply. He looked up at the sky in bewilderment. Lord Shui Ranhang, what are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Su Yu did not respond, nor did he give the sorcerer time to think. He quickly summoned the frost hunting ground on the ground and launched a barrage of attacks. In mounted mode, Su Yu's attack speed skyrocketed to an astonishing 11.89 shots per second, his right hand pulling the bow so fast that it left only a blur. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. Arrows rained down like a storm, forcing the sorcerer to retreat under the relentless assault. In just 1 second, Su Yu dealt over 30,000 damage. Lord Shui Ranhang, please stop, the sorcerer shouted through gritted teeth. Although he didn't understand why Su Yu was attacking him, he suddenly realized that Su Yu might not be as strong as he appeared. A bold idea formed in the sorcerer's mind. Perhaps he still had a chance to reclaim the world's holy artifact. As this thought took root, the sorcerer's heart filled with malevolence and murderous intent. You forced me to do this, he roared, his body swelling and becoming more muscular. His remaining left leg bent slightly, like a spring ready to launch. In the next moment, the sorcerer unleashed a tremendous burst of power, shooting towards the sky like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he had flown over 100 meters, rapidly closing the distance to Su Yu. Flying quite high, aren't you? Too bad you met me, Su Yu remarked with a hint of regret on his face, but his hands didn't stop. Each arrow hit the sorcerer's bald head with pinpoint accuracy. Lord Shui Ranhang, you're courting death. The sorcerer felt deeply insulted, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Soon, he leaped to an altitude of 500 meters, opened his massive jaws, and spat out a black fireball, hurtling towards Su Yu. Dodge, Su Yu commanded calmly. The griffin immediately understood, swiftly flying dozens of meters to the right. The black fireball exploded beneath Su Yu, forming a massive black cloud. Meanwhile, the sorcerer began to plummet towards the ground. In a state of freefall, he couldn't control his body, becoming an easy target. Su Yu seized the opportunity, each arrow striking the sorcerer with precision. Before long, the sorcerer crashed to the ground with only a sliver of health remaining. He looked up at the sky with gritted teeth, realizing he had no way to attack Su Yu in the high air. He once had wings, but they were torn off in a previous battle. Now, he was filled with regret. Damn it, I'll come back for you when I regain my strength, the sorcerer roared, turning to flee, leaving behind a horde of his demonic creatures. However, due to Su Yu's enchanted arrows and passive slow effects, his speed was no match for the griffin's mounted speed. Su Yu relentlessly pursued, firing arrows continuously. Although he had skills from his previous life, some powerful techniques still required sufficient attributes to support them. While moving at high speed, Su Yu's shooting accuracy significantly decreased, with only 3 out of 10 arrows hitting the target. Even so, as long as he could deal damage, he could gradually wear down the sorcerer's health. At this point, Frost Hunting Ground and Curse of Weakness were on cooldown, making Su Yu's arrows nearly ineffective against the sorcerer's defenses. He had to rely on poison and bleeding effects to deal damage, causing around 4,000 damage per second. Under this continuous torment, the sorcerer's health steadily declined. 95.2, 91.6, 84.3. Fortunately, Su Yu had an ample supply of arrows. His quiver held 20,000 enchanted arrows, and his backpack contained 200 bundles of regular arrows, totaling 40,000 arrows. Even if only 30 of the arrows dealt effective damage, it was enough to kill the sorcerer. Half an hour later, the boss's health dropped to 30. Despite having fled a considerable distance, the sorcerer felt increasingly desperate. Lord Shui Ranhang, please spare me. I'll give you everything, he pleaded repeatedly along the way. However, Su Yu's expression remained icy. He knew the sorcerer's tricks all too well and wouldn't easily trust his words. His past experiences had taught him that the sorcerer had often begged for mercy when beaten by the strong of the Light Church, only to launch a sneak attack when his opponents let their guard down. In his dying moments, he even cursed a Light Church warrior by sacrificing his soul. This was why Su Yu didn't use his real name. In the world of Divine Realm, a player's ID was their true name, and system contracts and curses targeted individuals through their true names. Future players would deceive and scheme against each other, making purification skills crucial. Finally, the sorcerer's health dropped to 5. In this critical moment, he used a hidden trump card. The sorcerer produced a beast's eye surrounded by blood energy, glaring at Su Yu with hatred, and shouted, "Great beast god of blood, I Bak, offer my soul to curse Shui Ranhang's true name," causing him to bleed to death. As soon as he finished speaking, the sorcerer's life force and soul began pouring into the beast's eye, his health rapidly dropping to 1 point. Suddenly, a vast voice echoed through the heavens, and with a deafening shout of kill, the beast's eye shot out of his hand, transforming into a beam of blood light that soared into the sky. Cackle, cackle, cackle! Schwerenhang, you bastard, die with me! In his final moments, the sorcerer let out a maniacal laugh. However, to everyone's surprise, the blood light missed Suyu, disappearing into the clouds. The sorcerer's eyes went blank, filled with disbelief. At that moment, Suyu's arrow mercilessly pierced his skull. You! The sorcerer's breath quickly faded, his eyes dimming, and his last words stuck in his throat, never to be spoken. With a thud, the sorcerer's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. His corpse dropped a plethora of rewards, scattered all around. The system notification sounded. Ding! You have slain the mad beast sorcerer Bach, gaining 900,000 experience points 10. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 25, gaining 12 to all attributes and 12 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the mythical devouring claw. Upon defeating the sorcerer, Suyu's experience points just surpassed 100, leveling him up. His experience bar now read 53,000,1,690,000. Suyu stared at the system panel, furrowing his brows. I didn't expect to level up to 25 so quickly. The main quest progress isn't even close to my leveling speed, he muttered to himself. In the second phase of the main quest, once you exceed level 25, you can't gain any more experience points. Suyu understood he needed to cap his level, but that didn't hinder his path to becoming stronger. As long as he could kill monsters, he could plunder their attributes. He glanced at the sky griffin beside him, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Now's the perfect time to let you have the experience, Suyu said, gently stroking the griffin's feathers. Once you reach a certain level, you'll gain compatibilities. As a Diamond Lord, your damage will definitely surpass mine. With that thought, Suyu turned to the griffin, smiling. Little guy, if it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to kill that warlock. So, I've decided to reward you. From now on, I'll help you boost your strength. The griffin let out a joyful screech, seemingly excited about finally receiving its reward. All right, let's go down, Suyu patted the griffin's head. The griffin descended, landing beside the warlock's corpse. Suyu quickly picked up the dropped items as a system notification chimed. Congratulations on acquiring loot. 2,503 gold coins, Poison Master's Dagger, Feathered Serpent Mask. Among the loot were 2 pieces of diamond equipment, an assassin's dagger and a universal mask. Suyu felt a bit disappointed. This reward is too little. The warlock must have had more valuable items. He knew that due to the world's rules, only a random portion of items would drop from killed monsters. So you couldn't help but think that in the future, players would follow the scam before kill rule. They would trick the boss into giving up its best items before finishing it off. No matter how smart the boss was, it couldn't withstand the countless devious strategies devised by players worldwide. And Suyu was a master of these tactics. After collecting his thoughts, Suyu checked the attributes of the newly acquired mask. Feathered Serpent Mask Diamond Head. HP 1200 Defense 60 Constitution 70 Spirit 130. Trait: Fire Resistance 15. Equipment requirement: Level 25 Universal. He put on the new mask and disabled the appearance display. Let's head to that tribe. Suyu mounted the griffin and returned to the ruins of the glorious tribe. The area was filled with corrupted creatures, and he began hunting them, setting the Sky Griffin to gain 100 of the experience. The system notifications kept coming. Ding! Your mount Sky Griffin has reached level 11. Ding! Your mount! Before long, Suyu had cleared the corrupted creatures in the tribe and destroyed the corrupted altar left by the warlock. The altar held a pulsating demon heart, the main ingredient for creating dark crystals. After the fierce battles, the griffin had leveled up to 16. Suyu checked the attribute panels for himself and his mount. ID: Eternal Night. Level: 25. HP: 83,824. Mana: 44,784. Attributes: Strength 1176, Constitution 1384, Agility 1149, Spirit 1116. Attack Speed 9.1 S40. Physical Defense 4139. Magical Defense 3447. Mount Panel omitted. In this period, Suyu's agility and spirit had improved significantly, much to his satisfaction. However, his HP growth had slowed down, increasing by thousands instead of tens of thousands. His strength growth remained steady. Overall, Suyu's attributes made him virtually unbeatable among Blue Star players. After reviewing his stats, he had the Griffin taken back to Border Camp number 3. Meanwhile, in Cold Moon City of the Light Empire, an important meeting was underway at the headquarters of the Bloodstained Guild. Guild leader Bloodstained Nine Heavens said coldly, "Everyone's here. Let's start the meeting." Zhou Long, report on the assassination plan and assign tasks to each group. Zhou Long, the leader of the decision-making team, stood up and operated a few controls, projecting various videos and photos of Eternal Night. Zhou Long said seriously, "Here is all the information we've gathered on Eternal Night since the server opened, including videos, screenshots, and player descriptions. Our team of hundreds spent days analyzing and compiling these details to create a flawless assassination plan. We guarantee Eternal Night will be the first God-tier player to fall." Bloodstained Nine Heavens ordered the plan to be distributed to everyone. Zhou Long tapped his panel, and a 30-page report appeared before the attendees. Zhou Long began to analyze Eternal Night's characteristics. HP of at least 70,000, extremely high defense, likely from high-quality talents or skills, strong attack power, higher damage on the first strike, and high speed. The guild's top members listened in amazement. Someone couldn't help but interrupt. "Hold on. Zhou Long, stop listing his strengths. What are Eternal Knight's weaknesses? We need to know his weaknesses to target him." Zhou Long felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, "After analysis, Eternal Knight's known weakness is his low resistances. We can use various control scrolls and skills to immobilize him, then have players with true damage abilities attack him. With the help of players from Sakura Nation and Lighthouse Nation, we've gathered over 600 control items, accumulating a total control time of 4,200 seconds." Hearing these numbers, several high-ranking members nodded in satisfaction. A high-ranking member let out a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming with pride. Leisurely, he said, "Controlling for over an hour? Even a deity couldn't withstand that." Zhou Long picked up the conversation, his expression serious. "By the way, we discovered a crucial detail. Yongye seems to have an item that grants immunity to stun and fear effects. So, the control items we collected this time focus mainly on physical controls like immobilization, blinding, and paralysis." He further explained, "There are three main types of control effects in the divine realm: mental, physical, and rule-based. We've covered the first two. The third type includes effects like silence, transformation, and petrification." The high-ranking member's eyes shone with approval, and he sincerely praised, "As expected from the decision-making team, you've considered every detail." Zhou Long smiled modestly. "It's nothing much. After all, I got a huge fund from my elder brother, so I have to deliver results." Shui Ran Jiotian nodded in satisfaction. "Zhou Long, you've done well this time. I'll inform the Elders' Council to elevate your status within the clan." A joyful expression appeared on Zhou Long's face. "Thank you, brother." At that moment, Shui Ranhan suddenly raised a question. "I have a concern. Yongye is faster than any player. No matter how many control items we have, if we can't catch him, it's all in vain." The high-ranking member echoed, "That's true, it is a problem." Everyone's eyes turned back to Zhou Long, who smiled confidently, exuding an air of assurance. Zhou Long said confidently, "We've already found a solution for that. We'll trap Yongye in a confined space." Fortunately, Exploration Team 7 discovered a special secret realm. No one can leave until it's cleared. If you die, you'll revive in place and suffer a death penalty. This is our chance to kill Yongye back to level 1. He continued, "However, entering the secret realm requires an item. The exploration team is currently doing hidden quests to gather more of these items, and we'll design a way to hand them over to Yongye." Shui Ranhan asked, "Brother Long, how can you be sure Yongye will willingly enter the secret realm?" Zhou Long smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry. The rewards for clearing this secret realm are very tempting. Yongye will definitely enter. Our people just need to ambush the entrance in advance." Excitement appeared on Shui Ranhan and his team's faces. "That's great. This time, we can finally get our revenge and make sure Yongye is completely." Before he could finish, a beam of blood-red light suddenly descended from the sky, stopping in front of Shui Ranhan and transforming into a blood-red eye that merged with his body. His entire body turned crimson. A system notification sounded. "Ding. You have been cursed by the blood beast god, losing one of your maximum health every second for 24 hours. Shui Ranhan was bewildered. "What the?" Zhou Long asked in confusion. "What's happening to you? Why is your health dropping continuously?" Shui Ranhan cursed angrily. "Damn it. I have no idea why this stupid blood beast god suddenly cursed me." As soon as he finished speaking, the system notified again. "Ding. The blood beast god sensed your insult and intensified the curse. You now lose 2 of your maximum health every second for 48 hours. Shui Ranhan quickly covered his mouth. "I damn." Zhou Long immediately called for a player with a diamond-level purification talent, but they couldn't cleanse the beast god's curse. Helplessly, he said, "I think the curse will disappear after death. Losing 1 level isn't a big deal." Shui Ranhan reluctantly agreed. Soon, He died in front of everyone and respawned at the revival point, his level dropping from 21 to 20. However, to his horror, Shui Ranhan noticed his health was depleting again. Nearly collapsing, he exclaimed, "No way. Is this curse really going to last 48 hours? On up at level 1. Desperately, Shui Ranhan had a sudden realization. Right? Logging out should prevent level loss. He quickly logged out, relieved that the divine realm and reality hadn't yet synchronized. 2 days without leveling up was better than dropping to level 1. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Long and the guild's top brass exchanged glances, speechless. Shui Ranjiotian cleared his throat. Ahem, let's continue the meeting. Zhou Long took a deep breath and began assigning tasks to the various teams. Finally, Shui Ranjiotian announced, once the exploration team gathers enough secret realm items, we'll initiate the assassination plan. Everyone responded in unison, yes. Meanwhile, Siyu was flying towards Border Camp 3 on a Sky Griffin. Along the way, he carefully reviewed his spoils. Among the items dropped by the warlock, one caught his attention. Beast Blood Seed incomplete. Quality, Gold Legendary. Effect, a special item refined with the bloodlines of countless creatures. It can enhance the core potential of your mount or pet. Note, it can still absorb more bloodlines to increase its quality. Progress, 25,100 inch. Su Yu's eyes lit up. This is a great item. Sensing the blood seed's aura, the Sky Griffin became excited. Su Yu patted its head and said with a smile, little guy, if you perform well, I'll give you this blood seed. The Sky Griffin let out a spirited cry, full of fighting spirit. Su Yu chuckled, considering whether to get another pet, so they could compete for the blood seed. But given the current difficulty of acquiring high-quality pets, he decided to put that idea on hold. After storing the Beast Blood Seed, Su Yu opened his talent panel to check out his new passive ability. Mana Devourer Claw Passive 11. Quality Supreme. Effect, increases max mana by 20. Each arrow hit on an enemy absorbs mana equal to 10 of your spirit. Su Yu was amazed. Wow, this effect is insane. With a spirit value of 1116 points, each arrow would absorb 111 mana from enemies. While it wouldn't drain a boss's mana quickly, it could deplete the mana of players with only a few thousand points in just a few seconds. This passive ability is a nightmare for magic users. Su Yu nodded in satisfaction. It's a fantastic passive. At this point, Su Yu's mana had increased to 52,248 points. He had taken another significant step towards being a formidable annoyance to his enemies. After tallying his harvest, Su Yu guided his griffin to land near the camp. At this moment, 6 assassins from the Shadow Church were lurking in the dark corners of the forest, tasked with killing Su Yu. 5 bronze-ranked assassins and 1 silver-ranked assassin had been waiting for a long time, their eyes gleaming with cruelty. Nightfall is here. Get ready to move, one of the bronze-ranked assassins whispered, licking the dagger in his hand. A mere novice archer worth 30 million gold coins. This bounty is too easy to earn. I doubt we even need Master Poisoner's help this time, another assassin chimed in. The 5 of us bronze-ranked assassins are more than enough. Once an archer is in close range, he's at our mercy. Not far away, under a large tree, stood an elegant, noble-looking middle-aged man. He was the silver-ranked assassin, Poisoner, a ruthless figure in the Shadow Church. To enhance his power, he had used a secret technique to transform himself into a poison man. His entire body was covered in lethal toxins. Even his breath was deadly. Ordinary people would die upon contact, and even his fellow assassins dared not come within 10 meters of him. Go ahead, Poisoner said calmly. Yes, the bronze-ranked assassins responded in unison before slipping into invisibility. At that moment, the griffin carrying Su Yu landed smoothly. Suddenly, Su Yu sensed a strong killing intent approaching. Someone behind me wants to kill me. He quickly turned around, scanning the surroundings warily. Oh, you can actually sense us. Little archer, you're something else. One of the bronze-ranked assassins revealed himself, a chilling smile on his lips. Too bad your reaction is too slow. Shadow Bind. The shadows beneath the 5 assassins elongated like venomous snakes, wrapping around Su Yu's body. Although a purification spell could break the bind, Su Yu sensed a more dangerous presence lurking in the dark, so he refrained from resisting and instead carefully observed his enemies. Shadow Church assassins, bronze elite level, 30 HP, 20k attack, 3,800. Su Yu quickly analyzed in his mind. So it's the Shadow Church. Someone has put a bounty on me. He recalled previous intel. Level 30 bronze elite, that's a novice bronze-ranked assassin in the Shadow Church. The more dangerous presence must be the silver-ranked assassin, a level 30 silver boss. Die! The 5 assassins snarled, launching their skills simultaneously at the immobilized Su Yu. In an instant, daggers flashed with cold light. kidney strike, throat slash, frost stab. A barrage of skills hit Suyu, dealing over 15,000 total damage. The magic shield absorbed 10,000 damage, leaving Suyu with only a 5,000 HP reduction. The assassins, in turn, suffered 1,220 points of counter damage. He's not dead. The assassins were stunned. What the hell? We bronze-ranked assassins, and 5 of us together, can't even kill a level 25 archer in one hit. Nearby, players at the camp entrance noticed the commotion. Nightfall is fighting a bunch of level 30 assassins. Damn, the assassin's damage is so high, but his HP only dropped by about 5. Does that mean Nightfall has over 300,000 HP? Holy crap, that's insane. The players gasped in shock, unaware that Suyu's shield had absorbed most of the damage, thinking he had taken the full 15,000 damage directly. Taking advantage of the assassin's hesitation, Suyu broke free from the bind. A smile crept across his lips. Not bad. You're the first to break through my defenses. So, they'll kindly send you to your deaths. Not good. The bronze-ranked assassins sensed a fatal threat. As they attempted to flee, Suyu's skill, Flaming Arrow Rain, descended upon them. Boom! Flaming arrows pierced through the assassins, exploding on the ground. With various passive effects, the attack dealt over 30,000 damage, taking nearly 16 of the assassin's HP. Damn it, the Chuch's intel was wrong. Nightfall is no novice archer. The assassins couldn't see the exact damage, but felt Suyu's attack was as strong as a silver-ranked assassin's. Shadow Clone? Suyu summoned clones to begin shooting at the assassins. With numerous slowing effects applied, the assassins became sluggish, unable to escape. While attacking, Suyu remained vigilant for the hidden silver-ranked assassin. However, even after the bronze-ranked assassins were all killed, the mysterious silver-ranked assassin did not show himself. Congratulations, you've gained 5 agility points, the system notification sounded. Suyu had plundered a total of 25 agility points. He then looked towards the forest and said calmly, your comrades are all dead. Are you not planning to make a move? Clap, clap, clap. A series of loud claps echoed. Poisoner walked closer, applauding. Young man, impressive strength. The thought of killing a genius like you makes my heart race with excitement. Heh? Suyu sneered. It seems the Shadow Chuch's assassins are quite bold, preferring frontal assaults. Indeed. Poisoner slowly removed his gloves, revealing his green, toxic hands. Smiling, he said, rather than ambushing targets, I prefer watching my prey's expressions of despair and pain as I attack them. You're a real psycho. Suyu retorted coldly. Thank you for the compliment. Poisoner bowed gracefully, then raised his head. Now let's begin the bat. Boom! Before Poisoner could finish, a lightning arrow struck, piercing his face and exploding his right eye. Silver-ranked assassin Poisoner, silver boss level, 30 HP, 1.381 million, 1.4 million attack, 8,400 skills, basic physique enhancement, toxin manipulation, poison swarm, poison mist. Arg! The pain! Poisoner clutched his eye, screaming in agony. He hadn't expected Suyu to attack so dishonorably. You damn savage archer. He'll kill you. Poisoner, now disfigured and furious, looked like a demon from hell, filled with hatred and a desire to kill Suyu. Facing the Poison Witch's furious roar, Suyu's response was swift and decisive. He quickly raised his bow, his hands moving like lightning as he released arrow after arrow. The arrows flew like shooting stars, slicing through the air and landing with precision on the Poison Witch's already hideous face. With each hit, the witch's visage grew more grotesque, numbers indicating damage continuously popping up above his head. Bayu, bayu, bayu. The combined effects of the arrow's base damage, passive skills, and true damage gems inflicted over 50,000 damage per second. Despite the Poison Witch's mastery of toxic arts and high poison resistance, Suyu's attacks were unstoppable. Even more astonishing was that each arrow not only drained the witch's health, but also siphoned enough mana to imbue 11 arrows with frost power. The players at the camp entrance were left speechless by the spectacle. Someone exclaimed, is this guy even human? Eternal Knight's DPS must be in the tens of thousands. Unbelievable. This is a level 30 silver elite, not some level 10 mob. Most players can't even break its defense. Damn, are we even playing the same game? The players were both shocked and envious, their hearts filled with a longing for such power. Finally, the Poison Witch retaliated. He extended his greenish hands, manipulating dozens of threads to shoot out like arrows, instantly binding Suyu. The threads glowed with a green hue, releasing a dense poison fog. He, barbarian, scream and wail in the special toxin I concocted. The Poison Witch grinned wickedly, eagerly watching the area shrouded in green mist. However, at the center of the fog, Suyu smirked disdainfully. Too bad poison damage doesn't affect me. His toxic body ability rendered him immune to poison effects and damage. Though bound by the threads, Suyu remained unscathed. He didn't even bother using Purify to break free, simply waiting for the 3-second effect to end. The poison witch stared at the fog, puzzled. Why isn't he screaming? His toxin was supposed to cause excruciating mental pain, and none of the 1,119 people he had killed could withstand it. How could an archer show no reaction? As the poison witch pondered, Suyu's shadow clone suddenly appeared on his right. Both the original and the clone drew their bows simultaneously, arrows piercing the witch from 2 directions. Green blood splattered everywhere, and one arrow struck a vital point, piercing the witch's kidneys. Ah! The poison witch's face contorted in pain, his teeth nearly shattering. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. He screamed hysterically, ignoring the pain as he activated a skill, spewing a cloud of poison gas that transformed into thousands of poisonous locusts, swarming toward Suyu. Despite the locust attack, Suyu moved leisurely, continuously shooting arrows while approaching the poison witch. How is this possible? The poison witch yelled in disbelief. My poison can incapacitate mid-level professionals. How is a low-level archer unaffected? Suyu sneered. In this world, nothing is impossible. So, prepare to die. A few seconds later, the poison witch's health dropped to half. Seeing Suyu closing in, the witch's eyes filled with madness. Damn it, you're forcing my hand. He resorted to a secret technique, sacrificing 100,000 health points. His chest bulged suddenly, and with a boom, a green spider burst forth, lunging at Suyu. Suyu tightened his grip on his bow, veins bulging on his arm, and slashed forward. With a bang, the green spider was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a crater. Despite being an archer, Suyu's strength had surpassed 1,000 points, making his physical attacks formidable. What is this thing? Suyu glanced curiously at the spider. The poison witch screamed maniacally. This is the 1,000 poison spider, cultivated from the roots of the sacred poison fruit. Even epic-level warriors can't withstand its poison. You barbarian, you're doomed this time. Each second the spider was out of his body drained the witch's health, and his face grew paler. Suyu sighed. Why do you all insist on becoming monsters? He recalled previous encounters with assassins, Noahs, and the warlock Buck, all of whom had transformed themselves into non-human entities. Strength is temporary, but being handsome lasts a lifetime. As Suyu mused, the spider launched its attack, spewing countless green webs to cover a wide area and releasing poison gas. Yet, Suyu remained unharmed within the toxic mist. Seeing this, the poison witch's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The next moment, Suyu easily tore through the poisonous webs and casually crushed the 1,000 poison spider. No, this can't be. The poison witch's face turned ashen with despair. With a whoosh, an arrow flew and ended his life. The first silver assassin of the Shadow Church, with a 100 assassination success rate, was no more. The system notification chimed. Ding, congratulations on acquiring the superior basic constitution enhancement skill. The poison witch's corpse dropped a pile of items, mostly gear for magic and assassin classes, but only of silver quality. For Suyu, anything below gold quality was worthless, with stats too low to be of any use. However, the newly acquired passive skill piqued Suyu's interest. Basic Constitution Enhancement Passive 11. Quality, Superior. Effect, permanently increases Constitution by 10. Suyu's Constitution attribute instantly rose to 1522 points, and his health increased to 87,422 points. This significant boost made Suyu very pleased with his haul. He glanced at the assassin's body on the ground, pondering, the Shadow Church sent an assassin to kill me, which means someone put a bounty on my head. No need to guess Hoyt, must be Rancher Lane. Among the NPCs, only the rancher bore him any grudge. As for the players, they couldn't yet access the Shadow Church. Curious about his bounty, Suyu thought, I stole 1,000 Silverwing warhorses and took the Sky Griffin. If Lane didn't put a 50 million gold bounty on me, it wouldn't do justice to my efforts. He smiled slightly. However, the Shadow Church had its own rules for bounty missions. If the first assassination failed, the task would be cancelled. Only if the employer increased the reward would a second attempt be made, likely involving a low-level gold assassin or even a mid-level one. That's a bit troublesome. I need to increase my strength even faster, Suyu mused. With that in mind, he used the camp's teleportation array to return to Northwind City. Instead of heading straight to the Lord to submit his quest, Suyu logged off to have lunch. As Suyu logged off to eat, the news of the failed assassination hit Rancher Lon like a bolt of lightning. His face darkened instantly, his fists clenched in rage. The Shadow Guild can't even handle a mere archer? Lon roared, his voice filled with disbelief and fury. What are they even good for? He spun around abruptly, his gaze like a blade slicing through his guards. And that so-called silver assassin, Poison which didn't he claim a 100 success rate? Why hasn't he killed Yonya? Lon sneered. What a worthless piece of junk. The guard flinched slightly and cautiously asked, Master, should we increase the bounty? No need. Lon decisively rejected, a hint of disdain in his eyes. An initial level archer with a 3 million bounty is already generous enough. Any higher amount seemed utterly unworthy to him. Taking a deep breath, Lon coldly stated, I've contacted the kingdom of St. Lon. The elders will send a team of our family's trained assassins. This time, I want Yonya dead with no place for burial. Mentioning the kingdom of St. Lon, a trace of reverence flashed in the guard's eyes. It was a kingdom supported by the Lon family overseas, and though it had only been established for about 10 years, its strength was already formidable. Kun, Lon commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Go find someone to keep a close watch on Yonya's movements. Yes, sir. The guard immediately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after a brief rest in the real world, Siyu logged back into the game. He headed straight to the city lord's mansion, where the soldiers, this time, did not stop him and allowed him to see the city lord directly. Mr. Yonya, you finally returned. The city lord greeted him warmly and then asked urgently, how is the situation in Glorious Forest? Suyu, maintaining a calm expression, simply replied, I have eliminated a sufficient number of evil beasts and destroyed the source of their birth. The city lord's eyes lit up, and he asked in disbelief, is what you said true? Of course. Suyu calmly retrieved a demon heart and the remains of a sorcerer, explaining, when I arrived at the forest, I discovered a sorcerer using the dark power within this heart to create demonic creatures. So I killed the sorcerer and destroyed the demonic magic circle. The city lord took the remains and carefully sensed the power within. His face instantly turned serious. Indeed, there is an incredible amount of evil power here. He immediately arranged for the border camp to investigate the forest. Soon, the news confirmed Suyu's words. The city lord, speaking with a tone of solemn gratitude, said, Mr. Yonya, we are fortunate that you discovered the mastermind. Otherwise, we would have suffered tremendous losses. To thank you for your contribution, I will let you choose 2 high-quality treasures. A system notification sounded. Ding! City Lord Curve's favorability towards you has increased by 20, now at 80 points. Congratulations on completing the main quest, Protect the Herbs. Rewards, 500,000 experience, 1,000 gold coins, 2,000 reputation with the Light Empire, and 2 treasures of your choice. These rich rewards were within Suyu's expectations. Given the formidable strength of Sorcerer Buck, ordinary players would not stand a chance. The normal process should involve players struggling against the sorcerer until reinforcements from the Light Church arrived. However, Suyu leveraged the aerial advantage of his Sky Griffin to slowly wear down the boss that was not meant to be defeated by players. The city lord handed him a list of treasures. Another system notification sounded. Ding! You have unlocked the city lord's hidden shop. Suyu quickly browsed the list, which included Dragon's Kin Backpack Epic. Effect. Expands player backpack space to 6,400 slots. Increases rare drop rate by 5. Reduces damage from behind by 25. Price. 25 million gold coins. Basic Heavenly Craft Stone Diamond. Effect. Can be used on equipment below diamond quality to upgrade its quality by 1 tier. Price. 4.3 million gold coins. The treasures in the city lord's possession were indeed abundant, with 8 epic items and over 100 diamond items. After careful consideration, Suyu chose 2 items most suitable for himself. The first choice was the backpack, as his loot was so plentiful that even a 1/600 slot diamond backpack was insufficient. In the world of Xinyu, epic and diamond qualities marked a significant divide in attributes for items, equipment, and skills. The epic backpack not only had 4 times the capacity of the diamond one, but also offered superior additional effects. As for the basic Heavenly Craft Stone, Suyu planned to use it to enhance his quiver. With the increasing strength of his enemies, a storage of 20,000 enchanted arrows was becoming inadequate and needed an upgrade. Ding! Your equipment Frost Quiver has been refined by the Heavenly Craft Stone, upgrading its quality to diamond grade. Frost Quiver Diamond. Type, Special Equipment. Effect 1. Consumes 1 mana point to automatically retrieve arrows within a 300-meter radius that are intact and have been stored in the quiver. Capacity. 1,258,40,000 arrows. The newly enhanced quiver became even more formidable. After storing his items, Suyu looked up and asked, City Lord, is there anything else you need my help with? The City Lord pondered for a moment and then shook his head, saying, I have no immediate needs, but you can head to Northwind Fortress and meet with Legion Commander Rain. He requires the assistance of adventurers like you. All right, Suyu nodded in agreement. A system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on accepting the main quest journey to Northwind Fortress. Quest content. Travel to the fortress and meet with the highest commander, Legion Commander Rain. The Northern Wind Fortress stands at the border between the Empire of Light and the Orc Empire, serving as the first line of defense against the Orcish armies. It is strategically located in a treacherous canyon, flanked on both sides by towering, steep cliffs that form a natural barrier. If the Orcish army wishes to penetrate the heart of the Empire of Light, they must first breach this fortress. After receiving his mission from the City Lord's mansion, Suyu immediately headed to the store for supplies. He purchased 800 bundles of arrows, storing half of them in his frost quiver. Although the Northern Wind Fortress was nearby, he knew that going there now would likely not yield any missions. Calculating his next steps, Suyu decided to visit the Church of Knowledge first to identify the true effects of a mysterious gem he possessed. Suyu was filled with curiosity about the origins of this priceless gem. He quickly outlined his plan in his mind. The Empire of Light had 4 churches of knowledge, one of which was located in the western district of Northern Wind City. Before long, Suyu arrived at the Church of Knowledge and met Bishop Yar. The bishop was a kindly old man in a blue robe, with eyes that gleamed with wisdom. When his gaze fell upon Evernight, a strange glow flickered in his eyes. Bishop Yar squinted slightly and asked kindly, "Mr. Evernight, what brings you here?" Suyu took the mysterious gem from his pocket and got straight to the point. "Bishop, I want to understand more about this gem and hope you can lift the seal on it." Bishop Yar examined the gem closely and couldn't help but marvel. What a fascinating artifact. Then he looked up at Suyu and said calmly, "The power within it is too overwhelming for me to discern its origins. However, I can lift the outermost layer of its seal. Are you sure you want me to proceed?" "Absolutely." Suyu nodded without hesitation and added, "I am willing to pay 5 million gold coins for your assistance." The Church of Knowledge adhered to the principle that knowledge is wealth. Whether acquiring information or seeking help, one had to pay a corresponding price. Suyu offered a significant sum without a second thought, believing he would eventually find a way to recoup the cost from the bishop. "Deal!" For the first time, Bishop Yar's eyes widened, and a pleased smile spread across his aged face. Suyu waved his hand, and in an instant, a small mountain of glittering gold coins, totaling 5 million, piled up on the ground. The dazzling light reflected off Archbishop Yar's weathered face, and his eyes turned into dollar signs, making him look as excited as a young man who had just turned 100. With a slight smirk, Suyu thought to himself, "Money comes from the sheep, and it must return to the sheep tenfold." At this moment, Archbishop Yar shivered involuntarily, but he paid it no mind, his gaze fixed firmly on the pile of gold. After collecting all the coins, his face quickly reverted to the serene demeanor of a wise old sage, showcasing his masterful ability to change expressions. Ahem, Archbishop Yar cleared his throat and said, "I will now help you lift one layer of the seal." He grasped the mysterious orb, and blue energy began to swirl around it. After a few minutes, a glimmer of light flashed across the orb's surface. The Archbishop wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained, "The power sealing this orb likely comes from a deity. I've exerted all my strength to lift just a fraction of the seal." He handed the orb to Suyu. As Suyu took it and glanced at it, a system prompt appeared. "Mysterious orb unknown effect. Contains unknown power. Placing it in your inventory increases your luck by 2. Seal, 99. Suyu thought, spending 5 million gold coins for 1 point of luck is worth it. After all, items that increase luck are extremely rare, especially in the early stages of the game. To date, I only have one other luck-boosting item. After putting the orb away, he looked up and asked, "Archbishop, is there any other way to lift the entire seal?" "Of course," Archbishop Yar replied kindly. "If my god intervenes, the seal can certainly be lifted. However," he paused, then continued solemnly, "you must understand that to gain my god's guidance, you must make a significant contribution to the Church of Knowledge." "How much do I need to donate?" Suyu asked bluntly. "Money?" Archbishop Yar rebuked righteously. "Young man, the value of divine guidance cannot be measured in money. That would be blasphemy." Suyu inwardly scoffed. What a hypocrite. He didn't have this attitude when he was taking my money. He then asked, "So what do you need me to do?" Archbishop Yar quickly waved his hand and said sternly, "This isn't about doing something for me. It's about contributing to the church." Fine, contributing to the church," Suyu said indifferently. The Archbishop nodded in satisfaction and said, "Tomorrow at noon is our church's celebration day, and we need various magical materials to set up the formation. We are missing a core material, the moonlight feather, and I hope you can find it for the church." Suyu nodded. "All right, I'll take care of it." A system prompt immediately sounded. Ding. "Congratulations on accepting the quest. Gather materials. Quest objective. Find a moonlight feather and deliver it to Archbishop Yar. Time limit, 12 hours. Do you need me to tell you the location of the moonlight feather?" Archbishop Yar asked with a smile. No need, so you declined directly, knowing that this information would likely cost him money. After bidding farewell to Archbishop Yair, Suyu walked onto the street. He glanced back at the Church of Knowledge's entrance and thought, the celebration is finally about to begin. As a neutral faction, the Church of Knowledge has branches in every country in the Holy Dragon world. This is the first global event in the Divine Realm. Although the Archbishop is stingy, the celebration rewards are extremely generous, including knowledge essence. Its function is similar to life essence, allowing players to sync their skills to the real world. Additionally, the top 10 rewards on the global leaderboard include items that manifest directly into reality. So you have been looking forward to this for a long time. As for the Church of Light celebration date, that will be next week. Shifting his focus, Suyu headed to the teleportation plaza and used the teleportation array to reach Silver Wolf City in the southern part of the Light Empire. The area around the city is filled with mountains and hills, making the terrain complex and home to numerous bandits. One bandit group possesses the Moonlight Feather, which is Suyu's target. With a screech, the Sky Griffin carried Suyu deep into the mountains. 20 minutes later, Suyu had the Griffin land in an open area. Roar! The noise they made attracted the attention of the beasts in the forest. Several large beasts charged from both sides. Steelmane Boar Iron Elite. Level 25. HP 150,000,150,000. Attack 2100. Skills. Charge Steel Spikes. Flame Arrow Barrage. Suyu unleashed a skill. Thanks to his passive abilities, the flaming arrows homed in on their target, piercing the boar's thick hide. A series of damage numbers appeared above the boar's head, reducing its health by 22.5. Suyu then summoned a shadow clone, and together they quickly finished off the weakened beast. Ding! You have slain a Steelmane Boar, gaining 5,682 experience points 10. Ding! Congratulations on plundering 4 points of constitution. As Suyu continued to slay monsters and advance towards the bandit hideout, he shared the experience points with the Sky Griffin. The system panel kept refreshing with notifications. Ding! Congratulations on plundering 4 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the Steel Spike skill rare. His mount also leveled up to 17, and feeling the increase in power, the Sky Griffin was elated. Life was finally looking up. During a brief respite, Suyu checked the new passive skill he had acquired. Steel Spikes passive. 1100. Quality rare. Effect. When attacked, block 20 points of damage. If the attack is melee, reflect 30 points of physical damage to the attacker. A rare 100-layer passive skill. This is truly rare. Suyu thought excitedly. The highest layer count for rare passives he had plundered before was only 50. After reading the information about the passive skill, Steel Thorn Skin, Suyu's interest in wild boars grew significantly. He spent half an hour meticulously searching the surrounding area, ensuring that every steel-bristled wild boar in sight met its end, converting them into Suyu's attributes or passive skills. Soon, the plunder reached its limit. 40 points in constitution, 32 points in strength, and 100 layers of the passive skill. With the maximum layers of Steel Thorn Skin, it could block 2,000 points of any damage and reflect up to 3,000 points of physical damage. Suyu mused to himself that any unsuspecting assassin who tried to ambush him would likely be killed by the passive skill alone, and he might not even lose any health. If he could acquire a few hundred more types of damage-reflecting passives, it would be truly overpowered. There were quite a few monsters in the Divine Realm with damage-reflecting abilities. Suyu quickly picked up the loot, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Alright, next up, let's find those bandits. He nimbly leaped onto the back of his griffin and took to the skies. Before long, Suyu spotted a camp the stronghold of the Vic bandit group. This bandit faction was the largest and most powerful within a few hundred miles. The griffin's massive size quickly caught the attention of the patrolling bandits. Enemy attack! Sound the alarm! Someone's attacking the camp on a griffin, the bandits shouted. Immediately, a large group of bandits armed with weapons rushed out of the buildings, warily looking up at Suyu in the sky. Suyu didn't act immediately. Although killing bandits was a good deed, he wanted to reason with them first. If reasoning failed, then he would take action. More importantly, the moon feather was kept in a spatial item by the Bandit King. According to the world's rules, killing the Bandit King wouldn't necessarily drop the item, so you needed to find a way to make the bandits willingly bring it out. With this in mind, Suyu directed the griffin to slowly descend. He scanned the crowd, displaying a sincere smile. Friends, don't panic. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to discuss a deal with your leader. Seeing Suyu's friendly demeanor, the bandits' wariness lessened slightly. What kind of deal? One of them asked. A deal worth millions of gold coins, Suyu said meaningfully, emphasizing the amount. Upon hearing this, the bandits' breaths quickened. All right, wait here. We'll go get the boss. One of them turned and ran towards the back. Soon, A burly man with a scarred face and a tumor-long blade appeared in Su Yu's sight. Bandit King Vic, Golden Lord. Level 25. Health 675,000,675,000. Attack 21,000. Skills. Inspiring Aura. Enhances the attributes of nearby allies. Earth Splitter. Strikes the ground, creating a shock wave towards enemies. Charge. Rushes at the enemy, causing them to be stunned. Flame Slash. Unleashes a fiery blade, dealing fire damage to enemies. A level 25 golden boss was indeed formidable, usually requiring thousands of players of the same level to defeat. The Bandit King looked Su Yu up and down with disdain. So, you're the soft-skinned kid who wants to make a deal with me? Before Su Yu could respond, the Bandit King suddenly swung his massive blade at him. However, Su Yu didn't flinch, not even blinking. Boom! The blade grazed past Su Yu, carving a deep gash into the ground. Ha, not bad, kid. You got guts. The Bandit King laughed heartily. So, what's this big deal you want to discuss? Su Yu had already marked the Bandit King as a target to kill, but he remained calm on the surface. I heard that Lord Vic has a moon feather, and I need that item. Moon feather? The Bandit King's face showed a hint of confusion. He had never been interested in such materials and hadn't paid much attention to it. He looked down at his spatial item and soon found a feather emitting a faint white glow. So this is it, he realized. The Bandit King looked up at Su Yu, wiping his blade with a grin. Kid, I don't bully people. I prefer passive income. So, name your price wisely. He shook his blade menacingly. 2,000,000 gold coins, Su Yu said calmly. Hiss. All the bandits gasped. They didn't know that Su Yu had just made up the price on the spot, as he had no intention of actually paying. Looks like you're loaded, the Bandit King said with a greedy glint in his eye. But that's far from enough. 5,000,000 gold coins. This is the most I can offer, Su Yu said solemnly. Also, I need to verify the authenticity of the moon feather. No problem, the Bandit King said generously, tossing the item over. In his mind, with hundreds of brothers around, Su Yu wouldn't be able to escape even if he tried. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the quest item moon feather. Please submit it to Archbishop Yair as soon as possible, the system prompt sounded. Hearing this, Su Yu smiled. The item was genuine. He looked at the Bandit King and said playfully, but now there's a problem. I don't want to pay, but I still want the item. What should I do? The bandits were momentarily stunned. You little punk, you dare try to cheat me? I'll chop you up. The Bandit King's eyes filled with rage. Boom! He swung his blade at Su Yu. Blink! Su Yu instantly teleported onto the griffin's back. Screech! The griffin flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that scattered the surrounding bandits, then flew towards the sky. Su Yu countered with frost-hunting ground and thundershot. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, accurately striking and exploding the Bandit King's eye. At that moment, the world gained another one-eyed bandit. Art, you bastard! You won't escape! The Bandit King roared in pain. Flame Slash! He swung his blade towards the sky, sending a fiery blade upwards. Unfortunately, after being hit by the lightning arrow, his attack speed and movement were significantly reduced, causing him to miss by a fraction. Su Yu and his griffin quickly ascended to several hundred meters above the ground. Looking down at the furious bandits below, a satisfied smile played on his lips. Switch to bows and kill him. Boy, today you die. The Bandit King roared towards the sky, clutching his eye in rage. He quickly downed a potion, and his body began to glow. Tiny sprouts of flesh started to repair his shattered eyeball, restoring his vision in no time. Meanwhile, hundreds of bandits swiftly switched to ranged weapons, taking cover behind buildings and trees. The Bandit King grabbed a longbow and commanded, "Fire!" Instantly, a barrage of arrows filled the sky like a torrential downpour. With a screech, the griffin flapped its wings, conjuring a blue storm that shielded them from below. Every arrow was blown away by the gust. This was its storm ability, capable of dispersing non-fixed objects. Its other ability, Wind King's Shield, provided a protective barrier and boosted flight speed. On open terrain, and with no enemies capable of aerial combat, Su Yu was nearly invincible. Fly higher, Su Yu ordered. Understanding the command, the griffin soared several hundred meters into the air. Damn it! The Bandit King cursed, realizing how troublesome an enemy with a flying mount could be. He immediately ordered, "Everyone, find cover and hide." The bandits scattered in all directions. Su Yu ignored the small fry. His target was singular, the Bandit King. Vic, you can't escape. Su Yu's lips curled into a cold smile as he aimed his bow at the Bandit King's escape path, unleashing a rain of arrows. Damage numbers erupted above the Bandit King's head. Despite his attempts to move, Su Yu's archery was impeccable, missing only 2 arrows per volley on average and dealing nearly 50,000 damage per second. with a piercing passive effect. Each arrow left gaping wounds on the Bandit King. You coward! Come down here and fight me like a man. Sitting on that griffin. What kind of man are you? Come down! Get down here! My kidney hurts! The Bandit King's wails echoed through the forest, scaring the other bandits into trembling. As the wailing subsided, the bandits glanced skyward and saw Suyu flying away. They breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of gratitude towards the Bandit King. Big brother, you truly are our great leader. Thank you for drawing that archer's fire. When you're gone, we'll build you the grandest tomb on the mountain. On the other side, Bandit King Vic was on the brink of collapse from the relentless arrows. Just then, he spotted his cave, a glimmer of hope. He scrambled inside, shouting defiantly, "You bastard, your griffin can't get in here. Come down and fight me unknown if you dare." Without hesitation, Suyu had the griffin land, and he jumped to the cave entrance. The Bandit King's eyes widened in disbelief that this archer dared to engage him in close quarters in such a confined space. Foolish! The Bandit King was overjoyed, grabbing a large sword from a weapon rack and swinging it viciously. Suyu anticipated the move, deftly dodging to the right. Die! The Bandit King gripped the sword with both hands, swinging it at Suyu's waist. Suyu pressed down on the sword's back, using the momentum to leap and create distance. Flame Slash! The Bandit King activated a skill, aiming to strike Suyu. However, an arrow struck him precisely, causing a 1-second fear effect that interrupted the skill. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu launched a fierce attack, reducing the boss's health by 40. The Bandit King roared and charged in a frenzy, while Suyu activated a speed-boosting item, easily evading the attack. Suyu's flawless control of skill cooldowns and attack rhythm continued to chip away at the boss's health. Desperation spread across the Bandit King's face. He was completely defeated. Not a single attack had landed on Suyu. Every strike was either dodged or interrupted. Even his powerful Earth Shatter skill, which granted invulnerability, was evaded by Suyu's flash step. With no options left inside or outside the cave, the Bandit King was at his wit's end. "Adventurer, please spare my life. I'll give you all my treasures. Just stop attacking. I surrender. Please, I beg you, stop." The Bandit King cried, kneeling and kowtowing in utter humiliation. However, Suyu remained calm and continued his assault, leaving the Bandit King with only 100,000 health points. The health bar is way too high, Suyu thought to himself, his fingers moving swiftly as another volley of arrows rained down. The Mountain Bandit King's body was instantly turned into a pincushion, riddled with arrow holes from head to toe. His once burly frame rapidly shrank, weighing less than 100 pounds, resembling little more than a shriveled husk. "Looks like this weight loss method is quite effective," Suyu quipped with a smirk, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Now, hand over the treasures." The Mountain Bandit King panted heavily, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He stammered, "I can give them to you, but you must swear not to kill me." Suyu chuckled coldly, seeing through the bandit's ploy. "Still scheming, I see." After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. "I, Yongyi, swear by the rules that as long as Vic hands over all the treasures, I will not attack him," Suyu declared solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, a radiant light appeared out of nowhere, merging into both of their bodies. A system prompt immediately followed. Ding, contract established. Hearing the terms of the oath, the Mountain Bandit King's eyes lit up with glee. "Yongyi can't attack me, but I can attack him. Doesn't this mean Yongyi is just a sitting duck? Where are the treasures?" Suyu asked coldly. "Here, take them." The Mountain Bandit King hurriedly complied with the contract, handing over all the treasures he had. Soon, a small mountain of jewels, gold coins, weapons, and armor piled up on the ground, with only a few items being miscellaneous tools. As he handed them over, he subtly edged closer to the weapon rack. "Yongyi, all my treasures are here," the Mountain Bandit King declared. The system remained silent, confirming the truth of his words. Suyu nodded, pretending to scrutinize the treasures. At that moment, the Mountain Bandit King suddenly lunged, drawing 2 long swords and laughing maniacally. "Ha! Yongyi, you've been tricked. Die!" The swords flashed, and the blades pierced Suyu's body. Damage numbers appeared above both their heads. However, to the Mountain Bandit King's shock, his own health had already dropped to just over 2,000 points due to previous bleeding and poison effects. This attack ended up killing him due to the reflected damage. "You tricked me!" The Mountain Bandit King gasped, disbelief and despair filling his eyes. Suyu innocently shrugged and said, "It's not my fault. I didn't attack you. You attacked me." The Mountain Bandit King felt a bitter taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes quickly lost their light, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Thud! The body of the Mountain Bandit King, Vic, fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. System notifications chimed in rapid succession as Suyu's experience points surged by 450,000, with an additional 10 bonus. A golden light flashed, and an upgraded version of the flame/skill landed in his hands. Simultaneously, his mount, the Sky Griffin, leveled up to 19. Suyu quickly checked his passive abilities panel, and the flame/effect caught his eye. Each arrow shot would now deal additional fire damage equal to 60 of his spirit value. Given his current spirit value of 1116, each arrow would inflict an extra 669 points of damage. While this might not seem much now, Suyu knew the potential of this skill. Once fully leveled, the damage would skyrocket to 300 of his spirit value, making each arrow as powerful as a black iron level skill. He couldn't help but envision the future. In the late game, a single arrow from him could rival the combined power of thousands of skills, an absolute game changer. Even more exciting was that Flame Slash, being a common warrior skill, wouldn't be difficult to max out at 5 stacks. Pulling himself back from his thoughts, Suyu turned his attention to the loot from the Bandit King. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the items into his backpack. The system informed him he had acquired 1.36 million gold coins, a Shadow Leap skill book, a Flesh Ripper great axe, and numerous other items. A quick scan revealed that most of the gear was suited for warriors, knights, and mages, with scan items for other classes and none for priests. Selecting the items he could use, Suyu immediately equipped the newly acquired Glory Cloak. This diamond-quality gear instantly boosted his health to 91,608 points. He calculated that after participating in the Knowledge Church's celebration event, his goal of reaching 100,000 health points should be within reach. Next, he focused on the only epic quality item, the Shadow Leap skill book. This all-class stealth skill book was incredibly valuable, comparable to a legendary skill book. Without hesitation, Suyu learned the skill, feeling the new power integrate into his body. The system detailed the effects of Shadow Leap. It allowed the user to hide in the shadow world, ignoring physical terrain and attacks, and leave behind an invisible clone. Reusing the skill would return the user to the original spot, with a maximum range of twice the spirit value. Even better, attacking once wouldn't break stealth, and it only consumed 100 mana per second. Despite a 60-second cooldown, the skill's potency was undeniable. Suyu immediately used 8 skill experience scrolls to level up Shadow Leap to 6. Now, he could move freely within a 33-48 meter range, and his first 3 attacks wouldn't reveal his position. This skill not only enhanced his combat capabilities, but also made certain special tasks much easier. Satisfied with his loot, Suyu decided to return to Northwind City. He summoned the Sky Griffin, which took off with a loud cry. Half an hour later, he used the teleportation array in Silver Wolf City to return to Northwind City and headed straight for the Knowledge Church. Archbishop Yar was surprised to see Suyu appear so suddenly. Eternal Knight? How did you get back so quickly? Are you here to inquire about the Moonlight Feather? Suyu shook his head and pulled the Moonlight Feather from his backpack. No need to inquire. I already have it. Archbishop Yar was stunned, his voice rising in shock. What? It's only been an hour. Where did you get the Moonlight Feather? Suyu raised an eyebrow and asked. Does it matter? Archbishop Yar awkwardly accepted the item, and the system notified that the quest was complete, rewarding Suyu with 100,000 experience points, 1,000 Knowledge Church reputation points, and a guidance of the God of Knowledge. Suyu silently criticized the church's stinginess, but kept a straight face. Archbishop Yar then proposed, Eternal Knight, hand over that orb to me. This time, it will cost 20 million gold coins. Suyu readily agreed, planning to earn back the money from your tenfold. With only 18 million gold coins left, he immediately contacted Yuingshi to transfer 50 million gold coins. Led by Archbishop Yar, Suyu entered the hall and faced the statue of the God of Knowledge. Yar placed the mysterious orb on the book held by the statue and deposited the coins into a chest. Suyu noticed that the actual amount of coins was a quarter less than agreed, but chose to remain silent. Half an hour later, the statue's light faded, and Archbishop Yar retrieved the unsealed orb and handed it to Suyu. Suyu examined the attributes of the Divine Fortune orb and gasped. This mythical quality item not only permanently increased his luck by 10 points, but also temporarily boosted it by an additional 5 points for 5 seconds when activated. The item's power exceeded his expectations. Even more intriguing, the orb could evolve by absorbing other luck-increasing items. Suyu couldn't help but imagine its potential. If upgraded to the highest quality, it would be nothing short of astonishing. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.